Chapter 241 Guessing Riddles. I'm the best. Wrong? How could I guess wrong? Could it be that the answer is the other two excluded options? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't figure it out. However, this did not affect her retreating quickly. The white lantern caught fire, which was definitely not a good sign. Wang Hao also retreated with her. He did not see the system prompt that the puzzle failed, but the strange fire of the white lantern gave him a warning of danger. Adhering to the principle of safety is no small matter. Retreating away is the safest measure. Inside the thatched cottage, through the open wooden door, you can see some furniture and sundries. The area near the door is relatively clean, with only some messy straw and dry grass. At the moment the lantern caught fire, a hideous zombie suddenly appeared in the area, with arms raised horizontally, fangs exposed, eyes gray, wearing a patched official uniform with brown mud hanging on it. The strong stench of corpses remained, which was very pungent. It was a gray zombie. Roar. The gray zombie's nose twitched several times, and it suddenly turned in the direction where the two people were retreating. It raised its head and roared, and a more disgusting white gas spurted out. Then it bent its knees and jumped to rush out. Whoosh! In contrast to the two people retreating together, a black shadow from a high place rushed in like lightning, directly attacking the strangely appearing gray zombie. The gray zombie only jumped once, and the black shadow attached to the neck, and the sound of sucking was heard. The gray zombie was nailed to the spot. Every time the black shadow sucked, it would twitch. It only twitched 3 times and fell to the ground like a dry skeleton. Wang Hao and Lin Xiaoxiao stopped. This scene was not the first time it happened. The blood-eyed Crow King was really the nemesis of these zombies. There was only one gray zombie. How it appeared just now was no longer within the scope of consideration for the two. After eating the zombie blood, the black crow flapped its wings leisurely and flew back to its master. Lin Xiaoxiao retracted his envious gaze and looked at Wang Hao, who was not far away. Was the answer I said just now wrong? Why did it give an incorrect prompt? It couldn't be or. That's too far-fetched. You have already guessed the answer. Do you still need to ask me again? Wang Hao secretly complained. The answer is the word which is often used in ancient Chinese, whether in terms of the meaning of the verb or the degree of similarity in shape. It is more reliable than in. Complaining is one thing, and replying is another. When talking to a proud person, you always have to consider her feelings a little. Otherwise, it will be another debate that you will lose. Well, maybe the person who set the question was not rigorous. By the way, you said that there was a hint of a wrong solution just now. And then the lantern caught fire? Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Now, Wang Hao was in the mood and found a white lantern at random. The riddle on it was hurry to meet the person you like. A very simple one-word riddle. However, he chose to talk nonsense. The answer is, get out. Ding, wrong solution. This time, Wang Hao saw the system message. Boom. The lantern immediately caught fire and burned up in front of the two people. Roar. Roar. 2 roars immediately sounded in the thatched cottage. 2 gray zombies suddenly showed up and jumped over here together. The sole crow that had just flown back rushed out with a whoosh and headed for a gray zombie on the left. Haha. Even you guessed it wrong. How could the answer to the riddle be? Lin Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and laughed. But she soon stopped talking and looked at the sole crow Xiaoxua, who was sucking the zombie's blood strangely. You didn't answer wrong on purpose, did you? You guessed it. What if the correct rate is high and the final reward is good? Well, that's possible. While the two were talking, the remaining gray zombie had already rushed over. However, before they could prepare to fight, the sole pet that had sucked all the zombies' blood flashed back and blocked the disaster for its master. Ding, the gray zombie has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. Ding, the gray zombie has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. 2 consecutive system messages appeared in front of him. After that, the sole crow returned to Wang Hao. After swallowing 3 portions of zombie blood in a row, the sole crow's body became much more solid, and its pair of blood eyes flashed with a strange luster. There are still 18 white lanterns under the eaves. Combined with the strange things that happened just now, if you answer a riddle incorrectly, an aggressive zombie will pop out. What if you answer it correctly? Both of them thought of this. Then let's try to answer 2 riddles correctly. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at the sole crow staring at the thatched cottage in midair, looking forward to the next wave of delicious food. The tone of the discussion was not very sure. If you answer it incorrectly again, will 3 pop out next time? Obviously, Wang Hao's focus is different from hers. It's hard to say. To judge the pattern of any number series, there must be at least 3 numbers. According to the simplest algorithm, the next time may be 3, which means it is a natural number series. The next time may be 4, so that it can form an array with multiples of 2, of course. It may also be. Stop! Wang Hao didn't dare to think further, no matter which of the above rules. If he answered wrongly 20 times in a row, the number of zombies that appeared would be a terrifying existence. Especially the latter. You answer 9, and I answer 9. Try to answer more correctly. If it's different from what we think, stop and discuss at any time. Okay. The two reached an agreement and separated on the left and right. The man on the left and the woman on the right. Wang Hao raised his head and looked to the left. 2 tears flow by the pillow. It's a riddle. This one is simple. The answer is drenched. As soon as this word came out, the candle in the white lantern went out immediately. And with a blur, it turned directly into a ball of gray light and fell to the ground. Poof! What landed on the ground was a small cloth bag. Ding! Found a resource cloth bag. You can directly collect the resources inside. Resource cloth bag? First, look through it and make sure the ripple color is normal. Then Wang Hao bends down and picks it up. Ding! Stone plus 10. After picking it up, the cloth bag disappears directly in the palm of his hand. And a series of system messages appear at the same time. 10 units of stone. It doesn't seem like a lot. Let's look at the next lantern. If it were another intellectual game, I might be unsure. But when it comes to guessing riddles, I'm the best. When moving to the second lantern, Wang Hao glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao sideways. After failing in the 3-choice game just now, she was obviously much more decisive this time. No longer entangled in some options that ordinary people would not think of. She glanced at the 2 lanterns on the side and quickly said the answer in her mind. The first one is Chao. Chao Chao's Chao. The second one is Jing. Jing of crystal. After saying 2 answers in a row, the 2 white lanterns disappeared immediately and turned into 2 cloth bags falling down. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't wait for them to land and directly reached out to grab them. The 2 cloth bags disappeared in her hands one after another. I don't know what she got. The corners of her mouth slightly raised up, revealing a satisfied smile. She is worthy of being a top student. Answer 2 at the same time. This is something we can't compare. Wang Hao turned his head and continued to look at his lantern. This time, it's not a riddle. Lift the warm quilt. Touch your legs. Spread your legs. And put them on your eyes. Guess a daily necessity. Well, this riddle is vulgar and can't stump him at all. The boss teased him like this. Glasses. After reading the answer, the white lantern on the top turned into gray light and fell down again. Wang Hao caught it directly. Ding! Stone plus 20. Not bad. The resources are twice as much as last time. Come again! Wang Hao, who has tasted the sweetness, immediately cast his eyes on the adjacent lantern. 2 people sit together. Guess a word. Simple. The cluster of the jungle. The lantern fell in response. Ding! Stone plus 40. Ding! Stone plus 80. Ding! Stone plus 160. Ding! Stone plus 320. Chapter 242 Parting Ways. Wang Hao gave the correct answer to the next 3 guesses. The resources collected from the bag at a time have accumulated to 320 units of stone, which is a very impressive number. No one is a general who wins every battle. Wang Hao had been smooth sailing in the first 6 guesses, but he didn't expect to fall on the 7th. Even when he was preparing to guess the 8th, he was still thinking about the riddle that failed. On the wedding night, guess a place name. What was wrong? Wasn't his answer Chao County wrong? Because of his growing confidence, Wang Hao didn't even think about discussing it with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was also like this. Coincidentally, she also fell down for the 7th time. This made her very angry. Because of the 2 people's mistakes, there were already 8 gray zombies in the hut. After a period of panic, they killed these monsters. This also verified the rule summarized by Lin Xiaoxiao that the number of zombies increased by multiples of 2. There were a total of 15 gray zombie remains, and the 2 of them were evenly distributed, picking up 7 each. The remaining 1, after the soul pet Shushu has sucked the zombie's blood, the harvest of touching the corpse was given to Lin Xiaoxiao. In the process of looting, Wang Hao found a general rule that all the remains of the zombies that were sucked by Shushua would no longer have the smell of muffled fragrance in the spoils. This is easy to understand. After all, the incense is a resentful organization. And it is also a kind of weird thing. After a wave of looting, Wang Hao collected 7 units of resentful spirit silk, 1 unit of incense, 7 units of glutinous rice balls, 2 earth attribute spirits ordinary, and 630 units of stone. The harvest is quite considerable. Wang Hao. I still can't figure out offspring bag. Yes, a daily necessity. I think the answer swaddling clothes is very appropriate, and completely meets the requirements of the riddle. No. I will ask in the regional channel later, and ask for advice from the almighty water friends. Guessing a riddle without giving the answer is simply inhumane and outrageous. If only there was a mobile phone with 5G network. Listening to Lin Shishio's indignant protest, Wang Hao didn't know how to explain. So he just pretended to be deaf and dumb. She asked if she wanted to. But it would probably make a joke. There are still 4 lanterns under the eaves. And it's the final battle. If the answer is wrong, the zombie that appears will be. So, the two acted very seriously, and discussed in a low voice from time to time. The voice cannot be too loud. If the lanterns think they are talking about the final answer, there will be no place to argue. 9 autumns. Guess a word. Wang Hao. This is still the Jing of Crystal. Is it okay? No problem. Miss Lin. Listen to this question. Twins have a birthday. Guess a place name. As for guessing the place name, Wang Hao was afraid that he would not be sure because he had missed it once before. I guess it is Chongqing. However, there is an ancient town in southern Yunnan. The old name is Shuangzi Town, which seems to be related. That is Chongqing. After confirming that it was correct, the two said the answer to the lanterns. Swish. The 2 white lanterns fell to the ground and turned into boxes. No. They fell to the ground and turned into bags. Ding, stone plus 10. There are so few resources. Wang Hao was a little disappointed. It seems that if you guess the answer wrong once, you will start over from 0. Only 10 units of wood. So cruel. Lin Xiaoxiao suffered the same fate. The 2 of them were left with the last lantern. And even if they answered correctly, the resources were only 20 units. If there is no final reward, the reward is definitely not as good as deliberately answering the wrong question once. They can still deal with 16 gray zombies. At most it will take some trouble. The 2 of them discussed quietly and decided to take a gamble. With an 80% correct rate, if there is a final score, the reward is definitely expected. Wang Hao looked at the last white lantern on the left side of the eaves, and is missing the cover. So don't guess it as a woman. Guess a word. As soon as he finished reading, he had the answer in his mind. As long as you don't get too stuck in the details, it's still easy to get the answer to the riddle. The answer is good PS. In Xian is Hao. The answer is 1 in PS. Xian is Yao. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao also gave the answer. Very confidently. As soon as the words fell, the white lantern immediately turned into a bag and fell. This time, Wang Hao and Lin Xiaoxiao did not rush to take the bag, but let it fall to the ground. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, seeing that there was no other change in the thatched cottage, they bent down to pick it up. Ding, stone plus 20. I guess Lin Xiaoxiao got 20 units of wood. After receiving the bag, there was no candlelight under the eaves of the thatched cottage, and it looked much more depressed for a while. The 2 waited quietly for half a minute, but there was still no movement, including system messages. Did we guess wrong? Wang Hao slightly turned sideways and looked at the wise man Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. There was also doubt in her beautiful eyes. How about I give it a try? Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, raised her hand, and called the groundhog playing nearby. Just now, Wang Hao used the soul crow to detect. But that was for the surface level. Her pet is good at digging. Maybe he can try it. Wang Hao immediately reacted and nodded at her. At this point, we can only try a little bit. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately tiptoed her pet, who was playing happily on the ground, and pointed to the thatched cottage in front. Xiaofan, go in and dig. And run out immediately if there is danger. Xiaofan immediately squeaked twice in response, rushed into the thatched cottage, and dug at the door area. A pile of loess appeared immediately. The little Pinky twisted her little butt behind the dirt pile, constantly digging with her front paws. When she dug 30 or 40 centimeters, she would retreat and turn around to shake her head at her owner. Very cute. Unfortunately, no matter how cute she was, It was useless. Not finding the hidden treasure. Lin Shisha's pretty face gradually fell, and she couldn't hide her disappointment. Then how about just dismantling it? Disassembling the thatched cottage, and then disassembling it can avoid the situation where one person disassembles and conceals the spoils. Wang Hao vetoed this proposal. No need to be so troublesome. Teaming up can show the harvest and get extra bonuses. To be honest, this was the first time he proposed teaming up. However, it was not for the extra benefits, but because he was worried that dismantling the thatched cottage would destroy some special settings of the game maker. After that, he called up the system panel, clicked on Lin Xiaoxiao in the friend list, and selected invite to team up in the menu column. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao was obviously stunned, but she quickly smiled happily at Wang Hao and slid her fingers twice in the air. Ding! Lin Xiaoxiao has agreed to your team request, and the decomposition of resources will be increased by an additional 10%. System reminder, in the team state, the information of obtaining items is shared among team members, and the spoils can be picked up. The items or equipment are kept by the picker. Seeing these prompts, Wang Hao knew that it really takes great courage to form a team in the cave world, not to mention the freedom of picking up. Just the fact that special items and equipment are kept by the picker requires considerable trust. In virtual online games, it is very common to quit the team or go offline to steal equipment, not to mention the real underground world of survival. After confirming that the team was successfully formed, Wang Hao elegantly turned sideways, put his right hand behind his back very gentlemanly, and waved his left hand. Please, ladies first. Having one person decompose the thatched cottage can maximize the benefits. Since I propose to form a team, I can't rush forward in a hurry, as that would make me look like I have ulterior motives. If I say that I don't worry about the other party at all, that's deceiving myself. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Thinking this in my heart, his right hand hidden behind his back subconsciously clenched his fist. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate, waved to Xiaofan to leave the thatched cottage, and took a step forward, touched the wooden door that opens outward. Decompose. In order to reassure each other, she deliberately read out the command. Ding! The current thatched cottage is a special scene item. Do you confirm to decompose it? Confirm. Ding! Get the hidden reward item silver treasure chest. System reminder, solve the puzzle challenge cave, and reward treasure chests of corresponding levels according to the completion degree. If all choices are correct, i.e. completion degree 100%. All choices are wrong and survive to get a gold treasure chest. If the completion degree is above 80%, get a silver treasure chest. If the completion degree is above 60%, get a bronze treasure chest. If the completion degree is above 40%, get an iron treasure chest. A wooden treasure chest will be awarded if the completion rate is above 20%. No hidden rewards will be given if the completion rate is below 20%. Hidden reward items. Sure enough, seeing this system message, Wang Hao and Lin Xiaoxiao felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, the same idea came to their minds. This wave is worth it. The thatched cottage and the nearby grass disappeared in front of the two people, and even the pile of yellow earth dug out from the ground inside the house was flattened, as if it had never appeared at all, and the cave returned to its most ordinary state. Lin Xiaoxiao took out the silver treasure chest and placed it on the ground between the two people. Do you want to open it or do I? Don't bother two people with one thing. You come. Well, open sesame. Lin Xiaoxiao recited a fake spell with great joy and opened the lid of the box directly. Ding, 550 milliliters pure water asterisk 4. Ding, black bread asterisk 2. Ding, silver ingot asterisk 6. Ding, random manufacturing diagram fragments asterisk 2. Ding, lantern manufacturing diagram asterisk 1. Ding, candle manufacturing diagram asterisk 1. Ding, hand crossbow forging diagram asterisk 1. Different from the previous treasure chest openings, because this was the second time Lin Xiaoxiao took out. These spoils were not taken away directly, but were neatly spread out in front of the two people, as if waiting to be distributed. At the same time, the information of these 7 spoils was all listed on their panel simultaneously. Very clear. There is no possibility of shady dealings. Next, it's about distribution. The first 4 items are all even numbers, which can be divided into 2 parts. There is no doubt about that. Wang Hao and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other tacitly, took their own part, and put them into the ring space together. Ding, 550 milliliters pure water plus 2. Black bread plus 1. Silver ingot plus 3. Random manufacturing diagram fragment plus 1. The rest are 3 manufacturing diagrams. Among them, lanterns and candles are ordinary daily necessities, and crossbows are sharp long-range weapons. How to distribute them? Wang Hao looked up at Lin Xiaoxiao, waiting for the other party to speak first. Lin Xiaoxiao was straightforward. I am very interested in the crossbow. Or refer to the old rules of the arrow tower. You can take it to learn, but you have to do it for me for free. After a while, I will be able to imitate and manufacture it. Is there such a good thing? Are there any additional conditions? Wang Hao did not speak, and continued to wait for the next words. Lin Xiaoxiao did not wait for the imagined cheering, and her expression was slightly surprised. Don't be embarrassed. Oh, I understand. You are so calm. You must have better weapon patterns. Then exchange. The crossbow belongs to me, and the other 2 patterns belong to you. And the conditions for making it on behalf of others remain the same. Her eyes are clean and pure, and she can't see any greed, and can still see the bright stars, as if she is just talking about a fair exchange. He said that if the pattern is of average value, it can be exchanged. Miss Lin, it's not impossible to exchange, but you have to pay more. The word pay more seemed to be squeezed out from the gap between teeth, and it sounded a bit gnashing at first. Lantern and candle patterns are useless in the cave with light, and no one would buy them even if they were put on the market. It would definitely not work to equate them with the popular crossbow forging diagram. But if it's the other way around, I have the blueprint for making the iron fire gun, and I really don't care about a crossbow pattern. Even the iron fire gun is now in a semi-abandoned state. With the power of the iron fire gun, it may take 7 or 8 shots to deal with the elite monsters encountered now. And it is not as fast as the dagger singing to pierce the heart. What about this empty silver treasure chest and a manufacturing diagram fragment? Lin Xiaoxiao kicked the treasure chest at her feet. I think it's okay. Wang Hao took the opportunity to accept it. First, he picked up the lantern manufacturing diagram and candle manufacturing diagram to study. Then took the manufacturing diagram fragment handed by Lin Xiaoxiao, and finally decomposed the silver treasure chest on the ground. Ding! Silver ingot plus 4. Lin Xiaoxiao was also very satisfied and directly put away the hand crossbow forging diagram. There were also resources that she had collected before, and she took the initiative to share half of them for the transaction. Ding! Transaction completed. Ding! Wood plus 16. Grass seeds plus 12. Iron ingots plus 3. Now, the 9th cave has been searched. Wang Hao clapped his hands happily, and took out the alarm clock to check the time. 14:40. Okay. Done. Lin Xiao. See you later. Shifan. Let's go! Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left, without any ambiguity, which made Wang Hao unable to continue. Just now, he did want to remind her, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. The facts are in front of him. If he went through the level alone, the things in the silver treasure chest should belong to one person. It is not appropriate to divide them between 2 people now. Miss Lin, it's a rare meeting. I'll see you off. Wang Hao chased after her very attentively, and cancelled the team status of the 2. This time, I must see her leave with my own eyes. I cancelled the team status because I was afraid that she would pull me over when she broke through the barrier. Who would have thought that Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped and turned to block Wang Hao, not letting him take another step forward? Are you afraid that I will return secretly? Don't worry. I'm not that bored. Don't send me off, or I will like you more and more. And I will really stay here. Not only did she say it verbally, she actually took out a bottle of purified water and a bag of bread, and looked around in the cave, as if looking for a place to rest. Wang Hao immediately raised his hands to admit defeat. Chapter 243 Orange Pattern. Revolver. This time, for safety, Wang Hao kept watching Lin Xiaoxiao disappear in the passage. When the passage was refreshed and blocked, he also concentrated on looking through it to make sure it was not a trick. In the cave in front, a sturdy white zombie was lying flat in a dark cave, with his hands crossed on his chest, and a flat bluestone under him. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao appeared beside the earth wall, the sleeping zombie suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint yellow light flashed in his deep eye sockets. Then, the zombie flashed and left the cave, facing the blood food that broke in. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was alone, didn't panic at all. She stamped her right foot on the ground, and the rat Shifan beside her rushed out quickly. At the same time, Its fleshy body was expanding, and its size quickly increased to 3 or 4 times its original size, and it blasted towards the target like a meatball cannonball. Ding! Yellow-eyed zombies and a human female survivor were found, and they can be killed together. The ripples around the image were dark yellow. Now, he was relieved. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xiaoxiao entered the next cave, she would not return secretly. Without outsiders present, he could finally lie down comfortably for a while. Release the castle base. He walked in with his sole pet, the Raven King, bolted the iron door, and stepped onto the second floor. He took the wooden table and beach chair and lay down directly. The Raven King Xiaoxua also descended from a high place, landed on the surface of the wooden table, and looked at the 4 external windows on the second floor of the castle vigilantly. This day was really busy, and even the rest in the middle seemed hasty. Now there is only one opportunity left for digging, so there is no need to rush, taking advantage of this gap. It is just right to study the manufacturing diagram fragments that have been collected. In addition, the mature herbs in the flower field should also be harvested. Wang Hao took the manufacturing diagram fragments from a distance and looked at them carefully again in front of him. Random manufacturing diagram fragments, strange items. 1/3 of the manufacturing diagram fragments. Collect all the fragments, and you can synthesize a complete manufacturing diagram. There are 4 such props in stock. They are all irregular soft leather fragments with jagged edges. They don't look like part of the manufacturing book at all. Instead, they are somewhat similar to treasure maps or maps. Just similar. There is no pattern in the gaps of the fragments. Even if 2 pieces are put together, they can't be repaired. Will any 3 pieces do? Wang Hao put 3 of them on the edge of the table, and slowly moved them closer until they touched each other. Ding! There are 3 manufacturing map fragments, which can be combined into a complete manufacturing map. Do you want to merge the fragments? Merge! The 3 manufacturing map fragments close to each other on the table suddenly burst into dazzling orange light, and the gaps on the edges seemed to be coated with a circle of dark yellow viscous liquid. The 2 fragments that didn't match each other began to stick together and splice quickly. With each splicing, the fragments become more complete. The irregular fragments gradually became square, and many complicated lines and words appeared on their surfaces, and they were automatically arranged and combined. Buzz! Just after 5 seconds, the flashing orange light suddenly converged. A piece of orange soft leather paper that looked like a treasure map appeared flat on the wooden table. Ding! The fragments have been merged. This is it? Wang Hao quickly picked up the soft leather revolver forging diagram, a set of manufacturing drawings for light weapons. Excellent quality. Ding! It is detected that the revolver forging diagram is available for study. Do you agree to use it? Orange quality pattern? Ignoring the hint of learning the pattern later, Wang Hao immediately raised the soft leather in his hand and brought it closer to him, almost close to the tip of his nose. This is an excellent quality weapon pattern. In the orange patterns I have come across before, the water collection basin is a daily necessity. The undead puppet is an auxiliary prop, and I have never encountered a weapon. The soft leather in front of me is very ordinary, 20 centimeters long and wide, and the lines drawn on it form a series of mechanical disassembly diagrams, and there are guiding arrows between the disassembly diagrams. This seems to be the gun body. This is a bit like a gun barrel and a sight for aiming. This part should be a bullet. Wang Hao read it carefully from beginning to end with an open mind, and finally came to a very honest conclusion. This thing, I will definitely not imitate it. In addition to the disassembly diagram, it is also marked with Chinese characters, foreign languages and special symbols. I can recognize the Chinese characters when they are separated, but when they are put together, they become a string of incomprehensible books, and I can't understand their meaning at all. It's a headache. After some attempts, Wang Hao chose to give up. Giving up is giving up. Adhering to the basic principle of knowledge is a kind of wealth. Wang Hao immediately took a pencil and a piece of white paper, and carefully copied the disassembly diagram above, including various incomprehensible book annotations. With the experience of drawing maps before, copying the disassembly diagram is not a difficult task. He copied it on the spot for half an hour, and only put down the pencil after checking to make sure that there was no omission. Perhaps the genius Lin Xiaoxiao can understand it. The moment he put down the pen, this thought flashed through his mind. After doing this, Wang Hao gently rubbed the soft leather, and when the system prompt of "Can Learn" appeared again, he chose to learn without hesitation. Whoosh! A stream of orange light rushed into the body, and there was a brief coolness in the back of the head. Wang Hao called out the system panel and turned to the skills column. In the forging list, he quickly found the 2 new lines of orange text. Note that there are 2 lines. There is a flashing green light around the text. Revolver, with 0/10. Iron ingot 0/2. Copper ingot 0/1. Kerosene 0 out of 2. Metal spirit 0 out of 1. Bullets 12, with 0/5. Iron ingot 0 to 1. Kerosene 0 of 1. Fire spirit 0 of 1. Revolver only. As expected of an orange pattern. Even the required recipe materials are so fresh and refined. Whether it is the pistol itself or the matching bullets. 1 attribute spirit is used, which is very rare in weapons. Moreover, a lot of resources are used. The amount and volume of wood and iron ingots used are obviously inconsistent with the actual results. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao is a genius, it is difficult to guess this time. The only advantage is that the materials are quite common. I happen to have all of them. Wang Hao couldn't help showing off. Then make one. Compared to the iron fire gun that uses marbles as bullets. The pistol, a weapon that is still popular now, should be much more advanced. Make the gun body first. Wang Hao clicked immediately. Revolver, with 126610. Iron ingot 176/2. Copper ingot 20/1. Kerosene 347/2. Metal essence 2 to 1. Ding, meet the forging requirements of the revolver. Add additional attribute essence or lucky charm. And add skill attributes. Make a gun and add 2 essences. No matter how you explain it, it is still luxurious enough. Wang Hao complained. Dragged an earth attribute spirit into it without hesitation. And the quality was of course excellent. Confirmed manufacturing. Buzz. Compared to other manufactured products. This time the movement was obviously much louder. And some significant special effects were added. Circles of ripples appeared in the air. And a revolver with a black body appeared immediately. Ding, wood -10. Iron ingot -2. Copper ingot -1. Kerosene -2. Metal attribute spirit ordinary -1. Earth attribute spirit excellent -1. Ding, revolver +1. Shockproof revolver, weapon type. Modeled after the M629 design. With a large barrel. Strong lethality. An effective range of up to 50 meters. Can load 6 bullets. Caliber 11.176 millimeters. Weight 610 g. Comes with the additional attribute of shockproof. Total number of reloads, 6 times. Chapter 244, Wang Wan's Chat. Shock resistance? The name of this attribute sounds very rude. Without any domineering. Expectation -1. Although he was a little disappointed. He continued to read on. Shock resistance after the improvement of cave technology. The recoil of the pistol has been greatly reduced. Even if the holder is weak, he can hold it easily. And the initial recoil has been reduced by 95%. Reduced recoil? Wang Hao was immediately interested. Modern firearms always have the disadvantage of recoil. Generally speaking, the more powerful the firearm, the stronger its recoil. He is not a military fan, but he knows a little bit. The recoil of many pistols is not small, and they need to be adjusted after each shooting, especially for novices. Wang Hao picked up the pistol and tried to fiddle with it. Since there was no bullet, he could pull the trigger without restraint and get used to the feel of this new gun. I have to admit, it feels very refreshing. As a man who doesn't like pistols, compared to the iron fire gun that weighs 8 or 9 pounds. This self-defense weapon of just 1 pound and 2 ounces is just like holding a short dry stick. Light and light. Of course, it is also related to the improvement of his strength attribute. Try the power again. Click bullet in the forging list. Bullet 12, with 1256/5. Iron ingot 174/1. Kerosene 345/1. Fire attribute spirit March 1st revolver only. Ding, meet the forging requirements of bullets 12. Add additional attribute spirits or lucky charms. And add skills or attributes. Bullets can also be enchanted? This is great. Wang Hao did not pretend. And directly dragged over an ordinary earth attribute spirit and placed it in the reinforcement frame, showing that he was not short of money. Among all kinds of spirits, the earth attribute has the largest inventory, which is related to the recent continuous killing of zombies. Confirmed to manufacture. The manufacturing movement this time was much smaller than that of the gun body. I saw a burst of earth yellow light passing by. and 2 round small cylinders appeared in front of me. In each cylinder, there were 6 yellow bullets embedded. If military fans see them, they will definitely call out their names. Fast loaders. The loaders are not the point. The point is the bullets in them. Bullet 6, bullets that come with revolvers. Easy to load. And have the additional attribute of spiral. Spiral after the improvement of cave technology. The bullet will automatically rotate 7 times after hitting the target, thereby increasing the penetration of the bullet. Penetration +1. Looks good. Wang Hao immediately took 2 loaders, put one on the table, and took the remaining one directly in his left hand. He grabbed the pistol with his right hand, fumbled on the surface of the gun twice, and pressed the cylinder. He held the loaders and loaded the bullets directly. After loading successfully, the loader was casually thrown on the table and then turned back to its original position. It was the first time to load, and the movements were not very skillful. Fortunately, my learning ability was not bad. I often studied puzzle shooting games with my roommates. I could quickly get started just by copying. I held the revolver tightly and swung my arm continuously to test the feel and weight. There should be no problem. Wang Hao looked around and casually threw the empty loader on the table 10 meters away. Then, he suddenly raised his right arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the empty loader in the distance was immediately shot away. After landing on the ground with a clang, it continued to roll farther. The part of the palm of the hand holding the gun felt a slight numbness, which was almost negligible. This anti-seismic is really amazing. Xiaoxue, help me pick it up. Swoosh! The sole crow that had been resting on the table spread its wings and flew away. After a while, the sole crow flew back with the deformed loader in its mouth and placed it on the table near the owner's side. Wang Hao picked up the loader. The loading prop in front of him was seriously deformed at this moment, and there were obvious spiral scratches on the pit in the middle. Even metal can be made like this. If it hits a flesh and blood body, the scene will definitely be exciting. Quite perfect. Satisfied, Wang Hao put down the revolver, took a bottle of pure water from the air, and drank it in one gulp. Ahem. Ahem. At this time, a series of message notification sounds came to my ears. Who is it? Wang Hao put down the bottle of pure water, let his back rest on the chair cloth again, shook his right wrist twice beside his thigh, and clicked on 2 messages. The first one was from Wang Daolong. Brother Hao, I have been asking about the cotton thread. Oh, you can check the market. Someone is selling short-handed guns, which seem to be ancient firearms. The second one was from Wang Wan. He had no impression of this person. Boss, I have something that you will definitely be interested in. Huh? Just such a sentence without a beginning or an end. Obviously, it was deliberately teasing people's appetite. Wang Hao chose to ignore it. When you meet someone who is mysterious, you have to be more patient than the other party. If you are sincere in the transaction, she will send you news sooner or later. Someone is selling a short pistol. The information provided by Wang Daolong is worth a look. Wang Hao opened the transaction column and clicked sell. Currently ranked first is the pistol that Wang Daolong mentioned. Initiator, Wu Shenghua. Selling item, poison short pistol. Exchange item, blood essence 4. Trading volume, 1. Poison pistol? Interesting. Take a look. Wang Hao immediately stopped his attention on the selling items column and checked the detailed information of this firearm. Poison short-handed gun, weapon. A simple gunpowder weapon. 12 centimeters long. 1450 G in weight. With a range of up to 15 meters. With an additional skill poisoned. Can be fired 5 times. Poison the ammunition is coated with a highly toxic substance, which can cause continuous bleeding damage to the target. Bandages, hemostatic grass and other primary healing items are ineffective. The duration is 5 hours. That's it? Wang Hao glanced at the revolver on the table and suddenly became uninterested. This short-handed gun is really not that good. Not to mention the revolver on the table. Even his semi-discarded iron fire gun is much better than it. The weight is much lighter, but the number of shots and range are the biggest flaws. Having said that, the things are ordinary, but the meaning behind them is thought-provoking. In just one short day, long-range cold weapons and firearms have appeared in the market one after another. Tomorrow, there may be some sharp props to be unveiled, which conveys a signal. The survival challenge the day after tomorrow will be more cruel than imagined. Wang Hao closed his eyes and pondered, and the knuckles of his left hand gently tapped the edge of the beach chair, making a light sound. After about a minute or two, he opened his eyes again and replied to Wang Daolong seriously. Daolong, I have solved the cotton thread issue, so you don't have to be distracted by it. These 2 days, you should accumulate some props to increase your strength. Oh! Tomorrow I will give you a weapon to make you more confident in the survival challenge. Click to send. As soon as this message was sent, Wang Wan, who had been left alone for a while, rushed to send another message. Boss, are you interested in this weapon? Chapter 245 Engineer Shovel Forging Diagram. At the end of this message, there was a link to a weapon. Steel axe. It was just a steel axe without attributes. This was nothing strange. I had lost one myself in the last cave. Not interested. Wang Hao simply replied. If he were a normal person, he would naturally stop bothering me after receiving a rejection. Who knew? He was wrong. Soon, the other side sent another message, with a bit of a posture of not giving up until the goal was achieved. Boss, what about this one? Spiked hammer. This time, Wang Wan's item link was not sent separately, but attached together. Spiked hammer? Wang Hao was stunned. Then, he thought of a possibility and subconsciously looked up. Unfortunately, the top of the cave could not be seen in the castle. In the previous cave, he and Lin Xiaoxiao encountered the self-explosion of the yellow-eyed zombie. Because they were too hasty, they lost a lot of things, including the copper treasure chest that they did not have time to collect. Steel axe, spiked hammer. The appearance of 2 identical weapons together should not be as simple as a coincidence. Maybe, after they left, a survivor happened to dig into the previous cave and picked up a big leak. If that's the case, Wang Hao's eyes turned. I don't like hammers. If you have a pattern or a metal treasure chest, you can consider it. It doesn't matter whether the pattern is good or bad. Collecting is my hobby. Sent. According to the time calculation, the other party is very likely to have just arrived and has not had time to digest the things there. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the message came back. Boss, you are too late. The copper treasure chest is gone. There is still one pattern left. Engineer Shovel Forging Diagram. Well, it's still a step too late. Looking at the name of the pattern sent, Wang Hao had the urge to vomit blood. Being good at analysis is the virtue of science students. Her words can extract 2 key points. First, the other party has been to the previous cave. Second, there is more than one pattern in the treasure chest, and most of the others have been sold. This remaining book, it's just garbage. Engineer Shovel. Everyone has this thing, and it's hard to say to others. I have 9 in my castle, so what's the point of asking for a manufacturing diagram? Out of habit of clicking every link, Wang Hao clicked on the link and glanced at it casually. Engineer Shovel Forging Diagram. A forging diagram of a common tool. Excellent quality. Excellent quality? Is the system's brain the same as the surface of the moon? Who would want this thing? Boss, it's excellent quality. It's a good collectible. I don't want 998. I don't want 98. Just take it home with an ordinary spirit. Wang Wan was selling hard on the other side. Even if you can't see her in person, her image of a Philistine with saliva flying everywhere can still emerge in your mind. Ordinary spirit, you really dare to ask for it. How about this? Add the spiked hammer and steel axe just now, and give you an ordinary earth attribute spirit. Wang Hao bargained on the spot. You can only add one. Deal. I want the hammer. Wang Hao didn't hesitate, and agreed to the other party's lion's mouth. On the one hand, he wanted to be quiet. On the other hand, he was just in case. After getting the things, he picked up the pattern in front of him, and studied it directly. He ignored the spiked hammer. I flipped through skills, and found the engineer shovel in the forging list and took a look. Engineer shovel, iron ingot 0/3, kerosene 0 to 1. Ha! The requirements are quite high. So many iron ingots are needed. Wang Hao sneered and closed the system panel. Next, a quiet lunch break. Xiaoxiu, pay attention to safety alerts. Wake me up at any time if there is an emergency. Wow! The soul pet crow king flapped its wings and screamed in agreement. The alarm was set at 14:30. Then, Wang Hao grabbed the invisibility cloak from a distance, covered his head directly, and fell asleep on his side. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp alarm suddenly rang in my ears. Wang Hao opened his eyes dazedly, stretched out his arms under the cloak, and turned off the mechanical alarm clock. He lay flat for another 3 or 5 minutes before lifting the cloak used to block the light. Stretching and standing up. No rush to dig. Next, there are 3 things to deal with. First, harvest herbs. Second, collect rotten grass and make compound fertilizer for farming. Third, add some ingredients to his new favorite revolver. 3 things. One by one. Wang Hao picked up the purified water on the table, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank 2 sips, and walked down to the second floor with his sole pet. On the first floor, the snake pet Shirtu was still sleeping soundly, with its body loosely spread out on the ground, not caring about its image at all. Wang Hao walked quickly to the workshop operating table. The timing was very accurate. The cylinder on one side of the operating table has stopped running, and the grass paste remains in the container. Collect. Ding. Rotten grass plus 20. Call up the system panel and find compound fertilizer directly in the manufacturing list. Click. Compound fertilizer. Bone meal 131/5. Rotten grass 21 halves. Ignore the prompt given by the system and directly enter the number of copies 10. Ding. Bone meal minus 50. Rotten grass minus 20. Ding. Compound fertilizer plus 10. 10 units of compound fertilizer are enough for planting 2 farmlands. Wang Hao walked out of the iron gate with satisfaction, and harvested the herbs and grass in the flower fields on both sides, obtaining a total of 160 grasses and 20 brown licorice. In the flower field on the left, plant 10 hemostatic grass seeds directly. Sprinkle 1 unit of bone meal, and carefully water 1 L. There is not so much wastewater, so only a part of the clean water can be used. It seems that the plan of taking a bath tonight is imperative. In the remaining empty spaces of the flower fields on both sides, plant all the 38 green grass seeds in stock. After processing the flower fields, Wang Hao looked at the 2 farmlands not far away and decided to plant crops in the fields. Watering can be postponed for 1 or 2 hours, and after the last excavation is completed and the bath is taken, they can be supplemented together. Spend 20 minutes to sprinkle 10 units of compound fertilizer in the 2 farmlands. Then use the engineer shovel to plow out trenches. The first trench is shallow, and the second is slightly deeper. This time, Wang Hao does not plan to choose sunflowers, but plans to plant wheat and sweet potatoes. Both crops can satisfy hunger and can be used as quickly as possible. For a piece of farmland, the planting limit for wheat is 256 grains, and the sweet potato is 36 just verified. However, with the friendly supply of the goblin merchant Buden, planting is not a problem. With the help of the system, Wang Hao can easily count out 256 wheat seeds and spread them as evenly as possible in the shallow trenches. While sowing the seeds, he scraped the soil with the soles of his shoes to cover them. Ding! The wheat has reached the upper limit of the farmland sowing. Please collect the mature crops after 6 hours. Planting sweet potatoes is even simpler. A total of 4 trenches were plowed in the second farmland, and 9 were evenly sown in each trench, and then covered with a thick layer of soil. Ding! The sweet potato has reached the upper limit of the farmland sowing. Please collect the mature crops after 6 hours. All done. Chapter 246 The Last Battle. After the farmland was planted, Wang Hao immediately returned to the castle. He first went to the workshop operation table and put 100 green grasses in, and continued to ferment them. Then, he came to the venom extractor. The previously extracted mandrake venom was still stored in the vessel below. He took the porcelain medicine bottle from the air and mixed the venom into the same bottle. The device had been idle for a long time, and it was just right to add some raw materials to it now that I remembered it. The poison will be used frequently in the future. Wang Hao ran to the left side of the garbage castle and found the pair of poisonous socks in the garbage dump area. He happily ran back to the extractor and threw them in together. When searching for the switch of the ancient tomb, this pair of socks was stained with some toxins, so it was just right to use the extractor to extract them. Throw in 4 datura seeds together. These messy poisons don't need to be separated too finely, even if the venom is mixed. It's not a big problem. After finishing these trivial matters, Wang Hao quickly took out the revolver, the extra 6 bullets and a pipette. Put the pipette into the porcelain medicine bottle. Transfer a small amount of venom, and then drip it on the bullet very carefully, with a sharp hot weapon, coupled with the spiral characteristics of the bullet, and the complementary venom. The power will definitely increase greatly. Make all necessary preparations, and then start the last excavation. Reclaim the castle base. Wang Hao took a deep breath, focused his attention, and looked around. First, two directions were eliminated. The top of the head could not be chosen, and the direction where Lin Xiaoxiao left. Wang Hao chose to turn his back. The left side. In the orange ripples, a dry sandy land occupied the entire screen. In the middle of the desert where no grass grew, a human was struggling to walk with a stick. The clothes he wore were tattered and his body was extremely hunched, like an old man begging on the street. Ding! A lonely desert traveler was found. Traveler? Definitely not. Wang Hao immediately rejected the system explanation. Orange ripples represent high danger. A trembling traveler is definitely worthy of suspicion. Even if the traveler is fine, there are dangers hidden under the sand. Let's put it aside for now. Ahead, in the yellow ripples, this time there is a black grass. A leopard covered with scabies crouched in the most lush black grass. Its bloodshot eyes half closed, as if it was taking a nap. Ding! A zombie leopard is found. You can kill it. Be careful. A leopard infected with zombie poison can run much faster than its kind. It turned out to be a mixed blood. Mixed blood is good. Generally mixed bloods are strong. To the right, the difficulty in this direction is slightly reduced. In the light yellow ripples, a snow-white skeleton sat at the foot of the cliff. In front of the skeleton's knees, a sheathed long sword and an ancient book were placed flat. The long sword could not reveal any clues, but the cover of the ancient book was blown up by the breeze from time to time, revealing 3 familiar small sealed characters. Seeking immortality secret? Ding! A skeleton suspected of being a cultivator was found, which can be explored. Perhaps you will have an adventure. The perspective time is up. The ripples in front of him suddenly disappeared. Seeking immortality secret? Wang Hao's mouth twitched, thinking of the fake book he got from the ancient tomb. It was that fake book that caused a generation of emperors to die tragically. Could the ancient book in this cave also be a fake? He was very suspicious. There is another direction. Wang Hao concentrated his mind again and began the second perspective. Underground, in the light red ripples, there is another dry bone. In front of the dead bone, there is also a long sword horizontal. However, beside the sword, it is no longer a turning ancient book, but a quaint mahogany box. This dead bone is not under the cliff, but in a deep tree hole. The ancient trees are very tall, and the branches at the highest point have reached the top of the cave. As if to break it, ding, find the skeleton of a suspected monk. You can search for his remains. The instructions given by the system are slightly different. Which one does you choose? When thinking, Wang Hao looked behind him, while the second sea-up was not passing. The edge of ripples is extremely light green. In the picture, in front of the castle base, at some point, 2 logs have been erected, and the tops of the logs are firmly fixed to the ground by 4 thick ropes. In addition to the ropes used for fixing, there is also a swing rope hanging between the 2 logs. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao is swinging on the swing. While swinging gently, she laughs happily. The short skirt that can't even cover her buttocks is blown up immediately, and the spring scenery is infinitely beautiful. In front of the swing, the pink marmot is holding a piece of barbecue and chewing it. Ding! A female survivor is found. Attention! Good communication and exchange are the first step to building a harmonious relationship. Wang Hao. What a naughty system. It seems that the yellow-eyed zombie has been killed by Lin Xiaoxiao. Judging from the clean appearance of her skirt, it should not have taken much effort. Awesome. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Next, it is time to make a choice. After a little consideration, he chose the underground. The skeleton of a suspected ascetic. He wants to see what is going on. Wang Hao took out the engineer shovel and dug into the loess under his feet. Ding, loess +1. Ding, loess +1. A straight passage continued to extend downwards. After digging 135 times, the gray membrane of the barrier appeared under his feet. Confirmed it with perspective. The rippling picture did not change at all. Then enter. Wang Hao raised his shovel and poked the gray film. Inside the 10th cave, in the huge space, there is only one towering ancient locust tree. It is called towering because this ancient tree stands upright and occupies a small part of the entire cave. The hollowed-out tree hole is more like a simple cave for cultivating Taoism, but it lacks an outer door to protect against wind and rain. In front of the tree hole, there are 2 round bluestone stools and a stone table. The Soul Pet Crow King is in front. Wang Hao is behind with his left hand holding the shield. One person and one pet slowly approached the tree hole and the dead bones. Not impatient. And very patient. So far, no danger has appeared. The more this happens, the more alert we must be. Facing the light red ripples, we must not be careless at all. If we capsize in the gutter, we will cry to death. Go forward. Continue to move forward cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Hao stopped. Because a special coolness enveloped his body, completely eliminating the dryness of the previous environment. It was like walking into a subway station with sufficient air conditioning in the scorching summer. And his body couldn't help but shiver. Wow! The Soul Pet Crow King suddenly became noisy, flapping its wings to fly high, and finally hovered in front of a branch. Its wings flapped rapidly. When it saw its master looking up, it immediately stopped flapping one of its wings, curled up into a posture with its index finger extended, pointing to a high branch, and then to a tree trunk a little further away. This is... Wang Hao looked in the direction pointed by the Soul Pet, and found that this ancient tree was really extraordinary. Could it be that the danger here came from it? Try it! Wang Hao shook his right wrist, and a revolver suddenly appeared. Chapter 247 Humble Tree Spirit. Pulling out a gun does not mean firing it. Looking up at the towering tree, Wang Hao put his index finger on the trigger and easily rotated the gun twice. After that, he called up the system panel. Find the Molotov cocktail in the forging list. Click. Molotov cocktail. Kerosene 344/1. Glutinous rice balls 292/1. Stone 7543/1. Less 135-1. Ignore the prompt and directly enter the manufacturing quantity 3. 3 Molotov cocktails appeared in front of him. Wang Hao took back the shield and 2 Molotov cocktails in his left hand, leaving one in the air, muttering, "Such a big tree. It must be very exciting to burn it." Not only did he say that, he also did it. He threw it twice lightly, and then it seemed as if he lost his grip. The Molotov cocktail flew out of his hand and hit a slightly higher branch. Ouch! Clang! The Molotov cocktail was smashed into pieces. The grease with a strong smell of kerosene flowed along the thicker branches, and some of it fell on the ground. Can't waste it. Wang Hao dodged and jumped 1 meter away, looking at the oily branches with regret, and raised his right arm suddenly. Bang! A bullet flew out. The bullet hit the branch, and the sparks immediately ignited the grease, and thick smoke and flames rose. The fire spread along the branches, burning more and more vigorously, and the crackling sound was endless. At first, nothing unusual was seen, but after a minute, the quiet old tree suddenly spasmed and let out a shrill roar. Aoao! The canopy-like tree crown danced left and right, and the unburned branches seemed to have life, swarming towards the fire, trying to extinguish the burning flames. Although the old tree roared, there was no mouth or eyes on the trunk, which was different from the tree monster. Ding! You have seen through the disguise of the tree spirit. You can kill it and get the spoils. Old tree spirit, a spirit type. Over the long years, the old tree has been influenced by the breath of the ascetics, and has a superficial spiritual intelligence. It is not good at speaking, and is often regarded as the guardian beast of the cave by the ascetics. Disguised so well. Before this, Wang Hao had checked the ancient tree. The system's explanation was simply this is an ancient tree. Even the system couldn't figure it out. Either the tree spirit's camouflage ability was strong, or the system was playing tricks. The tree spirit whipped several times, but the fire became more and more intense. Suddenly, the roar stopped. I saw a branch of the tree spirit hanging down, and it stretched into the tree hole with a whoosh, and rolled up the hilt of the long sword in front of the dead bones. Clang! Draw the sword out of the sheath. Then, clumsily chopped at the burning branch. This action, falling into Wang Hao's eyes, immediately caused him to exclaim, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The intelligence is quite high, and he also knows how to cut off his arm." Clearly saw it, but didn't try to stop it. The speed of the long sword's chopping was not fast. The burning branch was as thick as an adult man's thigh. Normally, it was impossible to cut it off at such a slow speed. Who would have thought that after the sword blade touched the bark, a flash of green light passed by, and the branch broke silently. Suddenly, fire fell from the sky. What a sharp long sword! Wang Hao called out to the Soul Pet Crow King, and quickly stepped back to prevent the tree spirit from suddenly attacking and hurting people. Boom! The flames continued to burn on the ground, But without the combustion medium, the fire gradually shrank. It is estimated that it will not take long for this fire to go out. The tree spirit seemed very annoyed. The branches continued to dance, and the long sword was also under its control. Rushing to the front, pointing at the culprit of the arson, Wang Hao stood still, not in a hurry at all. He turned his wrist, and another Molotov cocktail appeared. Big guy, you know how to use a sword so well. You must understand human words, right? Let's discuss something. Oh, if you understand, just shake the branch. It would be best if you can make a heart shape or something. Otherwise, I'll keep throwing. After saying that, the Molotov cocktail turned half a circle in his left hand, preparing to throw. Wang Hao didn't expect that he would threaten a tree one day. If it was on the previous Blue Star, he would definitely be taken to the Western Suburbs Mental Hospital in Kyoto and treated for 2 or 3 courses. Threats really work. When he said the third sentence and turned the Molotov cocktail, the dancing branches of the tree spirit paused, and they even drooped down wisely, with the tip of the long sword pointing downward. Then, 2 thicker branches slowly stretched forward, then slowly moved closer and bent. And really, they made a heart shape. The arc was right. The temperature was right. But it was much stronger than my heart shape. Wang Hao made a sound and stopped turning the Molotov cocktail. Instead, he felt that he was forcing someone. Is the other party giving in? I just said it casually. What should I do now? Now if I want to kill monsters and get equipment, I have to find a new excuse. Big guy, I want the things in the tree hole, and the long sword you are holding. You won't object? Right. Once I get the things, I will turn around and leave. Wang Hao said it politely. However, he hoped that the tree spirit would object, so that he would have an excuse to attack. Logically, he should refuse. Didn't the system say that the tree spirit is the guardian beast of the ascetic, and it must swear to protect the remains and relics of its master to the death? Next, it should go all out in anger. Dang! Dong Dongpa. The tree spirit's actions were very straightforward and decisive. The long sword was thrown down directly. It also stretched out several long branches, rolled up the scabbard and mahogany box in the tree hole, and threw them out together. The branches on the tree crown paused slightly, and then gathered together to explore the hole, holding up the sitting skeleton and sending it out. Compared with the previous 2 actions, this time it was obviously much more careful, as if it was afraid of damaging the skeleton in the slightest. The skeleton was gently put down, only 2 meters away from Wang Hao. After doing this, the tree spirit stretched out 2 thick branches again and humbly made a heart shape. Is this selling out for glory? This idiom immediately popped up in Wang Hao's mind. If it were a human or other beast's pet, he would definitely despise it very much, and even find a reason to kill it. But for a tree spirit with low intelligence, is the danger of the last cave really from this shameless coward? Wang Hao suppressed his doubts, grasped the Molotov cocktail and revolver, and approached the place where the skeleton, mahogany box and other trophies were. As he approached, he did not dare to relax, fearing that he would fall into the trap of the tree spirit, even if this possibility was very small. First pick up the long sword and scabbard, and sheath the long sword. Fast long sword, weapon type. The standard magic sword held by ancient ascetics. Extremely sharp. After multiple tempering and rune engraving, it has some initial magical powers. Comes with the additional attribute of fast. Fast, the sword speed increases by 50%. And under the drive of specific magic formulas, the flying sword can hurt people. Flying sword hurts people. Huh? After reading the system introduction, Wang Hao was surprised. What's going on? This scene is getting more and more like a cultivation game. The elements contained in the cave world are too complicated. Wang Hao put away the long sword casually, and then cast his eyes on the mahogany box beside him. What will be in the box? Chapter 248. Someone is selling Seeking Immortality secret. Inside the cave, Wang Hao leaned down, stretched out his right arm, and knocked the surface of the mahogany box with the barrel of the gun. Knock knock. The mahogany box made a dull sound, proving that it did contain items, and it was not an empty box. Moreover, there were not many things. Wang Hao used the barrel of the gun to hook back and push the mahogany box back, further away from the canopy of the tree spirit. In this way, there is no need to worry about being attacked. Concentrate your attention, use perspective, and look at the mahogany box with the lid tightly closed. The ripples are light yellow, indicating that the box hides danger. In the wooden box, a thin book and a ring are spread out. Or a ring. Where does the danger come from? Wang Hao took back the Molotov cocktail and revolver, looked up at the tree spirit standing quietly, took out Seagull's shield to block in front of him, held the water-breaking dagger in his right hand, and suddenly stabbed and poked the surface of the wooden box. Snap! The lid of the box was directly opened. A black stream of light rushed out quickly and headed straight for the target in front. The target was naturally Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately shrank his head and hid his vitals under the cover of the shield. Thump! The black stream of light hit the surface of the shield, and a huge thrust came, and Wang Hao stepped back several steps. That feeling was like being pushed away by someone. Sure enough, there was a mechanism. Without waiting for the second wave of attacks, Wang Hao silently counted 3 numbers in his mind to ensure that he was safe. He lowered the shield and looked at the other side of the shield. On the round and smooth shield, a short ice cone was half embedded, and a pit was particularly prominent. A fragile ice cone has such great power? If it weren't for the seagull shield blocking it, this short ice cone would definitely penetrate his body and cause irreparable damage. Thank you, seagull spirit in heaven. Now, I finally have a reason to deal with the tree spirit. Wang Hao was furious, grabbed the shield and shook it, and the short ice cone immediately fell off the shield. Raise your head and stand up straight, staring at the tree spirit in front of him. The water-breaking dagger in his right hand was replaced with a revolver again. Front. After the tree spirit shot out the ice cone, the branches of the tree crown twitched several times, and immediately stretched out more branches, continuously making a heart shape or holding fists, and bowing in front of the trunk. At the same time, it also made a trembling and rustling sound, especially after Wang Hao glared at it. Seeing the other party take out the revolver, the tree spirit seemed to be afraid, and hurriedly lowered all the branches, even bending the thick trunk forward. Ding! The tree spirit is willing to recognize you as its master. Please confirm whether you accept it? Recognize the master? After being attacked, Wang Hao had already planned to kill this tree spirit who harmed him. But he never thought that this would happen suddenly. What can a broken tree spirit do if he keeps it? He has no cave to guard it. Besides, is it a battle pet? Are there any special restrictions? Wang Hao smiled coldly, and then gave a hypocritical answer. Confirm. He wanted to see if he could recognize his master. Following the command, the half-crying tree spirit immediately cracked a hole in the trunk. At the bottom near the root of the tree, a dark red heart appeared. Ding! Please drip blood to recognize the master. Wang Hao was no stranger to the procedure of dripping blood to recognize the master. He took back Seagull's shield, replaced it with the unsheathed water-breaking dagger, and stabbed the tip of his right index finger. Suddenly, a bright red blood bead emerged. He flicked his finger, and the blood bead flew to the exposed heart of the tree spirit. 1 minute later, the tree spirit straightened its trunk again, and regained its previous graceful appearance. In the shade under the tree canopy, Wang Hao stood calmly, no longer worried about being plotted against by the tree spirit. Old tree, do you mean that you were unaware of the plot in the mahogany box, and it was a hidden trick left by your previous master? Old tree is the new name of the tree spirit. The tree spirit's roots and branches drooped, and it tried to nod its head in approval. After a difficult explanation, Wang Hao finally understood what was meant by a coincidence. If it hadn't happened, he really wouldn't have had an excuse to shout and kill, and then scare the tree spirit, a coward, to beg for mercy. However, the problem is here. How to deal with this tree spirit? This guy has taken root in the cave. How to transplant it to his castle base? You can't just leave it here and wait for some survivors to come and attack? Put this aside for now. Wang Hao took 2 or 3 steps back and came to the mahogany box again. In the open wooden box, there was an old thin book with 3 regular script characters copied on the cover. Seeking Immortality Secret? It's this magical Seeking Immortality Secret again. Counting this time, he has encountered it 3 times. What kind of cultivation secret book is this that can be regarded as a treasure by secular emperors and cultivators? On this book, there is also a ring. Inferior storage ring, a special item. One of the magic tools commonly used by cultivators, which can store some personal items. Its internal space is related to the level. This storage ring is very ordinary, and can only hold 1 cubic meter of items. It is an ownerless item. Nima. It's really a cultivation. Wang Hao focused his attention again. Scanned the 2 items in the wooden box. confirmed that the ripple color appeared green, and then bent down to pick them up. Ding! Found an inferior storage ring. Do you want to empty the material in it? The operation method is the same as the zodiac ring, and it needs to be touched to transfer. Of course, it was vacated. He picked up the storage ring and took the initiative to move closer to his Qinglong ring. Ding! Low-level spirit stone +3. Ding! Silver ingot +2. Ding! Lucky charm +1. Ding! Porcelain medicine bottle +3. Ding! Chun Yangzi travel notes +1. Like the Qinglong ring, after emptying the items inside, the storage ring also disappeared without a trace. It can be said that, except for the silver ingot and the lucky charm, the other things in the ring are garbage among garbage. Low-level spirit stone. Is this thing really useful? And not a piece of outdated waste? Let's not look at these first. There is also a book seeking immortality. Wang Hao looked at the thin book in his hand again. Seeking Immortality Secret, book category. The entry-level practice of Xianjin Mountain. A Taoist sect in the Dafeng dynasty. It is said to be created by the ancestor Qinchuan when he first practiced Taoism. The practices of average grade and practitioners need to have spiritual roots. Strange. The system introduction of Seeking Immortality Secret this time is obviously different from the previous ones. If it weren't for Qinchuan's name, he would suspect that this is a new trick created by the backstage. And the purpose is to make fun of everyone. Compare them again. Although he knew they were unreliable, Wang Hao still decided to study them. Now that the 10 excavation opportunities have been used up, there is plenty of free time. Release the castle base. This time, considering that the tree spirit might be transplanted, Wang Hao deliberately put the outer edge of the castle close to it. He summoned a beach chair and lay down. Then opened the system panel. He habitually clicked on chat, ready to take a look from time to follow the dynamics of the cave world. Hey, what's going on today? Wang Hao was just about to study the newly acquired Seeking Immortality when he suddenly found that everyone was discussing one thing enthusiastically. My friends, are you seeing things? Is there really such a thing in the cave world? Of course, if you look up the chat history, someone has sent a link. But this is unscientific. Yes, cultivation is a way that some online writers have imagined, which is completely contrary to materialism. Besides, is the survivor who sells Seeking Immortality serious? Are there not enough unscientific things in the underground world? At least the castle base cannot be explained. Huh? Someone is selling Seeking Immortality. Wang Hao's expression froze. Chapter 249 Wang Wan in red. So far, Wang Hao has obtained 2 copies of Seeking Immortality, one of which has been determined by the system to be a fake, and the other is highly suspected to be authentic. So what if it's authentic? When I was checking the instructions just now, it didn't pop up a reminder of can be learned, which proves that it is useless. It's useless. Just a pile of waste paper. The kind that is uncomfortable to wipe your butt with. Although he thought so in his heart, he still flipped up the chat history. After flipping up nearly 2 pages, he finally saw a message posted by a survivor named Liao Kai. It's still from the Dragon District. Friend, I see that you have a clear bone structure and a full forehead. You must be a top-notch cultivation genius. This method Seeking Immortality can open up another world for you. Maybe. No. The world of cultivation must exist. Isn't what we are experiencing now magical enough? Only exchange for blood essence and corresponding skills. That's quite sentimental. No matter what the item is. Give it a thumbs up first. Wang Hao clicked on the item link. Seeking Immortality Secret, book category. The entry-level practice of Xianjin Mountain. A Taoist sect in the Dafeng dynasty. It is said to be created by the ancestor Qinchuan when he first practiced Taoism. The properties of the practice are average, and practitioners need to have spiritual roots. It contains the practice experience of Su Ping, a cultivator in the Qi training stage, and its value is slightly higher. The introduction of the book is the same in the first half. Only the second half has some more annotations, indicating that it was annotated by a cultivator named Su Ping. Qi training stage? Wang Hao felt more and more familiar. In the world chat, the popularity of the secret book of immortal cultivation continued unabated, and there was a faint trend of getting hotter and hotter. From the initial doubts and ridicule, to people gradually believing in it, and then discussing its value with each other. Previously, there have been items such as blood essence that surpass modern people's cognition. So it is not so incredible to come up with a method of cultivating immortals. Hey, Why do I feel that the buddy surnamed Liao is at a disadvantage? Blood essence and one skill are not as good as a method of cultivating immortals. I remember that in online novels, the method will come with some small spells, such as fireball, water arrow, golden spear, etc. It's really better to practice it yourself. It is obvious that this buddy is a fan of online novels. However, someone immediately objected. The upstairs is blind. The identification is complete. Didn't you read the introduction of the technique above? Practitioners need to have spiritual roots. Do you know spiritual roots? What the hell is blood essence? Please explain it to me. What do you think? Let's collect 3 bottles of pure water. Can we exchange them and try it together? Hey, why didn't I think of that? Liao Kai may have copied it a long time ago. So he took it out for trading. Let's go and get a copy together. Yeah. Anyway, he won't suffer any loss. Isn't it natural for them to take care of each other when surviving in the cave? That's right. Watching a group of people quarreling in the channel and saying all kinds of nonsense. Wang Hao responded with a sarcastic smile. LOL. You must be owed something by others. So you are making a big deal out of nothing. If it were me, I would definitely give everyone a copy and then randomly add some stuff in the middle. You are screwed. Wang Hao glanced at the skeleton in front of him, wondering what kind of person this person is. Maybe he is a Qigong practitioner. System reminder, this is the skeleton of a Taoist monk. It has no value in itself, but can be decomposed to obtain a small amount of bone powder. A small amount of bone powder? Just as he looked at the skeleton, the tree crown above his head shook slightly, and the tree spirit sent him a vague message. Wang Hao turned and looked at the tree spirit. Or rather, it was its thick trunk. You want me to bury him? Swish. The 2 branches of the tree spirit drooped and trembled, which meant it nodded. For a spirit that cannot speak, this level of intelligence is already good. Bury him. It's not impossible. Anyway, I'm not interested in this small amount of bone powder, so I'll just sell it to the tree spirit to give him face. Even if he accepted the remains of the skeleton owner, Wang Hao didn't feel much gratitude towards him. The ice cone hidden in the wooden box just now was clearly aimed at killing people. He didn't grind it to ashes, which was quite righteous. Wang Hao walked to the other side of the tree spirit, took out the engineer shovel, dug a 1-meter deep pit, and then asked the tree spirit to bring the skeleton and put it in the pit. Release 3 units of lus. A simple grave appeared in the cave. No monument. No name. No matter how powerful he was in his lifetime. Now there is only a lonely grave. After burying the bones, Wang Hao walked back to the other side and picked up the mahogany box on the ground. The mahogany box can last for a long time without decaying, probably because of its special material. But the system does not display it, only indicating that this is an ancient wooden box, which cannot be decomposed. Keep it for now. Wang Hao put it into the ring. The only treasure in the cave is a low IQ tree spirit. How to place it? Old tree. Can you move the roots out of the ground? There is still open space on both sides of the castle. Wang Hao pointed to the location where the barricades were placed. The 2 sides of the farmland were not the best choice, as the tangled roots of the ancient trees might affect the yield of the crops. Hua la la. The tree spirit's branches danced, and a wave of okay came. Then, the tree spirit was very tactful and pulled the roots out of the ground little by little. And the movement was so slow that it was painful. Every time a section was pulled out, several leaves would fall from the top of the tree canopy, and the rest of the leaves were slowly turning yellow. Slow. Very slow. Although the distance was only a little over 10 meters. For a plant spirit like the tree spirit that could not move, it was already more difficult than climbing a mountain. Wang Hao didn't want to rush it, so he signaled it to slow down. Take your time. We have 8 hours. Oh, that's 4 hours. Perhaps. In the cultivation era, the time was measured by hours. He tried to make his instructions easy to understand. After giving the order, Wang Hao turned and walked back to the castle. This time, the Soul Pet Crow King did not follow him, but landed on a branch of the tree spirit, with his head lowered, as if thinking about something. Back to the castle. There was no excavation task today, so Wang Hao decided to take a cold shower. 2 farmlands were still waiting for wastewater to be irrigated. 4 hours later, in the adjacent cave. To be precise, it was the cave above where Wang Hao was. A female survivor dressed brightly, and with an evil smile suddenly appeared by the earth wall. Red tight skirt, Red stockings, red hairband, red ice sleeves. Only a pair of thin feet with red nails were bare. She turned her wrist, retracted the engineer's shovel, and looked around. Her wrist-raising and head-turning movements were very stiff, giving people the feeling of dancing a mechanical dance. Her eyes were slightly gray, with a little bit of green light in them. If you look more carefully, you will find that this female survivor is Wan, who had hit the big lot before. Now she is not embarrassed at all. Perhaps it is those unexpected gains that made her taste the sweetness. After looking around, she gently flared her nose, making a rustling sound, as if she was sniffing something. After a while, she smiled evilly. Have the two separated? Which one should I chase? The thinking did not last long, and Wan finally chose the direction to chase. She took out the engineer's shovel, bent down stiffly, and then dug under her feet. Chapter 250, Hitting the Gunpoint. Cave Calendar, January 8th. Year 1. If it were on Blue Star, it would be 7 o'clock in the evening. The beginning of the real nightlife. Wang Hao took a cold shower, and the 17 or 18 liters of wastewater he saved were all sprinkled on the farmland. Compared with the total area of the farmland, these wastewaters are only enough to be evenly distributed, and there is no way to say that the amount is large enough to satisfy the needs. But it is barely enough. For this reason, the clean water storage has been reduced by another 20 L. While watering, he also took a look at the migration progress of the tree spirit. It moved more than 4 meters in 3 or 4 hours and is expected to reach its destination at midnight. This snail-like speed is simply the speed at which it swings its branches. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. On the way of migration, the fallen leaves fluttered, as if in late autumn. Wang Hao gave a free encouraging look, and then walked back to the castle to prepare dinner. For dinner, there was a small portion of steamed pumpkin and the steamed buns with meat left over from lunch. After a meal, 1/8 of the pumpkin and 300 milliliters of water were consumed. For the rest of the time, he lay on the beach chair and kept reading the book Chun Yongzi's travel notes. Chun Yongzi is the Taoist name for sitting and turning into bones. The Taoist name in ancient times was not the title of Taoist disciples today, but a name that the ascetics took according to the rules of their teachers or sections. This name would accompany the ascetics throughout their lives, and it also represented a clear boundary with the secular world. According to the description in the notebook, Chun Yongzi is an outer disciple of Xianjin sect. Because he has accumulated enough contribution points, he exchanged a low-level Xianjian sword from the sect for a period of time afterwards. In order to seek a breakthrough, Chun Yongzi took on training tasks outside the sect again and again, and even went to the border of the Dafeng dynasty. This notebook is a record of his journey. It not only includes the local customs and people along the way, but also the general content of the training tasks. Among them, there are also descriptions of how hard it is, how to complete the task perfectly, how to obtain a certain treasure, and thanks to the teacher for his advice. In the most recent record, Chun Yongzi found an ancient tree with a little spirituality. In order to wait for it to open its spiritual wisdom and not be beaten by others, he simply did not return to Xianjin sect. In addition to some travel experiences, the notebook also records some tips or experiences of cultivation. In short, it is a hodgepodge. It seems that cultivation is real. Wang Hao sighed, slowly closed the thin book, and took out the Seeking Immortality's secret with hope. Regardless of whether it is true or not, both books are spread out. If you can practice and learn, it would be awesome. I don't expect to be very powerful, but I just want to prolong my life and live another 100 or 80 years. Half an hour passed. Wang Hao's head gradually became dizzy. Most of the contents recorded in the two books are very similar, but there are huge differences in the description of details. Even if we ignore the first fake, the second book Seeking Immortality is also very difficult to understand. Those who come from the same source come from the same human heart, and those who have different names have different names. The Tao is invisible, so it cannot be named. Abandon emotions and desires. Keep the middle in harmony, and there will be heaven within heaven. What do these words mean? Anyway, they look quite profound, as if they are explaining the ultimate truth between heaven and earth. But, do they have anything to do with the practice of exercises? Wang Hao rubbed his temples, yawned, and finally gave up the idea of studying. Go for a walk outside. Take a shower on the way, and then go back to sleep. Wang Hao got up and walked towards the stairs. Right side of the castle. In the corner of the outer edge of the trench, Wang Hao faced the earth wall, shivered twice, and was about to pull up his sweatpants. Suddenly, the sole crow that landed on his right shoulder made an extremely unpleasant noise. Wow! Then, it jumped out. The black smoke-like body immediately disintegrated the moment it touched the earth wall, turning into strands of black lines and drilling into the cracks in the loess. Such a strange situation could not be ignored. Wang Hao grabbed his pants and immediately jumped back. On the way back, he did not forget to take out the revolver and aim the black muzzle at the place where the sole crow disappeared. Boom! The flat earth wall suddenly exploded outward, and the light yellow dust immediately spread in front of his eyes. In the flying dust, a vague ghostly red shadow suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a stiff and shrill female voice sounded. Blood-Eye Sole Crow, you are looking for death. Hee hee. I am just going to settle accounts with you. Die! As the last word die came out, the floating yellow earth suddenly surged, and the vague red shadow seemed to be swinging its arms and dancing wildly. Around the red shadow, wisps of black smoke lingered. Wow wow. In the dust, there was another noise. In a life and death fight, the most taboo thing is that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. And I can't figure out the situation. In this situation, even if I have all the skills, I can't use them. Wang Hao hurriedly pulled up his sweatpants with his left hand. Xiao. Retreat. Don't get entangled with her. After giving the order, he continued to retreat. No matter what, he had to keep his distance first. Even if the enemy was a woman, he couldn't underestimate her. In the dust, dozens of wisps of black smoke quickly gathered together, and then broke through the obstruction of the red shadow, followed the retreating Wang Hao, and quickly moved away. The red shadow flashed and chased out. At this time, Wang Hao realized the attacking enemy was a charming woman in red, with a decent appearance, but a pair of eyes didn't look like what a human should have. In addition to the eyes, there were two weird canine teeth. No! This is not a tiger tooth. It is a pair of fangs that have not grown yet. Zombie fangs. Ding! A survivor is found. Good communication is the first step to building friendly relations. Such a reminder appeared in front of Wang Hao. Build friendly relations? Fuck you. Wang Hao cursed inwardly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Based on the other party's 3 words just now, this intruder in the red-clothed woman is not a good person. Pa! A bullet was fired. The red-clothed woman who rushed out suddenly slowed down, and a blood flower jumped out from her shoulder. But the speed was only slightly slower. In the blink of an eye, the red-clothed woman caught up with the black smoke in front and crashed into it without dodging. Judging from her posture, she is not afraid of the Blood-Eye Crow King at all. The woman in red is Wang Wan. However, Wang Hao has never seen the real person. Seeing the other party rushing towards his soul pet fiercely, and with the threat of words just now, he can't take risks. He spent a lot of money to get the soul pet, and he must not let it die halfway. You are not afraid of bullets. Right? Then use the dagger. Wang Hao continued to retreat quickly. The revolver was quickly handed to his left hand, and the right hand took out the water-breaking dagger, swung it violently, and threw it to Wang Wan in front without hesitation. Wang Wan lowered her left shoulder, bent her waist stiffly, and narrowly avoided the throwing of the dagger. In terms of speed, she is better. After dodging the dagger, Wang Wan's bent waist quickly straightened and smiled evilly at the escaping opponent. You are really courting death by competing with us zombies. It's time to pay the debt of Yizhuang. The words were not finished yet. Wang Hao, who had been retreating, still raised his right arm and threw the dagger. Suddenly, he curled his 5 fingers and pointed his palm at her. He shouted coldly, Deter. Chapter 251 Battle of Red Clothes. Deter. Deter. The slipped weapon can fly back to the palm instantly, and can only be triggered once an hour. This is the additional skill of the boxing gloves. The previously thrown water-breaking dagger had already shot out to 7 meters away. After the Deter command was issued, the dagger with residual force suddenly turned around. Quick return. Faster than before. Wang Wan had never expected such a thing to happen. The dagger made a sharp whistle in the air. By the time she noticed it, the water-breaking dagger had already reached the surface of her back. Dodge! Even though she knew she couldn't dodge, she had to dodge with all her strength. Puff! Wang Wan only dodged half a foot, and the dagger pierced her cold skin and passed through her left chest. Another burst of blood splashed. The dark red blood droplets bloomed into a blooming ghost nightshade in the air, and the flower stem was hooked on the red skirt. Ah! Wang Wan covered the blood hole in her chest, stumbled forward 2 steps, bit her knees, and fell to the ground. 3 meters away, Wang Hao closed the 5 fingers of his right hand and easily grasped the returning water-breaking dagger. The place where it touched the boxing gloves was immediately stained with cold, dirty blood. He had no time to clean up the dirty blood because the enemy was still in front of him. If it were an ordinary person, a pierced left chest would be a fatal injury, but for Wang Wan, who already had zombie blood in front of her, it was too early to talk about life and death. The account of the charity cemetery. There, apart from the self-destructing yellow-eyed zombie, who else had a grudge against him? At that time, Wang Hao felt strange. Even if the yellow-eyed zombie in the wooden coffin was forced into a hurry by the Soul Pet Crow King, there were many means to use, and there was no need to use the self-destruction trick early. However, it did it. Now it seems that there must have been some kind of restriction at that time, which made the yellow-eyed zombie unwilling to go all out and simply self-destruct to avoid the crisis at that time. The downward passage under the charity cemetery may also be one of the means. The red-clothed woman in front of him just accidentally entered the cave and was entangled by the yellow-eyed zombie. In this way, her identity is obvious. Wang Wan! Wang Wan, who had a deal with him. In just a short moment, Wang Hao guessed the truth, including the identity of the woman in red. Identity is not important. Only an enemy that has completely lost resistance can make him feel at ease. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, holding the broken water dagger and leaping forward, ruthlessly wiping Wang Wan's neck. The dagger pierced through her left chest just now, but she was not dead yet, which means that she was not injured. If he continued to attack her injured part, he would inevitably encounter resistance. Now Wang Hao's agility attribute has slightly decreased, and his speed is not as good as before. Therefore, attack steadily. Only attack the position that is not guarded. And do not put yourself in danger. The sharp blade is as cool as water, colder than the ice and snow in winter. Wang Wan, who was kneeling on the ground, also felt the approach of danger. The blood of the zombies had not yet been completely integrated in her body. Even though the temperature of the body was gradually decreasing, there was still a little body temperature, especially in the heart and head. It was this remaining body temperature that made her still have the fear that humans should have. The fear of being on the verge of death. Brother, we can talk it over. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I am willing to do anything to make up for it. Spare my life. While begging, she tilted her body and dodged the dagger's cut throat. The body lying on the ground rolled backwards, leaving one bumpy indentation after another on the yellow ground. Although she rolled in a mess, her red skirt wrapped in jade had a different kind of temptation. Wang Hao was unmoved, raised his left arm, and decisively pulled the trigger. From beginning to end, he never thought of answering. Bang! Another bullet flew out. At such a close distance, it was not difficult to hit the target, even if the target was moving. Puff! The bullet hit the inside of Wang Wan's right leg, and with the addition of spiral, it went straight through, leaving a clearly visible blood hole. Wang Wan groaned, stopped begging, and her body immediately bent like a shrimp. Invisibly, the speed slowed down by another 3 points. Kill while the disease is dead. Wang Hao did not slack off, and the muzzle of the gun moved slightly. This time, the target he chose was the opponent's head. As long as one shot hits, even the fierce and difficult yellow-eyed zombie will surely die. Just when he pulled the trigger, Wang Wan, who was curled up on the ground, suddenly jumped up, raised her right hand covering her left chest, and actually tore most of the brand new red dress. The jade color gradually attracted the eyes, and the 3 red beauties seduced the heart. At this moment, Wang Hao's left index finger holding the trigger paused for 0.01 seconds. Not only tore the clothes, Wang Wan swung her right hand, and a black light shot out from her fingertips, directly attacking the opponent's face. Not only one. There were 4 or 5 balls of things flying out, smashing out as if they were following closely. Very dense. This posture is clear. I will die with you. As long as you dare to pull the trigger, these things will not let you have an easy time. Wang Hao will not do a losing business, and immediately dodged to the right, avoiding the attack of these unknown creatures. When he looked back, the injured Wang Wan had disappeared, and a round hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Run to the hole. Wang Hao did not stick his head out to look, but held the dagger upside down and raised his right arm behind him. Swish! The soul pet rushed over and chased directly into the hole. No sound of fighting was heard, but there was an angry scream. "It's you again! You beast! Ah! It seems that there is no ambush." Wang Hao immediately stuck his head out and looked down at the cave entrance. The circular cave was very deep. At the deepest bottom, there was an embarrassed red shadow entangled with the soul pet Crow King. While entangled, she waved the engineer's shovel to dig. Her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she went down another 4 or 5 meters. Perhaps this is the limit of survival. Wang Hao did not intend to chase. Don't chase the desperate enemy. A trapped beast will still fight. Besieged on 3 sides and missing one. These wisdoms left by the ancients are not just empty talk. Once the pursuit is urgent, even rabbits can bite people. Not chasing does not mean doing nothing. Wang Hao raised his left arm slightly, and was about to give the last 2 peanuts to the enemy as a snack. The bottom of the cave. Wang seemed to sense the danger and immediately stopped fighting with the soul crow. She dug to one side at a faster speed and dug out a small horizontal passage. Smart enough. Wang Hao didn't intend to let her go. He quickly retracted the water-breaking dagger and replaced it with a Molotov cocktail. If you don't want peanuts, then grill sausages. But before he could call the soul pet to exit, a gray light flashed in the horizontal passage. And then the Crow King Shushua made a long noise. Wow! Extremely angry. This is... The soul crow made 2 noises in the passage, and a continuous collision sound was vaguely heard. Then, the soul pet Crow King rushed out. After flying out of the cave, it curled its right wing into an index finger pointer and pointed downward. Wow! Wow! Wang Hao understood immediately. The enemy had escaped. The gray light just now was Wang passing through the gray membrane of the barrier. It can be said that she was just 1 step away. He immediately focused his attention and looked through the adjacent cave below. In the dark green ripples, there was a small melon field, and a thatched house stood outside the ridge. In front of the thatched house, Wang lay flat on her back, with thick black blood gushing out of 3 wounds, and she was breathing heavily, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Now, his 10 excavation times have been used up, and it is impossible to catch up, unless... Wang Hao flipped his hand and took out a prop. Excavator. Chapter 252 Crow King Nesting. Who has the best excavator technology? Excavator. A disposable consumable that can permanently expand the cave you are in and increase its space. In some special occasions, it can play an unexpected role. This special orange item was obtained by selling the blood essence and skills of the vampires. Because I never thought of where to use it, I put it in the castle to collect dust. Now, Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and felt that using it here was still a bit of a disadvantage. What if he caught up with Wang? As long as she was focused on escaping, it would be difficult to catch her. Even if she was caught and killed, what she got in the end was only the value of a copper treasure chest. An orange item, perhaps, deserves a better destination. Thinking of the sneak attack just now, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at the ground. A steel axe. A set 2 pieces of tattered hospital gowns. 4 units of copper ingots. 3 units of stone. A pack of Ririshu sanitary napkins. In addition, there was an abrupt pile of earth on the ground. As expected, these were all kinds of sundries thrown out by Wang in a hurry, in order to stop her pursuit. If he didn't care, he would definitely be hit by 1 or more of them, and his injuries would not be light. The situation was urgent at the time, and she was able to throw out so many items of different values, proving that she didn't have much stock in her ring. Since there was nothing to gain, the excavator props should not be wasted. Wang Hao resolutely took back the props. The passage on the ground had healed and disappeared. See through again. In the cave below. In just a short while, Wang had struggled to get up. She neither collected nearby resources nor stopped to heal her wounds, but grabbed the engineer's shovel and continued to dig down. The speed was very fast. Without a moment's delay. While digging, she looked up. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao completely gave up the idea of chasing and bent down to pick up the accidental spoils. As for the tattered hospital gown, it was directly disassembled. Wang Hao didn't care much about this episode. He tightened his sweatpants and began to walk along the trench, intending to return to the castle base to rest. The soul pet, Little Blood, made a noise and chose not to follow. It landed on the ground and slowly pecked at the dirty blood and meat that Wang Wan had spilled. These things had been mixed with the lus. But it did not despise them at all, and swallowed every blood clot and every scrap. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao remembered the introduction of the soul pets. Among them, there was one that liked to eat strange things. The dirty blood stained with zombie blood was naturally one of the strange things. Since it liked it, let it do what it wanted. Little blood continued to be alert after eating. Wang Hao walked slowly to the front door of the castle and passed by the tree spirit. This guy was still migrating slowly. The encounter just now caused quite a stir. But it did not show any intention to help. And it was not known whether it was right or wrong to collect this second pet. Perhaps the tree spirit can only be used to guard the house. Moreover, it is a guardian beast with many flaws. Huh? Wang Hao suddenly looked up. At this moment, half of the green leaves on the treetops fell off, becoming sparse. Between a thick branch, there was a rough and simple bird's nest. The bird's nest was just a prototype, with dozens of dead branches crisscrossing to form an arc-shaped frame. The only soul pet that can build a bird's nest is Shushua. Although its body is made of black smoke, it still retains the memory of birds in terms of habits. Birds building nests often represent reproduction. Could it be? So far, Xiaoxua has only demonstrated 2 talent skills: protect the master and reconnaissance. And the last skill, Crow King, is still unknown. Perhaps the clues are beginning to emerge. Well, let's put it this way. It's not bad to subdue the tree spirit. Wang Hao felt inexplicably happy, and walked into the iron gate with his hands behind his back. The iron gate closed and bolted. He returned to the second floor, and got into his sleeping bag and lay down. He summoned the mechanical alarm clock, set the time to 23:55, and placed it on the bedside. Before going to bed, Wang Hao also sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao, asking her to be more careful. The red-dressed woman Wang Wan was occupied by the yellow-eyed zombie. She couldn't take advantage of him. Once her injuries improved, she would most likely go looking for another murderer. Nothing serious for the time being. He focused his attention and roughly scanned the other 4 directions to make sure there were no survivors approaching or powerful cave creatures. And then closed his eyes. Outside the castle, after cleaning the blood on the ground, the Crow King Little Blood flapped its wings and flew back to the tree crown of the tree spirit, circled twice, and then stopped accurately in front of a dead branch. The sharp beak stretched out, bit the dead branch, and quickly rotated the neck. Crack! A dead branch was twisted off like this. Then, it flapped its wings, came to the newly built bird's nest, and carefully put down the dead branch in its mouth. A pair of bird claws stepped on it several times, and when the dead branch fit firmly, it flapped its wings and flew to find a new dead branch. The tree spirit cooperated very well throughout the whole process, and didn't care about the Crow King's nest grass behavior at all, and even deliberately lifted some blocking branches. A cave away, in front of the castle gate, an iron workbench, flat in the middle. Lin Xiaoxiao was half lying on the table, squinting her left eye, holding a cylinder similar to a magnifying glass between her right eye, concentrating on studying an electronic watch. If Wang Hao was here, he would definitely recognize the electronic watch, because it was the one he exchanged. On the table, there were also various tools, much more than what she showed Wang Hao before. I think she hid her strength. Under the workbench, the pet chiffon curled up into a pink ball, leaving only a pair of dark eyes, watching the movements around. Ahem. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the message notification sound, slowly opened her left eye, clicked on the icon casually, and glanced at the chat box. Miss Lin, the yellow-eyed zombie we encountered in the charity cemetery is not completely dead. It is now attached to a female survivor named Wang Wan, wearing a short red skirt and a great figure. She just had a fight with me. She may cause trouble for you, so be careful. After reading the message hastily, Lin Xiaoxiao spat, reached out to take off the magnifying tool, and threw it on the table. TSK. A short red skirt, a great figure. It's really a bad guy, with messy thoughts in his head all day long. I understand. This is insulting me. This girl doesn't like to eat papaya. Otherwise, it will swell up in a minute. The kind that can hold a milk carton. Well, this guy wouldn't joke about human safety. Yellow-eyed zombie. Possession. Wang Wan. He probably doesn't know that yellow-eyed zombies can't possess unless they are about to reach the level of green eyes. Forget it. This girl is kind-hearted, so I'll just remind you. After muttering for a long time, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to repay evil with kindness. Click the reply box and start typing. Chapter 253, the ninth day. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the alarm clock woke Wang Hao from his deep sleep. Now, it is 23:55. There are 5 minutes left before entering a new day. Unconsciously, he has lived in the cave world for 8 days. 8 days? He never thought that 8 days could be so long. Long enough to write a short story. Wang Hao yawned and sat up. A new day naturally requires a new look in front of people. Even if there are no survivors, you must give yourself a happy mood. Pants? Change to a new pair. Socks? Change to a new pair. Sweatpants and hiking shoes also need to be replaced with new ones. Except for the sweatpants. Everything else is in stock. Call up the system panel. Find sweatpants under the skills column. And make them directly. Wang Hao took out the gecko crystal bead from the pocket of the old sweatpants and stuffed it solemnly into the new pants. Put on the new pants and put on the new hiking shoes. Everything is a brand new beginning. He casually threw the replaced clothes and other old things into the garbage dump on the first floor. Wash your face and brush your teeth. After all the operations, 300 milliliters of clean water and 5g of salt are used. A glass of water in the morning. Although it is late at night, it does not affect him to drink a lot. The remaining half bottle of purified water is directly empty. He glanced at the alarm clock sideways. 0:05. It is now the 9th day. The time was just right. Wang Hao walked to the iron gate and directly opened the bolt. Outside the castle, the tree spirit had successfully migrated and was now rooted in the front position of the right side of the barricade. Only 3 meters away from the edge of the trench on one side. Hearing the owner's movement, the quiet branches and twigs suddenly shook, and 2 of the thicker branches quickly stretched out and took the initiative to make a heart in front of the trunk. This way of greeting has become the instinct of the tree spirit. At the same time, a hoarse noise came from the sparse branches, and the soul pet crow king flew out of the built bird's nest, flapped its wings several times, and landed on Wang Hao's right shoulder. Very harmonious. Old tree, you will guard the entrance from now on, and be responsible for warning during my rest period. Unless I give you an order, you must not reveal your identity as a tree spirit. Just pretend you are a big tree. Hua la la. The tree spirit waved its branches to agree. The defense of the castle base is already very tight, with trenches, arrow towers, traps and other defense facilities, which are enough to ensure the safety of the castle. And the tree spirit is not needed, letting it play dead in front of the door. In addition to serving as a place for soul pets to stay, also needs to keep a hidden hand and be responsible for vigilance. During the migration process, the tree spirit lost nearly 1/3 of its green leaves. In order to let it recover its strength quickly, Wang Hao generously took out an ordinary wood attribute spirit and threw it into the tree hole facing the iron gate. Here, this will give you some nutrition. The tree spirit immediately danced wildly with its branches, and the tree hole turned into a mouth. The attribute essence that fell into the tree hole was immediately swallowed up, making a swallowing sound like thunder. Attribute essence is originally produced by some mutant cave creatures, and it is naturally a great supplement for spirits. Okay, get ready to go. Wang Hao waved his hand, put away the castle base, and disappeared with the tree spirit. Next, it's time to teleport. Wang Hao was about to close the floating system panel, and he happened to see an icon flashing continuously in the lower right corner of the panel from the corner of his eye. Who could it be? Click it. Oh! Is it Lin Xiaoxiao? There were more than one message. Wang Hao, thank you for the reminder. The first message was quite formal. The reason why Lin Xiaoxiao was grateful must be related to the friendly reminder last night. The second message was a bit long. Wang Hao, I killed a yellow-eyed zombie alone and was fortunate to get a copy of Zombie Record. It contains some common sense about zombies, which I can send to you for a look. Wang Hao, I have one last word of advice. Sex is a knife that scrapes bones. After reading these 3 messages, Wang Hao immediately had a question mark on his forehead. What's the connection? What's the sex? If he could bump into Lin Xiaoxiao now, he would humbly ask her what the last sentence meant. There is indeed a piece of craft paper in the attachment box on the right side of the message. The prompt given by the system is a copy of Zombie Record. Click to receive. Ding, Zombie Record +1. After receiving the craft paper, Wang Hao immediately took it out and looked through it. There is not much recorded on it, which roughly describes the characteristics and abilities of 4 types of zombies. Gray-eyed zombies, also known as gray zombies, are the lowest level of zombies. Most of them have no consciousness and only have the instinct to suck human or animal blood. However, the body of the gray zombie is as hard as iron, and ordinary objects cannot hurt it at all. Yellow-eyed zombies, also known as yellow zombies, have the ability to think among the zombies and know how to hide themselves in an unfavorable environment. Compared with the gray zombies, their bodies are much softer, and their body movements have also gotten rid of the arm-raising and jumping mode, and their behavior is no different from that of ordinary people. Green-eyed zombies, also known as green zombies, compared with the yellow zombies, they have gone a step further. Not only do they behave like living people, but they also have a special ability. As long as they want, they can invade a living person's body with their essence and blood at any time and survive under the name of a living person. Red-eyed zombies, also known as red zombies. At the level of red zombies, they have truly entered the ranks of monks, and their abilities are no longer limited to a certain type, and they can also manipulate various special tools. In addition to the above introduction, Zombie Record also tells how to distinguish 4 types of zombies. To put it simply, it depends entirely on the color of the eyes. In some cases, the 4 types of zombies can also metamorphose across levels. The main manifestation of metamorphosis is that another color appears in their eye color. It may be downgraded or upgraded. After spending 5 or 6 minutes reading Zombie Record, Wang Hao immediately understood the intention of Lin Xiaoxiao sending it. She was telling herself that the one possessing Wang Wan's body was not a yellow-eyed zombie at all, but most likely a green-eyed zombie that had just completed metamorphosis. So that's it. Anyway, thank you. Wang Hao quickly typed 3 words and replied immediately. Thank you, dear. Put this matter aside and return to the teleportation castle first. To be cautious, he took the soul crow back and activated the teleportation ring. To teleport himself, he used Function 2. Function 2, the ring owner can return to the teleportation castle at any time, but it is invalid in the 9th and 10th caves. Teleport. Buzz. The hazy shadow of the blue dragon appeared again. The dragon-shaped light floated in the air, with its teeth and claws bared, and the ferocious dragon head still looked down. This time, it seemed to understand its mission, and immediately spit out the dragon ball in its body the moment it appeared. Immediately, the illusory dragon ball swallowed Wang Hao. Wang Hao opened his eyes again. The scene in front of him had changed. The familiar teleportation equipment, the dazzling fluorescent lights, the neat display screen, everything came into view. Positioning room. Wang Hao returned to the positioning room again. Maybe this is the last time to teleport back. Chapter 254 Cavalry Zhang Wei. After returning to the positioning room, Wang Hao did not rush out. Drawing a perspective map has become one of his daily tasks. Before drawing a map, it is customary to collect 5 shares of resources. Call up the system panel. There are 6 unread messages, 5 of which are from map customers. Except for a few simple words such as please check, thank you, and please count. There is basically no extra nonsense. After all, it's just a transaction. Perhaps there will be gratitude at first. As time goes by, this gratitude will fade, and even be regarded as the most ordinary thing. For example, big data kills the familiar. After opening the chat box, Wang Hao slowly collected resources, occasionally pausing to estimate, collecting the resources in the attachment box. The total harvest is as follows: 164 units of wood, 188 units of stone, 34 units of iron ingots, 4 units of copper ingots, 5 units of leather, 10 units of bone meal, 19 units of hemp balls, and 8 units of kerosene. The divided resources have increased overall. The reason for the increase is related to the increase in the difficulty of the cave. As the difficulty increases, the loot will also increase accordingly. The inventory of resources is complete. Next, it is time to draw a map. First, enter 1198 on the display screen. Wait for the screen to display the radiation map near Cheng Lin. Then turn around and sit behind the small table, and pick up the pencil. Half an hour later, the map was completed. To be honest, this time, he was prepared to lose money. According to the original agreement, the profit-sharing email must be sent back after 0 o'clock, that is. The number of excavations is 10. Then, based on the submission of each person, Decide whether to continue the cooperation. If you continue to cooperate, the map will be mailed. If you cancel the cooperation, it will be ignored. In normal times, this operation mode is no problem. But tomorrow, if nothing unexpected happens, the survival challenge will start at 0 o'clock tomorrow. Because the mode of the challenge is unknown. Everyone will be in danger at that time. And there will be no talk of resource sharing. At worst, it will be a donation of love. Wang Hao clicked on the 5 red emails one by one and put the drawn map into the attachment box. Finally, he added the same words in the chat box. It was a sincere blessing. Everyone, I wish you all can come back alive. But you can't default on my share. Send all. At this time, all 5 people are online. Soon, the reply came. Compared with the few words just now, this reply seemed much warmer. Chung Ling, you too. Don't worry. The 3 of us will not default on our debt. Lin Xiaoluan, come on. Brother Hao. Thank you. Li Yugang, I'll borrow your good words. And when I come back alive, I will pay 10% more of the share this time. Zhou Xiaohai, Brother Hao. I thank you. Compared to their normal behavior, the reply of Cavalryman Zhang Wei is memorable. Zhang Wei, Brother Hao. I won't say anything. I owe your friend 2 jokes. So I'll tell them together this time. Zhang Wei, in ancient times, a wife saw her husband about to be executed, and thought of all the love they had in the past, and suddenly felt sad. My dear, what should I do if you leave? The husband immediately looked around and replied in a low voice, my wife. I hid the rolling pin in the pickled cabbage jar. You can take it out and dip it in some oil and use it. Zhang Wei, this is modern. A girl who is recognized by everyone as cute wants to buy an iPhone 10. And she talked about it with her best friend. I want to buy apples. Okay. Buy red Fuji. Sweet ones. Sweet? Not for eating, but for using. Ah? Apples are not cucumbers. How can you use them? Why not? Turn on vibration. 3 messages were sent in succession. And it can be seen that Zhang Wei has the ability to tell jokes easily. Worthy of being a light cavalry. Wang Hao smiled knowingly. And the tension in his heart dissipated unconsciously. Zhang Wei. You are really good. My friend must be very satisfied. Hee hee. I suspect you are making friends out of nothing. Do you think it's possible? Brother Hao. I am a decent person. Maybe? After finishing the daily map tasks, Wang Hao closed 5 chat boxes. The remaining unread message was from someone who asked for help in making brass knuckles, and was willing to add an excellent grade attribute spirit. Unfortunately, the chat box of this survivor was grayed out, indicating that the person was no longer there. There was nothing to give except a sigh. There were too many dangers in the past 2 days, and one would be grayed out and offline if he was not careful, even if he had a certain strength. Wang Hao closed the dialog box and turned to the transaction column. In the auction box, he checked the sales status of the goods in reverse order. After reading each one, he would click on the right side to collect the exchanged resources. The brass knuckles are sold out. It seems that everyone likes this kind of weapon that can hit the flesh very much, and the enthusiasm for buying is very high. Werewolf leather armor has been sold. The long-handled axe has been sold. It was within his expectations that 2 pieces of equipment were sold. The challenge is imminent, and everyone wants more trump cards to save their lives. The restored wooden bow is still there. It's a little regrettable, but it's acceptable. Many survivors are still cautious about props such as blood essence that directly enhance their own strength. They will not rashly sell them before the challenge. If they don't meet the right one, they might as well swallow it themselves. Leave it alone. At worst, you can use it yourself. Finally, it's the best-selling wooden bow. Wang Hao took a deep breath and looked at the last one. Since I put it last, I had already made some preparations in my heart. There are also rules in the system settings. Generally, unsold goods will be listed in the front position. So, at first, he chose to check in reverse order. Purchase, leather 3. Exchange, wooden bow 1. Transaction volume, 21. Seeing the final transaction volume, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Selling 30 is still acceptable. After all, there are many types of long-range weapons on the market, and survivors have more choices. It is quite good to sell 30. If nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely sell all the inventory today. For those that have been sold, put away some first, because the leather inventory in the castle is not so sufficient. Ding, Leather plus 90. Seeing this number, Wang Hao felt relieved. Released 3 more items. Wang Hao searched in the ring for a while, and took out 3 more idle items, and put them on. Purchase, bone meal 10. Exchange, pumpkin 1/8. Trading volume, 6. Purchase, bone meal 50. Exchange, ghost eye butterfly blood essence. Trading volume, 1. Yes, he is purchasing bone meal. In the plan drawn up today, the most in demand is this kind of bone meal that is usually inconspicuous. Come again. Purchase, bone meal 20. Exchange, second generation apple 1. Trading volume, 10. This is almost enough. The resources that were divided were collected, and the ones that should be put on the shelves were also put on the shelves. Wang Hao rubbed the teleportation ring and stepped out of the ripple portal. Chapter 255, A Chat with a Story. Second floor. It was still the same, with nothing but bare walls. It had only been a day. How much could have changed? Walking down the stairs, Wang Dania was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly near the iron gate on the first floor. If we had to select a most comfortable survivor in the cave, Wang Dania would definitely be on the list. Guarding this teleportation castle seemed to be a job, but there was really not much to do here. It was normal to sleep soundly at this time. Wang Hao planned to walk out of the iron gate and take a walk outside the castle. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that there must be a stone house blocking the door outside the iron gate, and if he wanted to move it away, he would need the help of the owner of Wang Daniu. So he temporarily gave up the idea. Go back and take a nap. Wang Hao walked back to the positioning room. Lying on the rest bed, he tossed and turned for a while, but found that he couldn't fall asleep. Wang Hao simply called up the system panel to see what everyone was doing. Turn to chat. Click the region channel. The number of people displayed in the upper right corner has dropped to 5,808. Even if the survivors try their best to survive and avoid digging, they can't stop the danger from coming. Brother and sister. Who has detoxification pills or props? I'm in urgent need of help. Detoxification? Hee. Is it endocrine disorder? I have 2 ways here. Either find the 5 brothers, or try your luck and find a man to help. Don't listen to the nonsense above. That's right. By the way, you can ask Brother Hao for help. He may have a way. Brothers and sisters in the same district. If any one of you has extra blood essence, I can exchange it with clean water and beast meat. Brother, stop joking. Blood essence is almost priced at a sky-high price now. Everyone wants to have more cards for tomorrow. Isn't it the day after tomorrow? Is it past 12 o'clock? Yes, it's past. The number of excavations has become 10. I plan to dig one to try my luck. The food and drinks are almost gone. Brother, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. Maybe there will be food in the survival challenge. Everyone's chat is really all over the place, and they talk about all kinds of things. However, the survivors who need the detoxification pill. Wang Hao smiled mischievously, feeling that he had met an acquaintance. Wang Wan. She urgently needed the detoxification pill, proving that the 2 shots she received yesterday had taken effect. If she were a real zombie, she would definitely not be afraid of the poison produced by the stems and leaves of datura. But once she possesses a human, she must endure the fragility that humans have before she is completely transformed. Ahem. There was suddenly a flashing icon in the lower right corner of the panel. Could it be? Wang Hao had a vague guess in his mind. Clicked it casually. Wang Wan, Brother Hao. Excuse me. Do you have any detoxification items for sale? I am poisoned now. Can you help the Luen family? Wang Hao felt really sick of reading these cute words. It's funny to say that she still doesn't know that he is the murderer who hurt her. Well, the man who had a fierce battle yesterday. It's hard to poison her, and then detoxify her. Unless I have a hole in my head. I wish she would die. Direct reply? No. Brother Hao. Do you know who has it? I can buy it at a high price. I shouted it in the world yesterday, but no one responded to it. Since we have had a deal before, please help me ask. Wang Wan was persistent and asked another question immediately. Buy it at a high price? This guy still has stock? Wang Hao immediately became interested. What high price? Don't say Luanjia anymore. It sounds disgusting. The subtext of this sentence is obvious. He has a channel, but he needs to listen to the quotation first. Luanjia. I have a zombie seed here. In addition, I also got a method to refine a corpse pet. which can be packaged and exchanged for a detoxification item. Corpse pet? Can it be used by survivors? Yeah. Okay. I can try. Give me one thing first. In case you regret it. Wang Hao happily agreed. No matter what. He had to cheat the thing first. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that he agreed a little too quickly, and immediately added a sentence at the end, if you don't want to take the risk, forget it. Anyway, I won't advance the money for the transaction. After saying that, Wang Hao lay down comfortably, resting his head on his arms, waiting for the other party's reply. Of course, the more pets used for fighting, the better. After more than a minute, the other side finally replied, Brother Hao, can I trade directly with him? I only have one zombie seed. Ha ha. This time, Wang Hao didn't even bother to reply, closed his eyes, and began to catch up on his sleep. This sleep lasted another 5 hours. If the safe places were really ranked, the positioning room attached to the teleportation castle would definitely be ranked, unless someone blocked the door outside. This sleep, Wang Hao slept without any pressure. When he opened his eyes again, he glanced at the alarm clock and saw that it was already 6:15. So he slowly got up, opened the ripple portal. First, released the soul pet Xiuxue to explore the way. After getting the news that it is safe outside and there is no ambush, step out. Go downstairs. On the first floor, the tightly closed iron door has been opened. Looking out through the iron door, a figure can be vaguely seen busy. Wang Hao did not rush out, but called up the system panel. As expected, there are icons flashing in the lower right corner. There are more than one. The first one is Yu Wanli from the Tiger Zone. Brother, can you sell your recovered wooden bow at a lower price? I only have one piece of blood essence, which is a hot commodity for increasing strength. Sorry, not enough. Unless you add another fine-grade spirit essence. Don't want earth attribute. After a brief consideration, Wang Hao made some concessions. The concessions were made in order to maximize the recovery of resources. In the final sprint stage, the price of spirit essence also rose, but it was still not as good as the blood essence that could increase one's own attributes. Wang Hao's task today was to arm himself to the teeth. The second one, of course, was the zombie girl in the same area, Wang Wan. After he rested, Wang Wan seemed to have no way out and kept sending messages. So far, there have been as many as 30 messages, which filled up 2 pages of chat records. Brother Hao, please be kind. I really can't afford the loss. Brother Zhu Lao, I can give you the method of refining corpse pets first. After the transaction is completed, I will definitely give you a generous gift. You have to accompany when AI in the future. Can I? Give me a word. I'm in so much pain. Brother Hao, are you still there? Brother Hao, by the way, I heard that you have a summoning stone. Why don't you summon me over? I will repay you in other ways. I'm absolutely 90% handsome. Okay. I give up. Brother Hao, as long as you reply, I will give you the things immediately. Ha ha ha. Stupid bee. Someone just sent me a private message. He can make poison pills, and the price is not high. I won't beg you. Brother Hao, I was wrong. He is a big liar. I just said it nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Brother Hao, are you there? Wang Hao himself couldn't believe that he actually read all the nonsense without missing a word. He was still enjoying it. Chapter 256, Making Medicine. Adding ingredients. More than 30 chat messages actually vividly depicted the process of a weak woman struggling to survive. And the picture was very vivid in my mind. Even Wang Hao suspected. The yellow-eyed zombie. No, the green-eyed zombie did not possess successfully at all, but was swallowed by the original owner Wan Wan. The beautiful skin is the same, but the interesting soul is rare. A cold-life zombie should not have such rich experience, especially the coquettish tone. There are really not many women who can have such skills. Ahem. Just when Wang Hao was sighing, Wan Wan sent another message, full of helplessness and despair. Brother Hao, save me. Ah, who made me kind-hearted? Wang Hao sighed and replied to the other party in the chat box. Send the things over. Oh, I need to confirm your current condition. If the situation worsens, the antidote can't save you. If the injury is not fatal, then take the opportunity to make a fortune. If he is really dying, he doesn't mind taking the things against his conscience, and then finding an excuse to refuse. Who told them that they are enemies? Not friends. It's not bad to use some crooked tricks. In theory, it shouldn't be that bad. The poison applied to the pistol bullet is just a mixture of various poisons. And the raw materials are all from the common datura plant. If used on ordinary people, the effect may be significant. But for a human with zombie blood, it will definitely be greatly reduced. Even if there is damage, it is completely possible to replace a body. There is no need to beg for help like this, which hurts self-esteem. How embarrassing. Okay. Now, my legs are all rotten, and the erosion is spreading to my lower abdomen and shoulders. If this continues, I am afraid I can't survive tomorrow's challenge. 2 messages were sent almost at the same time, with no interval in between. Rotten? TSK. Wang Hao still felt that it was a little bit off. Can't survive tomorrow, so to speak. Life will not be lost. One more thing. The possessed green-eyed zombie is worried about tomorrow's challenge? This is a small detail. Wang Hao was calculating in his mind, while slowly replying to the other party. Okay. I will notify my friend as soon as I get the things. Afterwards, he took the initiative to send a transaction request, not giving her too much time to think, and firmly grasped the initiative on his side. On the other side, Wang Wan did not hesitate, and quickly put 3 things on the table. Ding, transaction completed. Ding, zombie seed +1. Zombie puppet manufacturing map +1. 550 milliliters pure water +1. Brother, the pure water is a reward for hard work. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry, Wang Wan urged. Okay, give me a minute. After getting the 3 things, Wang Hao still kept his pace and took out the manufacturing diagram slowly. The cover of the manufacturing diagram is orange, which is at the same level as the original undead puppet pattern. Zombie puppet manufacturing diagram. A manufacturing diagram circulated in the zombie circle, which can be used to make zombie puppets that are completely loyal to the owner, with excellent quality. Zombie circle? This further proves that this Wang Wan is not that Wang Wan. Ding, the current zombie puppet manufacturing diagram can be studied. Do you want to use it? Study. The orange pattern in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into his body. Go to the skills interface and find zombie puppet under the forging list. Zombie puppet, zombie seed 0/1. Bone powder 0/5. Beast blood 500 milliliters. Earth essence 0 to 1. Note, to make a zombie puppet, you need to add any weird thing in the reinforcement box. The puppet's ability is related to the weird thing's characteristics. Zombie seed. Weird. It seems okay. Wang Hao continued to be unhurried and found the detoxification pill in the consumables list. Detoxification pill. Snake saliva grass November 1st. Lichen 61/1. Brown licorice 64/2. Honeysuckle 12/1. Beetail needle 5 out of 1. Ding! The refining requirements of the detoxification pill have been met. Please enter the manufacturing quantity. Then make. Wang Hao calculated silently in his mind for a moment and input the number 5. It doesn't matter if the beetail needles are used up. I will buy some in the trading market later. Beetail needles are not in short supply. I saw a lot of them in the sale market last time. 5 detoxification pills were directly collected. Wang Hao thought for a while and decided to find the person in front of him as the candidate for this friend. He put his hands behind his back and walked out of the iron gate slowly. Outside the iron gate, Huang Dania was still busy, trapped in a cave. There was nothing else to do except planting herbs, digging was, and strolling in the chat channel and the trading market. Now, he was leveling the ground at the edge of the antlers. Huang Dania was startled at first when he heard the footsteps behind him, and then a deep joy appeared on his face. Turning around, after confirming that the figure in front was familiar, he threw away the engineer shovel in his hand and walked over quickly. Brother Hao. Good morning. You are back. Well, Daniel, I have something to arrange for you. Wang Hao nodded, raised his wrist, took out a wooden table and placed it on the ground. Pressed the corner of the table to keep it roughly stable. What is it? Huang Dania rubbed his hands and said, Staying here. If you say you are not bored at all, only a ghost will believe it. This is just like staying at home without work. It feels quite comfortable for 1 or 2 days, but you will feel bored after 3 or 4 days. If it lasts longer, you will feel extremely bored, empty, lonely and cold. I'd love to have something to do. In a moment, you pretend to be the boss. There's an iceberg beauty who wants to buy medicine. But I can't sell it to her. Without raising his head, Wang Hao waved his right hand continuously, took out a porcelain medicine bottle and a brand new pipette, and carefully placed them on the table. Finally, he took out a small fragrant pill. The pill is the detoxification pill. Daniel, read its system introduction and remember the content it describes roughly. Oh, okay. Huang Dania hurried over, reciting in a low voice, and at the same time, observing Wang Hao's movements with curiosity. Wang Hao continued to take out a pair of simple wooden chopsticks, carefully sandwich the detoxification pill, and let it stay in the middle of the wooden table. Take the porcelain medicine bottle and unplug it. Then pinch the pipette with the thumb and middle finger of the right hand. Insert it into the porcelain bottle. Block the upper end with the index finger, and slowly lift it up. When it was about to be lifted out of the bottle mouth, the tip of the pipette paused slightly before moving to the top of the detoxification pill. Hold your breath and approach slowly. At the moment of contact, Wang Hao slightly loosened his index finger. Then, a tiny drop of liquid fell on the surface of the detoxification pill and slowly penetrated into it. After doing this, Wang Hao slowly moved the pipette away, sent the residual liquid in the tube back to the porcelain medicine bottle, and deliberately waited in the air for a short time to let the last bit of residual liquid hanging on the wall of the tube drip down. After that, he took an empty pure water bottle from a distance, inserted the pipette into the bottle, covered the porcelain medicine bottle with a bottle stopper, and then put them all into the ring. After a series of operations, it was special, mysterious. Chapter 257. Good people live a peaceful life. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Huang Dania was a little surprised and doubtful, looking at someone's extremely serious and careful posture. The colorless and odorless liquid in the porcelain medicine bottle is very likely not a good thing. Either that can cause coma, aphrodisiac that makes people excited and unable to control themselves, or an anesthetic that makes people feel no pain and has a high tolerance, or Huang Dania was thinking about the various possibilities of the liquid. Anyway, none of them was good. It was really the iceberg beauty rhetoric just now that made people think about it. Daniel, take a look again. Compared with the system introduction just now, is there any change? Wang Hao didn't know that the other party had already thought about it. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and looked over. Detoxification pill. It is made of various precious herbs. In the cave world, it can eradicate most toxins and exempt from toxin attacks for 1 day. The description given by the system shows no signs of manipulation. Just in case, he still looked at Huang Daniel. Daniel, is there any change in the two descriptions? No. Brother Hao, are you going to buy chickens like the king of Chu? This is not good. Huang Daniel's voice became lower and lower until it suddenly became quiet. He panicked and immediately added, Brother Hao, I'm not against it. You can give her some water and food. I think she will agree. Fuck you. Wang Hao cursed with a smile, raised his left foot, and kicked Huang Daniel on the buttocks. And the other party almost stumbled to the ground. Who do you think I am? Is there such an illusion as the king of Chu buying chickens? Fake gentlemen. Since neither of them can see anything unusual, we can start the next step. Wang Hao called up the chat box with Wang Wan and gave the final reply. Thank you for the agency fee. I helped you to connect. You two can trade directly. Oh, his name is Huang Daniel. Number long 9394. Not long. Huang Daniel's expression froze, raised his hand and drew it twice in the air, then looked at Wang Hao hesitantly. How? Brother Hao. She wrote to me. Oh, what did she say? Remember to send this detoxification pill to her. She said, good people live a peaceful life. Good people live a peaceful life? Are you sure? Wang Hao was a little absent-minded. In his mind, a pitiful beggar appeared in a trance, shaking a broken iron basin in his hand. Several coins made a jingling sound in it, and he kept repeating 3 sentences to him. Please be kind. Good people live a peaceful life. You are such a good person. Give me a stutter. Well, this zombie girl is quite good at gaining sympathy. If it were a survivor who didn't know the truth, he would definitely be confused by this pitiful illusion. Huang Dania saw that he was silent and thought that he had a guilty conscience. So he quickly persuaded him, Brother Hao, let's forget it. We can't do immoral things. Wang Hao came to his senses and interrupted him. Do as you say. Don't talk nonsense. I'll explain it to you later. After that, He pointed at the detoxification pill on the table very domineeringly. And his tone was unquestionable. Also, remember to pick it up with chopsticks. Don't touch the surface of the pill. Oh! Wang Daniel struggled in his heart. In the end, between conscience and loyalty, he chose loyalty. Or in other words, trust in Wang Hao. He picked up the wooden chopsticks, put the detoxification pill with added ingredients directly into the transaction box, and completed the transaction with Wang Wan. At the end, he pretended to be cool and said 2 words. Goodbye. Afterwards, he nodded to Wang Hao again. Brother Hao, the deal is done. After learning that the deal was done, Wang Hao's expression was full of expectations. The rest was beyond his control, and rushing to inquire would definitely arouse suspicion. Turning his head, seeing that his companion was still in a tangle, he simply recounted the general course of events, but omitted the matter of temporary partnership with Lin Xiaoxiao, and only said that Wang Wan was a pseudo-human possessed by a monster, and the two had a life-and-death battle before. Self-explosion, shooting, knife-wielding. Each one was more exciting than the other. In order to reduce someone's sympathy, Wang Hao also omitted the description of Wang Wan's hot body and enchanting dress. After listening to the whole story, Wang Dania finally came to his senses and stood firmly on Wang Hao's side. Brother Hao, you should apply more medicine. No, you shouldn't sell it to her at all. How about I ask around? Or, find an excuse of the medicine is not effective enough. 2 pills a day? Wang Hao waved his hand to stop Wang Dania's ideas and prepared to do some meaningful work. It would be best if he could plot against Wang Wan. The poisonous drunk Xiaoliao was Chen Chuan's thing to plot against the emperor. And he would definitely give her a deep impression of the lesson, even if he failed to plot against her. He would not suffer any loss, as all 3 things were in his hands. That Zui Xiaoyao, being a sentient living dead, TSK, should be very interesting. Daniel, haven't you had breakfast yet? Oh no. Wang Dania scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, because if nothing unexpected happens, he will soon have a big meal. A big meal that ordinary survivors dare not think of. I feel looking forward to it for some reason. Well, let's eat roasted sweet potatoes today. But before that, you have to help me collect them. Wang Hao was not polite. He released his castle base not far from the teleportation castle and pointed to the lush crops in the 2 farmlands. After more than 10 hours, the sweet potatoes and wheat were ripe. I didn't choose to harvest on time, because of one word. Busy. Adequate sleep is also a kind of busy. Oh, good. Wang Dania set off immediately, and before he took a few steps, he received Wang Hao's invitation to join a team. The farmland is within the protection range of the Arrow Tower. If a non-castle owner rashly goes to harvest crops, it will definitely trigger defense and warning. Teaming up with the city lord can avoid this problem. After Wang Dania clicked agree, he continued to move forward to the farmland. Harvesting crops is very simple, completely intelligent, and the actual effort is not much. He also understood that this was Brother Hao deliberately finding something for him to do, so that he would not feel like a freeloader. He understands. That's why he has to work harder. After harvesting the crops, he can dig the pits for the next round of sowing. It's not laborious anyway. If possible, he can also do the job of roasting sweet potatoes. Hee. The sweet potatoes are so big and fat. And they feel so good. They must be very fragrant when roasted. Slurp. Greedy. A little further away, looking at Wang Dania's busy back, Wang Hao felt more and more that it was good to have a younger brother. Otherwise, he would be busy all day long and would have no time to enjoy life. Thinking of this, he walked towards the castle base. The hemostatic grass and a small amount of green grass planted in the flower field should also be harvested and processed. Over at the workshop, the green grass should have rotted long ago. People always have to do something. Of course Wang Hao didn't know. In a cave not far away, a woman was experiencing such joy, completely unaware that there was still the existence of extreme joy leads to sorrow in this world. Chapter 258 The Last Crazy. Gig. Cough cough. Taking the round and shiny detoxifying Dan in the palm, Wang Wan couldn't restrain the joy in his heart, and laughed. Only, after a few laughter, she immediately covered her lips, coughing again and again, and her chest was undulating. On the pale face, there was even more pathological blush. After a while, she endured the itching in her throat and the impulse that she wanted to cough, and then spread out her tight right hand, condensing to the palm of Ling Dan. Although the detoxification dam was in hand, she dared not take it down. In the memories of the swallowed original owner, these survivors came from a life planet named Blue Star. When they appeared in this cave world, they were warned by a mysterious mechanical voice. People cannot trust each other. Only the castle and the identity ring are their only reliable partners. So, she should be more cautious. However, it is worth celebrating. With the help of the identity ring, the survivors all have the ability to prompt information, which is simply unimaginable in their zombie circle. Perhaps, everything is a magical power given by the boss behind the scenes. Just like she came to the cave world inexplicably. Let's use the system prompt to see first. Detoxification pill. Pill. Made of various precious herbs. It can eradicate most toxins in the cave world and exempt from toxin attacks for 1 day. Check it again personally. 1-1 held the detoxification pill. Put it close to her eyes and observed it carefully. And fanned her left hand very carefully to let the fragrance of the pill drift over. The fragrance of the medicine was mellow. Nothing unusual. With the above double insurance, 1-1 finally put her mind at ease. If it weren't for the limitations of this flesh, she, who claimed to be the descendant of Hanba, would not swallow these tasteless pills. Because of this delay, she felt itchy in her throat again, and her chest was as painful as a needle, as if she would faint at any time. The flesh is still too weak. 1-1 couldn't wait to open her cherry lips, stuffed the detoxification pill pinched by her fingers into it, and drank a big mouthful of water. Gulp! The pill slid down the esophagus and into the stomach. Immediately, a warm air current rushed to the 2 poisoned wounds, and the discomfort that had been entangled in the chest and throat before was relieved a lot. It really works. 1-1 was overjoyed. In order to maximize the absorption of the drug effect, she immediately ran into the castle, closed the broken wooden door, and laid down behind the door. Soon, her body became cold and stiff. This is the unique technique of sleeping and breathing of the zombie clan. Using this technique, you can maximize the absorption of blood and chi. And it is also effective for the drug. However, 1-1 didn't notice it at all. This time, she slept particularly sweetly. At the same time, under the cold and white skin, there are still strands of very light fans swimming around, as if they have entered a living thing, different from 1-1's sound sleep. At this critical juncture, as long as the survivors are still alive, they have a circle of tight springs in their hearts and have been busy tirelessly. Some are really busy, and some are busy for no reason. People, with their rich imagination and subjective initiative, have become the absolute masters of the blue planet and created an extremely brilliant material civilization world. But it is precisely because of their rich imagination that the simple 4-word survival challenge have been interpreted and extended into various possibilities. The well-known director Zheng Wei combined his own battle royale and proposed a bold conception that tomorrow's survival challenge will be a cruel elimination match. Just like the movie Battle Royale. On an isolated island, dozens of selected boys and girls fight to the death. And only one person can leave alive in the end. In the cave world, 12 regions are divided according to the zodiac signs, and each region initially has 10,000 people. However, after 9 days of survival selection, the total number has dropped to more than 5,000, which shows that the people behind the scenes never care about the lives of the survivors. If there is really an upgraded challenge, it is very likely that the chance of elimination will be increased. A well-reasoned analysis made many survivors choose to believe, and pessimism continued to spread in the chat channel and fermented. Of course, there are also some optimists. Qin Yujiang from Nyotsu is a representative of this view. He believes, after 9 days of training, most survivors are much stronger than ordinary people. Perhaps, the original intention of the person behind the scenes is to enhance the physical strength of human beings. The purpose of doing so is likely to awaken the survival wildness of human beings. After all, the excessive development of science and technology today has made more and more people lazy, and even their physical fitness has declined and degenerated. If this continues, human beings will die in comfort sooner or later. Qin Yujian also gave evidence if it is really for killing. The person behind the scenes has no need to provide so many props and resources. In addition to the pessimists and optimists, there are also a few neutrals. They are neither pessimistic nor blindly optimistic. The views of this group of people are very simple. No matter what the purpose of the person behind the scenes is, and no matter what the survival challenge will be tomorrow, Living every day well is the greatest blessing in life. Every day alive is a blessing. These three groups of people often express their opinions in the world or regional channels, hoping to get more survivors to join their camp. On the one hand, it is to strengthen the power of the camp. And on the other hand, it is constantly anesthetizing themselves. There is only one purpose. Tell yourself that I am still alive. Being busy is a way to prove it. Really busy. Don't give up any opportunity to strengthen yourself and strive for more chances to survive tomorrow's challenge. Busy for nothing. Try your best to connect with more friends so that we can take care of each other if we are lucky enough to meet tomorrow. World Channel. Lin Xiaoda, Director Zeng. With your rich experience, what traps may there be in tomorrow's survival challenge? We are still unsure. Everyone, please speak in order and don't waste the two chances on nonsense. Xing Wei, ahem. Since Xiaolin asked here, I will make up a few words. Since the word survival is added before the challenge, it means that there will be various dangers tomorrow. And it will be more dangerous than usual. Everyone remember this sentence. Don't climb a mountain. Don't cross a river. Be careful when entering a cave. And avoid making friends with people. Sun Wei, Director Zeng. Do you mean to stay away from all sources of danger as much as possible and find a place that is not closed and special to hide? Zhen Wei, that's roughly what I mean. Unless you can meet a partner who has a life and death friendship. Tomorrow, there is a great possibility that we will compete among the regions first, and then wait until the winning region is determined, and then proceed to the next round of internal competition. I have 2 extra speakers here, and I will answer 2 more questions. Lu Xiaoguang Mouse 8304, next up. Director Zeng. Do you think it's too late to buy weapons now? Can we sell some clean water and food? No one can say for sure whether we can survive until the day after tomorrow. Kai Dalan Yo 8405, stop it. Don't ask these useless questions. If you have the energy, you might as well join our Nyochi Chontian Alliance. Alliance leader Qin said that during the survival challenge, allies must support each other. Otherwise, they will never be recorded again. I have to say that the channel is really lively. Even the cheerful hawking in the past has disappeared. It's not just the chat that's lively. The trading market is more prosperous than ever before. Chapter 259, Big Bull. I'll give you a task. Initiator, Wang Bin. Selling item, 1 copper melon hammer. Exchange item, 6 copper ingots. Trading volume, 5. Note, you can also exchange various attribute spirits. The processing fee for the hammer is 200 milliliters of water. Initiator, Lu Shijing. Selling item, solid rattan shield. Exchange item, 800 milliliters of water. Trading volume, 1. Initiator, Qin Yujiang. Selling item, light long wooden bow. Exchange item, 35 beast meat. Trading volume, 1. Note, I'm also looking for compound fertilizer. Or compound fertilizer manufacturing drawings. Price is not a problem. Initiator, Sun Liujia. Items for sale, 1 nunchaku. Items for exchange, 4 iron ingots. Trading volume, 10. The top 10 are all weapons or defensive equipment, with varying quantities. However, the demand is very strong. When Wang Hao was looking through them, 2 items had already turned gray. This proves that the items have been sold. Now, it is 8:40 in the morning. There are still 15 hours until the 10th day. According to the popularity of the market, equipment items will be very popular. It was okay to be stingy in the past. But today I have to be ruthless and spend some money. Money is only a thing outside of the body. The most important thing now is to ensure that you can survive tomorrow. The person is gone, but the things are there. This is undoubtedly the biggest tragedy in life. Wang Hao took a bite of the roasted sweet potato with emotion and continued to scroll down the transaction page. It was soft and sweet as honey. Roasting sweet potatoes does not require any special skills. Just bury the raw sweet potatoes in shallow soil. Build a bonfire on the soil. And wait on the side. Wait for the rich sweet fragrance to overflow. Dig out the bonfire. And enjoy it. More importantly, I didn't get involved. Huang Dania took care of it all. The total harvest from the busyness just now is as follows. 108 sweet potatoes. 54 units of sweet potato vines. 48 kilograms of flour. 40 units of straw feed. 256 second-generation wheat seeds. 40 hemostatic grass plants. And 10 second-generation hemostatic grass seeds. The apple trees planted on the right side of the flower field are also ready for harvesting. The time of this time is very suitable. And there is no wasted gap. Picking apples and decomposing fruit trees. A total of 96 second-generation apples and 5 units of wood were obtained. After processing the flower fields on both sides, Wang Hao did not choose to continue planting apples, but planted pure herbs. There is not much time left. Only herbs can mature twice. Adding weight to tomorrow's challenge. 10 snakes alive grass, honeysuckle, and musk were planted each. And the 10 second-generation hemostatic grass seeds just collected were also planted. And the flower fields on both sides suddenly became full. 4 units of bone meal were applied. 3,000 milliliters of clean water was sprinkled, plus 500 milliliters of waste water accumulated previously. As for the 2 clean farmlands, Wang Hao planned to plant delicious sweet potatoes. This last round will enter the fallow period. The fallow period is because the challenge is imminent, and you must rest early at night to ensure adequate sleep. Brother Hao, you are really willing to spend a lot of money. While stuffing sweet potatoes into his mouth, Wang Dania glanced at the watered flower field and continued to sigh vaguely. If 3,000 milliliters of clean water is put on the market, it will definitely be exchanged for a lot of resources or ordinary equipment. Wang Daniu has also planted a lot of herbs, but he has always been reluctant to water them, and only relies on the moisture in the soil to maintain them. Even if it is wastewater, he is reluctant to give it up. That's not right. In his survival dictionary, there is no word wastewater. Rinse your mouth in the morning and evening, and then swallow it directly. Wash your face. Why wash your face? In the cave world, clean water is a very scarce resource. If he hadn't relied on Brother Hao, how could he have eaten the delicious roasted sweet potatoes? Oh, and half a bottle of Royale beverage. Daniu, if you plant a herb seed, how many medicinal plants will you harvest in the end? 3 plants, Wang Dania said casually. I have 4 plants. What about the second-generation seeds? Sometimes 1 plant, sometimes not. Wait a minute. Brother Hao, did you say 4 plants just now? Wang Dania paused. Then, he shouted in surprise. That's right. Watering each plant with 50 to 100 milliliters can yield 1 more plant. You should understand the difference in value. Right? Seeing the other party's shocked expression, Wang Hao knew that he was right. Or, he guessed it right. Because in normal times, it is true that I water the herbs every time I grow them. But the amount of water is completely arbitrary. If there is water, I water a little more. If there is not, I just give it a try. Sometimes I will water it 3 or 4 hours after planting, or even when it is almost ripe. The yield has been very stable. The first generation, 4 plants. The second generation, 2 plants. Now, I finally know the difference between watering and not watering. Across the street, Wang Dania lowered his head, thinking. Soon, he raised his head and looked at Wang Hao with a face eager to learn. Brother Hao, some herbs are more common. Sometimes an extra plant is worth as much as water. As time goes by, it may not be as good as water. So, for some expensive species, watering will have an extra bonus. Apparently, he has been hanging around in the market these days, and is very familiar with the market prices. Wang Hao doesn't care. Anyway, he usually waters with wastewater. Wang Dania's words gave him an idea, and he had a little idea in his mind. Daniu, I'll give you a task. Help me calculate the best amount of watering. These are 10 seeds of first-generation brown licorice. After dinner, you plant them in the flower field twice, with different watering amounts for each plant. The first time, control it at 100 milliliters, 80, 60, 40, 20. The second time, select the interval with a smaller harvest, and then divide the watering amount into 5 equal parts, so that you can. Wang Dania immediately reacted. This way you can find the most appropriate watering amount. Brother Hao, your method is really great. That's right. This way the watering can be accurate to 5 milliliters. No, it's 4 milliliters per plant. Wang Hao explained with a smile. In fact, in his heart, he admired his own wit. If he had thought of this method earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to use so much clean water today. So sad. Also, it's not that his method is great. It's just that he learned and applied the daily planning. To put it simply, it's the elimination method. This calm look, in Wang Dania's eyes, increased his admiration and respect. The roasted sweet potatoes still need to be eaten, Because of the motivation ahead, Wang Dania's speed has increased a lot. He ate the second sweet potato half full, and immediately got up to get brown licorice seeds and clean water, and trotted to the flower field of the teleportation castle. Clean water for irrigation is still needed. After all, he doesn't have much stock, and he really doesn't want to give it up. Wang Hao didn't care, and directly took out 1 L of clean water, put it in 2 empty purified water bottles, plus a small bag of brown licorice seeds, and threw it to him. Next, it's time to deal with the remaining 104 sweet potatoes. While everyone is paying attention to the sale market, put them all on the shelves in exchange for some useful resources. What should I exchange for? Chapter 260 Refining Zombies. Wang Hao opened the system panel and browsed through the skill list. He decided to exchange as much kerosene and glutinous rice balls as possible. These two resources are used in many manufacturing products and avoid the wood and iron ingots that are in great demand now. How much should I exchange? The purple sweet potatoes piled up in front of me are bright in appearance and exude a sweet and moist earthy smell. Sweet potatoes, also known as sweet potatoes, red yams, are a kind of Chinese medicinal crop that can fill the stomach, clear the intestines and facilitate bowel movements, replenish qi and nourish the middle, and can also relieve anxiety. It is a rare food. Under the influence of the cave rules, the individual net weight is 500 g. There is no insect pest, and it cannot be planted again. 500 grams is 1 pound. It is the most suitable for filling hunger, and can also supplement the calories consumed daily. If it is not enough, it is a bit water consuming, and it will definitely choke if eaten dry. Wang Hao calculated for a while, and finally decided on its selling price. On the shelves, purchase item, kerosene 20. Purchase item, glutinous rice balls 6. Purchase item, zombie seeds. Note, if you don't want water, you can also exchange it for other equipment or spirits. The prices. 3 acquisition messages were released together. In addition to kerosene and glutinous rice balls, he also wanted to see if he could receive zombie seeds. In any case, the exchange price he offered was definitely tempting. After the message was sent, in order to increase attention, Wang Hao specifically shouted in the world channel, "Wang Hao, clear water in exchange for zombie seeds. Gold and fire spirits. Large quantities are preferred. P.S. I have put a lot of sweet potatoes on the market. If you want to improve your food, go and have a look. They are good quality and cheap." In the world channel, everyone is speculating or discussing the content of the survival challenge. It can be said that the chat is in full swing. The survivors must have done a lot of private preparations. Even so, they still want more trump cards to deal with unknown dangers. Wang Hao's shout immediately disrupted the good learning atmosphere, and even had a tendency to lead it astray. Damn! There are red yams for sale. Where did you get the red yams? The castle flower fields can't grow so many. I've tried it before. What the above person said is really unsophisticated. This is obviously sweet potato. Learn and live. There is really an alias of red yam. I'll buy one to try. Is there anyone who wants to group buy with me? Count me in. I have 3 units of glutinous rice balls here. I despise you too. The point of Brother Hao shouting is that he is buying zombie seeds. Does anyone know this thing? I have encountered zombies once. Wow. You guys go to the market. 1 L of clean water in exchange for zombie seeds. Do you have too much clean water? Can you tell me the source? I seem to remember that someone was buying highly toxic river water a few days ago. I bowed down to you. Sir. P.S. I exchange half a bottle of pure water for 40 units of kerosene. I'm going to taste the sweet potato. The anxiety and worry that had just arisen from talking about the survival challenge were all dispelled by this sudden incident, and everyone returned to their previous lively and noisy state. Wang Hao was very satisfied with everyone's cooperation. That's right. People should be happy. Let's drink today and worry about tomorrow. Let's go to the survival challenge. Wang Hao vented in his heart. Then, very naturally and expectantly, he clicked on the zombie puppet in the forging list. Zombie puppet, zombie seed January 1st. Bone meal 87 out of 5. Beast blood 11,850 milliliters per 500 milliliters. Earth essence 44:1. Ding! The requirements for refining a zombie puppet are met. Before manufacturing, you need to drag an item into the reinforcement box. When the prompt message appears, a selection list appears next to the reinforcement box, listing the items Wang Hao is on hand. Old Corpse's black hair 1. Zombie fangs 2. Blood Witch's heart 1. Scarecrow's red eyes 1. Nicola's heart 1. Radiated spider meat 10. The list slowly extends downwards, as if there is no end. TSK. So many. Wang Hao was surprised. He had accumulated quite a few evil items without realizing it. After finally creating a corpse pet. Of course, I have to choose a rare one. Click the first one. The black hair of the old corpse. Take out this first collected weirdo, and drag it directly into the reinforcement box. Confirm to create. After the manufacturing command was issued, a hazy green light flashed in front of my eyes, and quickly landed on the ground under my feet. I saw the green light slowly lifted up, just like the groom was lifting the red veil of the bride on the wedding night. Under the lifted green light, first a pair of gray-white bare feet with black nails were exposed, followed by legs and palms wrapped in gray-white bandages. And then, there was no chest that could be seen. And finally a skinny face with fangs. A pair of eyes were tightly closed. Black lips were pressed together. Ears were slightly pointed. And webbed black hair hung on the top of the head, making the skinny face half hidden and half visible. At first glance, it really doesn't look like a zombie. It looks more like a mummy. The strange thing is that there is no smell of decay on it, which is very different from the gray and yellow zombies I met in the charity cemetery before. Ding, zombie seed -1. Bone meal -5. Beast blood -500 milliliters. Earth attribute spirit normal -1. Old corpse's black hair -1. Ding, black-haired zombie +1. Is this a zombie? Wang Hao muttered, stood up and moved forward, almost touching his nose to the zombie's face. He stretched out his arm and shook his right hand. The zombie in front of him did not react at all, as if it was a finished wax figure. Old rules. Recognize the master. Wang Hao wiped the Qinglong ring, took out the broken water dagger, and quickly poked the index finger of his right hand with a sharp tip. A drop of blood immediately appeared, deep red, and trembling slightly. He was so familiar with the steps of recognizing the master that it was like a daily routine. He raised his right arm, held a drop of blood on his fingertips, and quickly pressed it on the forehead of the zombie in front of him. Suddenly, a red mark appeared. This mark did not last long. The zombie's face seemed to be rotten cotton, quickly absorbed it, leaving only a small red dot like a mosquito bite. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Scarlet blood occupied the pupils, with only a little white of the eyes as a foil. Seeing Wang Hao in front, the zombie's blood pupil flashed, and immediately stepped back half a step, respectfully bent his waist, and made a salute. It gave people a feeling of stiffness and lifelessness. The zombie did not make the next move, and kept the posture of saluting, motionless, having had the experience of recognizing the master. Wang Hao did not feel strange, and raised his right arm very familiarly. Give you a name. Black hair. Thank you, my lord, for giving me a name. The black-haired zombie in front of him responded hoarsely, and his bent waist straightened. Perhaps it was an illusion. Wang Hao looked at the zombie's scarlet eyes again. There seemed to be a little agility in his eyes. Chapter 261 Guard Squad. Zombie puppet, puppet type. A puppet driven by zombie seeds, which can obey the simple instructions of the master. Has outstanding attack and defense attributes. Likes to suck the blood of living creatures. Has poor flexibility, and its attributes are greatly reduced under strong light. Comes with the attached skill Black Hair Cage, which lasts for 5 days. Black Hair Cage uses black hair to weave one or more cages to temporarily imprison the target for 3 seconds. The length of control time is related to the level attribute of the target. Outstanding attack and defense attributes. Well, this is good. The attached black hair cage is good, and it is a typical control skill, which has a lot to do with the previously added weird old corpse's black hair. Afraid of strong light. A bit like the zombies and vampires that are circulated. However, it is not a big problem. The cave world is always bright, but it is not strong enough. And the puppet's state does not seem to be weakened now. Looking at the mummy-like zombie in front of him, Wang Hao felt that he had to continue. The movement here naturally could not be hidden from Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu bent down and worked in front of the flower field. When the green light flashed here, he raised his head, his eyes full of surprise. Brother Hao is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that his surrender was not wrong, and he may really leave this underground world alive in the future. Thinking of this, he continued to bury his head in watering, and carefully made simple marks on the outside. next to the embers of the bonfire. Black-haired. Follow me back to the castle. Wang Hao put away the beach chair and walked towards the open castle base. Enter the castle. Walked to the resource storage area. Looked around at the mini trophies. And finally stopped at the spiked hammer. He bought this hammer from Wang Wan. Its original owner was the talented girl Lin Xiaoxiao, who was strong and powerful. The spherical hammer head is covered with short conical spikes, so there is no need to worry about it getting stuck in the target. It combines the advantages of both blunt and sharp weapons, and is most suitable for power players. Spiked hammer, weapon type. Ordinary quality. Made from refined iron and refined copper. The short spikes can cut through the obstruction of media such as air, and increase the swing speed of blunt weapons. Lin Xiaoxiao really adhered to the traditional virtue of frugality in the selection of weapons, and did not strengthen them at all. Perhaps, as she said, there is no need to waste good materials for transitional weapons. Black hair. It belongs to you. And you can also take one of the cloaks over there. Wang Hao pointed at 2 items. The spiked sledgehammer leaned against the wall. The black cloak was folded on the top of a bucket. As soon as the command was given, the black-haired puppet did not move, but slightly twisted its neck. The black hair covering its head then split into 2 strands, flying rapidly towards the wall and the top of the bucket respectively. Whoosh! The whistling sound that broke through the air just reached my ears, and the 2 wet black hairs had rolled up the 2 things and returned. The speed was very fast. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no time to react. The black-haired puppet took the cloak, quickly put it on his body, and simply tied a slipknot around his neck. The ugly gray bandage and wrinkled appearance were immediately covered up for the most part. Then he took the sledgehammer with his right hand and let the hammer head hit his feet. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes bloomed quietly, as if waiting for the next command from the master. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the telekinesis just now. If it was in a fight, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Who would have thought that zombies could also play hair-shaking? Black-haired. You did a good job. Go to guard the iron gate. Yes. The black-haired puppet responded to the order and turned around and walked behind the iron gate. One puppet is definitely not enough. So he is looking for zombie seeds in the market to create more zombies. Tomorrow's survival challenge will inevitably involve dangerous work such as exploring the road and stepping on mines. So the more defenses around him, the better. Wang Hao clicked on the acquisition situation and saw that no one had exchanged. And there were no messages. No hurry. Take your time. If there are no zombie seeds, then make undead puppets. The patterns of the 2 types of puppets are both orange and excellent quality. And the puppets made should be at the same level. The puppets were generally average before, and it is estimated that it was related to the lack of reinforcements. Weird things also fall into the scope of reinforcement. Pull down the forging list and find Undead Puppet. Undead Puppet, Ghost Fire Seed 23 halves. Bone Powder 82 fifths. Iron Ingot 255/1. Beast Blood 11,350 milliliters per 500 milliliters. Earth Attribute Soul Essence 43/1. This time, Wang Hao plans to. Just as he was about to add extra soul essence, his eyes stopped at the next line next to the puppet formula. Brute Force Stone? This thing has been forgotten for a long time. The mind stayed on it. This is a strengthening item that increases strength. The introduction given by the system is very concise. To increase strength, you can give it a try. Click. Brute Force Stone. Gold Soul Essence 1 of 1. Kerosene 349/2. Iron Ingot 255/2. Copper Ingot 27/1. Ding! The forging requirements of the Brute Force Stone are currently met. Do you want to manufacture it? There is only 1 ordinary level gold essence left. Make it 2. After the command was issued, a golden light flashed before my eyes, and a square gold ingot appeared in front of me. It is very similar to the gold ingot of building resources. If you don't read the system message, you can't tell the difference between the 2. Brute Force Stone, item type. A strengthening stone that can enhance the strength attribute. Directly adding it to equipment or weapons can enhance the strength attribute by 1 point. Adding it during forging can enhance the strength attribute by 2 points. Note, directly adding has a certain probability of replacing the existing skill attribute. TSK. Nice. Why did I forget about it before? In order to verify the effect, Wang Hao picked it up and dragged it into the reinforcement frame of the undead puppet. A puppet with enhanced strength attributes must be quite cool. Confirmed to be manufactured. Buzz. A pale white skeleton immediately appeared in front of him. Undead puppet, puppet type. A puppet driven by ghost fire seeds, which can obey the simple instructions of the master. Has average defense ability and poor flexibility. It comes with the attached skill Great Power, which exists for 10 days. Great Power enhances the strength attribute by 2 points. It is generally consistent with the previous introduction, but there are some minor changes in the details. The name of the skill is a bit tacky. It doesn't matter. Great strength can make miracles happen. However, how should the attributes of this puppet be reflected? There won't be an attribute panel, right? I don't think I've seen one yet. Wang Hao looked around. Whether it was his own system panel or the surface of the newly appeared skeleton. He searched carefully, but he couldn't find the corresponding interface. Forget it. Use a simple method to test. To a certain extent, strength represents the load-bearing capacity. And the simpler the test value, the better. Wang Hao walked to a pile of stones and looked at the top slab stone intently. Ding! This is a unit of stone. Stone, a standard building resource extracted from various ores or rock products, with a specification of 1.0 m times 1.0 m times 0.1 m, and a net weight of 250 kilograms per unit. 250 kilograms. That is 500 gene. Without special training, an average adult can only lift objects that are twice their own weight, and it is impossible to move this 500 gene stone slab, even if it is simply lifted a little. A simple cut. Wang Hao took out the water-breaking dagger and scratched a deep cross mark in the center of the top stone slab. With the help of the system's ability, the stone slab was turned over to the other side, and the cross was scratched again. The water-breaking dagger is indeed sharp. After 2 cuts, this standard stone has been divided into 4 equal parts, and the weight of each stone is close to 62.5 kilograms, which is 125 gene. Okay, start the test. Wang Hao half bent down, grabbed the edge of one of the blocks with both hands, and tried to lift it up. Hey! This time, he did not use the object moving feature given by the panel, but simply lifted the stone with his own strength. With the force of both arms, the stone left the ground steadily and was lifted up little by little. In the end, Wang Hao actually lifted it above his head. Quite easy. Add another block and see. Wang Hao put down the raised stone, stacked it with another small block, and tried to lift it again. The weight of the 2 blocks is 250 kilograms. This time, he finally felt the effort, and he could only lift them to the waist, and he couldn't lift them up anymore. Bang! 2 stone slabs were put down. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to the attribute panel, stared at the strength value for a while, and finally had a rough guess. If the guess is correct, 1 point of strength represents 10 kilograms. According to the standard of normal people, the weight of an adult is about 70 kilograms, and it can lift about 140 to 150 kilograms, which just meets the one-time law. Now, he has 14 points of strength attribute, so it is naturally easy to move a stone slab. The 2 pieces add up to 125 kilograms, which is just a little bit off. Let the new puppet try it again. Wang Hao took the Rio drink, drank it all, and waved to the skeleton behind him. Dali, come here and try. Hey, this name is good. You can be called Dali from now on. He is really casual when it comes to naming. Squeak. The new puppet came up as ordered, and with further instructions from the master, it understood the other party's intention. Bending its ferocious spine, a pair of bone arms circled a small piece of stone, and the leg bone suddenly pushed up. Hold it up steadily. However, Wang Hao found that the puppet's legs trembled slightly, as if it could not bear the weight. It seems not very good. It is estimated that the weight-bearing capacity of the undead puppet is similar to that of an adult. At the same level. It doesn't matter. There is strength in numbers. Ahem. An icon began to shake in the lower right corner of the panel. Dali, put it down first. After Wang Hao ordered the undead puppet, he clicked on the flashing icon. Bang! The stone was thrown down. The puppet Dali turned to face Wang Hao and waited quietly for his next order. Ahem. Before seeing the first message, another message prompt sounded. Oh! This is a good sign. Maybe it's a buyer coming. Wang Hao immediately looked at the first one. You Wanli, okay. I agree. This message is very direct. What do you mean by I agree? It seems that it hasn't said anything yet? Wang Hao quickly swiped twice, and found a clue in the chat history. The first message came from the survivor, who had asked about the restored wooden bow before. The thing he agreed to was the transaction price he gave last time. 1 blood essence. Plus 1 fine spirit essence. Then let's trade. Wang Hao took down the restored wooden bow from the auction market, and sent a trade invitation to the other party. After the transaction was completed, Wang Hao immediately clicked on another one. This one came from Lin Xiaoxiao. Old Wang, I want to discuss something with you. Didn't you give me an electronic watch last time? Do you remember? Old Wang. Hearing the other party's familiarity, Wang Hao felt that it must be bad. Also, this name sounds awkward. Tell me, what's the matter? Let's talk about it in advance. Don't think about the electronic watch again. I value feelings. And I can't let down my own innocence and the electronic watch. Things often happen by chance. 10 seconds later, Lin Xiaoxiao sent a message with a surprise. Without any sense of rejection. That proves that you still have an electronic watch. Sell me another one. I have the zombie seed you want. When you meet a smart person, there is really nothing you can do. Because the weight given is simple and crude. And it touches people's hearts. Wang Hao feels that he needs to be reserved. Miss Lin, the last electronic watch broke? It doesn't matter. Failure is the mother of success. Edison failed hundreds of times. By the way, how many zombie seeds do you have? The key point is the last sentence. The previous nonsense was purely to cover up the previous slip of the tongue and to get close to him, so as to facilitate the extraction of useful information. Don't give me that. I have one. Do you want it? Yes. Wang Hao completely abandoned his reserve. Then let's trade. Lin Xiaoxiao sent the trade invitation skillfully, without any ambiguity or delay. A zombie seed was directly placed on it, and the confirmation was clicked early. This kind of trust is beyond words. Wang Hao found the last little genius children's watch and put it in the item box on his side. Confirm. After completing the transaction, Wang Hao glanced at the stone under his feet and remembered the scene of Lin Xiaoxiao violently raising a hammer to chase the gray zombie, and his heart could not help but move. By the way, I want to ask you a non-private question. What is your initial strength attribute? You should have known the corresponding value of the strength attribute. Right? At that time, Lin Xiaoxiao ran with the hammer easily, and her movements were quite fast. Her strength and agility attributes must be not low, with the characteristics of a top student who loves to study. She must have studied these. Asking is not shameful. The 2 questions I asked do not involve any personal privacy. If you are a friend, you will not hide it. Since the other party has a zombie seed, it is okay to make a gentleman's friendship make friends. Initial strength. Why are you asking this? I refuse to answer. For the second question, 1 point of strength corresponds to 10 kilograms. Oh, I'm going to study in seclusion. Don't reply. You have personality. However, why would you reject an initial strength attribute? Is it too horrible? Wang Hao closed the chat box, turned his body, and looked at the undead puppet beside him. So, the initial strength value of the undead puppet is about 6 to 8, which is a very average level. Even with the increase of great strength, it is not as good as my current self. If the individual is not strong, use the number to make up. Just have a gold essence. Continue to forge the brute force stone, and create an undead puppet. At the same time, create another zombie puppet. Wang Hao's goal is to create a guard squad with a total of dozens of people. Chapter 262 Leather Sofa. Dragon Zone. In a cave, Lin Xiaoxiao was still sitting in front of the workbench outside the castle, with various tools piled on the table. She closed the chat box with a guilty look on her face, and subconsciously glanced around. Wang Hao asked me what my initial strength was for, but luckily I was smart enough to cut off the conversation in time. If he knew that my initial value was 10, he would definitely ignore me. Yes, I must hide my violent image. You must not tell him that I have practiced karate, Muay Thai, and Sanda, and have won the championship and runner-up of the Karate and Sanda Global Tours. It's not easy to make a friend of the opposite sex. Hee hee. Stop imagining and continue to copy the electronic watch. Lin Xiaoxiao muttered a few words, suddenly patted her cheeks to make herself more awake, and continued to disassemble the new electronic watch at the desk, with a skilled movement that made people feel distressed. Not far from the workbench, the pink groundhog yawned sleepily, patted its mouth with one front paw, and forced itself to stand guard for its owner. It didn't sleep all night. This kind of day is not the first time it has experienced, and it has slowly begun to get used to it. Half an hour passed. In front of Wang Hao, there are two more tall and mighty puppet guards. A dead soul. A zombie. The zombie puppet created this time has the red eyes of the scarecrow as an added trick, and the resulting skill is quite interesting. Zombie puppet, puppet type. A puppet driven by zombie seeds, which can obey the simple instructions of the master. Has outstanding attack and defense attributes. Likes to suck the blood of living creatures. Has poor flexibility, and its attributes are greatly reduced under strong light. It has its own attached skill Red Eyes, which lasts for 5 days. After Red Eyes is actively activated, the puppet itself falls into a crazy bloodthirsty state, and the attack and running speed increases by 100%, which lasts for 10 seconds. After the time runs out, the body will self-ignite and be destroyed. To put it simply, it is a rampage skill. A self-destructive rampage skill. The undead puppet is still the same, just like a batch of robots produced on an assembly line. Due to the use of excellent attribute essence, the upper limit of the brute force stone has increased by 1 point, which makes the skeleton of this puppet appear jade white and slightly crystal clear. This difference naturally attracted Wang Hao's attention. The name of the puppet's own auxiliary skill was changed to Giant Force, which was considered to be a level up. In order to distinguish it, its name was called Giant Force. After making 4 puppets in a row, Wang Hao decided to take a break. Dropping blood to recognize the master is a troublesome thing. Now his right index finger has been pierced 3 times in a row, which looks a bit creepy. Dali, Julie, Hong Yan, the 3 of you go to the 2nd floor window and guard it. No one is allowed to climb in through the window. After waving his hand to give the order, he took out the green whistle given by the goblin Buden, put it to his lips, and blew it rhythmically. It would be nice to replenish some goods before the challenge starts tomorrow. What should be done has been done. Next, rest while peeking at the screen. Wang Haoyang lay on the beach chair and changed to a more comfortable position. Squeaky! The beach chair that was stretched out made a series of metal friction sounds, which was a bit harsh. Well, I don't know if there are sofas for sale in the market. This chair can't bear it. It's normal that it can't bear it. This type of simple cloth beach chair is usually used for beach vacations and has a limited service life. After 6 or 7 days of continuous abuse, it can still remain intact and not broken, which is considered to be of good quality. Enter the cell interface. Wang Hao entered the word sofa in the search box. 3 products really popped up, and they were sold by the same survivor. Initiator, Chen Maofao. Selling items, leather sofa. Exchange items, 400 milliliters of clean water. Trading volume, 1. Initiator, Chen Maofao. Selling items, leather sofa. Exchange items, 350 milliliters of animal blood. Trading volume, 1. Initiator, Chen Maofao. Item for sale, leather sofa. Item for exchange, leather 7. Transaction volume, 1. 3. Transaction information. The difference is that the price of the exchanged item is fair, and no one is asking for an exorbitant price by taking advantage of the unique business. The transaction volume is set to 1 piece. I guess this kind of luxury product is not popular. TSK. A leather sofa for less than a bottle of water. The price is really suitable. Wang Hao didn't think about bargaining, and bought the first one very generously. Ding, clean water minus 400 milliliters. Ding, leather sofa plus 1. It seems that 1 is not enough. If a distinguished guest comes, there must be a place to entertain him. He pondered for a moment, and simply took the second one. Ding, beast blood minus 350 milliliters. Ding, leather sofa plus 1. After buying the 2 sofas, Wang Hao immediately leaned forward and looked straight ahead. In front of him were 2 single sofas, one red and one black, with simple and rounded lines and a soft luster on the leather surface. At first glance, they were very atmospheric and fashionable. Leather sofa, daily item. Home furnishings imitation by Goblin technology. They improved the tanning method of ordinary livestock or beast tan leather and applied it to home furnishings, which increased ductility and comfort. The introduction given by the system was quite standard, and there was nothing special about it. Red and black? It didn't matter. They were all my favorite colors. Red symbolized unrestrainedness and passion. Black symbolized low keyness and connotation. Wang Hao stood up and walked around the 2 sofas, concentrating on choosing perspective. Under the tight leather surface, there were some thick springs and sponge-like fillings. These were secondary. He was only concerned about the color of the outer circle of the ripples. Green. And extremely light. This represented absolute safety. Things purchased from outside must be inspected before they can be assured. After all, there are many survivors with ulterior motives. And things that harm others and benefit oneself have happened before. Wang Hao checked both leather sofas before walking to the black sofa with a relaxed look. Leaning back and sitting down suddenly. After his butt touched the leather surface, a pit immediately appeared, and his whole body was placed in it, tilting left and right. He deliberately rubbed and twisted his butt twice before pressing his back against the backrest. Comfortable. Very comfortable. If you have to compare it with a beach chair, it is simply one in the sky and the other on the ground. When there is a chance, put a coffee table in the middle, and you can entertain guests in the future. Half lying on the sofa, looking up at the messages that keep scrolling in the chat channel, and occasionally swiping to look through the goods in the sales market. This is really a kind of enjoyment. He even had the illusion of returning to the surface of the Blue Star and back to the school dormitory. Hey, someone exchanged the clean water? Not bad. Not bad. I got a zombie seed. Huh. 2 sweet potatoes are missing. Another 40 units of kerosene were credited. Someone sent me a private message, wanting me to make brass knuckles for her. Bring the materials yourself? Yes. Yes. Wang Hao was curled up on the sofa and enjoying himself, and his hearty laughter kept coming out of the castle. Compared with the last struggles of others, this comfortable life is really enviable and jealous. Chapter 263. Big Bull? Do you want a pet? Initiator, Wang Hao. Auction item, wood attribute spirit excellent. Exchange item, gold attribute spirit ordinary 3. Transaction volume, 1. Note, fire attribute ordinary is also acceptable. No bargaining is accepted. Okay. The tactical retreat is over. An hour later, Wang Hao left the leather gentle country comfortably and began to prepare for the next task. Just now, he put a new auction on the shelf. The gold spirit for making brute force stone is lacking. In order to achieve the goal quickly, only a more brutal way can be used to collect it. Spirit for spirit. Or excellent for ordinary. I believe someone will be interested. I'll see the results later. Glancing at the mechanical alarm clock not far away. The time was frozen at 11:15. There was still some time before lunch, so I didn't rush to make any arrangements. Wang Hao came to the first floor, walked to the workbench in the workshop, and collected the rotten grass. Ding, grass minus 100. Ding, rotten grass plus 20. After taking out these paste products, Wang Hao immediately made the corresponding compound fertilizer. Ding, bone meal minus 50. Rotten grass minus 20. Ding, compound fertilizer plus 10. Okay. 10 portions of compound fertilizer are enough. The bone meal has been almost consumed, and some inventory must be appropriately replenished. Cultivating farmland is a long process, and bone meal is indispensable. Wang Hao casually added 100 units of grass to the workbench, letting it run automatically, and walked out of the castle. When passing the iron gate, the puppet bowed and saluted, like a medieval western knight. Not bad. The castle has the appearance it should have. Arrived in front of the farmland. Huang Dania had already dug the shallow pit for sowing. All he had to do was to sprinkle compound fertilizer and then put the seeds in it. This time, all sweet potatoes were planted. The sale of sweet potatoes was going smoothly, just in time to get the last wave of dividends in the afternoon. A total of 10 units of compound fertilizer were spread, and 72 sweet potato seeds were also cast. Cover the soil in water. Inspired by the idea of the experiment just now, Wang Hao decided to try to explore the best amount of water for crops. Compared with herbs, farmland planting does not require such fineness, and it can be more extensive. The farmland is planted with 8 ridges, starting with 1 L of clean water, and each ridge increases by 0.5 L. The 2 farmlands use a total of 22 L of clean water. In this way, when harvesting crops, the most appropriate amount of water can be selected, even if it doesn't work once. Continue the experiment next time. Half an hour later, the farmland was completely done. Looking at the flower fields and farmland in front of the castle, Wang Hao wiped the thin sweat from his temples, and felt a special satisfaction in his heart. Agriculture is gradually getting on the right track. Next, The focus should be gradually moving towards industrial technology. The first thing to solve is the cave space here. Daniel, come here. Wang Hao waved to his companion, who was busy working in the flower field, and called him over. Wang Daniel ran over with a piece of straw paper, and a piece of pencil was clamped in his right ear. Straw paper is a paper package that has been used to wrap herbal seeds, and the source of the pencil is unknown. Brother Hao, you called me? Well, have you observed the boundaries of the cave in the past 2 days? Are there any special changes? Changes? Brother Hao, I didn't see it. The scenes outside the antlers and the wire mesh have been refreshed. After you left yesterday, a wounded ghost leopard ran over. Wang Dania didn't understand the other party's intention, so he could only use all his brain cells to describe all the abnormalities during this period. Scene refresh. This is definitely not the point. Wang Hao left the teleportation base early yesterday morning and saw the scene outside the barbed wire. He has seen many semi-deserts. Nothing special. For example, now, outside the barbed wire, it has been replaced by a piece of yellow land. I mean the outer boundary. Has it expanded outward or shrunk inward? Wang Hao prompted. There should be no change. But he wanted to hear Huang Dania's judgment. After all, he didn't stay here for a long time. No. Huang Dania shook his head affirmatively. After getting this answer, Wang Hao became more curious about this special place. The teleportation castle stands in it and cannot be moved, and the cave space is fixed, which is intriguing in itself. Focus your attention and look in 6 directions. Ahead, in the light yellow ripples, a group of dog-headed monsters are driving a wounded mutant wild boar forward, and their destination is a tent camp ahead. The environment is a little dim, like dusk. These dog-headed monsters all have hideous faces, raise their stone spears and stone axes, and keep stabbing and slapping the wild boar's hips. And pairs of dark red eyes flicker in the dimness. In the tent of the camp, 3 or 5 shadows flashed. Ding! A dog-headed team is found, and you can cooperate to kill them. It's just a light yellow scene, and the exploration difficulty is not very great. Wang Hao changed the direction. Left side. This time it was a yellow ripple. In the image, a bus stop suddenly appeared. There was a shabby number 14 bus stop sign on the platform, a roof to block the rain, and seats for people to take a short rest. There were people on the platform. A woman in a red dress stood in front of the billboard with her hair disheveled and her sleeves hanging down. Even though there was a long seat behind her, she was unwilling to sit down. If you look more carefully, you will find that the hem of the red-dressed woman is hanging in the air, and you can't see her calves at all. There is no calf exposed, but there is a pair of brand new red high-heeled shoes on the ground. So weird. Ding! The red-dressed weirdo, the slit-mouthed woman, is found. You can try to kill or subdue her. Change direction again. Right. There is nothing in the green ripples. Behind, in the dark green ripples, a door bar and a small bench are parked in front of a half-collapsed ruin, bumping into each other from time to time. Under the buried bricks and rubble, there seems to be a rusty treasure chest. Judging from its color, it should be an iron treasure chest. If you ignore the object itself, you will find a shocking strange thing. They are not bumping into each other, but playing like children. Ding! Found door bar monster and bench monster. You can kill them to get the spoils. These days, even door bars and benches can become spirits. The 4 ripples in front of me disappeared together. Wang Hao immediately recharged his energy, concentrated his mind, and continued to look at the last 2 directions. Underground, in the green ripples, a smart and capable young man was digging a tunnel, and the direction of the digging was underground. It was a survivor. The survivor's lower body was wearing faded hospital pants, but his upper body was bare-chested, and he was carrying a cute weasel on his shoulder. Ding! A survivor was found. Good contact and communication are the first step to gaining friendship, provided that he is trustworthy. Just as Wang Hao looked at the system message, the weasel boy had already entered the tunnel, leaving only the back of his head shaking. There was one last direction. Above, in the light red ripples, a black water swamp occupied the entire screen, and the sky was gloomy. In the black water, there were 2 tall clumps of reeds, and several pieces of dead wood were floating. Under a clump of reeds, a small gray sparrow was pecking at the water, occasionally raising its neck. Ding! A young gray sparrow was found, which can be captured and subdued. The ripples were light red. Strictly speaking, This was my first excavation today, and it was so difficult. Wang Hao frowned and thought. In the past, the difficulty would never be as outrageous as it is now. Really? Just because the challenge is approaching? Brother Hao. What's wrong? Wang Dania saw him looking around, and finally frowned and looked at the top of the cave above, and couldn't help asking curiously. Wang Hao's brows relaxed, and he slowly lowered his head, and his eyes were level with Wang Dania's. Daniel, do you want a pet? Chapter 264 Creation of the World. Daniel, do you want a pet? Wang Hao said this very casually and suddenly, without any sign before. Wang Daniel was startled when he heard this. He almost subconsciously replied, of course I do. Having a pet is much better. Brother Hao. What do you mean? Wang Daniel reacted immediately. From what Brother Hao said. Could it be that he wants to give me a pet? Could it be the zombie puppet I just saw? Or the skeleton I saw before? No. No. These two are not considered pets. Brother Hao is not going to give me the extra crows. Right? As he thought about it, Wang Dania raised his head and looked at the sole pet crow king who followed Wang Hao silently, his eyes full of eagerness. Wang Hao didn't expect that so many thoughts would go through his mind in such a short time. Daniel, let's go. Follow me to create the world. He waved his hand gently and walked away first. The direction of walking was just the other side away from the two castles. If possible. Of course, the farther the better. Create the world? This is not a casual remark. As Wang Hao stepped forward, he took out a rare item. Excavator. Excavator, a disposable consumable that can permanently expand the cave in which it is located and increase its space. In some special occasions, it can play an unexpected effect. Previously, he had thought of using it, but he finally held back. Now, why not use it? Wang Dania couldn't figure out the meaning of creation of the world, but he followed blindly. Now, his head was full of speculations about pets. The two of them walked one after the other, and soon came to the edge of the earth wall. Under their feet was barren yellow land. Above their heads was the flat cave ceiling. Wang Hao stopped and observed the surroundings before pointing to the ground next to the earth wall. Daniel, we need to dig a pit here. It doesn't need to be too big. 3 meters by 3 meters will do. After saying that, he took back the excavator props, replaced it with an engineer shovel, walked directly to the target area, drew a rough outline, and buried his head in digging. Wang Dania didn't understand, but he quickly took out his engineer shovel and swung it to dig. Ding, less +1. Ding, less +1. Digging. Not hard. When they dug to a depth of 1 meter, Wang Hao climbed up, released 5 units of stone, tied a rope to the middle of the bottom stone slab, and threw the other end of the rope into the deep pit. For the safety of climbing, he also summoned the puppet Black Hair to guard the side of the stone slab and wait for orders at any time. After doing all this, Wang Hao jumped into the deep pit again and dug down with Wang Daniu. A quarter of an hour later, when the two dug 10 meters deep and just reached the length of the rope, the engineer shovel stopped. Daniu, let's go up. After saying hello, Wang Hao took the lead and climbed up by grabbing the rope, and soon returned to the ground. Afterwards, Wang Daniu also climbed up. Now, he was even more confused. Brother Hao, what are we going to do? The pet you just mentioned is... Anyone would be confused in this situation. Wang Hao smiled and patted his shoulder. Daniu, you will know soon. While talking, he took out the excavator prop. He walked around the deep pit under his feet and walked to the edge of the earth wall. Then he put the toy-like excavator in his hand on the surface of the earth wall and pressed the raise button on it. Dig through the cave. As the command was issued, a slight numbness and tremor appeared in the palm of the hand. While trembling, the prop extended a pair of sharp needles at the place where it met the earth wall, and easily pierced into the soil layer. Wang Hao let go of his hand and stepped back. He didn't need to operate the remaining steps, and the props followed the command to complete them. Only saw the surface of the excavator props. A weak yellow light bloomed, covering it all. This yellow light seemed to have a special driving ability, allowing the props to climb up little by little until it stopped at the top of the cave. The next scene was even more incredible. It was obviously a palm-sized toy, but after touching the luss on the top of the cave, it actually began to absorb the nearby luss, and swallowed them into the bucket of the excavator like a whale. A round passage appeared in front of Wang Hao and Wang Daniu. It was amazing. The passage continued to extend upwards. It sounded slow. But in fact, it was extremely fast. The passage extended to the end after 4 or 5 seconds. The end was naturally the barrier gray film. Before Wang Hao and Huang Dania could react, the excavator, which had been emitting a faint yellow light, suddenly emitted a strong and dazzling white light. The boundary barrier blocking the front was suddenly illuminated by the white light, like the sun meeting the spring snow, and a thumb-sized hole appeared in the gray film. The hole quickly expanded to the surroundings. When it expanded to the edge of the passage, the dazzling white light suddenly converged and completely sank into the connected less. Along with the white light, the excavator prop that showed the miracle also disappeared. Ding! The permanent expansion of cave number L000001 was successful, and the space inside it increased accordingly. Cave number L000005 disappeared, and the existing black water swamp scene will be refreshed in 1 hour to be consistent with the expanded cave. Seeing this system message, Wang Hao's mind flashed, and he vaguely understood the unspoken rules of the cave world. This cave number was not the first time he came into contact with it. He had seen it when he purchased poisonous water last time. Perhaps this is really a big game. The chess player is a mysterious and powerful behind-the-scenes master, and these saved survivors are just dispensable chess pieces. Wang Hao's expression remained the same, but his mind was racing. On the side, Huang Dania was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. At this moment, he didn't know that the two adjacent caves had been connected, just because Brother Hao really made a big hole in the sky. Combined with the digging of the deep pit just now, this series of actions can really be regarded as the creation of the world. Boom! Splash! In the dug passage, a huge sound of water suddenly sounded, as if the river bank of the reservoir was eaten by a group of ants and began to burst out. Back off! Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pulled Huang Dania's arm, pulling him to the side to dodge as far away from the edge of the deep pit as possible. Wow! A turbid black water, entangled with some dark green water plants and rotten mud, slid down the side wall of the passage and one side of the earth wall, and poured directly into the deep pit. The water was not very strong. However, the height of the cave itself, and the depth of the pit, and the passage added together were close to more than 30 meters. Even if the water was not strong, it could create the effect of a 9-day waterfall. Boom! Boom! Splash! 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 The black water kept falling, and the deep pit was roaring. The volume of this hastily dug deep pit was not very large. A rough estimate was that it was less than 100 cubic meters. Due to the continuous pouring of dirty black water, it was soon filled with more than half, and the water level was still rising. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hao, who had just hidden away, immediately took out a special spear. Chapter 265, Collecting Black Water. It's always right to try. This was Wang Hao's initial idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to dig a deep pit on the ground. When the system prompt of expansion success appeared, Wang Hao had basically confirmed his guess. After that, it was time to put it into practice. The so-called special long spear was a double spear that had been used once before, and was simply tied together. It had length, toughness, and durability. Wang Hao skillfully stretched out the spear handle with both hands, and tremblingly probed the front end of the spear into the deep pit until it plunged into the rising black water. Ding! The current swamp black water can be decomposed into 4.5 L of clean water and 10 units of black sludge. Do you want to decompose it? Ding! The current swamp black water can be decomposed into 4.8 L of clean water and 12 units of black sludge. Do you want to decompose it? Ding! The current swamp black water can be decomposed into 5.1 L of clean water and 14 units of black sludge. Do you want to decompose it? System messages are constantly scrolling. The resources that can be decomposed are still rising, which is exciting. Decompose. Wang Hao hurriedly issued an order. In the deep pit, the water level is about to rise to the highest point, less than half a meter from the ground. As soon as the order was issued, the swamp black water poured into the pit collapsed and disappeared immediately, without the support of the water surface. The spearhead that was inserted also sank slightly. Ding! Clean water plus 5.4 L. Ding! Black sludge plus 17. Very good. Keep going. Wang Hao was refreshed, and his hands tightly grasped the gun barrel, his palms sweating with excitement. Boom! Splash! due to the reappearance of a height difference of more than 20 meters. The noise made by the black water before became louder again. Rumbling in the cave. Aside. How? Brother How? What's going on? Wang Dania asked stutteringly. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. The sky is falling? This was the first thought that came to his mind. Should we find something to block it? Brother How is collecting the black water in the pit. Wang Dania finally understood something after seeing the system message. This situation was already expected by Brother How. Or it was intentional. Intentional? Thinking of the previous digging behavior. He felt that his companions were mysterious and unpredictable. They showed their prophetic style in every gesture, which was even more awesome than Zhuge Liang in the novel. Without leaving the cave, resources will come from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the world was created. This is simply not something that ordinary people can do. Wang Dania's eyes were full of stars, and he looked at Wang Hao with admiration, and his heart was like a torrent of rivers. Even the other party's concise answer seemed like the sound of nature. I'll tell you later, Wang Hao responded calmly. At this moment, Wang Hao was so excited that he had no intention to educate the other party. In his eyes, what fell from the height was not just the black water of the swamp, but the clean water resources shining with golden light. Black silt. Not bad either. I just took a quick look and saw the system prompt. Black silt, a natural fermented fertilizer, which is more effective than bone meal. Compared to the beginning, the black water falling from the sky has slowed down a lot, but it is still flowing down, and the earth wall on one side has been washed out with gullies. Half an hour passed. After 3 decompositions, the black water of the swamp finally weakened and turned into a drizzle. At this rate, it might take half an hour or even longer to fill the pit again. Wang Hao stopped. He focused his attention and looked up. A circle of light yellow ripples could be seen across the modeled cave ceiling. In the ripple image, a blank area appeared in the huge black water swamp. It was a large deep pit in the shape of a porcelain bowl, with the bottom of the gradually drying black mud. Outside the large bowl, you could also see sparse small water pools. At the place where the small water pools are connected, 5 strange-looking gray crocodiles are jumping out, as if they want to get away from the deep pit that has become a large bowl as soon as possible. There is also a gray sparrow escaping. The bird had long forgotten how to fly in panic, and just hopped and fled, following closely behind a crocodile. Ding, deadwood crocodile and young gray sparrow found. Can be killed and subdued. Wang Hao smiled. Everything was as expected. There was even an extra surprise. The color of the ripples faded a lot, which means the difficulty has been reduced. A large part of the danger in exploring a blackwater swamp comes from the silt and poisonous water that may sink at any time. Now, there is no need to worry about this. Of course, there were some small accidents in the development of things. The channel dug out by the excavator props was right in the middle of the largest water body, so there was a torrent like a waterfall. Fortunately, he was smart enough. Wang Hao roughly compared the distance, estimated the proportion, moved 7 meters to the left, and released all the soil in the ring. A mound suddenly appeared. The top of the mound pressed tightly against the top of the cave, like a proud breast being squeezed. Daniel, keep an eye on the deep pit below. If it is full of water, decompose the resources. Wang Hao dropped the special spear, took out the engineer shovel, and climbed up on one side of the mound. Wang Dania hurried over, picked up the spear, and agreed repeatedly, well, good. Climbing the mound is not difficult, especially with motivation in mind. Soon, Wang Hao reached a high place and began to swing the engineer shovel with his head raised to dig the inclined passage. This is what he is best at. The soul pet Xiaoxua fell behind by 1 body length, alertly guarding the only gap of its master. That is behind him. Even if Wang Dania was below, when digging to the 21st shovel, the engineer shovel suddenly became lighter, and a gloomy light appeared above his head. In addition, there was a small amount of wet soil sliding down. Here we are. Wang Hao immediately exerted force with both feet, and the engineer shovel added 2 more shovels around to expand the new passage. Jump up. The scenery in front of him changed immediately. Blackwater swamp. The adjacent cave is twice as large as the space where the teleportation castle is located below. The location where the passage appeared was just at the edge of the few lands in the swamp. There was still half an hour left, and he had to finish the search within half an hour. Wang Hao did not stop, and immediately bent his waist and touched the nearest water with the tip of the shovel. Now, the protection mechanism of the cave has been destroyed. He only needs to be more agile and ruthless to quickly open up a road to chase prey. Ding! The current black water swamp scene has been destroyed. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? Buzz. After a continuous tremor, the swamps in the field of vision disappeared without a trace, including the dark green water plants and clumps of reeds growing in it. Only a group of confused cave beasts were left. Chapter 266 Big Bull's Bird. Under the stupid tree, there are stupid fruits. Under the stupid tree, there are you and me. Just now, the deadwood crocodiles happily hid under the water, approaching the gray sparrow pecking at the water little by little, ready to catch it and have a feast. But just as they jumped up and were about to work together to kill the target, the swamp under them suddenly surged up, forming a vortex with extremely strong suction, as if a big hole had been poked in the bottom of the swamp. In the face of danger, they had no time to have a feast, and quickly threw their limbs away as far away from the center of the vortex as possible, not only to stay away, but also to completely leave this swamp. The gray sparrow was also fleeing, but it didn't know that it was lucky to escape. Out of the instinct for survival, it moved its short legs and followed a crocodile closely. This is nothing. Who hasn't fled for their lives in a dangerous environment? Even lions and tigers, which are proud of the beasts, have been forced to flee. But the most confusing thing is that, just a moment ago, they were still desperately running in the mud, trying to avoid the whirlpool that suddenly appeared in the depths of the swamp. But in the blink of an eye, the nearby swamp disappeared without a trace and turned into a barren land. The world has never changed so quickly. I was stunned. Absolutely stunned. The deadwood crocodile and the gray sparrow stopped fleeing, looking at the drastic changes nearby in horror, and then turned around as if by magic. On the other side of the dry swamp, a survivor in white clothes and black pants slowly stood up and smiled at his side, like a very kind old friend. Behind him, there was a crow surrounded by black smoke, staring at them with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Old friend. That's one how. Seeing the deadwood crocodiles and the gray sparrows stop on their own initiative, Wang Hao felt very happy. So happy that he couldn't bear to disappoint them and refuse their good intentions. Xiaoshu. Entangle the gray sparrow. The rest belongs to me. Wow. Hearing the soul pet respond to him, Wang Hao didn't hesitate. With the left hand holding the shovel and the right hand holding the water-breaking dagger, rushing over like a whirlwind. After the scene was decomposed, he didn't have to worry about the ground sinking at all. Wang Hao's running speed was not slower than the sole crow flying in the air, a distance of nearly 50 meters. It jumped in 5 seconds. In such a short time. Except for the gray sparrow flapping its wings at the last moment. The deadwood crocodiles didn't react at all and remained in a daze. Chi-chi. Pa-pa. Continuous sounds were heard. The water-breaking dagger was extremely sharp. After piercing the head of the first deadwood crocodile, it was quickly pulled out and pierced into the skull of another one. Ding! 2 mutant deadwood crocodiles have been killed. You can get spoils by decomposing the corpse. He used the engineer shovel as a blunt weapon and slapped the skulls of the other 2 deadwood crocodiles fiercely, with the bonus of 14 points of strength. The deadwood crocodiles that were hit hard rolled their eyes and lay flat on the ground, fainting. It was not until then that the remaining deadwood crocodiles woke up from their daze, roared wildly, swung their tails, and rushed to the nearest earth wall. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Hao swung his right hand, and the water-breaking dagger flew out quickly. Puff! The dagger pierced through the thick skin of the deadwood crocodile and shot out from its huge mouth. The huge body rolled twice on the ground quickly and finally fell motionless. Ding! The mutant beast deadwood crocodile has been killed. You can get spoils by decomposing the corpse. Seeing the news of the successful kill, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, jumped to the deadwood crocodile's corpse, and picked up the water-breaking dagger. Not only did he take back the weapon, but he also decomposed the 3 beast corpses. As for the other 2 deadwood crocodiles that were stunned, he very simply made up 2 more hits to let them reunite with their companions. After an easy battle, a total of 30 units of beast meat, 2,500 milliliters of beast blood, 5 pieces of leather, 15 units of bone powder, and 5 water attribute spirits ordinary were obtained. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Soul Pet Crow King also flew back with the captive. Under its sharp claws, the young gray sparrow drooped its head. Several feathers on its wings were broken, and bloodstains on its neck were clearly visible. It was still alive, because a pair of eyes were half open, full of fear and pleading. Wow! The Crow King made a few noises, grabbed his captive, and flew around his master. As if asking for credit, Wang Hao shook the broken water dagger, put it back into the sheath, and then shouted loudly in the direction of the deep pit entrance. Daniel, you can come up. Okay. I'll be there right away. As soon as the voice fell, there was a rustling sound of footsteps at the mouth of the upward passage. Then, Wang Dania popped his head out. Brother Hao, what do you want to talk to me about? This question was full of expectation. Obviously, he had guessed something. He was still looking around while speaking, curiously looking at the new cave. The new cave was clean and tidy, except for the uneven terrain. There was nothing special about it. Look, that's a mutant gray sparrow chick. A battle pet. If you don't mind, take it. Wang Hao pointed at the captive under the claws of the soul pet Raven King. It was indeed a pet. Just now, he had seen the prompt message. Gray sparrow, unrecognized owner. Unnamed. The chick of the mutant flying bird gray sparrow has average melee ability, but is good at tracking and low-altitude flying, and has the attached skills of pecking and timidity. Peck after the skill is activated. It can attack the target's weak points fiercely for 10 seconds. Timid passive skill. When it returns to the owner, the flight speed is plus 100%. Well, how should I put it? This is a very good dual attribute battle pet, although it is not as good as his own stone. If Wang Dania doesn't like it, he can put it in the selling market, and many people will be interested. As it turned out, he thought too much. When Wang Dania heard that this pet was for him, he didn't show any picky expression at all, and nodded happily. I want it. I don't mind. Thank you, Brother Hao. While nodding, he rubbed his hands excitedly. Just like it. Wang Hao waved at the soul pet, Xiaoxua. Give it to Daniu. You watch it from the side. Don't let it run away secretly. Then, he turned to Huang Daniu and solemnly instructed. Daniu, you should drip blood to recognize the master as soon as possible, and then feed it with animal blood to regulate it. Different battle pets have different upgrade paths. You have to explore it yourself. I can't help you in this regard. Make it stronger as soon as possible, so that it can become your helper tomorrow. Oh. Wang Dania carefully took the gray sparrow chick, bit his lip directly, and spit at it. This kind of recognition of the master is quite unique. Probably, the dejected chick didn't expect that the future master would be so violent. The drooping head suddenly stood up and made an angry cry. It chirped only 2 or 3 times. As the blood from its head seeped into its body, its wide-open eyes softened, and finally it touched its owner's palm affectionately with its sharp beak. Now, Wang Dania grinned. Haha. I have a pet too. Baby. I will call you Flamingo from now on. The gray sparrow, now named, immediately flapped its wings and wanted to fly from its owner's palm. Unfortunately, it forgot about the injury of its broken feathers and fell straight down. Fortunately, Wang Dania caught it lovingly. On the side, when Wang Hao heard this familiar and unique name, he couldn't help but glance at the man and the bird who were communicating with each other, and secretly complained in his heart. Flamingo? Ahem. How does it look like it? Chapter 267 Special Props in the Mall. Let's not talk about Huang Dania going to train the bird. Wang Hao went around the upper cave and searched it again, not even leaving any corners. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he returned to the next level along the original passage. After so much trouble, it was time for lunch, with the baked sweet potatoes from the morning. I had no appetite for the time being. I opened a bag of compressed biscuits, poured some hot water into it and soaked it, and simply fooled around. Huang Daniu, looking at his excited lip playing with the bird. He must not be hungry. Just now, I decomposed the Blackwater swamp scene and got a rotten wooden treasure chest. While eating, Wang Hao pried it open and looked through it. The box was soaked with foul-smelling mud and a broken piece of random manufacturing map fragment. It was a pleasant surprise. The excavator item has been used. Next, it is time to consider continuing to form the escort team. Call up the system panel. Today, there is another world call. Might as well use it, so as not to forget and feel a loss. This time, it is about acquisition. My friends, my excavation times have been used up. I want to acquire some items to expand the cave or increase the number of excavations. Some of them smashed the keyboard vigorously. Send. It is really hard to say whether there are any. Just give it a try. Wang Hao does not plan to go out today. On the one hand, to wait for the goblin merchant, and on the other hand, to convert the inventory resources into available combat power as much as possible. In addition, there is another place where special items related to excavation may be sold. That is Mall. After the world news was released, it did stir up some waves. Many survivors were amazed and said a few words like the boss's pursuit is different. The boss is awesome. Brother Hao, do you want to give us some advice? And then started discussing the content of tomorrow's challenge. This situation is very similar to the poor students who are about to take a small test. They know that the possibility of guessing the test questions is very small, but they still guess the test questions with relish. Those who can do it are complacent and feel that they have won. Those who can't do it immediately flip through the book and recite it to make up for their shortcomings in this area. It is better to sharpen the gun before the battle, even if it is not fast. It is bright. Wang Hao didn't expect an immediate effect, so he clicked shop on the panel and started looking at the listed products. The refreshed products were still 8 items, except for the linen bandages and beef jerky, which were unlimited in quantity and number of times. All the others were 1 item. As for the price, it was the same as always. Black. Perhaps they wanted to reap the last wave of profits. So the equipment and props for sale were beautiful and not discounted. Even so, 3 of the 6 limited edition items were sold, leaving only the 3 with the lowest cost-performance ratio. The first item, Icebreaker 500 copper coins. The third item, 9-toothed rake 1000 copper coins. The sixth item, Breaker 500 copper coins. Icebreaker. The name tells you that it is a blunt weapon. If you have a certain amount of strength, you can definitely hit the monster hard. However, it is not suitable for him. Wang Hao looked at the second one and was immediately interested. It was just an interest, so it was impossible to buy it. 9-toothed rake, weapon. A magical weapon used by Marshal Tianpeng in the legend. The hero-loving goblin forging craftsman Rog carefully imitated it according to the style passed down by word of mouth. And it has the dual advantages of blunt and sharp weapons. Marshal Tianpeng. Sure enough, it was the weapon I wanted. I have learned a lot, and I will learn as long as I live. Wang Hao sighed and continued to look at the next one. Wall breaker. This is a hymn. There is an icon flashing in the lower right corner, indicating that someone has sent a message. Click it. Wang Dalong, Brother Hao. Do you need props to increase the number of digging times? Master Wu mentioned it before. How about I ask for you? Oh, there is something similar in Mall. I just checked. It's still there. In terms of information channels, Wang Dalong is quite good. Especially Wang Hao promised to send him a weapon today. Wang Hao has always been open to good intentions, unless there are ulterior motives. Dalong? Ask for me. Oh, I will send you the weapon after it is made. Before the survival challenge begins, he doesn't mind choosing a few reliable survivors and arming them. More friends, more roads. Of course, high-tech props should still be kept in one's own hands. After sending the message, Wang Hao looked at the breaker again. This should be the item that Wang Dalong mentioned. The 3 items that have been sold are all special long-range weapons. Breaker, special item that directly breaks the barriers of adjacent caves, leaving them completely open and no longer healing. Restriction, invalid for both the up and down directions. Ha! It's exactly what I want. Wang Hao glanced at the copper coin balance. There are still more than 3,000. No need to worry. Buy it directly. I'm not interested in linen bandages or anything like that. Wang Hao flipped back to the chat interface and clicked region. While paying attention to everyone's chat, he checked this new special item. It was heavy in the hand. Neither iron nor wood. Its surface was black and shiny, similar to the pocket toys played by little boys. Why not try again? Wang Hao muttered, and then made a decision. Why not try? Anyway, I'm free. 2 of the 6 directions have been eliminated, and there are 4 options left. He doesn't plan to develop the caves adjacent to the upper level, and he will open up the surroundings of the teleportation castle first. Quickly make up the perspective. Ahead, the kobold team is still there, and now they are sitting around the campfire, bloody cutting the wild boar meat that has been broken open. Every time they cut a piece of raw meat, They can't wait to put it into their mouths, without even thinking about roasting it over the campfire. Barbaric. Even if it's only medium rare. It's fine. Wang Hao was very contemptuous and turned his head to change direction. Left side. Under the number 14 bus stop. The single female ghost in red was also there. I don't know what she was waiting for. Her lonely figure was quite sympathetic. If she was prettier. If she had a pair of white legs like Lin Xiaoxiao on her high heels. He wouldn't mind digging over to comfort her. Right side. Wang Hao just skipped it. The empty cave didn't interest him. Underground. The shirtless young man had disappeared. The cave was empty. And the color of the ripples turned into a very light green. There was only the direction behind him. Wang Hao performed this circle of perspective very quickly. Often just passing by in a flash. Behind him. Hey! In front of the ruins. The door bar monster and the bench monster are still there. Now they are no longer playing with each other, but have changed to a set of difficult actions and are having a lot of fun. The thick door bar is across the bench, clattering rhythmically, and two pairs of dark eyes are facing each other, blinking from time to time with a rhythm. This passionate scene immediately reminded Wang Hao of a classic tongue twister. The shoulder pole is long. The bench is wide. The bench is not as long as the shoulder pole. The shoulder pole is not as wide as the bench. The shoulder pole should be tied to the bench. But the bench does not let the shoulder pole. Well, the last sentence is not appropriate. Wang Hao watched patiently until the perspective time was up and the ripple picture disappeared in front of him. Okay. It's decided. The wall breaker is used in this direction. And he just wants to take this opportunity to see what a bar spirit is. Chapter 268 Door Barrier and Bench Monster. Wang Hao grabbed the wall breaker and walked around to the back of the two castles. He roughly compared the distance and finally chose a location closer to the castle base. In this way, if there is an emergency, he can use trenches, arrow towers and other facilities to fight the enemy. The method of using the wall breaker is similar to that of the excavator. Wang Hao pinched it and pressed it directly on the surface of the earth wall. At the same time, he pressed the start button. Duh. The small wall breaker immediately started knocking, broke free from Wang Hao's palm, and drilled into the earth wall with a whoosh. Then, a large piece of the earth wall was dented. The knocking sound continued, and piece after piece of yellow soil was taken away. The wall breaker emitting black light was very fast, and it could advance a meter every second. Wang Hao waved to his soul pet and followed him in immediately. 2 minutes passed. A barrier gray membrane suddenly appeared in front of him. Dada Zhenhuan's break the wall machine paused for a second. And then the black light burst out and rushed forward. Dada. Puff. The first sound was still a crisp sound of vibration. And the second sound penetrated in. The tough gray membrane shattered in response. The broken boundary gray membrane did not heal as quickly as usual, but completely shrank into the lus. The bursting black light followed closely. Immediately afterwards, the nearby lus suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. No! Not only the lus near the passage, but also the passage where Wang Hao was suddenly widened. The originally narrow and long space became extremely spacious, as if a magical power appeared and moved him outside the passage. That's not right. Wang Hao looked down at his feet. There were no footprints in front of him. He looked back at the castle. The distance between him and the castle base showed no sign of shortening. There was only one possibility for this situation. The lus wall separating the two caves, including the boundary barrier in the middle, completely disappeared. Broken wall. It really was broken wall. A complete thick earth wall disappeared without a trace. Compared with the excavator, this was simply cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Shocked, Wang Hao glanced at the floating message board. Ding, cave no. L000001 has been permanently expanded successfully, and its internal space has increased accordingly. Cave no. L000004 has disappeared, and the existing ruin scene will be refreshed in 1 hour to be consistent with the expanded cave. Sure enough, the expansion was successful. He calmed down a little and looked into the distance. In the front of the widened space, a ruin made of bricks and rubble was clearly visible. In the corner covered by the ruins, there was a crisp sound of rattling, as if two hardwood boards were colliding frequently. However, since the line of sight was temporarily blocked by a broken low wall, the specific situation could not be seen. Go over and take a look. Wang Hao walked lightly and touched the source of the sound. The Soul Pet Crow King followed closely behind. From beginning to end, the Soul Pet's performance has been very calm, and it has never shown the emotions that other creatures should have. Not startled, not afraid, just quietly guarding by the side, with bloodshot eyes. Soon, one person and one pet arrived in front of the ruins. Going around the broken wall, the door bar spirit and the bench monster appeared in front of them in a strange posture. The two monsters were very alert. The moment the outsider appeared, they quickly broke away from the physical contact and glared at Wang Hao. The dark round eyes were trying to open to both sides, with a concave arc mouth and jumping movements, which should be expressing anger. Bad people, no manners, don't have face. The two monsters spoke in a stumbling, hoarse and mechanical manner. Door bar spirit, a monster type. A door bar with spiritual intelligence, with decent attack power. Bench monster, a spirit monster. A bench with intelligence, with mediocre defense. One attack and one. Interesting. Wang Hao smiled and looked at them strangely. But he flipped his right wrist and took out the water-breaking dagger. He weighed the dagger and felt that it was not very handy. So he summoned the newly made puppet guard from the ring castle. 1, 2, 3, 4. The black-haired and red-eyed one standing in the front. One holding a spiked sledgehammer and the other holding a steel axe, with blood flashing in their eyes. Xiao San and Xiao Si standing in the back, each holding a ceremonial long sword, with ghost fire burning in their eye sockets. Oh, by the way, Xiao San and Xiao Si are the names of the new undead puppets, which seem to be catchy. There is no other intention in summoning puppets. I just want to take this opportunity to test the strength of the puppets, while the two monsters are attacking and defending, fighting with more people against fewer people. This is the strategy in the future. Let's go together and smash them. Wang Hao waved the water-breaking dagger and issued an order for a general attack. Before his arm fell, a shocking scene happened in front of him. The doorbar spirit and the bench monster looked at the large number of people here, and immediately restrained their angry expressions, lowered their bodies, and lay directly on the ground. Spare my life. Surrender? The meanings they expressed were surprisingly consistent. The doorbar spirit pressed its long body down as much as possible, sinking deep into the loess. The bench monster bent its two front wooden legs at 90 degrees, like a human half kneeling to beg for surrender. The bodies of the two monsters were trembling. They did not dodge or evade the approach of the four puppet guards, and looked pitiful as if they were letting the other party do whatever they wanted. Is this a show of sincerity? Wait! Wang Hao stopped the puppet subordinates in time. He was quite interested in monsters that gave up resistance voluntarily, especially such a weird monster. The puppet guards took back their single feet, and all the weapons they held dropped. Wang Hao took a step forward and planned to ask the two monsters what kind of mercy they should have. You? Just after saying two words, before he could continue asking questions, the two monsters who were lying on the ground suddenly jumped up. The half body of the door bar monster stuck in the soil was lifted up, and the bent legs of the bench monster shoveled up, as if they had discussed it beforehand, and the movements were smooth and tacit. Suddenly, two large piles of yellow earth were lifted up and flew towards the position where Wang Hao was standing. Gah! Gah! Many eyes! The door bar spirit shouted excitedly. Knock! Knock! The bench monster chimed in. Not only did they use dirty tricks, the two monsters twisted their stiff bodies and rushed over fiercely. One swept the crotch with the end of the head. The other hit the foot with the leg of the stool. One hit and the other hit, and the cooperation was quite tacit. Huh? Interesting. Wang Hao quickly narrowed his eyes, inhaled and tightened his abdomen, and at the same time jumped back suddenly, barely avoiding their sneak attack. It's not that he didn't think that the monsters would jump over the wall when they were desperate, and he was also secretly on guard against their sneak attacks. But he didn't expect that the two fools would use such a despicable trick. Throwing mud at the eyes was shameless enough. And now they were grabbing their crotches and stepping on the soles of their feet. They were simply a pair of shameless ruffians. Fortunately, Wang Hao's movements were not slow. Closed his eyes, dodged, retreated quickly, and counterattacked. The four movements were done in one go. Counterattacked without letting the puppet guards take action. He was never soft-hearted when dealing with ruffians, and he liked to beat them up with his own hands. Chapter 269. Have you seen an immortal? Flamingo. Do you like this animal meat? I'll cut some more for you. Flamingo. Are your wings okay? Does it hurt? Xiaohua. Do a somersault. In the upper cave, Huang Daniu is cultivating his relationship with his bird pet. And his words are very gentle. He is like a warm man who has been holding back for a long time. For him, this cave survival is really a huge cage. Not only is there no freedom, but there is also a lack of passion to fight monsters. Every day facing the empty-less cave and the cold castle. Even if there is a chat channel to relieve a little depression, it is still a bit lonely. Now, he finally had someone to talk to. Flamingo. Do you have brothers or sisters? Call them over. I can afford them. Flamingo. Don't cover your head. Call your master louder. Okay, little bird. Huang Daniu was about to reach out to spread the wings of the gray sparrow and continue to communicate with it, when he suddenly heard the sound of someone talking. The sound came from the lower cave. There were also stumbling shouts and begging for mercy. Then, there was a fierce fight. Someone invaded? No. I have to help quickly. Huang Daniu stood up immediately, gently put the gray sparrow pet in his arms, and strode to the entrance of the passage. Ouch ah! Spare me. Bang bang bang. Dang dang dong dong. The closer we get to the entrance, the clearer the strange begging for mercy and the continuous collision noises become. The collision sounded like some kind of hard object hitting the wooden board, making a sound similar to a woodpecker catching insects. It sounds like Brother Hao is still in the upper hand. Which blind thing dares to trouble us? Hee hee. It's what he deserves. Huang Daniu muttered softly. Soon, he ran down the high pile of less, looking in the direction of the sound. It was only then that it was discovered that the cave space had expanded to a large area, and a brick and tile ruins inexplicably appeared on the other side of the two castles. In addition to the huge ruins, there are 4 tall puppets standing quietly. All of them are watching a unique fight. Ah? Is that Brother Hao? What is Brother Hao doing? Why is he chasing with a thick wooden stick? Am I seeing right? That's a wooden bench. Brother Hao is beating up the bench. What's going on? Hey, is the bench calling? In Huang Daniu's mind, black question marks popped up one after another, and he was completely confused by the scene in front of him. Speed up. When he ran to the ruins, the fight in the field had come to an end. At this time, Wang Hao was moving his wrists with a playful look on his face. One foot stepped on the center of the tilted bench, and the other foot was pulling a wooden stick on the ground. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he just tilted his head to take a look, and then continued to stare at the stick and bench. Tell me, do you accept it? Who are you talking to? Huang Daniu was stunned, ran to Wang Hao's side, and immediately stopped. Brother Hao, who are you talking to? As soon as he finished asking, he found the answer himself. The stick that was being moved on the ground actually had a pair of crooked round eyes, and the area around the eyes was blue and purple, as if it had just been beaten up. As for the bench that Wang Hao stepped on, only one eye was exposed, and the 4 legs of the bench were bent into an exaggerated shape, half on top and half stuck in the soil. Huang Daniu quickly concentrated and found their introduction in the system message. Door bar spirit type. A door bar with intelligence, with decent attack power. Bench monster, spirit type. A bench with intelligence, with unsatisfactory defense power. Door bar, spirit, bench, monster. They are all monsters. Just now, Brother Hao was beating up 2 spirits. No wonder there was such a big commotion. Hee hee. It's what he deserves. Tui! Huang Daniu scratched his head, spat on the ground, and took 2 steps back tactfully. Ha. Brother Hao, you go ahead. Indeed, Wang Hao is busy now. 2 low-level spirits, who don't know how to live or die, actually want to attack by surprise. If they don't teach them a painful lesson, I really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. There is no point in talking about it. Beat them first. Are you convinced? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you're still unconvinced. Wang Hao grinned and clenched his fists, making a series of crisp sounds. The door bar spirit, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, immediately jumped 3 feet high, with the lower end stuck in the less, keeping an upright posture, and the body was still twisting. The round eyes were still crooked, and a wide gap was stretched below, which was its mouth. Who? The 2 rows of teeth in the mouth were missing the 4 front teeth in the middle, so the speech was unclear. The bench monster was not far behind. While shaking the body slightly, it widened its only eye and made even more vague sounds. Woo! Woo! Look at my memory. I forgot to lift my foot. Sorry. Wang Hao loosened his right foot and took a step back. Although he said sorry, he deliberately turned his ankle twice when he lifted his foot. And the bench monster twitched again. On the bench surface covered with footprints, there was a round eye hidden, almost connected to the mouth. Since the mouth was loosened, the bench monster finally gave a complete and clear answer. Convinced? Oh, that's more like it. Wang Hao was very satisfied with his convincing people with virtue. He put his hands behind his back leisurely, turned around, and nodded to Huang Dania, who came over. Then he looked sideways at the brick and stone ruins on the side. Tell me. Give me a reason not to kill you. This is not a threat. If the pair of monsters can't tell him valuable information, it's better to kill them and touch their corpses. Keeping them is useless. Seeing the ferocious human in front of him loosen his feet, the door bar monster was about to jump forward slightly to help his companions. But when he heard this, he immediately trembled and knelt on the ground. Yes, kneeling on the ground. The thick and straight torso leaned back as much as possible, bending at an obtuse angle. Woo! Yo-hoo! Shoo! Rao! Good guy! I didn't understand a word of this sentence. But the posture was very honest, and the difficulty coefficient was also quite high. Wang Hao frowned and raised his hand to stop. Speak to someone with teeth. The one with teeth. The door-arguing spirit was not stupid. He quickly covered his mouth, jumped carefully close to the bench monster, and poked its bench leg. Apparently, the two spirits had some tacit understanding. The bench monster immediately understood what his companion meant, struggled to turn over. One of the legs of the bench bent inward, and pushed up the eyeball that was about to fall into his mouth. Big king. We have seen immortals. Although he stuttered, he could understand it. Originally, Wang Hao was still searching for the location of the iron treasure chest in the ruins with his eyes. Hearing this stumbling information, he suddenly turned around and looked at the bench monster with a serious face. Have you seen immortals? When? Where? What does it look like? This is not a joke. It must be asked clearly. Not only him, but even Huang Dania came over, waiting curiously for the next words. Chapter 270 Deal with Boss Wu. With so many questions popping up, the bench monster was a little confused. With a pair of crooked blue round eyes stagnant, and a long stream of drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. After 7 or 8 seconds, the bench monster remembered to answer the first question, because it only remembered this one. I have seen it. Beside it, the door bar spirit immediately shook his head back and forth, silently expressing his agreement. Then, the field fell into silence. Seeing that the bench monster did not continue to answer, Wang Hao looked unhappy, and his right fist that had just hung beside his leg slowly clenched. But he still patiently reminded. What about the time? The bench monster's eyes remained dull. No. I don't know. The door-arguing spirit was still more sober. He noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly searched the ground for a while. Suddenly, he fell to the ground in surprise. He rolled twice in the less, and then stood up again. Such an obvious action. Wang Hao and Huang Dania could not ignore it, and their eyes slightly shifted. When the door-arguing spirit stood up, they found something different. In its open mouth, the missing upper and lower front teeth were magically filled, but they looked a little crooked, and there was still a lot of sand on the surface. Then, the door-arguing spirit rushed to answer. Say it. Because the front teeth no longer leaked air. Its pronunciation immediately became clear. Wang Hao certainly had no objection to answering quickly. Don't talk nonsense. Also, think it over before you speak. I hate stuttering. The door-arguing spirit nodded immediately. Then, it jumped a little higher and began to draw a vertical line on the ground. After drawing one, it paused slightly and quickly drew another one. Paused again. Drew again. And so, it went on and on. It waited until it drew 9 vertical lines, and finally stopped, carefully raised its body, and faced Wang Hao's scrutinizing eyes. 1 place, 1 line. The meaning of the expression was very clear. Wang Hao certainly understood that this meant that he had seen it 9 days ago. But he had to confirm it. Change a cave. You draw a line. You were caught here 9 days ago? The door-barring spirit nodded, then immediately shook his head. We didn't catch him. He let us live. So you're not like that? Yeah. What does he look like? beard, long clothes, Tao's chin. The door-barring spirit's speech became more and more fluent. At least, there was no problem with 3-character phrases. No need to ask about the location. The 2 spirits probably didn't know either. Now, Wang Hao had a rough guess. 9 days ago, a Taoist priest named Chen with a beard brought them to the cave world and opened up the spiritual intelligence for the door-bar and bench. The scene refreshes once a day, and the door-barring spirit recorded the time in this way. Wang Hao slowly told his guess, and the door-barring spirit nodded repeatedly. At the end, there is still one question. Men gang? Is Chen Laodao someone else calling him? Under normal circumstances, no one calls themselves that. Yes, there are also 2 immortals who can fly, whose faces cannot be seen clearly, and whose bodies are glowing. And they left together. Min Gang Jing was trying very hard to describe, fearing that he would miss a detail and thus anger the other party. Anything else? No. Wang Hao turned his body sideways again and looked at the stupid bench monster on the side. What about you? The bench monster did not respond. Min Gang Jing quickly poked it, and the bench monster shook his head nervously, as if he had just woken up from a dream. So, nothing was missing. How should we deal with these 2 guys? Kill them? Keep them, but be careful. These 2 guys are good at playing dirty tricks. Wang Hao subconsciously narrowed his eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared in the corners of his eyes. The door-barring spirit was the most alert. He noticed the murderous intent in his eyes, and immediately bumped into his companion beside him, causing him to fall to the ground. And he also fell down. Immortal, I can guard the door. Keep them. It will be useful. Yes, it will be useful. The bench monster followed suit. Guard the door? Just these 2 cowards? Wang Hao expressed serious doubts. He touched his chin and thought for a while, and decided to take the risk and stay. At least, when he meets the immortal they mentioned in the future, he will have a chance to remind himself. Furthermore, he wanted to practice whether they would disappear with the scene when the refresh time came. Wang Hao called up the system panel, found the ropes in the forging list, and made 2. Then he handed the 2 ropes to Huang Dania beside him. Tie them up first, and hand them over to the black-haired guard when you're done. Now, he was going to find the iron treasure chest in the ruins. Even if the surface was rusty, there might be some good treasures inside. After taking 2 steps, Wang Hao remembered something and turned around to give an order to the 4 standing puppet guards. You beat them up first. Remember not to break their mouths. I still need them. The puppets immediately took the order and stepped forward, taking back their weapons, ready to beat them violently according to the master's order. Huang Dania didn't react. Brother Hao. Why? Oh, if they show any movement or signs of running away, you can continue to beat them. No need to ask for permission. This sentence is both an order to the guards and an explanation to Huang Dania. A pair of monsters who can use dirty tricks and survive for 9 days without being killed must not be very honest. If they are not honest, they must win people over with virtue. In front of the ruins, through perspective positioning, Wang Hao quickly found the iron treasure chest buried in it. Ding! Rusty iron treasure chest +1. Rusty iron treasure chest, due to rust. The keyhole of the treasure chest has been blocked and cannot be opened with a key. Brute force cracking has a certain chance of damaging the items inside. Seeing this news, Wang Hao had no time to hesitate. Once a treasure chest needs a key to open, it proves that the things inside are of high value. Let it rust. It's better to have it than not. Take out the dagger, pry a few times between the gaps, and then pull it upwards. Click! The lid of the box opens. The box is filled with various garbage and sand. The garbage is damaged items, and their original appearance can still be roughly seen. But unfortunately they are crushed into powder when the dagger touches them. There are only 3 intact items. Ding! Copper coins +38. Ding! Random manufacturing fragment +1. Ding! Small trumpet +1. It's better than nothing. Well, it seems that I have collected 3 more fragments. Last time, I got the revolver blueprint. Wang Hao was a little tempted. Just when he was about to take out the fragments for research, a message alert sounded in his ear. The one who sent the message was Wang Daolong. Brother Hao, I just asked. Master Wu is willing to trade with you, but the exchange must be the detoxification pill. At the end of the message, he also attached a link to a special item. Enhanced Engineer Shovel. Engineer Shovel? This thing can also be enhanced? Wang Hao was puzzled and clicked the link. Enhanced Engineer Shovel. Item. Specially Enhanced Engineer Shovel. Can increase the number of excavations by 1 more time. With a daily maximum of 5. Just increase the number of excavations? Then it is useless for the time being. Useless now does not mean useless in the future. Wang Hao still decided to take it. 1 or 2 detoxification pills are not valuable items to him. Daolong? Let Boss Wu contact me. I can't find the contact information last time. Click to send. It's not that I can't find it, but I forgot the name of this Mr. Wu. And it's not easy to find it in the chat history. Hey, I'll go right away. Wang Daolong agreed. Wang Hao did not close the chat box, but opened the skills interface and clicked on Iron Fire Gun in the forging list. Take this opportunity to make 10 first. Input 10. The 10 Iron Fire Guns did not add any attribute essence, so it is better to be cautious with powerful guys. After this survival challenge, you can try to sell some, but it is always good to keep some now. Ordinary fire guns are negligible unless someone bullies you and shoots you. The detoxification pill is ready, and there are 4 pills in stock. However, just in case, you still need to purchase some betel needles. Click trade. In the sales market, enter betel needle to search. Immediately, 13 pages of the list below appeared, which was quite a considerable number. Wang Hao was not surprised by this. There were tens of thousands of survivors in the 12 regions exploring the cave world, so it was not surprising that some people could get betel needles. Survivors generally lacked food and drink, so it was a wise choice to exchange betel needles for useful resources. He flipped through 4 pages roughly and got a general understanding of the sales market. Then, he chose the one with the best cost-effectiveness. Initiator, Tong Dawei. Selling items, 5 betel needles. Exchange items, 230 milliliters of clean water. Transaction volume, 5. The market price of betel needles is basically maintained at 1 for 50 milliliters of clean water. And this one is slightly cheaper by 20 milliliters. With his current wealth, 20 milliliters of clean water is just a drop in the bucket. But when it comes to business, why not choose the cheaper one? All in. Wang Hao clicked 5 times in a row with great generosity, clearing out Tong Dawei's stock. Ding, betel needles plus 25. Ding, clean water minus 1,150 milliliters. It's really cheap. Just over a liter of clean water can be exchanged for 25 betel needles, which must be enough for the detoxification pill. Ahem. The message prompt sounded. Is it the letter from Mr. Wu? Wang Hao clicked it casually. Unfortunately, it's not. However, he is also a boss. Tong Dawei, buddy. Do you need more betel needles? I still have some. He was able to send a message so quickly, so he was probably waiting in front of the panel. When he saw the reminder of goods sold, he immediately came to sell. Understandable. Wang Hao thought about it and typed a reply. How many do you have? Is there a big demand for betel needles in the market? Soon. Tong Dawei sent a reply. There are 26 more. If you take all of them, just give me the same amount of clean water. This thing seems to be useless. Very few people buy it. Give the same amount of clean water. That is 1,150 milliliters, which is equivalent to giving 1 extra. Very suitable. In addition, Wang Hao got the answer he wanted through Tong Dawei's words. Very few people bought it, which proves that there are people who buy it. Most likely, it is a certain type of poison formula. If it is an antidote, the market is in short supply, and the betel needle should be very popular. That's good. Wang Hao felt happy and took the initiative to send a transaction invitation. Okay. Let's trade directly. Okay. In this way, Wang Hao received another 26 betel needles. Brother, do you still want it? I can get some at a low price, and we will trade at this price. Obviously, Tong Dawei tasted the sweetness and wanted to continue the business. There is enough poison. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Wang Hao stopped talking directly. He still understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Once the transaction continues, those who are interested will find that the betel needle is in short supply, and the price will definitely rise. Ahem. The one who sent the message this time is the one who is waiting. Wu Dao, brother Wang Hao. We meet again. Thank you for the last time. How about this? You give me a detoxification pill, and the props belong to you. 1 detoxification pill in exchange for a rare prop. It is obvious that the other party is making a big concession. Or in other words, showing goodwill. Detoxification pills, used at critical moments, are priceless. But if there is no danger, its value seems dispensable. There is no reason for Wang Hao to refuse such a thing. Deal. The transaction was completed smoothly. A detoxification pill was exchanged for a reinforced engineer shovel. Once the survival challenge is over, it will come in handy. An additional exploration of a high-difficulty cave will definitely bring considerable resources or treasures. After the transaction was completed, the two chatted briefly about the topic of tomorrow's survival challenge and ended the conversation. Brother Wang Hao, the mountains may not turn, and the water will turn. If there is anything in the future, please contact me more often. Okay. Keep in touch. Since the transaction is over, it is time to fulfill your promise. Take out a fire gun. Put it in the inventory of Wang Daolong's chat box. And send it along with instructions. Daolong, this thing is for you. Try to pass the levels smoothly tomorrow, and we will have a good life together in the future. Not long after, Wang Daolong sent back a message. Brother Hao, is this for me? Thank you, boss. The reply was simple. However, Wang Hao could feel the other party's joy. For a young man with ambitions in society, the title of boss is not something that can be called out casually. Not only this one was given. After making so many, most of them have basically found their homes. In the friend list, I selected a few people who get along well with me. The gift was small, but the sentiment was great. Lin Xiaoxiao. Well, if this smart girl gives her one, maybe she can improve this firearm, and then take advantage of her. Chung Lin, the eldest sister of this trio. Give her one too. Although there was a few before. She helped me later. What's more, she is a key member of the perspective map. Lu Xiaoyu. This little brother. I don't know if he has found his sister. Give him one too, so that he can have a greater chance of surviving the challenge and fulfilling his wish. Zhang Wei. His own joke teller. Of course it is worth investing. Miao Xinting. A gold medal salesperson. She has spoken for me a lot on the World Channel. And she also helped me make cotton thread not long ago. The last one is Chu Wanru. She is not in his friend list. But he should remember the source of his water and leave a copy for her. If there is no original iron fire gun pattern, even if he has the help of perspective eyes, it will be much more difficult to survive. Before, I helped her once, but it was nothing. Wang Hao first checked the other party's status and made sure she was still alive and well before sending one to her. In a blink of an eye, 7 ordinary iron fire guns were sent out by him. Leave one for Daimyo. The remaining 2. Chapter 271, The Incident of Gifting Guns. The remaining 2 will be put up for sale in the market. For no other reason. Just to quickly accumulate the required spirit essence. After 2 consecutive expansions of space. It takes a lot of time. It is better to get the puppet insurance as soon as possible. Let's take a look at the progress of the acquisition first. Click auction. Looking around, more than half of the transaction orders have turned gray. And the results are very gratifying. Are all the pumpkins sold out? It seems that everyone likes them very much. Next time, I can put more on the market for sale, so that everyone can share the joy. Ding, bone meal plus 60. TSK. Someone wants the essence of the blood of the ghost-eyed butterfly. So a little side effect is still within the acceptable range. Good. Collect resources. Ding, bone meal plus 50. Look at the apples. They are all sold out. Moreover, 2 survivors left messages in the auction column, asking the stall owner, oh, that is, themselves, to put more second-generation apples on the shelves. Collect. Ding, bone meal plus 200. After these 3 orders, the bone meal resources increased by 310 units, which is enough to make puppets and compound fertilizers. Let's look at the others. Exchange the excellent wood attribute spirit for 3 ordinary gold essences. Where can you find such a good thing? It was also sold smoothly. 3 gold essences were obtained, which means that the brute force stone has been settled, which is perfect. Next, it's zombie seeds. Originally planned to purchase 3 zombie seeds, but now only 2 have been received. I have to wait patiently. Ahem. Who sent the message? Wang Hao clicked the flashing icon, and a chat box popped up immediately. I have extra zombie seeds here, but I only exchange for similar materials. Do you have corpse seeds? The survivor who sent the message is Wu Zhao from Tiger District. I seem to have some impression of this person. Who cares? I'm sleepy, and I'm just in time for the pillow. Let's exchange. There's a corpse seed in my warehouse. Okay. Trade? Wang Hao was very straightforward and immediately sent a trade invitation. Okay. All done. The remaining sweet potatoes are for sale. Perhaps. God has been particularly kind to me. And the sweet potatoes I used to exchange for kerosene just happened to be sold for the last time. In this way, another 1,040 units of kerosene were in my pocket. Suddenly, he felt like he had made a fortune from heaven. Now there is only one order of glutinous rice balls left. And I believe it will soon turn gray. It's time to go back to the castle. When the time comes, I have to see what surprises the fragments can bring to me after they merge. Wang Hao quickly leaned down, rotated the water-breaking dagger between his fingers, and then touched a pile of bricks and stones at his feet. Decomposition. A large pile of ruins disappeared before his eyes. Now, this space is completely integrated with the old cave, and there is no difference. Two castles stood in the middle, and it no longer seemed crowded. With a wider view, I was naturally happy. After I survived the survival challenge, I would definitely spend more resources to acquire props such as Breaker. As long as I continue to expand the cave, one day I would build an unusually spacious underground kingdom. Wang Hao whistled happily, waved to the soul pet hovering around him, and walked towards the castle base. As for the screams and bangs that sounded from time to time in the teleportation castle, he pretended not to hear them. Dragon Zone. As time passed, the 10th day was getting closer. Counting the time to pass the day was also a kind of torture. Feeling like boiling a frog in warm water. Many survivors don't have alarm clocks, watches or other timekeeping tools, and they don't have a concept of time. However, some kind people are very considerate. They keep broadcasting the current time on the regional channel. And they are also exaggerating the horror of the survival challenge. It seems that making everyone afraid together is a new kind of fun. Of course, this may be a bad taste. Or, they want to prove their fearlessness in this way. Dragon District. In a cave. In front of a primary castle. Chung Lin is wearing a clearly large hospital gown, with her chest bare, leaning against the iron gate, and there is still a bit of charm on her face. Perhaps she felt a little tired. So she took out a piece of leather and spread it on the ground, bit her knees and half lying down. Then, she called up the system panel. Huh? Someone sent a message. She clicked it lazily. Then, Chung Lin's beautiful eyes widened, and there was an expression of disbelief in her eyes. How could it be? She collected the attachments, took a brand new iron fire gun in her hand, and checked it over and over again. Although it was a bit heavy, she could still carry it. After verifying the system message and confirming that the weapon in front of her was genuine, she immediately shouted loudly into the castle. Little sister, you two stop for a while. Come out quickly and see what this is. Ah, big sister, you can't cheat. You just ate, and you want to have a snack? I'm still early. Inside the castle, Wang Xiaomei's panting reply came out. Big sister, I just recovered from my injury not long ago, and I'm not very active yet. You can't. Wan Fan panted and agreed, with a little tremor in his voice. You two should stop for a while. Wang Hao gave us a gun. Come out and take a look. Chung Lin continued to rub the iron fire gun and explained without raising his head. Is it true? I'll go out and take a look. Little sister. Wait. Help me. You are the one who has too many things to do. Soon. Wang Xiaomei helped Wan Fan out quickly. The two of them were disheveled and their faces were also red. Now, this is not the point. As soon as the two walked out of the castle, their eyes fell on the iron lump in Chung Lin's hand. Then, she showed ecstasy. Sister, is this the gun you mentioned? Was it given to us by Wang Hao? Really? Let me feel it. Be careful of accidental discharge. Yes. Yes. Wan Fan nodded repeatedly on the side, staring at the iron fire gun that was passed back and forth by the two women with envy. Dragon District. In another cave. Ha ha. Iron fire gun. Ha ha ha. I finally have a gun. I'll be saved tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Hao, for your kindness. Zhang Wei jumped up and down excitedly, not caring about the heaviness of the iron fire gun at all. He never thought that he could have a hot weapon in the cave world. especially at the critical moment when the survival challenge was about to begin. This is simply a timely help. With this weapon, tomorrow's survival challenge will be more confident. Maybe there will be extra benefits. Oh, I understand. This is the reward from Brother Hao for my honest share. In the future, I will definitely keep working hard. Zhang Wei thought he had guessed the key, waved his fist to cheer himself up. And at the same time, he was more determined to follow Brother Hao and work hard. Dragon area. There is another cave. Here, an encounter is happening. Lin Xiaoxiao was very lucky to meet a mutant saber-toothed tiger when she was exploring the cave. Facing the tall, angry and roaring saber-toothed tiger, she did not panic at all. She pushed her pet hamster out with her toes. Shifan, you go. It seems there is a phone call coming in. The pink hamster rolled twice, looked back at its owner with resentment, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger on the opposite side. While running, its body suddenly became huge. In the end, the size of the pink hamster was not inferior to that of its opponent. A rat and a tiger. They soon started fighting. The phone call that Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned refers to the unread message sent by the system. What is this? It was sent by Wang Hao. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the new spiked sledgehammer to her left hand, flipped her right wrist, and took out an equally new iron fire gun. After checking the system introduction, she curled her lips, grabbed the iron fire gun and aimed forward. She pulled the trigger directly. Bang! It was obviously her first time using it. But Lin Xiaoxiao acted relaxed and skilled, as if she had been used to it for a long time. This shot directly hit the saber-toothed tiger's forehead. The bright red blood immediately gushed out, covering one of the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger raised its head and roared. But before it could make any move, the pink rat took advantage of the chaos to bite the tiger's tail and dragged it to the ground. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao rushed up with a sledgehammer and a musket, waving her hands quickly and hitting the tiger's head hard. It wasn't just the spiked sledgehammer that hit the head. She even used the newly acquired iron musket as an iron rod, not worrying about damage at all. After only 7 or 8 hits, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly groaned and fell to the ground and died. Lin Xiaoxiao bent down and checked the gunshot wound on the saber-toothed tiger's forehead, with a look of disdain. TSK. I thought it was something fun, but it turned out to be this kind of antique that can't even blow up a tiger's head. However, this girl can disassemble it for research. Once I figure out the working principle, I can copy one in minutes, and then I'll piss you off. She put away the iron fire gun and was about to disassemble the body of the saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, a pair of thief eyes flashed in her mind. Those eyes were black and shiny, with a little bit of wickedness, as if they could see through everything. At that time, she felt like this. Why did he give me a gun? This guy must have some idea about me. Thinking of this, her right hand stopped in midair, and her expression was dazed for a moment. Then, a touch of bright red painted on her cheeks. Rabbit area. In a cave, Lu Xiaoyu was confronting a female survivor, his expression full of vigilance. Between the two, there was a large area of mature snake saliva grass. How to divide things. There are 37 herbs here. Lu Xiaoyu did not intend to give up, because there were orders, so it was destined to have less, unless someone takes out other resources. Lu Xiaowu, you just don't believe me so much. Anyway, the two of us have cooperated once. I am not the kind of cheap person. It's not greedy. Not greedy and cheap. First villain and gentleman. After all, there are many herbs here. That's good. You come. Halfway. Chu Wanru suddenly stopped talking. After about 3 seconds, she looked wrong. Her left hand was wiped in the jade rabbit ring, and an iron fire appeared in front of her. Why did he suddenly give me a gun? Chu Wanru muttered. Soon, she thought of the presence of outsiders and raised her head cautiously. Strangely, Lu Xiaoyu, who had just met her, also took out an identical iron fire gun with a strange look on his face. Then, he raised his head. He met Chu Wanru's eyes. You have one too? You have one too, the two of them said in unison, subconsciously moving their eyes and scanning the 2 iron fire guns back and forth. Then, they thought of a possibility. Did Brother Hao Wang Hao give you yours? The two spoke again, as if they had a telepathic connection, and their questions were only slightly different. No need to hear the answer, because they already knew the answer. The previous defense seemed to be meaningless. The two relaxed at the same time and took back their weapons. I am 18, and you are 19. Brother Hao's friends are my friends. Lu Xiaoyu took the initiative to make concessions. Okay. I will return you a unit of beast meat later. The two walked towards the snake saliva grass tacitly, squatted together, and began to collect resources. Sheep area. Miao Xinting counted her inventory in the stone house and prepared to pick out things that would be useful tomorrow. 2 iron fire guns were placed in front of her knees. For a young girl. The second fire gun Wang Hao gave was still a little too heavy. The first one is different. With the effect of light equipment, she can use it easily. The only pity is that she can't shoot many times. Yesterday, 2 mutant white bears broke into the cave where she was. In order to drive away the thick-skinned monsters, she nervously fired 7 or 8 shots. Do you want to let Brother Hao make another one? Miao Xinting bit her lip, and a trace of stubbornness flashed across her pretty face. No. It will make me look greedy. I can't let others look down on me. After talking to herself for a while, she stood up with the help of the wall beside her, holding the heavy new musket, raised and lowered it, and began to practice aiming at the target. Dog area. Wang Daolong was holding a heavy iron fire gun and chasing a gray-haired hare. This hare was obviously a mutant. Its body was twice as big as a normal hare, with 2 front teeth protruding from the lower jaw, and a pair of blue rabbit eyes almost protruding from the eye sockets. At this moment, it was panicked and looked back at the human chasing it from time to time. If it could speak, it would definitely yell, "Don't get close to me. Humans. So arrogant. Dead rabbit. Don't run if you dare. I have a gun. Are you afraid? If you have the guts, fight with me again. Haha. 19 bullets are definitely enough to kill you." Just now, Wang Daolong received the iron fire gun as a gift and was playing with it excitedly in front of the castle-based stone house, occasionally holding it up to aim. It was a coincidence. A pair of mutant rabbits broke in and were ready to attack him. Rabbits are not vegetarians. If it were usual, Wang Daolong would have hidden in the stone house, used the broken wooden door to resist the attack, and then suddenly shot wooden arrows from the cracks in the door. This tactic has become quite popular among the survivors, especially those ordinary people with low strength, can use this method to obtain considerable spoils and save themselves. He, Wang Daolong, is also an ordinary person. But now, with the iron fire gun, he doesn't have to be so frustrated. Wang Daolong retreated into the stone house, and when the 2 rabbits rushed to the door and were about to drill in, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Immediately, a rabbit with incisors died. This was because he was not skilled. If it was Wang Hao, he would definitely be able to hit 2 targets with 1 shot. The scattered iron bullets had a group damage effect. Next, the scene just now appeared. The rabbit with incisors that survived by chance fled madly, and someone chased after it with an iron fire gun. The scene was very joyful. Facts have proved that rabbits can sometimes not outrun people. 20 minutes later, Wang Daolong returned to his small stone house, holding the rabbit's ears. There was still a ball of white foam hanging on the corner of the rabbit's mouth, and it was breathing out more than breathing in. Chapter 272 Preparation for War. Wang Hao knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. None of the friends who got the advantage showed off. They were all quietly trying to excel, enhancing their own strength and becoming household names. This did them no good. Of course, they had to express their gratitude. Wang Hao felt quite happy after reading everyone's replies. Ever since he had the idea of creating an alliance, he has been working towards this goal. Unlike Qin Youjiang's high-profile recruitment of new members, he pursued a relatively loose and free alliance relationship. Only when someone needed help and others were willing to lend a hand would everyone actively come together to provide help within their capacity. Well, the someone mentioned here, of course, includes Wang Hao himself. For example, yesterday, I was eager to get cotton thread to make a headscarf, and Miao Xinting offered to help. This is a good start. Come on, young man. In the future, you will be the elders of the end of the World Mutual Aid Association. The name of the alliance is to be determined. This name is only temporary. After waving his fist to encourage, Wang Hao turned his attention back to the new puppet in front of him. In addition to the 4 black-haired puppets who beat up the door arguing outside, there are 6 more puppet guards in front of him. Zombies and undead. 3 each. In order to carefully build them, he has invested a lot of money, and the resources consumed are the most ever. 3 zombie seeds, 3 will-o'-the-wisp seeds, 30 units of bone meal, 3,000 milliliters of beast blood, 6 earth attribute spirits normal, 3 gold attribute spirits normal, 6 units of kerosene, 9 units of iron ingots, and 3 units of copper ingots. Resources such as bone meal, beast blood, and kerosene are relatively common, but the 9 attribute spirits that can be consumed, even if he is rich, still feel a wave of pain. In addition to the large amount of formula materials mentioned above, there are also 3 relatively rare weird things: the blood witch's heart, the spider venom gland, and the heart of Nicholas. The pain is worth it. Now, with 10 puppets to help him, even if he encounters a group fight, he has the strength to fight. Blood witch, spider, Earl, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiuqi. Follow the division of labor and responsibilities just now. Everyone should take their positions. Wang Hao clapped his hands lightly, dismissed a group of puppets, and let them walk to the iron window and the stairs. The current castle base, coupled with passive facilities such as trenches and caltrops, has been impeccable, and there will definitely be no loopholes for Wang Xiaomei to sneak in. Wang Hao was in a good mood and looked at the new pattern in the forging list again. The new pattern is composed of 3 randomly manufactured pattern fragments, and its quality is still excellent blue. Reinforced cement, iron ingot 225-1, stone 7819/1, lus 88/1. Note: the manufacturing of reinforced cement needs to be done in front of the workshop. The materials used are very simple. However, Wang Hao still doesn't understand why the seemingly ordinary reinforced cement pattern can be ranked as the first grade of fine grade. Another question. In the cave world, what use can reinforced cement be used for? Use it to build a house? No need. The castle base can be automatically upgraded, and the quality and quantity are guaranteed as long as you provide enough building resources. Use it to build walls and other ancillary buildings? The possibility is also very small. The ever-expanding castle space has already covered all daily needs, and there is no need to add unnecessary details. Even if he racked his brains, Wang Hao still felt that his mind was a mess. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. The puppet guard team is done. It's time to move on to the next step. Wang Hao flipped up the forging list and finally stopped his sight on the Molotov cocktail. This relatively simple throwing prop, if only in terms of operability, does have a big disadvantage. And it will hurt yourself if you are not careful, but in terms of lethality, it is not inferior to revolvers and iron fire guns, especially in some flammable places. For example, forests, haystacks, wooden houses. The content of tomorrow's survival challenge is still a mystery to the survivors. Therefore, all kinds of attack methods should be prepared. At least there is no harm. Click the recipe. Molotov cocktail, kerosene 1365/1, glutinous rice balls 298/1, stone 7819/1, lus 88/1. Ding, meet the manufacturing requirements of the Molotov cocktail. Please enter the production quantity. 48 copies. Adding the 2 bottles in stock. It is just enough to make 50 bottles. Enough for me to squander for a while. 48 Molotov cocktails, arranged in a 6 by 8 square array, appeared neatly on the ground of the castle. Looking down, the ground was yellow, and the shining light reflected by the glass bottles was quite spectacular. Molotov cocktails are done. In the lower right corner of the panel, the icon of the message prompt has been flashing non-stop. The enthusiasm of the survivors to buy iron fire guns is simply too much for Wang Hao to resist. Although he had expected it before, he still underestimated the survivors' desire for a firearm. This is the first one. In order not to appear abrupt, he just put up an iron fire gun, and also fabricated a treasure adventure in the note below. Rich bosses. I opened 2 antique firearms in a silver treasure chest, and I plan to exchange the extra one for 3 portions of blood essence. No side effects. Look! This excuse is so pure and well-founded. But no one believes it. Questions and surprises have occupied the world channel, and even people have been discussing it in the regional channel. Its popularity is even greater than the short-handed gun sold by Wu Shenhua yesterday. This is all because of his reputation. Chu Shuang, boss! This is a matter of life and death. If you have extra firearms, just give them to everyone. Everyone will remember your kindness. Zhou Jing, yes. Brother Hao, you must have extra ones. Don't be so stingy. Lin Pingji Sheep 5641, Brother Hao. We all know that you are not short of money. Why don't you change the selling price to a portion of blood essence? Everyone depends on their ability. I, Lin Pingji, have been single for 28 years. Liang Fian, Wang Hao. Are you still a man? Making a fortune from disasters? I am 99.9% sure that you can definitely make this kind of thing. Wang Daolong, the above person is talking nonsense. They don't owe you anything. If you have the ability, go dig it yourself. There are immortal cultivation techniques, game skills, and battle pets here. It depends on your luck and ability. Miao Xinting, the above person is good at scolding. Some people are just very shameless. Wang Hao has released so many good things today. They are all life-saving resources. If you have the ability, buy them all. Listen. How many of these world news are speaking human words? Most of them are moral kidnapping. However, there are still one or two reasonable ones. Thumbs up for them. Wang Hao switched the interface. Out of sight. Out of mind. And clicked the flashing icon again. Suddenly, 19 chat boxes popped up, stacked one on top of the other, giving the impression of a computer virus. Cough cough. The icon, which had just returned to calm, began to flash again, and the coughing sound continued in my ears. The people who sent the messages had basically the same purpose. The only difference was that they were not in public. Chapter 273, The Last Request of the Dying Goblin. Wang Hao took out the mechanical alarm clock and glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. According to the previous agreement, the goblin merchant Buden should be here. He had no intention of refuting the clamor in the channel. And he was not even interested in making a public statement. He was sure that he was definitely not the only one who got the iron fire gun or similar firearms in the cave world. These people did not come forward to sell them because they were worried that these things would flow out in large quantities and pose a threat to themselves in future survival challenges. A good man cannot defeat a kitchen knife. Once this kind of firearm becomes large scale, even if the equipment attributes are strong, it may fail. This is also the reason why Wang Hao obviously no longer uses the iron fire gun and is unwilling to sell it. What's more, the human heart is the most difficult thing to guess, because the human heart is the most difficult to satisfy. If you get long, you will want Shu. If you have a new father, you will change your mother. The abuse and doubts in the world today are a clear portrayal. Since they like moral kidnapping, let them have fun. Anyway, this is not the real world. They will die in a big way and even have no place to stand. After a quick glance, Wang Hao closed all the chat boxes. Among them, there are some sincere transactions, and they all offer some building resources. Their value has long exceeded the capital of making the iron fire gun. But the rhetoric of the adventure has been released. If I take action again, I will inevitably make enemies everywhere. I can't expect everyone to keep their mouths shut. Let's talk about it after tomorrow. Wang Hao picked up a zombie fawn on the table and threw it to the Crow King Shushua, who was squatting on his right shoulder. Soul pets feed on various strange creatures. He still has some of his own strange creatures, so it doesn't matter if he feeds a little. Let's go and take a look outside. He took the soul pet and walked down the stairs. Before he walked out of the iron gate, there was a commotion outside the castle. Is the goblin Buden coming? Wang Hao's face lit up, and he quickened his pace. This time, he had to purchase it carefully. He was very interested in the castle room manufacturing diagram mentioned last time. Outside the iron gate, Huang Dania hurried over. His expression was not only unnatural, but also full of panic. Brother Hao, it's bad. Look! After saying that, he pointed to the distance behind him. In front of the deer horn facility, a short figure in a logging suit was lying on the ground, and a large pool of blood was spreading rapidly in all directions with him as the center. Logging suit. Although the distance was a bit far, Wang Hao still guessed the identity of the figure. The only one who could appear in the Cave Zero at this time was the short-legged goblin merchant Buden. Danu. What's going on? Wang Hao's pace was faster, and he rushed to the deer horn in a blink of an eye. Brother Hao. I don't know either. I just settled the 2 door barriers and planned to go out to let off some water. When I walked to the earth wall, before I could take off my pants, Boss Boo appeared. It was fine at first. Boss Boo looked very anxious and kept shouting that he wanted to find you. I led him to the antlers, and suddenly he fell forward. Then, it became like this. Brother Hao. This is none of my business. Huang Dania followed closely behind Wang Hao and quickly recounted the whole story. This NPC merchant, who was highly valued by the boss, had an accident at his doorstep. It was hard for anyone to accept it. Wang Hao stopped suddenly and squatted down on his knees. Under his feet was the goblin merchant Buden. The face, as ugly as a horse monkey, was as pale as paper. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were filled with fear of death. And his limbs were still twitching slightly. The blood on the ground was still gushing out, with no signs of slowing down. The goblin was originally thin, and the blood in his body was not much. What was flowing out now was probably beyond the limit. The dying goblin Buden, a goblin businessman who was keen on traveling around to do business. But unfortunately he was dying. Wang Hao did not move Buden's body rashly, but quickly operated on the system panel and made a healing pill. Ding, hemostatic grass -2. Honeysuckle -1. Brown licorice -1. Ding, healing pill +1. Then, he pinched the red healing pill and put it into Buden's slightly open mouth. Puff. Just as the pill was brought to his mouth, before he could put it in, the dying Buden suddenly straightened his chest and spurted out another mouthful of blood, which was all over Wang Hao's hands, including the healing pill. All were splashed with warm blood. Bang! Buden stood up and fell back to the ground again. This time, the blood gushing out was finally less. But the wrinkled ugly face was no longer bloody. And he was barely breathing. Wang Hao hurriedly opened Buden's teeth and stuffed the healing pill into his mouth. However, the dying goblin had no strength to swallow it, and the healing pill stayed in his mouth. And he couldn't even close his mouth. It's over. Dead. Even if Buden could swallow the healing pill, the chance of being cured was very small. After all, this kind of pill can only heal injuries, and it has no effect of bringing the dead back to life. At this moment, the goblin Buden seemed to have a last burst of light, and his wide eyes became smart, and the focus of his eyes immediately fell on the person in front of him. In an instant, surprise came. Because of the surprise, even the previously powerless body moved, as if to sit up from the ground. Wang. Old cough cough. Buden's struggling body shook, but he still did not realize his wish to sit up. Perhaps he felt a foreign object in his mouth, and his head tilted to the right, pushing out the healing pill with the tip of his tongue. Looking at the pill rolling in the pool of blood on the ground, Buden's eyes showed a touch of emotion. He sold the formula of the healing pill. He knew it. Buden, what's wrong with you? Were you robbed by the bad guys again? Wang Hao said anxiously. There was no sight of the small backpack that the goblin always carried with him near his thin body. And now he looked like he was dying. It was hard not to associate it. These urgent words sounded like a special kind of care to the extremely weak Buden. The look in his eyes became softer, because there was no obstruction from the healing pills and no influence from struggling to get up. His words were much clearer. Boss Wang, I have a favor to ask of you. What? Just tell me. My backpack was taken away by a bull-headed assassin. Please, help me get it back and return it to our clan leader or elders when you have a chance. Bull-headed assassin? Where is he? On the side. Huang Dania heard this and immediately looked at the earth wall where the goblin merchant was found. Wanting to say something but stopping, Wang Hao focused most of his attention on Buden, but also used a small part of his mind to observe the surroundings. When he saw Huang Dania's actions, he immediately followed and looked over. Concentrate your mind, and the flat earth wall will become transparent. In the light yellow ripples, 3 tall minotaurs are squatting in one place, concentrating on studying the small backpack under their feet, and occasionally pulling it with their big hands. These 3 minotaurs, wrapped in black tights, look cold and capable. Wang Hao remembered correctly that this direction was occupied by the red-clothed female ghost. Now her figure can no longer be seen, and only the number 14 bus stop sign can be seen in the distance. They are over there, sighed. Buden saw that the other party looked over immediately, and his eyes were full of hope. Hearing the voice, Wang Hao retracted his penetrating gaze and looked at the goblin whose face had turned gray. Okay. I promise you. I will do my best. Great, the goblin excitedly shouted, but the voice was too low to be heard. Then, he seemed to remember something. He raised his thin arm with a weak breath and pulled Wang Hao's trouser leg. Chapter 274 The Relics of the Goblin Merchant. Inside the cave. Rather than pulling, it was more like gently stroking. With the last breath in his throat, Buden uttered a few words with difficulty, becoming increasingly incoherent. "Lend me your dagger." Wang Hao paused for a moment, but still took out the broken water dagger, turned the handle of the dagger over, and handed it over. Buden stretched out his right hand with trembling hands, gritted his teeth and took it, and moved it to the navel of his lower abdomen with difficulty, and turned the dagger over again. The tip of the dagger was facing him. Goblins are only interested in profit, but never, credit. The last word suddenly became high-pitched. Then, the goblin who seemed to be dying suddenly sat up, and hit the handle of the dagger on Wang Hao's knee. Puff! The inverted dagger went straight into the abdominal cavity. At this moment, Buden finally vomited out his last breath, and his body collapsed softly. Ding! You have killed the goblin merchant Buden, and you can pick up the spoils. Wang Hao was stunned by the scene. When the goblin Buden asked for the dagger, he was still alert in his heart, and was secretly on guard. Who knew that at the last moment, it was the other party who took the initiative to ask for death, and gave his body to himself as a commodity of equal exchange. What a... Wang Hao didn't know how to describe it. He just felt an inexplicable blockage in his heart. Behind him, his companion Huang Daniel was frightened by the sudden scene, and almost subconsciously took out the iron fire gun and aimed at the goblin corpse lying on the ground. Because Wang Hao's body blocked him, he didn't see Buden flip the dagger, but just thought that the other party was repaying kindness with hatred and sneak attacking his benefactor with a dagger. Even the precious healing pills were taken out for treatment. But in the end, what he got was an unreasonable betrayal. Who can tolerate it? Brother Hao. Are you okay? Brother Hao. Is this shorty attacking? Let me shoot him. It's okay if he dies. Let me whip his corpse. After saying that, Huang Dania took 2 steps away, bent down and pushed the barrel of the iron musket forward. The ammunition fired by the musket was scattered. If someone stood in the middle, it was very likely to cause accidental injury. The barrel had just extended halfway when Wang Hao raised his hand to stop it, and his voice became low. Daniel. I'm fine. Boss Buden was just asking for death and giving gifts. You misunderstood him. Wang Hao pushed the barrel away, lowered his right hand, and picked up his water-breaking dagger from Buden's body. In the process of picking it up, his fingers touched the woodcutter's clothes soaked in blood. On the surface, the hot blood gradually cooled. The sticky blood stains on the fingertips made people feel very uncomfortable. The 5 trophies turned into an arc of light, and immediately rushed into the Qinglong ring. The thin figure lying on the ground disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if he had never appeared here. If there was no large pool of blood on the ground, if there was no blood-stained healing pill, if there was no sticky blood stains on the fingertips, Wang Hao would really think it was an illusion. Buden is gone? The goblin merchant is gone? The goblin who could bring him rare goods and often took good things from him. Dead? Wang Hao touched the ring, and a small green whistle appeared in his palm. This was a prop that Buden had given him, so that he could communicate with him conveniently in the future and develop into a reliable business partner. In just a few days, a goblin merchant who loves to take advantage of others is gone. I really can't believe it. Wang Hao raised the whistle and put it close to his lips, wanting to blow the whistle full of calling again. Before he could exhale, the exquisite green whistle suddenly made a crisp sound. It seemed that something was broken. Did the whistle break? Lowering his right arm, Wang Hao lowered his eyes and looked. A wide crack appeared on the smooth surface of the whistle, and the brown round bead inside could be seen clearly. Broken round bead. Does this mean the spirit dies and the whistle is destroyed? Wang Hao was a little absent-minded, and his whole mind seemed to be attracted by this inconspicuous whistle, and he couldn't pull it out for a long time. Wow. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. What's wrong with you? Should we help Boss Boo? The first cry was from the Soul Pet Crow King reminding him. The second question was from Huang Daniel. If they want to avenge the goblin Buden, they still have a chance now, because both of them have dug several times, and anyone can track them down. Wang Hao came back to his senses. He slowly stood up, waved to Huang Daniel, and took 7 or 8 steps back. With a thought, he took out bloodstained logging clothes, Buden's suicide note, and Buden's little red riding hood. Bloodstained logging clothes, special props. One of the relics left by the goblin merchant Buden, which can prove to the goblin leaders that Buden was indeed killed and can be returned to his widow and orphans. Buden's suicide note, a special item. One of the relics left by the goblin merchant. Buden. If you hold it and find his widow, you can get Buden's exquisite collection. Buden's Little Red Riding Hood, a special item. One of the relics left by the goblin merchant. Buden. Use it in the cave world to escape from a confined space. They are all special items. If that's the case, burying them to make a cenotaph for the sake of the ritual in my heart seems a bit wasteful. Before he was dying, Buden took great pains to make himself finish off the enemy, just to leave himself some rewards. If he buried them directly, it would be equivalent to rejecting the sincere gratitude of a deceased person, and he might die with regrets. Furthermore, to fulfill Buden's last wish, none of these props must be less. Wang Hao persuaded himself, and sent the 3 relics back to the Qinglong ring. Then there is one left. Spot your palms and look at the cracking green whistle. Summoning whistle, props. A connection tool for Wang Hao to Wang Hao. The goblin has all been damaged and cannot be repaired. Can't repair. Then it. Wang Hao threw his right arm through the green whistle with its thin rope, threw it into a half-dried blood pool, and then released all the soil in the green dragon ring. Suddenly, a large mound appeared. Wrong. This is a lonely grave. In the lonely grave, there is a goblin that loves cheap, is greedy for money, and deceived. However, it is undeniable. Wang Hao regarded him as a friend. Even if he knocked the other party's stuffy at the beginning. Even if he had remembered the other party's small basket before. Even. Don't want to. Since the relics of others have been obtained. And they promised to grab back baskets before the other party died. We must go all out. Daniel. The plan can never keep up with changes. Originally, I planned to boil it here tomorrow morning. And then you and I have a team waiting for the beginning of the survival challenge. Maybe I can divide together. But now, I have to leave myself alone to chase Dan's enemies. Brother Hao, I can be with you. After the survival challenge is over, I may not be able to return here. Huang Dania quickly glanced at the castle behind me, and quickly asked, Still, you have to collect the herbal medicines planted over the flower field. Furthermore, the half-person monster that can make Buden, who has been in the cave world for a long time, is very dangerous to the past. Wang Hao considered a comprehensive consideration. In fact, except for these 2 reasons, there is an important point that he did not say. Chapter 275 Smell a little bit of conspiracy. This reason is not convenient to say. If it is said publicly, it is very likely to affect Huang Dani's view of himself. Maintaining a good image in front of subordinates is conducive to the stability of the small group. This point must be kept in mind. Wang Hao first walked towards the teleportation castle and quickly put away the puppet's black hair, red eyes, Xiao San and Xiao Si. Of course, it also includes the door bar and bench monster that were beaten into pig heads. Then he came to the other side and put the castle base into the ring. After making sure that he had brought everything he should bring, he hurried to the earth wall and took out the engineer's shovel. After digging 2 shovels, Wang Hao turned around, took out a detoxification pill from the ring, and handed it to Huang Daniu, who was following closely behind to say goodbye. Daniu, take care. After saying goodbye, there was no more nostalgia in my heart. In the adjacent cave, the empty bus station, surrounded by a piece of yellow earth, attracted much attention. On the 2-meter-high bus stop sign, the maroon-red handwriting of Route 14 has been eroded by the years and has become mottled. Strangely, the whitened sign does not have the name of the bus stop, the running time of the first and last buses, and the daily starting station information. This situation may occur in remote suburban areas or old urban areas, because the residents are already familiar with the few bus routes. Wang Hao approached the platform and found that things were not so simple. The station sign originally had words on it. However, the words on it were deliberately erased, and the white paint was used, which was similar to the base color of the station sign. In the cave, a cold breeze blew from somewhere, which could blow up the heavy corners of the pants, but did not harm the surrounding yellow sand. Combined with the scene of the red-clothed female ghost waiting here before, it makes people feel scalp tingling. What does this mean? And the killer that Wang Hao is now tracking, that is, the 3 bull-headed assassins, has disappeared long ago. There are messy cow hoof prints everywhere on the ground, and they lead to every earth wall. It is very difficult to find clues in them. Wang Hao was not worried about this. Xiaoxue, look around. Wow! Hearing the response, he focused his attention and looked in the other 5 directions. In order to save time, he looked quickly. In front, in the light yellow ripples, a huge wasp nest was hanging between the branches of a dead poplar tree, and groups of black and yellow wasps gathered nearby. Ding! Mutated tree bees were found and can be killed. It turned out that they were not wasps, but tree bees. Left side, in the green ripples, there was nothing. Right side, in the dark yellow ripples, they are here. This search was surprisingly smooth. In the adjacent cave on the right, a relatively open grassland was embedded in it. The 3 Minotaur assassins who just disappeared were standing in a row, reporting something to another black-robed figure, with a very respectful attitude. The black-robed figure was similar in size to the Minotaur assassin, and was now facing the direction of Wang Hao's perspective, so his face could not be seen clearly. Ding! Minotaur found. Can be killed. That's them. Wang Hao retracted his perspective, waved to his soul pet Raven King, and walked towards the earth wall on the right. Due to subconscious resistance, to be precise, because of the rush of time, he did not decompose the weird bus station scene, and deliberately avoided the red brick floor of the platform. On the way, he took out the engineer's shovel. After reaching the earth wall, he immediately threw his arms and dug. Without the help of stones, everything had to be done by himself. Ding! Lus +1. Ding! Lus +1. The progress of this excavation was very short. He dug 36 times, pierced through the gray film in front of his eyes, and disappeared from the passage. Then, the excavated passage healed. Another minute passed. The red-clothed female ghost with a slit mouth, who had disappeared before suddenly appeared on the platform. She still stood in the air, quietly waiting for the number 14 bus that would never appear, and her bright red high heels stopped under her red skirt. She lifted up one side of her long hair, tilted her head, and glanced at the direction where Wang Hao left, and a hint of human smile appeared on her pale and stiff face. The smile was particularly fake, as if she was just pretending. After the perfunctory smile, she shook her drooping right sleeve, and the entire bus station shrank sharply, forming a stretched picture, swallowed into her open gap. After that, she did not see any movement, and slowly floated towards the earth wall where Wang Hao disappeared, and her skirt was lightly touched and seeped into it. Livestock such as cattle, horses, and sheep have a special love for tender grass. Even though the Minotaurs are no longer cattle, they still retain this love from the bottom of their hearts and choose this place as a gathering place. Chief, isn't it a bit of an exaggeration for the tribe to send so many people to deal with a goblin wanderer? That's right. They even specially asked the 3 of us to return from the ruins of Undercity. There are still many ruins to be searched there. With us here, the other families dare not be too arrogant. Chief, are those old goblins causing trouble again? The first 2 were complaining, and the last Minotaur assassin seemed to know something. He lowered his voice and asked the figure with his back to them. The shoulders of the black-robed figure trembled imperceptibly, and he slowly turned around and stared coldly at the 3rd Minotaur assassin. Crotal Hoof, you'd better not ask about some things. Once something goes wrong, even if your father is a clan elder, he can't save you. Yes, the bull-headed assassin, called the cloven-hoofed one, panicked. He lowered his head and twirled his toes nervously, shoveling up clumps of grass, as if the grass on the ground had a grudge against him. The other 2 dared not speak again, and were as silent as a cicada. The black-robed leader's expression eased slightly. He was very satisfied with the 3 men's tact. He glanced at the small backpack in his hand and decided to reveal a little information. After all, the 3 subordinates did a good job. The goblin chief got a firearm from somewhere, and is gathering the skilled craftsmen of the tribe to study and improve it. If they succeed, there will be no way for other tribes to survive. According to the secret investigation of the insider, it seems that a goblin wanderer got the firearm from the human survivors. So all the goblin merchants must be sniped to cut off their idea of continuing to trade and improve it. There are really a lot of good things from the human survivors. He paused for a moment, and then continued. Not only our Minotaur family participated in the sniping this time, but other tribes also participated. We were inexplicably captured in the cave world, and we were playing house with a group of lowly humans. If we don't work together, there is only one way to destruction. Wouldn't the Dark City power be destroyed? You'd better keep all the words I said today to yourself. I don't want anyone other than you 3 to know. Do you understand? Yes. Chief, just keep your heart to yourself. The three of us are very tight-lipped. That's right. Just as the three Minotaur assassins expressed their determination, a sneer came from the green grass beside them. Is that so? Chapter 276 Hunting. Who? The black-robed leader looked stern and immediately looked over. In the empty bushes, a strange aura surged at the moment of the sneer. And then Wang Hao showed up with a stern face. Time went back a little. It turned out that after piercing the gray membrane, Wang Hao quickly jumped out and rushed to the edge of the grass 2 meters away. After that, he used the camouflage technique. The camouflage technique of the fragment is only applicable to snowfields and grasslands, which happened to be useful here. After the skill was successfully used, Wang Hao and the soul pet that landed on his shoulder changed their aura and appearance in an instant, turning into an insignificant grass. He really heard everything that the 4 Minotaurs talked about later. The Minotaur assassin killed the goblin merchant Buden because of a firearm, and that firearm was sold by Wang Hao himself. If you look into it in detail, Buden's attack and death are also related to him. During the chat, the black-robed leader mentioned that they were captured by a magical force and entered the cave world, and said that they played house with human survivors. There was a sense of conspiracy in his words. The alliance between the tribes showed that they were unwilling and wanted to change their current fate. Now that the main reason was known, there was no need to hide here. It's time to fulfill the promise to Buden. Therefore, Wang Hao stepped forward. The one who is asking you for a debt. This is the answer. He ignored the 3 bull-headed assassins who were attacking him separately, and his expression was calm and composed, because he didn't think he was in danger. The soul pet crow king on his shoulder flapped its wings lightly, and its bloodshot eyes only stared straight ahead, and also showed disdain for the 3 enemies who were surrounding him. What debt are you asking for? The black-robed leader said coldly. Blood debt. Oh, don't worry. After you die, I will make public the secret I just heard. Perhaps someone will be interested in your tribe's alliance. Wang Hao looked at the encirclement that had become a horn with great contempt, and waved his hand easily. You want to have more people, right? I, Wang Hao, will accompany you. Swish. As soon as the hand waved, black and white streams of light jumped out and landed beside Wang Hao, tightly surrounding him in the center. There were 6 black ones in total. They were black hair, red eyes, blood witch, spider, Earl and Shao San, who were wrapped in black cloaks. There were 4 white ones in total. They were Shao Si, Shao Wu, Shao Lu and Shao Qi, who retained their original appearance of bones. 10 puppet guards gathered together, holding weapons outward, guarding their masters so that even water could not enter. Obviously, the Minotaurs did not expect such a change, especially the 3 Minotaurs who were about to launch an attack. 10 tall zombies or skeletons holding weapons suddenly appeared in front of him, catching them off guard. He stepped back involuntarily. Wang Hao would not let them distance themselves, in order to achieve the effect of surprise. He even suppressed the opportunity to show off in front of others. Chop off the 3 of them. At this moment, his voice was very excited and gnashing, because he seemed to foresee that the 3 bull-headed assassins would be beaten to death. As for the remaining black-robed leaders, there is nothing to fear. Yes. The puppet guards responded in unison, raised their weapons together, and rushed towards the 3 targets. The spiked sledgehammer, steel axe, crescent sword, and 7 ceremonial swords. Each weapon made a thunderous roar. Damn it. Odo. Can't ear. Half horn. You 3 go separately. The black-robed leader swung his robe and dodged forward, trying to share some pressure with his subordinates and help them evacuate here first. The first impression of the 10 puppets summoned by the opposite human was very dangerous. Each of them seemed to hide the power of destruction, and he was simply unable to compete. Moreover, he was prepared to be intercepted, so that he could achieve a counterattack. He understood the principle of capturing the thief and the king. Intercept? How is it possible? Wang Hao held the broken water dagger and watched the black robe pass by him without any blocking action. Not only did he not stop the black-robed leader, he also did the opposite and dodged and rushed towards the farthest bull-headed assassin. The broken water dagger was raised in the air, emitting a cold light. The bull-headed assassin was besieged by 3 undead puppets and seemed to be in a panic. They were trained to hide and assassinate, and were not good at frontal attacks. If they were outnumbered, they would have a little advantage. Being surrounded and beaten by 3 powerful puppets, their situation was already very critical. Originally, relying on his swift body movements, he could barely hold on for a short period of time. But suddenly his eyes blurred. An 8-inch cold light flashed in front of him. Swish! A burst of hot blood spurted out. And the bull-headed assassin raised his right palm and desperately covered his cut throat, his eyes full of disbelief. What a fast speed! This last thought flashed through his mind in an instant. After that, his body staggered back and collided with the blade of a long sword of an undead puppet, and was immediately pierced through. Severe pain surged through his body. A pair of bull eyes widened, and his head tilted, and he was completely silent. Ding! You have killed the bull-headed assassin canner, and you can pick up the spoils. The system prompt popped up at the same time. Wang Hao's face was calm, and he waved to the 3 puppets that were empty. You continue. I will block this leader. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu immediately took the order and rushed to another battle group in the field together. With 6 against 1, the outcome can be imagined. The bull-headed assassin that the black-robed leader assisted was naturally attacked by their master himself. Wang Hao dodged and ran over. This side, witnessing his subordinate being ambushed to death. The black-robed leader's eyes were bloodshot. Human bastard. You deserve to die. For the hatred in his heart, he gave up rescuing his subordinate, turned around, and rushed towards Wang Hao. During the rush, he drew the giant axe on his back. He is not an assassin. As a small leader of the bull-headed tribe, he has more rights to choose. And the blood inherited in his bones makes him a wild and unrestrained bull-headed warrior. Warriors are the most fearless to charge into battle. The skinny human on the opposite side would definitely not be his opponent if there were no these hateful puppet guards. He has this confidence. Just when he was very close, and was about to launch the charge skill, the human on the opposite side suddenly moved his lips slightly. Phantom dance. Phantom dance? What is this? Soon, he knew it. The human who rushed forward suddenly accelerated his body, bent his waist in the middle, and changed his direction, leaving a faint afterimage behind him. Target. Not him at all. The target, of course, is not the black-robed leader. From the beginning to the end, Wang Hao had no intention of fighting a bull-headed warrior with a big axe. In essence, he himself is also an assassin. Assassins must establish advantages as quickly as possible. Seeing the black-robed leader rushing towards him with a giant axe, Wang Hao immediately activated his acceleration skill, bypassed the tall and strong body in front of him, and killed another bull-headed assassin. Facing the siege of 4 zombie puppets, the bull-headed man called Cho Ti could still barely hold on. There was still a gap between the 3 assassins. As the son of the elder, the private treatment he received was always better than that of ordinary tribesmen. However, he couldn't hold on for too long. Wang Hao, who didn't play by the routine, was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He clearly shouted to deal with the leader, but he broke his promise in the middle of the way and changed his target again. The swift black and white afterimage flashed in the blind spot of the even-hoof vision, and immediately another burst of blood flew out. Compared to the first dead bull-headed assassin canner, Odue was much more miserable. Wang Hao did not choose to attack his throat, but stabbed the broken water dagger directly into his heart when he approached, until the handle was gone, because he was worried that the body structure of the bull-headed man was different from that of ordinary humans. After stabbing the target, he decisively abandoned the broken water dagger that was clamped by his back muscles, and quickly retreated backwards, flashing to the back of the black-robed leader. Ding! You have killed the bull-headed assassin Odue, and you can pick up the spoils. After seeing this prompt message, Wang Hao knew that he was worrying too much. The heart of the bull-headed man is not special. Plop! Odue's tall body fell to the ground, and the bull's eyes were also wide open. At the same time, the last battle group a little further away also decided the winner. After 2 companions were killed in a row, the assassin Banjiu could not bear the great fear. He was distracted for a moment, and was attacked by 6 puppets and cut into pieces. Ding! You have killed the bull-headed assassin Banjiu. You can pick up the spoils. It took less than a minute from the start of the fight to the death of all 3 bull-headed assassins. Wang Hao turned around leisurely and looked at the black-robed leader, who was left alone, with a playful look in his eyes. It was not until then that the black-robed leader turned around and roared angrily, "Human bastard! You have no martial ethics, and you don't keep your word." If the other party could come to him openly, with the ability of his 3 capable subordinates, even if he couldn't win, he could still hold on for a while, and even have a great chance to escape. But because of this shameless evasion, now there is only one left. Martial ethics? Bah! Wang Hao spat on the ground, looked around, and saw that the puppet guards had gathered and surrounded the black-robed bull head, which made him more confident. When you ambushed the goblin wanderers, you were very rules. What is this? Tit for tat. Don't stand there. This time, I will fight you one-on-one. If you win, you can leave alive. After saying that, he raised his right hand very gentlemanly, stopped the puppets from approaching, and then naturally put it behind his back, and finally spread out his left hand. Please! The black-robed leader was still furious, but when he saw that the 10 puppets really stopped moving, a cruel grin appeared on his dark face again. Without the help of the puppets, he had more than 100 ways to kill this human. What an arrogant and stupid human. You are looking for death. Die! I saw a black shadow suddenly leap up. A pair of thick hands grasped the axe handle, raised the axe high above his head, and chopped towards this side. This move also has a very domineering name. Split Huayu with all your strength. Pa! With a crisp sound, the leaping black shadow paused in the air and fell straight to the ground. Bang! Even with the cushion of the grass, the sound of the body hitting the ground was still very loud. Wang Hao could feel the tremor coming from the bottom of his feet while standing there. In the air in front of him, there were some broken grass fragments flying everywhere. On the grass, the black-robed leader was facing down, with a huge axe in his hands chopped into the soil, and his body was still twitching from time to time, as if he had epilepsy. He raised his head with difficulty, panting and looking up for the last time, and finally saw the revolver held horizontally in Wang Hao's right hand, and vaguely, he could see a wisp of green smoke rising. There was a hint of realization and resentment in his gradually dilating pupils. Despicable. Ugh! The head sank and hit the grass again. But this time, there was no sound at all. Under the body, a pool of blood flowed along the green grass and spread around. Ding! You have killed the leader of the bullhead squad. Giant blade. And you can pick up the spoils. Wang Hao bent his right elbow, brought the gun barrel to his mouth, and blew a breath. Despicable? Haha. Have you ever seen anyone remind you before shooting? 2B. He didn't care about the enemy's words before he died. When fighting to the death with the opponent, of course, the fastest and most reliable way to resolve the battle is to learn from Duke Xiang of Song's courtesy and humility. Wang Hao put away his revolver, walked slowly to the body of the Minotaur assassin he had killed earlier, bent down to retrieve his dagger, and picked up the spoils. Ding! Poor quality dagger +1. Ding! Sesame ball +6. Ding! Linen bandage +1. Ding! Basic assassination technique +1. The spoils collected were not satisfactory. But there were 3 new things. Poor quality dagger, a dagger forged by a Minotaur craftsman, 1 foot and 2 inches long, relatively sharp. Due to the general quenching skills, it contains more impurities. At first glance, it is not a good thing. Wang Hao did not even think about selling such spoils, and chose to disassemble them directly. Linen bandages are rare, but in the mall, it is also a common commodity. 10 copper coins each, and the key is that there is no limit on the quantity. There is another one. Basic assassination, skill type. A professional skill summarized by the Tauren Weapon Master Kit, which can master the basic assassination skills. Agility +1. Note, all basic skills can be learned, which conflicts with Bloodline skills. Yes. The last note dampened Wang Hao's enthusiasm for learning. He would not abandon the very useful Phantom Dance because of a basic skill, although he could not learn it himself. If he put it on the market, someone would definitely be willing to buy it. After the spoils are processed, they will be put on the shelves together. Wang Hao quickly looted the remaining 2 assassins' bodies, and the spoils he got were similar. In total, he harvested 2 inferior daggers, 11 units of sesame balls, and 3 pieces of linen bandages. The daggers must be decomposed. The 2 inferior daggers were then transformed into 2 units of iron ingots. The last thing left was, of course, the body of the small boss. As long as time and strength allow, he always likes to save the good things for the last to enjoy. Doing so gives people a sense of achievement in struggle, including but not limited to food. Wang Hao took a deep breath, shook his wrist, silently recited Open Sesame in his heart, and squatted down to touch the body of the leader's giant blade. Pick up. Chapter 277 The Sealing of Attribute Values. On the grass. The last corpse disappeared before his eyes. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the spoils collected this time. Among them, 256 copper coins were quite considerable, according to the price given by them all. This is equivalent to half a special weapon. If one's luck is a little bit good, he might be able to draw a good or excellent grade of awesome equipment. Mountain splitting axe, weapon. Total length 56 centimeters. Gross weight 28 kilograms. It is the standard refined weapon for the leader of the bullhead squad, with excellent chopping performance. Sharpness +1. The axe weighing 56 gene. Just now, I didn't choose to go head-to-head with the black-robed giant blade. It was a wise decision. If I was touched a little, I would lose a layer of skin at the least, or even have a fracture or concussion. Heavyweight weapons, of course, had their advantages. Wang Hao glanced around and decided to give this big axe to the undead puppet Xiao San. Xiao San, give me the ceremonial long sword, and I'll give you the mountain-splitting axe. The puppet Xiao San stepped forward silently, sheathed the long sword in his hand, took it off from his waist, and handed it to his master. Then, he grabbed the mountain-splitting axe and stepped back. Due to the enhancement of the brute force stone, the strength value of this batch of undead puppets is slightly higher, and it is relatively easy to use the heavy axe. Wang Hao took back the ceremonial long sword and looked at the next piece of trophy. Bullhead token, special props. A token for participating in the tribe alliance. Cannot be traded. Participate in the alliance? Maybe it will be useful in the future. Tauren blood essence, a one-time consumable. After the survivors take it, they can increase their own strength attribute, and the strength will be permanently increased by 1. Compared with a previously obtained Tauren bloodline essence, there is only one word difference, but the effect of taking it is less than the ability to inherit the bloodline, and the strength attribute is only increased a little. This is the best. It just so happens that I lack this kind of enhancement props, and it is not easy to find them in the market. Wang Hao moved his mind and took out the previously received elephant-headed dolphin blood essence, and took them one by one. Before the challenge begins, every bit of strength reinforcement is particularly critical. Both blood essences are increasing strength. A familiar warm current continued to surge in his body. When the essence was absorbed, he immediately opened the attributes interface. Wang Hao read it from beginning to end, and was very satisfied with his attributes. Unconsciously, his various attributes have increased again, from the previous agility to the current physique and strength, with a bit of a power thief's posture. In addition to the changes in the attributes panel, there is also a system message floating on the side. System reminder, before the first survival challenge, the upper limit of the survivor's attribute value is 15, and skill gains are not subject to this limit. Wang Hao. This message is not what he wants. So there is a ceiling for the increase of attribute values. Is this setting obstacles for survivors, just to prevent them from passing the challenge smoothly? This is too shameless. I despise you. Wang Hao rolled his eyes and pointed his middle finger at the top of his head. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for not following the rules. Didn't you set the upper limit? I will touch the ceiling for each item, and then see who will laugh last. Wang Hao opened auction. The resources that have been acquired will be collected first, then put up a new auction. Acquisition, blood essence 2. Exchange item, basic assassination technique. Trading volume, 1. Note dear, if you have an agility type, please click me to trade. Purchase item, blood essence 3. Exchange item, earth attribute spirit essence excellent 1. Trading volume 2. Note, blood essence requires wisdom or agility. If there is a small window, please shake me and trade it. Only these two. Wang Hao decided to sell some of his treasures in exchange for props that increase attributes. If there is enough time, the most cost-effective thing is to use spirit essence to make equipment. As long as the enchantment attribute is not too bad, the essence obtained in exchange will definitely be more. The restored wooden bow sold before is the best example. The order is placed, and I will continue to look at the last item. Goblin's backpack, a special item. One of the relics of the late goblin merchant Buden, which contains the goods carefully purchased by Buden. It can only be opened if you have goblin blood. This time, Wang Hao gave up staying in the teleportation castle. On the one hand to help Buden get revenge, and on the other hand to take back this small backpack. According to the last agreement, the manufacturing diagram for building the castle's auxiliary room is likely to be in the backpack. Need blood? The spoils on Buden's body contain the essence of goblin blood, so it is not a problem to open it. However, you should be loyal to the person who entrusted you. Wang Hao decided to take it slow and try to return the backpack and other relics to the goblin tribe. If that didn't work, he could try to get the blood essence. He weighed the small backpack in his hand and was about to put it back into the ring when a cold female voice came from afar. Do you want to open it? The voice got closer with each word. When it came to the last word, it was like a girl lying on his shoulder and blowing on his ear. At first, it was a little itchy, but then, it became chilly and cold. Not only that, the soul pet Xiaoxue, who was perched on the right shoulder, suddenly retracted its sharp claws and grabbed the owner's flesh, as if to pierce the claws into the flesh. Hiss. Wang Hao couldn't help but shudder, shook his shoulders subconsciously, and rushed forward 7 or 8 steps. What the hell? He turned around suddenly and looked at the place where he had just stood. It was empty, without any human figure at all. What's going on? Did I really see a ghost? Wang Hao muttered in a low voice. To be honest, seeing a ghost in the cave world is not scary. It's not like I haven't seen it before. But the question is, where's the ghost? Wow wow. The soul pet Xiaoxue flapped its wings and flew up, blocking the master in front of him, with a pair of red eyes flashing with enchanting blood light. Moreover, it flapped its wings made of black smoke faster and faster towards the open space in front of it. And its cry became louder and louder, as if it had discovered something. It's not like that. Soul pets have special detection abilities for strange things or supernatural powers. Even it looks like this, which proves that there must be something ahead. Wang Hao waved his hand quickly, and 10 puppet guards immediately blocked the middle. Then, he spoke in a concentrated voice. Beauty, I have seen you. Come out. Whether you can see or not, these details are not important. What is important is how to trick the other party out. Dealing with hidden enemies is really a headache. Chapter 278 The Slit-Mouthed Woman Hiding in the Dark. Did you see me? Uh-huh. A man's mouth. She spoke in a low voice. And the voice appeared behind Wang Hao again, continuing to blow cold air into his right ear. Just like a playful and active child, tirelessly playing pranks, listening to the unpleasant and cold female voice that always lingered in his ears. How many people could remain calm? Wang Hao was indeed a little panicked. This time, he did not choose to turn around, but forced himself to stay calm and let the puppet around him get closer to him. After that, he raised his right arm and shook the small backpack. Do you have a way? Now, opening the backpack is not important. The purpose of asking this question is to delay time and find the owner of the sound. Of course there is a way, but you have to answer me a question first. You say, in the real world, have you ever met bus number 14? The hidden female ghost whispered to herself, with a little expectation in her words. Now, Wang Hao didn't feel cold. After all this time, it turned out to be the red-clothed female ghost, the slit-mouthed woman, who disappeared in the previous cave. He still clearly remembered that the ripple image showed yellow at that time, which was not a super difficult thing. The current situation is probably because the slit-mouthed woman has some kind of ghostly body skills. As long as the speed is fast enough, it is not difficult to achieve this effect. As for why she came to find him, there was no need to spend time guessing. Never seen it. Wang Hao gave the answer, very honestly. At the same time, he winked at the soul pet hanging above his head and gently shook his right shoulder. Whoosh! The soul pet Xiaoxue fell back on the shoulder of its master, and a pair of wings spread silently, almost covering both shoulders. Wow wow! A harsh and hoarse noise came from the sharp mouth of the Crow King, and the blood eyes flashed several times in succession, staring coldly at a blank area in front of the right. This time, it did not fly up. To deal with a target with extremely fast speed, the best strategy is to use stillness to control movement, and use slowness to beat speed. In terms of understanding the master's intention, soul pets are not inferior to ordinary battle pets. You lied to me, didn't you? How could there be no bus number 14? He said before that every city would have bus number 14, and it would run until late. The slit-mouthed woman hiding in the dark suddenly became excited and sharp. However, the voice was getting farther and farther away. It worked. This proves that the slit-mouthed woman is afraid of the soul pet's blood. But her speed is the advantage. Wang Hao regained his composure, so calm that the puppet's guards were no longer needed. Wang Hao handed the goblin's backpack to his left hand, waved his right arm, and the puppet guards protecting the surroundings were all taken back, leaving only one sole pet. Then, he bent down and touched the grass under his feet. Decomposition. While collecting resources, he was still speaking soothing words slowly. I'm not lying to you. I'm a homebody. I take the bus very rarely. I've never seen bus number 14. But I often see bus number 102 and bus number 104. The sky of the city is huge, and we only need a small part to survive. Who can guarantee that they know all the bus routes? Also, did the person you just mentioned tell you that supernatural events often happen on bus number 14? Especially on the buses that operate after midnight? A sharp female voice suddenly fell silent a little further away, as if the last sentence had taken effect. How do you know? When we chat, we should act like we are chatting. It's meaningless for me to talk to the air. Miss, do you mind showing up? Forget it. I'm kind-hearted. Just treat it as me talking to myself. Men always like to tell horror stories in front of their beloved girls, so that they can deepen her dependence on them. Since you choose to wait, you might as well wait a little longer. The slit-mouthed woman in the dark didn't take the initiative to answer the question. Wang Hao was a little helpless about this. After saying so much, in addition to wanting the other party to show up automatically, there were deeper considerations. In the cave world, life is somewhat lonely and boring. It seems that it would be nice to have a companion who is not malicious. The prompt message I saw not long ago seemed to point out the word conquer. Even if I don't conquer her, I can gain the precious friendship of a red-clothed female ghost, which may be useful in the future. At worst, if they can't reach an agreement and fall out, as long as the other party shows up, I am sure to get a hand. When encountering danger or situations, others take one step at a time. But Wang Hao has far exceeded this stage, and can take 3 steps at a time. But this doesn't talk. What to do? There is a kind of love called letting go. Perhaps only by giving up can he have time to appreciate your kindness. True love will be revealed over time, and people's hearts will be revealed over time. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't be a slave to love, and don't be a lonely ghost. Wang Hao tried his best to persuade him, while concentrating on the direction where the soul pet was paying attention. There was still an empty space there. The ripple image displayed was the scene of the next cave, and it did not show the whereabouts of the slit-mouthed woman at all. Has she left? Wang Hao expanded the search range and looked in other directions. When he tilted his head to the right, a blurry red shadow finally appeared in his field of vision. The shadow was vague and not very real. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the red shadow slowly moved towards the earth wall and penetrated into it like flowing water. Little brat, did you notice me? Your advice is very unique and interesting. I want to be alone, and I will come back to find you when I figure it out. This time, the voice of the slit-mouthed woman faded away. When the red shadow disappeared, no sound could be heard in the cave. It left now? Wang Hao was a little dumbfounded. He had spent so much time talking before, but now it was like punching cotton, and he couldn't use any strength. It really left, because the soul pet Xiaoxua that landed on his shoulder folded a pair of wings. The feathers that were raised collapsed, and the taut bird claws also became relaxed. Wow! A long cry indicates that the current environment is safe. After a while, standing quietly, Wang Hao sighed with regret and put away the small backpack in his left hand. Just go. At least fulfill your promise. I have been waiting for a long time. While sighing, there was a little bit of luck. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he always feels that there are doubts about the strength of the slit-mouthed woman. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. After this experience, Wang Hao didn't want to stay in this space for a long time. He decided to add 1 or 2 more excavations, and then go to the next cave to rest and spend the rest of the day. He took out a bottle of pure water, unscrewed the cap, drank 2 big gulps, and then concentrated on the perspective. The right side where the slit-mouthed woman left was first ruled out by him, and there were 4 other directions to choose from. In front, in the deep green ripples, under a lush green pine tree, 2 clumsy crescent bears, their bodies stacked on top of each other, panting and panting as they tried to mate to reproduce the next generation. Spring is here, and it is the breeding season for animals again, and everything is full of vigor and vitality. Chapter 279 got it. The Dead Demon. After 2 excavations, Wang Hao finally felt relieved. The first excavation, He chose the mating crescent bears. The two mutant cave creatures still had a lot of attraction to him. The attribute essence and essence that could be obtained would be useful for strengthening his strength. The second excavation was a small active volcano. A group of 7 giant fire wolves lived near the active volcano. Their fur was as red as flames. Wang Hao won easily. Every time, he ordered the puppets to rush in groups, using the advantage of numbers to quickly crush the target. After 2 excavations, a total of 41 units of beast meat, 3,800 milliliters of beast blood, 7 units of beast skin, 24 units of bone meal, 1 wood attribute essence excellent, 2 fire attribute essence ordinary, 1 crescent bear blood essence, 1 fire wolf blood essence. It can be said that the set goal has been fully achieved. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Hao decided to stop and use the remaining time to rest. And the remaining 6 excavation opportunities were abandoned. Collect the flower fields and farmlands outside the castle as quickly as possible. Obtained 40 snake saliva grass, 40 honeysuckle, 40 musk, 20 hemostatic grass, and 216 sweet potatoes. In addition, there were 10 second-generation seeds of snake saliva grass, honeysuckle and musk. In order to have enough rest time, the flower fields and farmlands were not considered for planting for the time being. Let them be vacant for a day. But they can make some healing medicine for sale. Soon, most of the herbs in stock were made into 3 types of pills. Among them, there are 20 healing pills, 10 detoxification pills, and 10 juju pills. Half of the healing pills, that is, 10 pills, are for sale, and each pill is exchanged for 10 units of copper ingots. I have 3 detoxification pills as spares. All the ones made this time are put up for sale. Because of their relative scarcity, the exchange items required are all 2 gold essences. The 2 life-saving medicines mentioned above are aimed at high-end customers among the survivors. For them, essences and copper ingots are definitely not rare items. All the juju pills are kept. 200 sweet potatoes are put on the shelf. And the resources exchanged are stones. Doing this is to take advantage of this opportunity and absorb a large number of useless resources in the hands of survivors. After finishing all this, it was already 7 p.m. It is worth mentioning that the snake pet stone has not woken up yet and is still in a deep sleep. Obviously, this guy is not telling the truth. Wang Hao took out the demon-catching incense and thought for a moment, and decided to give it some buffer time. The addition of the powerful puppet gave him an extra choice. No more delay. Sufficient sleep is a necessary prerequisite for tomorrow's survival challenge. Wang Hao released the castle base, set the mechanical alarm clock, and closed his eyes under the heavy protection of a group of puppet guards. In the region channel. Hey, fellow sufferers. Brother Hao has put sweet potatoes on the market again. If you need them, hurry up and grab them. Really? I'll go check it out. It seems there are healing pills and detoxification pills. Haha. I grabbed a detoxification pill. This time, I don't have to worry about poisonous insects and poisonous plants anymore. Nice. Ah. I want to grab it too. Damn. The pills are all gone. Everyone's hand speed is so fucking fast. Who has a good relationship with Brother Hao? Ask him to help make some more. This time we won't sell them in the market. Take care of our dragon district first. I'll try. The time is 19:12 now. So nervous. No response. Foo. Maybe he has something to do temporarily. Didn't you see the note under the auction? Don't disturb me when I'm about to take a break. Big brother. You are awesome. Broken voice. I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep. My eyes were red. Me too. I was scared to death. In the World Channel, there were similar discussions. After all, releasing a batch of life-saving pills is not a trivial matter. Compared with the casual speeches in the Region Channel, the World Channel is more wordy, and most of the sentences are accompanied by advertisements, trying to make every speech as valuable as possible. After Wang Hao's healing pills and detoxification pills were all sold out, some scattered pills appeared in the sale market not long after. Healing pills, pain pills, hemostatic powder, antibiotic liquid, Yuzukingshin pills. There are many kinds. It's just that the selling price is really hard to describe. Even so, the life-saving pills are still very popular and are basically sold out in seconds. It doesn't matter whether you follow the trend or not. Anyway, everyone gets a benefit. Time passes slowly. No matter how nervous, Afraid or expectant the survivors are. The survival challenge of the 10th day is still approaching step by step. Silently, but with heavy steps. In the cave world, there are more than one or two small forces that have established alliances or mutual assistance. However, the Nyochi Chontian Alliance is the most diligent in calling. With many members, they adopt a strategy of taking turns to fight, and basically dominate the world and Yotsu channels. In the remaining 4 or 5 hours, they were still trying to turn resources or interests into strength to the maximum extent. And the scene was prosperous. Of course, more people chose to work alone. Any behavior of forming a group is likely to cause internal strife. Once there are enough benefits and huge dangers, it is normal to stick your back on each other. In short, everyone is busy. There are only a few people who have time to rest. Underground, somewhere in a huge space, a magnificent palace stands in the middle, occupying nearly 1/3 of the space. Around the palace, there are green pines and cypresses, green grass, rockery and a small lake, and the environment is very quiet. Inside the hall, the black-robed Taoist Chin, the blonde man, and the suit-wearing woman. The three of them sat cross-legged on a straw mat, forming a horn shape, surrounding a marble table. The three of them closed their eyes and observed their minds, embracing the yuan and guarding the one, as if they had entered a state of cultivation where they had forgotten both the self and the world. I don't know how long it had been. The three of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked at an hourglass on the table. The two ends of the hourglass were dazzling like gold, but the middle part was as transparent as crystal. At this moment, only a small amount of fine sand was left at the top of the hourglass, and it was about to pass through the thin neck and fall into the bottom. Taoist Chin, time is almost up. The first person to speak was the suit-wearing woman in a well-ironed suit. Unfortunately, the black-robed Taoist raised his eyebrows, snorted coldly, and continued to close his eyes. The suit woman didn't care. Facing the blonde hot pants man, shrugged her shoulders lightly, and spread her hands. Perhaps she was expressing helplessness. Don't worry about him. I will be with you later, and it won't be difficult to activate the formation. The blonde man looked at her seductively and flirted with her. No, it was a direct flirtation. The suit woman laughed with satisfaction and deliberately swung her right arm, and her sleeve was immediately stretched out, revealing a brand new and shining green submariner watch. She looked up. There are still 10 minutes left. The things humans have studied are really accurate. Much better than that useless hourglass magic weapon. How about you have one too? No. I still like the mobile phone they created. It can not only tell time, but also take photos and beautify the face. The blonde man seemed to be performing magic. He wiped the tight pocket of his hot pants, and a thin smartphone suddenly appeared in his palm. Chun, I'll play a single-player game of pesticide first. Call me when the time is up. After that, he stretched out 2 orchid fingers and slid them quickly on the screen of the mobile phone. The action was quite skillful. Got it. Damn shemale. The suit woman agreed casually. Her eyes never left the watch from beginning to end, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards, as if she was looking at her beloved partner. Since the three of them did not stare at the hourglass, they completely ignored the silent sliding of the fine sand. Unconsciously, all the fine sand flowed away. Chapter 280. The 10th day is coming. The 9th day. 2340. There are still 20 minutes until the 10th day. Ding-ling-ling. Wang Hao opened his sleepy eyes, turned over, and crawled out of the sleeping bag. It's almost time. After a little adjustment, it's time to face the challenge of survival. Call up the system panel and turn to the transaction interface. 2 unread emails are clearly displayed in the message bar on the right, and in the auction list on the left. The 2 items for sale have turned gray. The wooden bow is sold out, and the corresponding resources are collected. Ding, leather plus 63. Sweet potatoes are also sold out. Ding, stone plus 4,000. The healing pills and detoxification pills were sold out. In the message bar below, many people are still requesting restocking. This is all within expectations. Collect resources. Ding, copper ingot plus 100. Ding, gold essence normal plus 20. In addition, there is an icon flashing in the lower right corner. Click to open. Chin Dajo, brother. I want your basic assassination technique. When will the transaction be made? Chin Dajo, brother. Are you there? I will always be online. Call me at any time. Chindajo, there is only half an hour left. Brother, you are really carefree. You can even sleep well. Looking at the 3 messages, Wang Hao chuckled. This is still an impatient person. Well, then don't keep people waiting. Trade? He took the initiative to send a chat invitation and replied with a sorry. Brother, you finally woke up. I thought you were going to lie down and enter the dungeon. It can be imagined. Chindajo on the other side must be sighing. For this, Wang Hao did not explain. Put basic assassination technique in the trading box first. And then wait. After the transaction was successful, Wang Hao simply scanned the introduction of the blood essence, confirmed that it had no side effects, and threw it directly into his mouth. Next, Zhu Zigui, Brother Hao. I have a piece of blood essence here, which increases the agility attribute, and I want to exchange it for a refined spirit. Nothing else was said. Wang Hao sent an invitation and traded another earth attribute spirit essence. Correspondingly, he also received a jumping rat blood essence. The previous essence was just digested, and this one was added, connecting seamlessly. There is one last message. Zhongren, Brother Hao. Can you make more detoxification pills and healing pills? Many people in our dragon district didn't get them. This, Wang Hao was slightly disappointed. I thought this was a trade request, but I was too optimistic. In the past, it was not a big problem to exchange a good grade spirit for essence. Now at this critical juncture, it is still a bit rushed. He looked down at the time. 23:55. There were only 5 minutes left until the 10th day, and time was running out. Wang Hao simply ignored the requests of the survivors in the same area, closed all the chat boxes, and walked down the stairs quickly. The snake pet Shirtu was still sleeping, but his closed eyelids opened a small gap and were still shaking very slightly. It can be said that, waking up soon. Can't wait. Wang Hao took out half of the demon-catching incense, quickly lit a pile of bonfires, lit the incense head, and put it in front of Shitu's slightly flaring nostrils. The demon-catching incense really worked. When a wisp of smoke rose, Shitu's nostrils flared more violently, and his drooping eyelids trembled constantly. After just 1 minute, the pet snake's gray eyes suddenly opened, looking forward at the owner who was teasing him with the magic incense. His eyes were bright. Hiss. The stone blinked in confusion. Then, it hissed happily and raised its heavy head. While raising its head, the huge body covered with rocks was shrinking rapidly, and its color became darker and brighter, slowly showing a metallic luster. This is the real evolution. In addition to the body and color, the pet snake's horn also showed obvious changes. Its tip became sharper and gradually showed a shiny edge. After about 10 seconds, the pet snake finally stopped changing. Its body had shrunk to half of its original size. Not much bigger than an ordinary mutant python. Hiss. Shirtu hissed again, tilted his head to look at his snake body, and was about to jump towards the master in front of him. A short absence is better than a new friendship. It hadn't seen its master for 2 days, so of course, it had to get close to him to keep in touch. Shirtu. Stop. Follow me. Wang Hao raised his hand to stop the snake pet's intimate behavior, extinguished the burning demon-catching incense, and turned to walk out of the iron gate. There were still 2 minutes to midnight, so there was really no rush to greet and reminisce about the past. Walk out of the iron gate. As the idea moved in his mind, the castle base behind him was put away. Wang Hao thought for a second or two, and summoned all the puppet guards again, letting them surround him to prevent unknown dangers. The soul pet Xiao Shui stopped at the right shoulder, and the snake pet Shirtu leaned on the side of the left leg, the water-breaking dagger in the left hand, the revolver in the right hand. Okay. Everything is ready. Now, just wait for the last minute to pass. Wang Hao turned to the region channel and stared at the countdown message scrolling upward. 12 regions. There are many people who are waiting like Wang Hao. The difficulty of exploration has been increasing in the past 3 days. The number of survivors in each region can barely maintain between 50-100 and 60-100, which is nearly half of the deaths. I dare not say that all the survivors are elite masters, but most of them are quite capable. It is difficult to survive to the end by relying on luck alone. On the World Channel and the Regional Channel, kind-hearted survivors kept reporting the countdown. Especially on the Regional Channel, people were relaying the countdown almost every second, which added a lot of tension. Nyo District. In a relatively large cave. Here, 13 survivors gathered. The leader was Qin Yujiang, the leader of the Nyochi Chontian alliance. The others had tense faces and clenched fists, staring at the horseshoe watch in his hand. And their Adam's apples moved from time to time. And the movement of their heartbeats was extremely clear. Nervous, worried, afraid, or eager to try. Tiger District. A relatively empty desert terrain. 5 survivors in black tights stood back to back in a circle, holding swords and weapons that shone coldly and showed their sharp edges. Each of them moved their lips and whispered the countdown numbers. Rabbit area. In a small cave. Lu Xiaoyu and Chiwaner stood side by side, close to each other, and also whispered the countdown. They did not hold any weapons. Only their war pets were lying at their feet. Dog area. The small ice field was howling with cold wind. Wang Daolong nervously held up the iron fire gun, with a piece of iron tied to his chest and back, a yellow miner's hat on his head, and his legs shivering. I don't know if it was the cold or the fear. He was also counting. The same thing. And many more. Seeing that the time was running out, they all counted down at the same time. And the sound gradually became louder. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the last one came out, the hearts of almost all the survivors tightened and their breathing also stopped. The 10th day. It's coming. Chapter 281 5 minutes late. Day 10. Midnight. In the past 3 or 5 days, the discussion about the form of the survival challenge has never stopped. The survivors have rich imaginations and have conceived countless possibilities. Battle Royale, Extreme Survival, Round Robin, One-on-one fight, Life and Death Gate. No matter what form it is, everyone agrees that the content of the challenge must be very cruel. And it can be said that every step is thrilling. It is possible that most of them will be killed or injured at the beginning. So, almost all the survivors were ready to face the ordeal before the countdown ended. Or staring wide-eyed. Or holding their weapons tightly. Or raise the protective gear. Or hide in the castle stone house. Or hold on to the clothes of the companions tightly and press against their backs. However, after the timer reaches 1, no unexpected situation occurs in the caves. And everything is still calm. In the World Channel. Hey, what's going on? Nothing happens here. What about you? Is the time not up yet? It's up. My digging times have all reached 10. Maybe the danger is still on the way? On the way? Don't make a fuss. I suspect that the survival challenge requires us to dig and open it by ourselves. And the place where we are now is a free save zone. Impossible. At least there should be a system prompt. For example, the enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 1 minute. You have 1 minute to leave the current cave. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Red Moon will drop a deadly virus in 10 seconds. And so on. The person above is probably a game enthusiast. Maybe the boss behind the scenes is playing a joke on us. Do you want to move freely? Call the boss for an answer. Should we try digging the soil? CTM. You are playing a joke on us. Right? Zhao Ritian. Don't accept it. In short, the channel was a mess. At this time, no one cared about the number of speeches. They just wanted to express their doubts and dissatisfaction to prove that they were not dreaming. Wang Hao was also confused. This feeling was like he had watched a movie, taken a shower, taken off his clothes, and made all the necessary preparations. But the other party suddenly said, "A relative is coming. How many CDs are needed?" Even so, he did not relax his vigilance. He ordered the puppet guards, snake pets and soul pets to pay attention to the movements nearby. And he opened the chat box to seek answers from others. Alliance Master Qin. Do you have any news? What's going on? On the other side, the message was immediately sent back. Not sure. The allies of Chontian League are asking me. And I am also confused. Ask another person. Miss Lin. Can you guess what happened? Well, I guess the uncles who opened the dungeon fell asleep or were distracted. Don't wait and learn to do a set of yoga from me. Lin Xiaoxiao acted quite carefree, as if she was not worried about this abnormality. Yes. It was the same as not asking. Wang Hao shook his head and closed the dialogue box. It was really hard to calm down when he was asked to do other things without any heart with confidence. He took out the pure water and moistened his throat. Then he focused his attention and roughly looked through the 5 directions in front of him. Only then did he realize. Front, left, right, up, down. The color of the ripples did not change. and the image reflected the scene of yesterday, giving people the impression that the scene had not been refreshed. This itself seems abnormal. Now, due to the information asymmetry, Wang Hao can only continue to be vigilant about the movement in the cave and pay attention to the chat channel. Hold on for another 10 minutes. If there is no situation, go to the next cave to have a look. Wang Hao made a decision secretly, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao really had some tricks on him. In the magnificent and mysterious hall, the suit woman still caressed the green water ghost watch, but she paid more attention to the exquisite strap and didn't pay too much attention to the hour and minute hands on the dial. The blonde man danced his two thumbs quickly, constantly touching the screen of the mobile phone, frowning and looking focused. The black-robed Taoist sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, motionless as a mountain. The three of them tacitly agreed not to disturb each other and did what they liked. After a while, the blonde man suddenly yelled in frustration, swung his right arm forward, and threw the phone he was holding out. Idiot teammates. The sand sculpture machine teammates assigned by the system are really pitfalls. I've been demoted again. Damn. The Earl and his friends are lucky. Pa. This smartphone, made of some high-end material, bounced 7 or 8 times on the blue brick floor and finally rolled to the corner. Perhaps he felt that he had gone too far. The blonde man jumped up immediately. His body flashed, and he teleported to the corner of the wall, picked up the phone like a treasure, and wiped it gently. Ah Chun, isn't the time up yet? I feel like this round is quite long. While wiping the screen of his mobile phone, he looked at his companion, the woman in a suit, who was fascinated. As his eyes moved, he naturally passed by the marble table and the golden hourglass on the table. Ah! The blonde man screamed, waving his arms violently, and the smartphone in his hand fell to the ground again. He flashed and came to the marble table. Ah Chun, the hourglass is running out. Why didn't you call me? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed in the hall, and the Taoist in black robe and the woman in a suit appeared in front of the marble table. Their expressions no longer as calm and obsessed as before. What's going on? The Taoist in black robe was the most patient. While quickly making hand gestures with one hand, he looked at the woman in suit opposite him, and the watch on her wrist. The woman in suit immediately came to her senses, raised her white wrist, and saw the time on the dial clearly. Then, she responded in a hoarse voice, "It's been 5 minutes. Not too far-fetched. Let's work together to open the formation. And the speed must be fast. Otherwise, it will be noticed by other worlds." She immediately made hand gestures to cast a spell and followed the Taoist in black robe. The two cast spells in the same way. The blonde man came back to his senses from the shock and immediately cooperated with the two to cast a spell. At this moment, the three of them no longer had the previous disputes and grudges, and they used all their strength to cast spells on the surface of the golden hourglass. Buzz! Buzz! As the spells were cast, colorful gas columns continued to rise around the hourglass, as thin as fingers, gradually forming a circle of fences. The gas columns bent and extended upwards, and then gathered into a point in the middle, and finally transformed into the shape of a birdcage. The three people pinched their spells faster. The birdcage quickly shrank inwards, clamping the surface of the hourglass. The world is like a millstone. The formation is up. The black-robed Taoist, the blonde man and the suit woman shouted at the same time, bent their middle fingers, and flicked them forward through the air. The light suddenly shrank, and the golden hourglass suddenly disappeared on the table. When the hourglass disappeared, the three people breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. I hope there won't be any mistakes in the cave realm. Shouldn't it be? Should we inform them? No. Let's wait and see. In each cave, the survivors are wondering if there has been any changes in the survival challenge, and whether it will be cancelled. Nearly 5 minutes have passed, and nothing has happened. Gradually, most of the survivors have become lazy and are ready to find their own way out. At this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 282 Steady and Don't Wave. Under the feet of the survivors, a circle of colorful light suddenly appeared. The colorful light expanded rapidly in all directions, encircling the survivors' related items, castles or pets. With a flash of dazzling light, they all disappeared without a trace. In a vast space, there are mountains, water, ice fields, hills, swamps, and deserts. There is no sun or moon hanging in the sky, and no blue sky. Light and darkness are intertwined here, like a spread-out ink painting scroll. 40 or 50 meters above the head, there is still a flatless top, extending to infinity. It looks like a world, but also like a cage. A cold mechanical voice echoed in the huge space. Survivors, welcome to the survival challenge. Here, there are no rules and constraints. The only requirement is to survive as much as possible within 24 hours. During the challenge, your castle base cannot be released, and some functions of the system panel will be frozen or changed. But the identity ring can store and access items normally. Here, the consumption rate of food and water is greatly accelerated. When the body is in the first level of hunger or thirst, its own ability is weakened to 75% in the second level. It is weakened to 50% in the third level. It is weakened to 25% once it exceeds the third level. The survivor will die directly. Also, don't trust other survivors easily. Finally, I wish you all good luck. The survivors scattered everywhere heard this voice. The survival challenge mode is not complicated. In fact, it is very simple. In the past, the survivors had similar guesses in the chat channel. So, everyone is not so worried. It shouldn't be difficult to survive as long as you stay calm and don't act recklessly for 24 hours. The optimistic survivors were in a better mood and opened their own system panels to see which functions were frozen or changed. The same is true for Wang Hao. He is at the edge of this giant cave. Here, there is a small pond. Nearby, the branches of a weeping willow extend obliquely into the water. Every slight movement of the branches will form circles of spreading ripples on the water surface. Just now, the colorful light column suddenly tightened around him, and he seemed to be wrapped in a warm air flow. After a dizzy moment, the scene in front of him changed to this. Beside him, the pond and the weeping willow are so obvious that it is hard not to be noticed. Wang Hao immediately looked at the weeping willow. There was no message in the air in front of him. Huh? No prompt message? Change the target to try. He looked at the pond again, and sure enough, there was still no prompt message. Perhaps, this is what the mechanical voice called freezing. Wang Hao groaned for a moment, pointed at the crooked weeping willow, and gave an order to the puppet in front of him. Black hair. Go over and hit it. The puppet Black Hair strode forward, came straight to the weeping willow, raised the spiked hammer, and hit it hard on its trunk. Bang! The crooked trunk trembled violently, and the drooping branches scratched more scars on the water surface. The scars formed chaotic ripples and spread out in all directions. After half a minute, everything disappeared as before. Wang Hao called Black Hair back, walked to the weeping willow with confidence, and touched its wrinkled surface with the water-breaking dagger. Decomposition. There was no response. This means that the decomposition ability granted by the system has also been frozen. Now, 2 items have been verified. There may be others. Before taking action, all abnormalities must be confirmed, so that you will not panic during the exploration. Wang Hao carefully observed the surroundings, confirmed that there would be no danger, and immediately called up the system panel. In each sub-item, transaction turned into a gray state, and when the mind moved on it, there was no reaction at all. Mall, grayed. Skills, still grayed and unusable. But in the middle of the top, there was an additional time digital display, which was currently showing 3 hours 58 minutes and 32 seconds. Moreover, the last number keeps changing. Obviously, this is a countdown device. Perhaps, when the time reaches 0, the skill function will be temporarily open for a while. Chat. There are also changes here. The world channel has been replaced after the regional channel, and a lock mark has been added. This means that you cannot chat in the world channel. In addition to this, there is another obvious change. In the regional channel, all chat messages no longer display the name and number of the speaker, but simply become paragraphs of text. Brothers of Chongtian League, there is a little accident now. Don't panic. Try to gather to the outside position, and then move clockwise. Nyochi Chongtian Alliance? When did you set up a branch in the snake zone? What snake zone? This is obviously the pig zone. Wrong. It's the sheep zone. Oh, I see. We merged? No. I think the big boss behind the scenes sent us to the same space. Just like the common grazing routine in online novels. The fittest survive, and the last one is eliminated. Looking at these conversations, Wang Hao reacted immediately. Now, The regional channel has become a public channel, and there is no distinction between regions. This is a change. As for whether everyone is in the same space, everything will be revealed when they meet other survivors. The friend list on the right is still available. All my friends are online, and are not in danger for the time being. Finally, let's take a look at attributes. If nothing unexpected happens, the attribute interface will not change. In terms of attribute values, the agility attribute has increased by 2 points, and the total value has reached 14 points, which is only 1 point away from the ceiling. Constitution is also 14 points. Strength has reached the limit of 15 points. Even the weak point, Wisdom, has 11 points, which should not be a drag in the challenge. Phantom Dance can be used. Disguise Remnant is not restricted. That's it. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Although his other great helper, i.e., the Advanced Castle, was restricted, he still had a lot of trump cards. As long as he kept calm and didn't act recklessly, his life should be safe. If he couldn't survive, what hope would there be for other survivors? After carefully checking all the functions, Wang Hao turned off the system panel and prepared to turn around along the outer edge where the trees were sparse. Before the situation was clear, rushing into the dense forest rashly might be dangerous. Who's in front? A very strange, rough male voice suddenly sounded from the mountain stream in front. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and looked over in the direction of the voice. Chapter 283. Life is like a play. All depends on acting. Going beyond the pond and further ahead, there is a long mountain stream, quiet and lonely. The boulders on both sides are as smooth as mirrors, as if they were cut by a sharp axe, without any cracks. The rough man's voice came from the depths of the mountain stream, very clear, with an echo in the valley, but no human figure could be seen. Wang Hao was patient and did not rush to answer. Who is in front? Speak up. I am Huang Pingan from the Tiger Zone. The rough man continued to ask questions. The surprise was still behind. Another hoarse voice sounded in the mountain stream. Huang Pingan. That's a good name. Are you alone or in a team? Hearing this voice, Wang Hao immediately understood that Huang Pingan didn't find him just now, but saw other survivors, since it's none of his business. Then, alone? Brother, can you come out and speak? The rules of the survival challenge are very clear. There is no competition between survivors. We can work together. Okay. Can we show up together? No problem. Brother. What's your name? My name is John Dake. Nice to meet you. Hey. There's someone behind you. No way. Ah. You're mean. In the depths of the mountain stream, a shrill scream and angry rebuke suddenly sounded. Originally, Wang Hao planned to avoid the mountain stream and continue to explore according to the original plan. Huang Pingan's unexpected scream made him pause and turn his attention back. His eyes flickered, as if thinking about something. Listening to the movement just now, it was clear that the later survivor Jean Dake was attacking Huang Pingan and had succeeded. Should we go over and take a look? Wang Hao gave the answer with practical actions. He made a gesture to move forward to the puppets and issued instructions to the soul pets. Xiaoxue. Go over and investigate first. The crow king Xiaoxue shook his head, silently opened his beak, spread his wings, and flew to the depths of the mountain stream. In order not to alarm the target, it did not make any noise. During the flight, it deliberately stuck to the low part of the boulder on the side of the mountain stream, basically gliding on the ground. Wang Hao quickly stepped forward, leaving behind the 10 puppet guards, and tiptoed over. The snake pet stone quickly plunged down, and the snake body sank into the soft wet soil in front of the pond, following a line of inconspicuous ridges. It also followed behind its master. In this way, they quickly moved deeper into the mountain stream. After walking 15 or 16 meters, the gravel on the ground gradually increased, and a turning path appeared in front. After the turn, a dense forest of Pinus tabuliformis appeared. At this time, the soul pet Xiaoxue had passed the corner and landed between the branches of a short Pinus tabuliformis, with a pair of blood-red eyes half squinting, looking coldly at a patch of weeds at a low place. In the weeds, 2 survivors were crouching behind a rock, discussing in a low voice. One was wearing a black suit and a pair of old cloth shoes, and the other was wearing a hospital gown with bare feet. Lao Zong. Are you sure that idiot will be fooled? Of course. You just need to fake your death according to the plan, and use the poison crossbow to complete the sneak attack while I am talking to him or confronting him. It's a deal. After the matter is done, we will split the things in half. Don't worry. When has Lao Zhang ever cheated a friend? By the way, it seems that there is more than one person around him. I think I saw 3 black shadows just now. What are you afraid of? Everyone is trying to save their lives. Killing one person can deter others. If you promise a little benefit, no one will go against the poison crossbow. However, he had to be fast and accurate in a moment, so that he could scare his companion who was thinking about it. The 2 people's voices were very low, and if they were not very close, they could not be heard clearly. Wang Hao was a little far away, so he naturally did not hear it. However, the soul pet Xiuxue saw their movements clearly. If the soul pet sees, it means that the owner sees. Xiuxue flapped his wings and flew up, circling in front of Wang Hao, and then landed on his shoulder. With a slight flicker of the blood eye, a blurry picture appeared in Wang Hao's vision. Soul pet, as the name suggests, is a soul bond. Vision sharing is just a basic skill. If there is nothing special, what is the difference between it and a physical battle pet? Moreover, as the soul pet evolves, this kind of vision sharing will become clearer. The current slightly blurred picture does not affect the judgment. Wang Hao glanced at the 2 survivors whispering in the picture, and his heart was immediately startled. And he guessed almost everything. This? Humph. Are you planning to play infernal affairs? To be honest, he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Nor did he have the intention to eliminate evil. He had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment. And the most important thing was to gain a foothold here, rather than making enemies everywhere. But since the other party had calculated on him, he might as well teach them a profound lesson. Wang Hao's mind turned, and he decided to go up and meet them. But preparations still need to be made. He took a detoxification pill in his hand, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. At present, he was not poisoned. Swallowing pills is to add a buff to yourself. It may not exempt all poisons, but it can always have a certain effect. Even if there were no 2 insidious villains, he planned to take one to be prepared. Then, Wang Hao moved his mind and took back the 7 puppet guards, leaving only 3 zombie puppets covered with black cloaks, and took out the hidden breath cloak and put it on himself. In this way, it can be mistaken for the real thing. The soul pet Xiaoxue got under the cloak. The snake pet Shirtu hid underground, and the various equipment on his body protected him, which was enough to ensure his safety. Everything was done. Wang Hao deliberately stepped heavily and walked out of the boulder where he was hiding with the puppets. Brothers, why don't we go over and take a look? With you here, the bad guy will definitely not dare to cause trouble. A vague voice. Okay. I promise you that the beast meat will be plus 5 pieces, which is not within the scope of the previous agreement. Well, okay. Still the previous vague voice. As if the price had been negotiated, Wang Hao put on the hood of the cloak on his head, hunched his back, and walked happily towards the place where the sound came from. Soon, a group of 4 people bypassed the trees blocking the road and came to the other side of the turn. A survivor in a hospital gown, holding his stomach, was lying on the ground, with blood oozing from his abdomen, as if he had suffered a serious injury. This person should be Huang Pinan. Whether the name is true or false is unknown. Opposite him, Zhang Dake in black looked down fiercely, holding a military shovel, ready to chop down at any time. Huh? Zhang Dake saw someone coming out from the other side of the turn, and immediately turned sideways in doubt, putting on a fierce look. 4 of you, don't meddle in other people's business. Although he was threatening, everyone could hear that he was a little timid, as if he was worried that the other party was outnumbered. Huang Pinan was overjoyed, holding on to his injured body, and shouted for help. Help! He wants to steal my things. As long as you save me, the things in the identity ring will be divided into half for you. Shut up. Zhang Dake looked anxious. It was obvious that he was worried that the other party would interfere. Huang Pingan didn't think so. He immediately wiped the white tiger ring and poured out a pile of resources, including purified water, biscuits, animal meat, everything. Then, he struggled to ask for help. Brother, save me. I'll give them all to you. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, the pile of resources that were poured out happened to be between him and Zhang Dake. As long as someone went over to collect the resources, their back would be exposed in front of him. Chapter 284. The most difficult thing to guess is the human heart. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Wang Ping'an's acting talent is definitely comparable to most professional actors. And with a strong smell of blood from his abdomen, no one would doubt it. Not to mention, the resources such as pure water piled on the ground can arouse the most primitive desires in the hearts of survivors. Greed is also a kind of desire. If Wang Hao hadn't seen the scene of their collusion from the Soul Pet, he would really believe it. Since the other party is so hard to perform, of course he has to show something. Wang Hao stared at the resources on the ground. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then turned sideways and looked at the puppet Xiao San with a black hat on his head. Brother Xiao, let's help him. I just want a bottle of purified water. And nothing else. Brother Li Wei, we should not miss the resources that can be picked up for free. Wang Hao turned to another puppet, Xiao Si, and tried his best to persuade him. His efforts were rewarded. Xiao San and Xiao Si looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Wang Hao immediately became arrogant and looked at Zhang Dake with a proud face. We will save this person. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. After saying this, Wang Hao arrogantly followed behind Brother Li Wei. They walked forward together to pick up a pile of resources scattered on the ground. Soon, one man and one puppet walked to the middle, in order to make the other party feel that there was an opportunity. Wang Hao walked particularly ostentatiously, and deliberately turned his back to Huang Ping'an, without any intention of defense. Such an obvious interception behavior made Zhang Dake's face cold. But he took a look at the other party's large number of people, snorted in fear, and turned away. In the process of turning around, he took out a cylindrical object with the cover of his body. Humph. Let's go, do it. After shouting do it, Zhang Dake turned around suddenly, aimed the mouth of the cylinder at the Brother Li Wei in front, and pressed a raised button on it. Originally, according to the previous estimate, there was only one survivor who came to pick up resources, and it was very likely that he was the rich man. In this way, he and Huang Ping'an can attack from both sides and kill the opponent with thunder. Now, it was a little unexpected. So what if there is one more person? Just kill them together. Puff! A ball of black liquid spurted out from the mouth of the cylinder and shot towards Li Wei, who was slightly bending his knees. At the same time, Huang Ping'an suddenly straightened his body, and a small crossbow appeared in his palm. And then, he was about to pull the trigger. Look at this crisp and neat energy. There is no sign of injury. The two cooperated so well. If someone else was there, he would definitely be hit or even killed. The jackal finally showed its fangs. In this case, Wang Hao did not intend to continue acting. With a twist of his slightly bent waist, his toes twitched on the ground, and his whole body rushed out in the opposite direction. The target was Huang Ping'an. Moreover, he had helpers. At the moment when Huang Ping'an stood up, a bulge suddenly appeared on the ground, and then a gray shadow rushed out and bit his ankle. Ouch! Huang Ping'an shivered in the intense pain, and he was half a beat slower in pulling the trigger, and was bullied by another black shadow, who snatched the poison crossbow away. Not only was his weapon taken away, but a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and his throat was cut by a chill. Huang Ping'an instinctively touched his neck and felt his fingers touch a sticky, hot liquid. He looked down. The 4 fingers were covered with hot blood. At this time, he saw from the corner of his eye that his ankle was being bitten by a mutated rock python, and 2 lines of black blood were flowing out. Black blood means that the snake's mouth is poisonous. His vision gradually blurred, but a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he understood the current situation. He was tricked. Or he was tricked by the Kaizi they had plotted against. Could this be the legendary stealing a chicken, but losing the rice? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to get the answer, as his eyes went dark. His body, which had just stood up, fell to the ground with a bang. His hands and feet twitched slightly for a few times, and then there was no movement. Zhang Dake was not much better. After he pressed the trigger, the black liquid fell accurately on Li Wei's cloak, and with the help of the strong impact, the liquid immediately penetrated into it. The black liquid is a highly corrosive poison. As long as the skin is stained with a little bit, the poison will kill in an instant. However, the Li Wei in front of him did not show any signs of poisoning. Not only was he not poisoned, but the other party also pulled out the spiked hammer from his waist with a clang and smashed it fiercely at him. It was not easy to dodge. Even if he was not stunned now, he could not dodge for a few times. Puff! Crack! The heavy force of the spiked hammer immediately smashed Jean Dake's head to pieces. And red and white things splashed everywhere. It was a long story. But in fact, it took only 7 or 8 seconds from the beginning of the sneak attack to the end. Very fast. Wang Hao waved his right arm, and the broken water dagger was thrown in the air. And then it was taken back into the azure dragon ring. He glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground and sighed with regret. What's the big deal? What kind of hatred or grudge do you have to provoke me? While sighing, he looked through the stolen poison crossbow. Because the system prompt was banned, Wang Hao could not see the specific information of the poison crossbow. But the luster on its surface was deep and moist. And it must be a good enchanted weapon. But no matter how powerful it is not as good as a revolver. Wang Hao played with it for a while, and put it directly into the ring. Ding, scorpion tail poison crossbow +1. The resources piled on the ground must be collected. Huang Pinon used the resources to buy his life. He has kept his promise, and helped to rescue him. He deserves it. After collecting the resources on the ground, Wang Hao squatted down, and took away the identity rings of the two people. Both rings are in the shape of snow-white tigers. This is called White Tiger. This proves that the two people are indeed from the tiger area. The identity rings are engraved with numbers. So it is very easy to know the authenticity of the names they said. Wang Hao called up the system panel, and verified them one by one. It's worth mentioning that these two dead guys are still relatively honest in terms of names. He was very skilled in operating the flying ring. After a series of operations, he harvested 211 units of stone, 53 units of wood, 3 units of iron ingots, 3 units of beast meat, 250 milliliters of beast blood, 4 bottles of pure water, and 3 packs of compressed biscuits. Oh! There were also 2 engineer shovels, 1 corpse transforming water dragon, 2 stone axes, and 2 cracked wooden bowls. The stone axe and wooden bowl were directly decomposed. Another unit of stone and wood was obtained, which was not bad. The corpse transforming water dragon was the cylindrical hidden weapon that Jean Dake could use. Except for the name, no specific information was known. Wang Hao was not in the mood to test them, so he simply put them into the ring space and ignored them. After the resources were emptied, the identity rings disappeared simultaneously, which meant that the 2 survivors died. He was slightly touched by this. Through this encounter, at least one thing can be confirmed. In the cave world, the most difficult thing to guess is the complicated human heart. No wonder the mechanical voice has been emphasizing a rule: don't trust other survivors easily. Wang Hao released 4 units of less, hastily buried the bodies on the ground, waved to the approaching snake pet and puppet, and returned along the way he came. Chapter 285 Chicken Game. Returning, because this road is safe. Challenging survival in an unfamiliar environment is like playing a chicken game. You must stay stable in the early stage, and choose the most suitable way to develop. In addition, he also wants to study the small pond. Not long after, Wang Hao walked back to the pond. Goo! A rumbling sound suddenly sounded in his lower abdomen, and his lips and throat felt dry. Not only that, Wang Hao also felt his hands and feet were weak, as if he had suddenly lost his strength. Ding! Currently in the first level of thirst, the first level of hunger, and his own attributes are reduced by 25%. In front of him, a line of flashing red words appeared. That was the long-lost system prompt. Hungry now? Thirsty now? Although he had doubts in his mind, Wang Hao quickly grabbed a bottle of pure water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a big gulp. Ding! The first level of thirst disappears. Unfortunately, there was no immediate change. He took out another compressed biscuit, tore open the plastic packaging, stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth, and swallowed it with pure water. Ding! The first level of hunger disappears. At this time, Wang Hao felt strong in his hands and feet, and returned to his previous normal state. During the time when he was eating and drinking to replenish his energy, Xiao San and the other 3 puppet guards, Xiao Shui and Shi Tu, automatically surrounded him, and paid attention to any movement nearby. Huh? After recovering his strength, Wang Hao took out the mechanical alarm clock and glanced at the time. 0:20. This means that just a quarter of an hour has passed. Before the survival challenge, he had eaten and drunk water to deal with the initial possible accidents. According to common sense, he should be able to last for a few hours. How long did it take to digest it completely? I don't know how long I can last with the little I just ate. As if giving a response. Just when he stopped to think for a minute or two, His stomach and intestines had a slight spasm again, and the feeling of weakness in his hands and feet came back. This is too fast, Wang Hao muttered to himself, and immediately grabbed the bottle of pure water, continued to pour water into his mouth, and nibbled on the biscuits while drinking water. Soon, the cramps were suppressed. It was not just Wang Hao who was in such a panic state. The other survivors were not much better. In the chat channel, everyone was wailing. Who this is too fast to get hungry. I just ate a big sweet potato before the challenge started, and I was going to hold on for half a day. You should be content. I met a mutant mountain cat, just about to draw the bow to attack it. My hands and feet suddenly lost strength, and almost gave the mountain cat a big meal. Damn. I have already eaten a small bite of barbecue, and I haven't taken it back yet. And my stomach is rumbling again. Upstairs, look at the upper left of the field of vision. There are two inconspicuous progress bars. The green one represents water, and the blue one represents food. The number 100 represents fullness. If it is below the limit, the attribute will be reduced. Try to eat and drink more at one time. Damn. I have learned a lot. You are really sharp-eyed. Why didn't I notice it? Thank you for reminding me. Mississippi. Oh, my blue bar is 77. And I will. No need to ask. The survivor didn't say anything after that. Most likely he went to eat. Is there such a thing? Under the guidance of everyone's friendship, Wang Hao immediately raised his eyelids and cast his eyes to the top of his field of vision. It really is. In the upper left corner, two thin progress bars, one green and one blue, are crowded together side by side. Due to the habits of normal people, they are easily overlooked. At the end of the progress bar, there are two faint numbers. Green bar, 84. Blue bar, 80. Wang Hao picked up the compressed biscuit, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The number after the blue bar immediately became 84. It really works immediately, since there is a reference. Eat and drink enough at once, and you will not lack food and drink. Wang Hao held a bottle of pure water in his left hand and the compressed biscuit in his right hand, and began to eat quickly. When half of a bottle of pure water was drunk and a bag of compressed biscuits were eaten, the number on the blue-green progress bar finally reached the full value of 100. According to the speed at which the progress bar drops, you have to eat at least once every 15 minutes to ensure sufficient strength to deal with danger. After figuring out the rules, it's time to start exploring. Wang Hao squatted down by the pond. He focused his attention and activated his perspective talent. The ripple scene arrived as expected. It was just a blank, and there was no abnormality. What was in the pond was not important. What he was concerned about was the color of the ripples. The color was green with yellow. Obviously, the seemingly clear water in front of him contained some dangerous substances. In other words, this water cannot be drunk. The decomposition ability given by the system was blocked, so it was impossible to quickly extract harmless water. If he had enough time, he could try distillation and cooling and other purification methods. But now, he could only give up. Wang Hao stood up with regret and walked towards the narrow path on the left. The three undead puppets were responsible for clearing the way in front, and the snake pet stone was naturally guarding behind them. Xiexue flew low over his head, paying attention to the movement nearby. Hurrying on the road, it was quite smooth. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao had reached the edge. It was strange. The external environment here was obviously the same, but the vegetation and pine and cypress trees on the ground seemed to be constrained by some conditions, and were distributed in a very regular manner. The closer to the earth wall, the sparser and shorter it was. When it was 1 or 2 meters away from the wall, there was no grass or trees on the ground, only a lot of scattered gravel and sand, which was extremely desolate. Directly in front of him was a flat earth wall, which stretched endlessly to the open space on both sides, with no end in sight. Wang Hao took out the engineer's shovel. He walked forward. He looked left and right to make sure there were no other survivors or wild animals nearby. Then he raised the shovel and stabbed the earth wall. Swish! The engineer's shovel stabbed in. As the shovel handle pressed down, the earth wall sank into a large area. Ding! +1. Wang Hao was slightly pleased and immediately took out the shovel again. If the earth wall could be dug, did it mean that this huge space could be expanded outward? As long as it could continue to expand, the difficulty of the survival challenge would be reduced a lot. At worst, he could find a corner to hide and then survive this time. Reality is often cruel. The sharp shovel tip touched the bottom of the previously dug depression. But it did not go deeper, but was firmly locked by the sticky soil. It was like a stick that was stuck out was wrapped and clamped by a giant river clam, and could not reach the depth at all. Going forward is impossible. Retreating is easy. With a slight force from both arms, the engineer's shovel easily retreated, making a muffled sound. Well, it's really thoughtful. Wang Hao had no choice but to retract the engineer's shovel, and gave up the idea of taking shortcuts. If you can't go out, you have to go inside. He took out the compressed biscuits and purified water, while replenishing the energy that was rapidly consumed in his body. He turned around and planned to go back along the original path. At this moment, a mechanical sound was heard again in the air. Survivors, please note that a poisonous storm will appear in 3 minutes. Shrinking from the outer edge to the center. Shrinking 500 meters inward each time. Storm? Shrinking 500 meters? Each time. Wang Hao turned his head in disbelief, looked at the flat earth wall within reach, and cursed. Damn! Chapter 286 Great News. Run. 3 minutes. 500 meters. If it was on a standard plastic track or on flat ground, Wang Hao would be sure to reach the finish line by lifting 1 foot and jumping. But in this rugged mountain forest, it is indeed a bit difficult. The key is, what can't you say earlier? He took great pains to get rid of 2 gold medal movie emperors, and ran to the edge of the area to study the earth wall. Now he has come up with a sinister way of poisonous storms. It's just teasing him. Now, what else can he do? Although he has the detoxification pill in his hand, he must not gamble his life without absolute certainty. Run! Wang Hao spat on the ground, waved his hand to put away the 3 puppet guards, turned around and ran towards the pond. This road had been explored before, so there was no need to worry about safety. There were more than 1 survivors cursing and complaining. At this moment, the chat channel was already in an uproar, with all kinds of strange and friendly greetings bursting out, and speech messages kept rolling up. This kind of temporary notification behavior was really outrageous. Toxic storm? And with contraction? Why does it feel a bit familiar? As if I have played a similar game before. MMP. It turns out that the bosses behind the scenes are playing a chicken game with us. And they also created a toxic storm. If they have the ability, they can send a plane to airdrop. That's right. I despise you. Fortunately, I'm not in the edge area now. Grass a kind of plant. How can we live with this? Chow a rare surname. The newbie is right next to the earth wall. Is he being targeted? The man who despised you above. Are you sure you are not in the range? The distance you estimate by visual inspection is not accurate. Oh my god. There is a cliff blocking the way ahead. Stop talking nonsense. It's important to escape now. But why do I want to curse again? Where is Billion? My god. You really want to get rid of Billion. In addition to the lively chat channel, the offline scene was even more chaotic. Perhaps it was intentional. The location of the survivors was very random, but most of them were at the edge of the giant space. Let's put it this way. There were about 60,000 to 70,000 survivors participating in the survival challenge, and 80% to 90% of them were airdropped to the outer edge. Because of the obstruction of trees and visual errors, no one was sure whether they were within the 500-meter range. Run! You can only run, unless you really want to die on the spot. Monsters blocking the way. Unfamiliar terrain. Cooking food. Treasures being prepared for collection. Everything is irrelevant. 100 meters away from the earth wall, a dilapidated wooden house stood in the woods. Under the eaves of the wooden house, a mud bird's nest the size of a leather ball was hanging, and the chirping of young birds was coming out of the nest. Crisp and pleasant. 2 female survivors stood in front of the house, 2 meters apart, arguing fiercely. They both claimed that they had discovered the bird's nest first, and the chicks inside should belong to them, completely ignoring the previously agreed mutual help. This is no wonder, although it is not clear whether the chicks in the nest are mutant birds. The 2 people have no pets with them, and they both want to get one first. With birds exploring the way, the survival challenge will be much easier. The argument between the 2 people intensified, and it seemed that they were out of control. At this time, a mechanical sound sounded. Hearing that the poisonous storm was coming, the 2 turned their heads at the same time and looked at the earth wall not far away. Suddenly, their faces turned pale. Then, they made the same choice. They swung their legs together, one in front and one behind, and ran away from the earth wall. After running 7 or 8 meters, the lagging girl suddenly stopped, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Her expression changed, and turned around and ran towards the wooden house behind her. Chen Yan, you don't want to die. The girl running in front noticed the abnormality of her companion and shouted loudly, imagining to stop the other party's adventure. However, her running did not slow down for a moment. Seeing that her companion ignored her, she was ruthless in her heart, and suddenly accelerated again, stumbling forward. 200 meters away from the earth wall, a bonfire was burning vigorously. Chen Bin, a bearded young man, half crouched beside the bonfire, patiently roasting a piece of animal meat. He put the animal meat on the shovel of the engineer's shovel. Through the continuous roasting of the bonfire, the color of the animal meat has turned white, and the tempting meat aroma is overflowing, making people salivate. Thirst is easy to solve. Just drink the water directly. But hunger? Chen Bin didn't save any compressed biscuits, but he did save a lot of animal meat. So, he could only bear the weakening of the first level of hunger. Light up this bonfire, and roast one piece of animal meat after another. The bonfire can last for an hour. Of course, it can't be wasted, while there is no danger nearby. The more meat the better. This is the third piece. Just as he was about to put away the barbecue, the mechanical sound rang in his ears. Damn! Why didn't you say that earlier? Chen Bin jumped up, not caring whether the barbecue was cooked or not, and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't care about chewing it slowly, and swallowed it directly with his neck stretched. When the blue bar recovered a little, he immediately strode into the woods in the distance. His life was about to be lost. So why waste the bonfire? 300 meters away from the earth wall, under a tall coconut tree, a young girl in a hospital gown jumped down the tree trunk, picked up the coconut on the ground with joy on her face, took out the engineer's shovel, and prepared to split a hole in it. It was very lucky to find a coconut tree in the marginal area, and the tree was full of huge fruits. Suddenly, her movements froze. After hearing the reminder from the mechanical voice, the girl put away the coconut without hesitation and turned around to run. At the same time, she waved the engineer's shovel in front of her to clear away branches, thorns, and weeds for herself. 400 meters away from the earth wall, in the middle of 3 dead trees, the survivor Tintin drove his pet gorilla to climb up the dead trees one by one. At the top of the dead tree, there was a bright red strange flower. Tintin's goal was to pick this red flower called blood flower of the other shore. He didn't know what effect or use the strange flower had, but it didn't prevent him from collecting it first. 3 dead trees, 3 blood flowers on the other side. At this moment, the pet gorilla has reached the top of the dead tree and is ready to pick the second flower. It moves very carefully, fearing that it will touch the thorns on the flower stem. Survivors, please pay attention. After listening to the content of the mechanical voice, Ding Ding frowned and looked at the earth wall in the distance, and his earlobes trembled slightly. After a moment, his face changed drastically. Axing, no more picking. Follow me. Ding Ding waved his right arm to the pet, and immediately rushed to the open space in front. The gorilla hugging the tree trunk scratched his head and looked at his owner in confusion. It seemed that he didn't quite understand the reason, but it still jumped down quickly and chased his owner away from here. A clearing in the woods. The distance between this place and the earth wall is already 500 meters away. A team of survivors surrounded a giant centipede, constantly thrusting out the sharp blades in their hands, with broken limbs flying in the air, and angry roars echoing in the field. When the mechanical sound sounded, the 5 people's movements slowed down significantly. Survivors, please pay attention. Chapter 287. The girl holding her chest. As soon as the words fell, a tall male survivor waved decisively to his companions and left the battle first. Brothers, don't worry about it. Run! The other 4 looked at the wounded centipede unwillingly, and immediately chopped it fiercely a few times, following the male survivor. Brother Chen, isn't it 500 meters? I think there is still a long way to go. The fastest runner caught up and asked breathlessly. Brother Chen did not slow down his pace and quickly gave an answer. Didn't I say before that the most dangerous here are the stranger survivors? When the group of people in the outer edge area run here, are you sure they won't snatch the prey? What's more, there are more than survivors fleeing inside. As if to prove this statement, the giant centipede that was fighting with them just now turned around quickly and followed the 5 people closely. While swimming, he kept looking back. Rumble. Rustle. Ah! Run! Ah, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Stupid X. Don't block the road in front. All kinds of strange movements came from the woods behind. As if many beasts, birds and survivors gathered together and ran desperately towards this side. The road in the mountain stream was not easy to walk. The gravel scattered on the ground had very sharp edges and corners. Even wearing thick hiking shoes, the soles of the feet could still feel stinging and rubbing. Wang Hao ran wildly. This was a real 500 meters. There was no room for ambiguity. 30 seconds passed. The turn of the mountain stream was left behind. 60 seconds passed. 2 lost mounds passed by the side of the body again. The straight line distance he had run was about 200 meters. After leaving the mountain stream, the view in front of him suddenly became wider, and there were no longer huge rocks on both sides blocking his view. In this case, running should be easier, but Wang Hao's speed slowed down instead. Because, in the bushes and grass, wild beasts and reptiles kept jumping out and fleeing in panic. Once they collided head-on, something might happen. The safe and reliable way is to carry forward the style and let the group of natives pass first. But Wang Hao glanced behind him and made a prompt decision. Sure to. You go ahead and clear the way. Hiss. Sure to hissed sharply. And the snake body arched and stretched. And it jumped in front of its master. The dark iron-like snake tail whipped the ground twice. The body that had previously shrunk due to evolution suddenly expanded rapidly while rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the past. Sure to rotated his neck. His triangular head drooped slightly, and his deep gray eyes blinked at Wang Hao several times. Wang Hao immediately understood its intention, jumped up, stepped on the head of the snake pet, and crawled forward. Hiss. Sure to let out a long hiss of joy, and the snake body continued to meander, crushing the weeds and shrubs in front of it. The speed was only faster than before. Wow! The soul pet crow king flapped its wings faster and caught up with its master. Its blood-red eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Crack! The dead grass and shrubs along the way were crushed, broken, and not crooked. And suddenly there was a mess. Seeing the snake body unhindered, Wang Hao laughed with satisfaction, gently patted Shita's head, and praised him generously. Well done. 90 seconds passed. In the dense forest in this area, the snake pet sure too can be called a behemoth. The fleeing beasts dared not block the road in front of him, and dodged to the sides. Those who fail to dodge in time will be knocked away. 2 brown little animals that looked like sloths. A big snail carrying a heavy hard shell. 3 catfish with hind legs. Clumsy green toads. Looking at the strange creatures flying up, Wang Hao felt that his eyes were opened. Of course, there were also those who were blind. A huge white wild boar, after being knocked over by the snake pet, roared and chased after it, raising its 2 fangs and trying to bite the swinging snake tail. Wang Hao was not going to tolerate it. He grabbed the snake pet's horn with his left hand and swung his right arm behind him violently, and a group of human-shaped black shadows smashed directly at the white wild boar. The black shadow twisted and changed in the air, and a shiny axe appeared, chopping vertically at the target. The black shadow was the puppet Xiao San. Wang Hao's brain circuit was indeed novel enough to use the puppet as a hidden weapon. At least, the revengeful white wild boar didn't understand. Its forward momentum stagnated, and its dark round eyes stared blankly at the black shadow falling from a height, forgetting to dodge for a moment. Puff! The sharp and heavy mountain-splitting axe split the target white wild boar in half, and then slammed into the soil. The 2 pieces of the body fell to the left and right, and the fishy and sweet blood splashed everywhere. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the effect of his hidden weapon, and waved to the puppet before turning around. Xiao San, don't worry about the corpse. Follow me. With the stone in front to open the way to enhance the running speed of the undead puppet. It can barely catch up. The ghost fire flashed in the puppet's 3-eye hole, and it took the mountain-splitting axe and ran with its legs. The strong wind blew off its hood, revealing its hideous skull. At this moment, the nearby wild beasts that were fleeing became much more obedient, dodging to the sides in a tacit understanding, and no one came to find trouble or retaliate. Even if they were swept by the snake's tail, they had an expression of anger but dared not speak, rolled up, and continued to flee for their lives. 120 seconds passed. The weeds and dwarf trees on both sides kept retreating backwards. Gradually, the weeds became sparse, and the dwarf trees became tall and strong, as if there was a dense primeval forest in front. Now, they have run 350 meters. If we run at this speed, we will definitely be able to run 500 meters before the time runs out. Even if there is a slight deviation, the contraction of the poisonous storm will have a certain buffer time. Immediately, Wang Hao felt much more at ease. He held the horn of his pet snake tightly with his left hand, leaned forward slightly. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his black cloak rustled in the strong wind. At first glance, it felt like riding a horse. Huh? Someone is running for their lives. And a woman running with her hips twisted? Suddenly, Wang Hao's eyes fixed. 40 or 50 meters ahead, a thin female survivor was holding something round and running forward. She was quite agile. But in order to protect the object she was holding, she had to keep dodging the pursuit of a pair of gray swallows. So she was a little distracted when running. Especially, there were wild beasts fleeing on both sides. She didn't have a savage war pet to clear the way. So the wild beasts were fearless and naturally wouldn't run around her. What is that? Could it be that she is too well developed, so she has to hold it to run? Wang Hao immediately became interested and locked his eyes on the running girl, ready to take a quick look when they passed by. At her current speed, it only takes 7 or 8 seconds to catch up. The snake pet continued to run. The distance was rapidly shortening. Just as Wang Hao caught up with the girl and was about to turn his head to take a closer look, a tall crooked pine tree in front of him on the right was suddenly knocked down by a wild bull and hit the female survivor who was holding her chest. Chapter 288. If you catch up, you might die. Chen Yan was very nervous. She was also very scared. Behind her, there were constant roars of wild beasts, cries of birds of prey, and rumbling noises. These sounds were getting louder and louder, as if they could swallow her up at any time. She couldn't look back. She didn't dare to look back. She was afraid that what she saw was a deep despair. She looked down at the swallow chick in her arms, and bit her lower lip again with her white teeth. For this chick, she quarreled with her companions and almost fought. For this chick, she gave up a great opportunity to escape and was likely to be killed by the poisonous storm. For this chick, she now had to face the angry attacks of 2 lingu swallows. After all, is it worth it? Now, there is one more unfortunate thing. Crack! A thick crooked pine tree in front of her seemed to be broken by something and fell towards her in the opposite direction. The tree fell very fast. She was rushing forward and had no time to dodge. Am I going to die? After struggling for so long, I still can't escape the fate of death? If there is a peerless hero who can come to save me on a colorful cloud, it would be great. Chen Yan closed her eyes in despair, hugged the mud bird's nest tightly with her arms, and waited for her life to disappear. Perhaps her prayers worked. A very clean male voice was faintly heard in the ear. Stone, pick it up. The crooked pine tree that was knocked down did not hit him, but fell to the right side of his body with a whistling wind. I'm okay? Chen Yan immediately opened his eyes, freed up one right hand, and patted his chest with lingering fear. At the same time, he looked around with confusion. On the right, there was a pine tree trunk that fell to the ground and was still shaking. On the left, what came into view was a giant python crawling, and on top of the python stood a handsome young man in a white shirt and black pants, with a black cloak fluttering in the wind. For a moment, Chen Yan was somewhat absent-minded. This young man was none other than Wang Hao. Just now, he had met this female survivor who was running with her breasts in her hands, purely out of curiosity, wanting to see with his own eyes whether it was D or F. Just as he tilted his head and prepared to observe carefully, the crooked neck pine fell down. Wang Hao's move was not because he was a hero saving a beautiful woman, but out of pure instinct. Just like walking on the street, reaching out to pull away a passerby who was busy playing with his mobile phone and was almost hit by a motor vehicle. Not for any reason. It was just out of human instinct. Hiss! The pet snake sure too retracted its tail, proudly flashed in front of its owner, and continued to crawl forward. It was its credit to open the tree trunk. Wang Hao patted the pet snake's forehead to show encouragement, and frowned at Chen Yan, who had stopped. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up! Taking this opportunity, he also confirmed one thing. The female survivor in front of him was not holding a chest that would affect her movement, but a very ordinary swallow's nest. Chirp chirp. The 2 lingu swallows in the air seemed to have seen an opportunity, and both flapped their wings and rushed down, trying to save their chicks. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had come to her senses after Wang Hao's reminder. Her pretty face blushed. She said, "Oh," hugged the mud swallow's nest tightly with both arms, and quickly followed the black python. Obviously, she was planning to get some benefits. When she started running, she also stole a glance at Wang Hao, who was turning back. Seeing that he did not show any opposition or displeasure, her heart finally settled down. With the giant python leading the way, the escape route behind would be much safer. Wang Hao certainly understood Chen Yan's little thoughts. He would not object, nor would he be displeased. It was just a little bit of regret. What was regrettable was that her expectations were dashed, and she did not see the undulating sea. 150 seconds passed. The trees in front were taller and denser. The more beasts fled in the forest, the more they ran, and jumping shadows could be seen almost everywhere. It's not just wild animals. Wang Hao could even see vague human figures flashing in the bushes and behind the trees in the distance. In the meantime, he could hear loud shouts. This place is more than 400 meters away from the earth wall behind him, which is basically a safe area. However, none of the wild animals, raptors, or survivors dared to guarantee that this area was absolutely safe, so they could only continue to run forward and try to get as far away from danger as possible. 170 seconds passed. Wang Hao grabbed the horn of his pet snake and looked ahead in shock. The forest was still the same forest. However, 40 or 50 meters ahead, there stood a giant, almost transparent wall of light that extended to the top. The fast beasts have passed through the light wall one after another, leaving behind a circle of spreading ripples. 180 seconds. The noisy outer edge area suddenly became extremely noisy, and waves of dull whimpering sound suddenly emerged, covering all the movements. That was the sound of the wind. Poisonous storm. Survivors, beasts, and birds of prey, as long as they were in or close to the outer area, instinctively turned their bodies and looked in the direction of the whimpering. The outermost edge, where it meets the earth wall. A bunch of yellow and black sand and dust appeared out of thin air, and was scattered in the air, gradually covering the high cliffs and thick trees, and finally gathered at the top of the cave. Then, these extremely strange sands and dusts, as if someone was pushing them, began to move towards the center, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Every time they moved a little, the sands and dust became 3 times thicker. From a distance, it was as if a monster with a body without a body opened its huge black mouth and swallowed everything along the way inch by inch. It was really swallowing. The sharp-eyed creatures would see a blurry scene. The moment the sands and dusts passed, the grass and trees on the ground were suddenly pulled up, spinning in the air, bumping several times, and then became broken and fragmented. Not only was it physically broken, the original fresh green was fading rapidly, and the branches and stems and leaves became shriveled and dry, as if something was robbing them of their vitality. Poisonous. Moreover, it is highly toxic. This is the toxic storm. Run! Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. The dense forest was boiling immediately, and the fleeing team, which had been a little slow, suddenly sped up. Compared to the previous one, this escape was more chaotic, because the speed of the toxic storm's pursuit was much faster than expected. Almost every second, the front of the storm advanced 30 or 40 meters. Even the hardcore players, who often played the game of chicken dinner, found it difficult to adapt to this speed. At this speed, it only took a dozen seconds for the storm to engulf the entire outer edge area. Wang Hao did not dare to delay either. The light wall not far away was nearly 40 meters long. If there was a slight delay halfway, the raging toxic storm would catch up. Catch up. May die. Sure too. Don't worry about anything else. Speed up. Wang Hao urged repeatedly. At this moment, he still kept looking back, and could only use his left hand, which was tightly holding the horn and balancing the body, to slap the snake pet's forehead. Feeling the owner's urging, Shita's gray eyes flashed, and the snake twisted its body, ready to jump out. Chapter 289. A simple task. At this time, Wang Hao was ready to turn around. Behind the snake pet stone, Chen Yan, who had been following closely, suddenly stumbled and was about to fall forward. If he fell at this critical moment, he would most likely be caught up by the poisonous storm. Again, the same words. If caught up, it means death. Wang Hao believed that. He was not a moral saint, and he could not stand up for others in everything, let alone sacrifice his life for others. But it would not be so easy for him to really watch someone die without helping. Especially under the premise that he was able to help. Women. You are such a hassle. Wang Hao glanced at Chen Yan, who would rather fall than let go of her arms holding the mud bird's nest, and jumped off the top of the snake pet with the tip of his toes. The landing position was right beside her. He embraced Chen Yan's slender waist with his right arm, jumped up, and returned to the top of the snake pet. For this, time was delayed for another 2 seconds. Can't stay any longer. Sure to. Speed up. The snake pet had been ready to go, and when it saw its master return to the top of its head, its bent and taut snake body suddenly stretched out. Whoosh! A shadow immediately jumped out. At this moment, its speed increased to the limit, and it immediately stood out from the fleeing army. Not only did the speed increase, but also the dodging of obstacles became easier, rushing left and right, and rushing towards the light wall in front. 5 seconds passed. The light wall was already close. At the same time, the storm behind was getting closer. The rapidly approaching sand and dust engulfed the beasts and birds of prey that were running slowly one after another, and the shrill roars and cries continued to sound. Even Wang Hao could feel that there were strong winds coming towards him. Just at this time, the snake pet Shirtu suddenly stretched his head forward, allowing it to dive into the light wall first. Wang Hao released his left hand, hugged Chen Yan and jumped down. Puff! Both feet landed firmly on the ground. Ding, survivor. You have reached the safe area. Seeing this system message, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, immediately loosened his right arm, and turned to look behind him. During the process of turning around, the snake pet stone and the puppet Xiaosen also entered the light wall one after another. Outside the light wall, the front of the storm is approaching here. A rough estimate is that there is still a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Because it is relatively close, Wang Hao truly feels the power of this poisonous storm. In general, storms blow rapidly in a certain direction. If you catch up with the wind, the speed will be faster than usual. However, the poisonous storm in front of him is different. In other words, it has already broken through normal cognition. Each wisp of wind that made it up seemed chaotic and disorderly, with no fixed wind direction at all. It was worse than a hurricane at sea or a tornado in the desert. There were still many birds and animals that did not rush into the light wall, especially some small animals that were not flexible. In front, a fat black panda and a group of grinding wheel turtles crawling in groups were about to break into the edge of the light wall. But the spreading poisonous storm caught up and directly swallowed them. At first, Wang Hao could still see the struggling figures of the black panda and grinding wheel turtles. They were trying to resist the rotation and beating of the storm, but they only lasted for 2 seconds before they were grabbed into the air and could no longer control themselves. The shiny bare skin and hard shell were either peeling off inch by inch or shrinking rapidly. No matter which one, blood was spilled in the sky. In this vicious and poisonous storm, I am afraid that my detoxification pills may not work. Because there are not only poisons here, but also some unknown strange wind power. Wang Hao touched his forehead with relief and wiped off the cold sweat from his temples. Beside him, Chen Yan also had a face full of fear. Thinking back to the beginning, she chose to gamble for the Ling to swallow chicks. Now it seems that it was just an old man who was tired of living. If it weren't for the rescue of this strange man at the last moment, she would have ended up with the same fate as the black cat panda and the grinding wheel turtle in the air. Thinking of this, Chen Yan shuddered as she saw her skin and flesh shrivel up in her mind, resembling a corpse. No! To be precise, this man saved her twice. And the crooked pine just now. If he hadn't tilted the fallen tree trunk, she would have been crushed to death on the spot, even if she survived by chance. She would not have been able to run to a safe area due to her injuries. I can't repay you for saving my life. Chen Yan's expression changed for a while, and she bit her lower lip inadvertently. Whenever she had to make a major decision, she would do this little trick. The thought didn't take long. Only 2 or 3 seconds at most. Then, she loosened her left arm and handed the mud bird's nest she had been holding tightly to Wang Hao. Thank you for saving me just now. This chick is my thank you gift. Although she was reluctant to give it up, compared to the grace of saving her twice, it really didn't matter. What? Give it to me? Wang Hao turned sideways and looked at Chen Yan in surprise. If he was not mistaken, the chest-like object she handed over. No. It was a mud bird's nest. But it was something she cherished as if it were her life. and she was reluctant to throw it away even when she was running for her life. Now, she is willing to give it away? Really? Well, please don't refuse it. Chen Yan pushed forward again, to show the value of the gift. She also lifted a layer of hay on the mud bird's nest to show the chick inside. The chick was plump, with eyes closed, no feathers on its body, and a circle of light yellow tender flesh on the edge of its pointed beak. Now, I can't see its skills, but it is definitely a pet that can recognize its owner. When I touched it, I received a reminder to recognize its owner by dripping blood, Chen Yan explained. Wang Hao was not completely ignorant of the origin of this chick. In the sky above his head, 2 adult lingdu swallows were still circling, occasionally swooping down, trying to pounce on their children. Unfortunately, they were frightened by the snake tongue of the stone, the flashing red eyes of the soul pet crow king, and the ghost fire in the 3-eye hole of the puppet, and they didn't dare to fall. Wang Hao could see it naturally, so he was not tempted. Adult swallows don't have much ability, and you still expect the chicks to be awesome? To put it simply, he looked down on it. Pets are not about quantity, but quality. He didn't have the energy to raise so many. Besides, he didn't think of repaying the favor. He just did it at the time. I can't take such a precious thing. It was just a piece of cake just now. Don't take it to heart. Wang Hao took 2 steps back and let go of the mud bird's nest handed over. Moreover, he felt words could be said more tactfully. Look, I have no shortage of pets here. He pointed at the snake pets, soul pets and puppets around him, with a rare serious expression. On the contrary, you, in the current survival challenge, need to accumulate more strength to have a chance to survive. If I really feel sorry for you, when I have difficulties in the future and ask you, you can just give me a few melons and dates. It's just a small favor. Chen Yan was stunned when she heard the words, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Chapter 290 Inside the Light Wall. It's just a piece of cake. If Chen Yan heard this phrase before the end of the world, she would choose to believe it. After all, she likes to study Confucian classics, and the literary influence she received as man is good at the beginning. She also believes this. However, after coming to this cave world, she increasingly found that she was too simple before. In the absence of order and law, the suppressed darkness in some people's hearts was released. Cheating, stealing, eating, drinking, gambling, smoking, murder, robbery, humiliation, coercion, intrigue. These original sins or crimes are more or less present in every survivor. She began to waver, and even doubt the viewpoints she believed in before. Maybe human nature is evil. When digging the cave, she encountered survivors with bad intentions. When trading items, she saw haggling and calculating. Even when chatting to kill time, she could encounter all kinds of malicious jokes and dirty words. Only, she hadn't heard this word for too long. It's just a little effort. When strangers are in danger, are there really people willing to lend a hand? Chen Yan raised her neck and looked at Wang Hao again, with a different feeling in her eyes. Wang Hao didn't expect that the other party could have so many feelings in such a short time. He glanced outside the light wall. The poisonous storm was still raging. Trees were withering and dying, and most of the birds and animals that were escaping died. Only a very small number of them withstood the poison and stumbled into the safe area. Even if you enter the safe area, it does not mean that you are safe. Here, too many creatures gathered, including survivors who survived the disaster. After seeing that the light wall could block the storm and their own safety was guaranteed, the originally panicked and helpless eyes gradually became malicious. The first to take action may not be the survivors. For example, nearby, a silly-looking scent dog slowly recovered from panting, and the panic in his eyes had faded. When it turned its head, it found a musk badger that had just entered the light wall lying not far away. Blood flashed in its eyes, and it suddenly jumped up and roared at its prey. As if infected, the raptors and beasts jumped up one after another, choosing the weakest ones nearby and biting them. In this situation, the frightened little beasts could only flee and dodge again. The same goes for people. Chen Hui, Wang Rui, come here quickly. There is a wounded and lonely ghost leopard over there. Look, the wild bear is rushing towards us. Handsome guy, spare my life. Everyone, don't stop. Move to the inner area. The shouts and shouts one after another sounded in the dense forest inside the light wall. Then, there were all kinds of chaotic movements. Through the gaps between the pine and cypress branches above, you can see groups of birds startled in the air, fleeing away from the light wall. Obviously, a new migration and hunting have begun. Wang Hao retracted his gaze, ordered the pets to approach him, and took out the mechanical alarm clock. 036. So, is it once every half an hour? With a rough guess in his mind, Wang Hao took out purified water and compressed biscuits, ate to replenish his energy, and looked at Chen Yan, who was still dazed. Beauty. It's not safe here. Let's set off early and head to the central area. You and I will say goodbye. It's impossible to go together. This place is full of dangers, and I am not sure I can travel with a burden. The next storm may be in half an hour, and there is not enough time. Don't say goodbye? Chen Yan came back to her senses from her daze. She was able to survive the survival challenge, so she had at least some intelligence, and she immediately understood what the other party said. Oh, thank you, thank you. She had a complicated expression, slowly retracted her arms, and took the mud bird's nest back. The gift was not given away. Looking at the three pets surrounding Wang Hao, she realized that the other party might not like the Lingdu swallow chicks that she regarded as treasures. However, she would rather believe that the other party really did not ask for anything in return. It was reasonable for them to go their separate ways. She did not expect that the other party would take her with him, but she still felt a little disappointed. My name is Chen Yan, and I am from Rabbit District. Seeing Wang Hao turning around and leaving, she hurriedly added, Wang Hao did intend to leave. Every minute of delay would increase the danger. The fight nearby was getting more and more intense, and he might be affected at any time. Hearing Chen Yan introduce herself, he looked back strangely, and with a thought in his mind, he pointed to the two Lingdu swallows hovering in the sky to the crow King Xiaoxue. The soul pet immediately understood the master's intention, made a noisy sound, and spread its wings to fly. It was like a ghost, flapping and pecking twice. Chirp! A quick whine sounded. The two Lingdu swallows had their heads pecked to pieces, and fell down one after the other. Wang Hao grabbed twice in front of him, stretched out his arms, and handed them to Chen Yan. Lonsu, Wang Hao, let the young birds recognize their master as soon as possible, and we will meet again in the future. When the other party took the bodies of the two birds in a daze, he did not stop and turned around and strode away. Stone, Xiaoxue and Puppet followed closely behind. Not long after, Wang Hao's back disappeared in the forest. Chen Yan watched the other party go away, and remained silent for a long time. Just as she was hesitating whether to follow quietly, a series of small footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. Chen Yan? Is it you? She was very familiar with the voice, which was the companion who had argued before. Chen Yan immediately shook her head to clear the complex emotions that had grown in her mind. Ling Gaiyan's body quickly took back the ring, then put the index finger of her right hand close to her lips and bit it with her pearly teeth. Immediately, bright red blood oozed out. The bloody index finger quickly reached into the mud bird's nest and wiped the chirping chick's mouth. The blood immediately seeped in, and the chirping stopped abruptly. After she confirmed that the important step of dripping blood to recognize the owner was completed, she put away the pet chick and turned around with a smile on her pretty face. Sister Wang Hong, I finally caught up. I'm glad you're okay. After saying that, Chen Yan walked over with a smile. In the woods, the noise was still there. Wang Hao didn't see Chen Yan's old friend reunited, and he didn't care about these details. The current plan is to actively explore the inner area and plunder as many resources as possible in the second area while meeting the progress. For the sake of convenience, he called the edge area that was first engulfed by the poisonous storm the first area. If the estimate is correct, there may be more than 40 areas divided in this way. The storm circle shrinks every half an hour, and there are 24 hours in a day, which means 48 areas at most. Of course, it is not ruled out that the big boss behind the scenes has some sympathy and will give a rest area in the middle. Now, Wang Hao is going to use 20 to 25 minutes to explore the second area. Xiaoxue, you are responsible for reconnaissance in the air, and notify me at any time if there is any emergency. Sure too. You hide underground, with my position as the center, and your range of activity cannot exceed 10 meters. Wang Hao issued orders in succession, sending out his most capable pet subordinates, leaving only the puppet Xiao San to protect him behind. Chapter 291 Wooden Treasure Chest in the Cave. Chat Channel. Many survivors who escaped the first difficulty discuss the bloody number in the upper right corner of the interface. 56,891. Everyone understands. This number represents the number of people currently alive. Similar to the previous regional channel. Not only is there the number of survivors, but there is also an inconspicuous number 1 at the edge slightly away from the number. It was really thrilling. Luckily I ran fast. I was almost skinned by the storm. GM. This is unfair. You reminded me so late. Do you want everyone to die? Do you remember the number of people in the region yesterday? Let's count, and see how many died this time. The person above. You just opened the panel. Right? Just now. Qin Yujiang and his team from Chontian League have calculated that the total number of people participating in the survival challenge is 58,014. The data comes from the number of people summarized from the 12 regions at 2300 hours yesterday. All that means? More than 1,000 people died in the first storm contraction. Oh! Are they going to kill them all? After more than 40 rounds? How many are left? Greetings to your 8 generations of ancestors. I have a good idea. Let's keep going inward and gather more people along the way. In this way, we can avoid the storm in advance and hunt together to resist wild animals. Don't show off your IQ. Someone mentioned this method before. But everyone always feels it is too easy. Perhaps. The further you go to the center, the higher the difficulty. What are you talking about? The poisonous storm is not scary at all. I defeated it easily. The world is so big. I want to go around. Wow. Versailles appears. In the forest. While Wang Hao was exploring the dense forest, he did not forget to pay attention to everyone's chat. This was not to kill time, but to find valuable clues. In the first wave of the poisonous storm, many survivors died. In his opinion, most of them were because they were not familiar with the situation and were caught off guard. In half an hour, it would not be delayed to walk 500 meters even if you crawled like a snail. With the previous experience, the number of deaths in the second wave will definitely be greatly reduced. There is really no need to panic. In addition, there are indeed many smart people among the survivors. After just experiencing a storm circle, they came to a similar guess as him. That's right. He just walked towards the center. This method can avoid the storm crisis to the greatest extent. However, Wang Hao thought it through. If it was really that easy, it would not be called a survival challenge. So, he decided to follow the steps and fully explore every area here. Wang Hao's luck has always been good. After walking diagonally for 7 or 8 minutes, he really encountered collectible resources. A wooden treasure chest. The wooden treasure chest was placed in a shallow hole, and a frightened blue moon rabbit was guarding it. The blue moon rabbit was only slightly mutated. It was very easy to deal with it. Sure too quietly entered the hole and caught the target's head in a jar, suffocating it to death without his intervention. The blue moon rabbit's corpse was claimed by the snake pet as its first meal after waking up. Wang Hao took out the engineer shovel and quickly dug through the rabbit's nest and found the wooden treasure chest hidden deep inside. For a clairvoyant, the process was not complicated at all. The treasure chest was not locked. The tip of the shovel was inserted and picked in the gap, and the lid of the box was opened without danger. There aren't many resources stored in it, but they are particularly suitable for the current survival challenge. In the fast-paced exploration process, cooking food is not as convenient as this ready-made biscuit. Ice cube manufacturing diagram. Just treat it as a bonus and check it out tomorrow. Wang Hao didn't delay here. Took out the alarm clock and looked at the time. 0:46. Just 10 minutes have passed, and there is still time to explore the second area. Go! Continue. Wang Hao slightly turned his body and ordered the puppet and the snake pet. Hearing the order, the stone immediately stretched his neck, swallowed the whole blue moon rabbit, and dived into the ground again. In order to prevent accidents, Wang Hao jumped onto a tall tree and found the direction of the outer circle of light wall. At this moment, the poisonous storm has stopped. Compared with the vitality here, the outside of the light wall is simply devastated. Like a wasteland. There are bones, withered grass and dead trees everywhere. And there is almost no life. The few lives are survivors who ventured out to pick up resources. Or small animals and birds who were chased by the survivors and had no choice but to escape from the light wall. There are indeed many resources there. The bones, dead trees or mummies can be collected and decomposed into considerable bone powder. Wood and leather after today's survival challenge. The above is still secondary. During the desperate escape, many survivors died on the road. The bodies would be shriveled and decayed by the storm. But the identity rings they carried were still there. Collecting these together would certainly yield a lot of resources. Through the transparent light wall, Wang Hao had seen from afar. A survivor wearing a gas mask-like outfit was pulling an identity ring off a corpse and stuffing it into his arms quickly. Another survivor, wearing a wet towel and a plastic raincoat, was swinging a stone axe and struggling to chop a branch of a dry pine tree. On the broken branch, there were huge bones of a wild beast. There was also a survivor with a plastic bag on his head, running quickly on the wasteland, rushing towards a pile of broken dead trees. Perhaps it was out of envy. On the light wall side, people kept rushing out, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Some were lucky enough to expose themselves to the air without any protection. They didn't run a few steps and stumbled back to the light wall like they were drunk. Some racked their brains, covered themselves with various protective equipment or swallowed herbs, and then called their friends to go out. Some survivors were more cautious, took out various tools from their rings, and stretched out the light wall to hook the scattered resources nearby. Really, Wang Hao didn't know how to describe it. It was stupid, but they had a lot of tricks. And they did collect a lot of resources. Smart. They risked a lot to stay at the border or wasteland, and died madly on the thin wire rope. Wang Hao just looked around and jumped down from the tree, turned around and hurried in the opposite direction. It's always good to start early. You can explore while walking, and you may find something new. On the way, he always paid attention to the changes of the blue and green bars above. As long as the value dropped to 90, he would replenish food and pure water in time to restore his physical strength to full value. Unknowingly, 10 minutes passed. 0:56. Good luck. Once again, when passing by a gurgling stream, Wang Hao accidentally found the body of a survivor. He had seen many corpses, but the body in front of him was different from the ones he had seen before, because he was hung on a wooden cross by a red wire. So cruel? Chapter 292, Gang of Villains. Surviving in the cave world. It is not uncommon for people to kill each other when they meet on a narrow road. I have seen it several times. Even if there is a grudge, after killing the other party, at most they will just walk away and leave the disposal of the body to the beasts or the system refresh. If they still feel unsatisfied, at most they will stab a few times to vent their anger. It is rare to go to such great lengths as now. The iron wire hanging is just the surface. Wang Hao took a few steps closer and found that there was something even more outrageous. This survivor who died tragically had a long iron nail piercing his left and right hands and feet. Nailed to the surface of the wooden frame, there were 2 lines of blood and tears under his sunken eyelids, and a blood mark at the corner of his mouth. Is this something a human would do? Wang Hao would rather guess that this might be done by the Minotaur and other alien races. The alien races in the cave world were all captured by the people behind the scenes and used as sparring partners for the survivors. These days, many alien races have been used as experience packs and died. Perhaps, because of resentment, they are taking revenge on all humans. Xiao San, go put him down. Wang Hao waved his hand behind him and sent the puppet Xiao San to rescue. The stone was running underground, so it was not easy to reveal its whereabouts. This was also for safety considerations. This blatant behavior could be a demonstration or a trap. He had to be on guard. Before giving the order, Wang Hao had already looked through it with his mind. There was nothing unusual nearby, except that the color of the ripples was a little strange, showing a darker green. Dark green means there is a little danger. He couldn't see where the danger was. Puppet Xiao San stepped forward and came directly to the cross wooden frame. He raised the heavy mountain-splitting axe and smashed the root of the wooden frame with the back of the axe. Bang! The simple wooden frame could not withstand the mountain-splitting axe at all, and 3 or 4 cracks appeared directly on the smashed part. Then, with a click, it fell forward. Snap! The cross wooden frame, dragging the body of the survivor, fell heavily on the muddy ground. At this moment, a very light yellow smoke overflowed from the broken end of the wooden frame, twisted twice on the ground, and actually floated towards the position where Wang Hao was standing. The color of the yellow smoke is very similar to the soil on the ground. As long as you don't stare at it, ordinary people can hardly detect it. But Wang Hao is not an ordinary person. The strange color of the ripples has already made him very alert. Otherwise, he would not let the puppet Xiao San come forward to put down the body. When the light yellow smoke floated towards him, Wang Hao immediately held his breath. On the surface, he looked indifferent, But in fact, he paid attention to every inch of its movement with the corner of his eyes. When the wisp of smoke approached, he suddenly staggered, fell forward, and fell to the ground. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. It's not that he didn't want to show his acting skills, but he really didn't know the toxicity or effect of this wisp of yellow smoke. If he said too much, it would reveal his true colors. After falling to the ground, Wang Hao took advantage of the cover of the breath-invisible cloak and quickly took out a detoxification pill, held it in his palm, and put it close to his mouth. If he felt any abnormality in his body, he would take another pill. He had taken a detoxification pill before, which could maintain a certain degree of poison resistance. It was always a good idea to prepare one more pill. The detoxification pill might be regarded as a treasure by other survivors, but for Wang Hao, it was nothing special. The preparations made were not limited to this. After falling to the ground, Wang Hao also gave a very obscure instruction to his pet snake stone: if he showed any discomfort, let it take him away immediately. The soil under him arched slightly, and then collapsed again. This was the response of the stone. Wow! The little blood, who was hovering in the air and on guard, saw his master fall to the ground, and immediately spread his wings and swooped down. Halfway through the swoop, his wings suddenly flapped several times, and he soared into the sky again, quickly moving away from here. That look was very much like fleeing in a panic. The stone and the little blood cooperated very well, mainly because they were connected by blood with Wang Hao, and to a certain extent, they could achieve a superficial understanding of each other's minds. The puppet Xiao San was much worse. After hitting the cross wooden frame, it found that its master suddenly fell to the ground, and immediately threw its legs and ran towards the side, with ghost fire in its eye holes blazing. Just as it was about to rush to the master, 6 thin green shadows jumped down from 3 dense and tall cypress trees nearby and quickly surrounded this side. Another big fat sheep has fallen into the trap. Third brother. Fourth brother. You two go and lead this skeleton away. Okay. Big brother. Second brother. Just wait and see. We can take it down in 1 minute. Big brother. Your ecstasy smoke is still powerful. That's right. This is the third one. The 6 people talked to each other, and after saying polite words, they laughed triumphantly again. The green shadows were because the 6 people were all wearing camouflage uniforms, straw hats woven with green grass on their heads, and even the cloth shoes on their feet were painted green. The group of people made a lot of noise, and the rustling footsteps were immediately heard in a patch of grass a little further away. The footsteps became smaller and smaller. Obviously, someone had been hiding there before, and now that the situation was not good, they chose to leave this dangerous place immediately. The 6 people didn't care about this. As long as they killed the unconscious fat sheep, the harvest would be enough for them to get rich. Who would care about such a coward who ran away? Soon, a group of people came closer. Among them, 2 green shadows took the initiative to separate, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards the only living thing in the field. That is, the undead puppet Xiao San. 2 people should have no problem dealing with a skeleton pet. That's right. In their minds, the skeleton in front of them is the battle pet of the unconscious fat sheep. There are many types of war pets, and they don't feel strange. The remaining 4 people, the knife at the fastest speed, first get the identity ring to the hand. Imagine. Very beautiful. Reality. Very sensible. Just when the 2 rushed forward and prepared to attract the road to stop the road, a loud voice sounded. 6 people. Too little. Hey. It's not fun to kill. Forget it. Make up. The discourse is very brisk. Even the group hadn't responded. Immediately afterwards, a group of people only felt a flower. 5 black and 4 white. And the 9 figures appeared in the field. Black is a monster similar to zombies. White. Still a skeleton. No matter what. These monsters pulled out their weapons and stared at them coldly. There were long swords, sledgehammers, and steel axes. Not only that, a group of people were shocked to find that the fat sheep, who had fainted on the ground before, actually stood up very coolly with a standard carp somersault, with his hands thrown back. The black cloak was instantly thrown behind him. A dagger with cold light jumped between his 5 fingers, like juggling. Wow! The black crow that had fled before returned and reappeared in the air. A pair of red eyes exuded a bloodthirsty light. In the minds of the 6 people, a question popped up at the same time. What's going on? Chapter 293 I am a kind person. Wang Hao does not intend to leave any survivors. Because it is meaningless. Just because they just confessed without fighting. And because of their extremely arrogant attitude. I am like this. But I am not as arrogant as you. Really form a team to attack. Don't let any survivors. Wang Hao waved his hand coldly. With an order from here, all the subordinates who had appeared rushed out. Basically 2 against 1. In this situation, only a fool would stay. The group of villains who surrounded them turned around in a hurry without thinking and fled in all directions. As long as they fled separately, they could avoid being defeated one by one at the same time. They were good at raiding in the forest, so they had a great chance to get rid of their opponents. Wang Hao couldn't let them go. He knocked his heels on the ground and gave another command coldly. Sure too. You come out too. Boom. The ground 5 meters away suddenly exploded. Wet soil splashed all around. And a hole as thick as a bucket appeared. Along with the hole, there was also a ferocious and roaring giant python. Hiss! The python opened its mouth and bit the ankle of a straw-hat villain with lightning speed. Then it shook its head and threw him to the nearest cypress tree. Bang! Immediately, the villain's back hit the tree trunk, then bounced to the ground in the opposite direction, twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Faintly, a series of bone-breaking sounds were heard. The stone didn't care whether the villain was unconscious or dead. The snake twisted its body in midair, and the tail followed it out of the cave and chased another fleeing enemy. Wang Hao was not idle either. There was an unused wooden bow in the ring. He took out the wooden bow calmly, put a wooden arrow on it, and drew the bow like a full moon. The 2 fingers holding the arrow feathers suddenly released. Whoosh! The wooden arrow shot out quickly. The cold light of the arrowhead drew a silver track in the air, as bright as a meteor. Puff! The wooden arrow hit the target's buttocks directly. The unfinished force pushed the villain to the ground. And before he could scream, the puppet Earl and the blood which caught up and handed out their long swords. One sword pierced the throat, and the other pierced the chest. After killing the target, the 2 puppets changed direction. One on the left and one on the right, running towards the nearest new target. Wang Hao was very satisfied with his archery skills. After shooting the wooden arrow, he felt the explosive power of the forearm muscles and the tremor when the arrow was shot. 15 points of strength. Really strong. With the bonus of 14 points of agility. It was very easy to bend the bow and shoot arrows. And even felt regretful that the wooden bow was too ordinary. Come again! Another wooden arrow was put on, holding his breath, and releasing 2 fingers. Whoosh! This arrow pierced the target's thigh. After the target screamed and fell to the ground, he immediately welcomed the long sword swung by the puppet Shaolu and Shuchi. At this time, another scream rang out. Puppet Black Hair and Puppet Spider. Their talents are related to binding control. A bunch of wet black hair and a white spider silk easily grabbed the target's hands, pulled back, and sent him to the tip of the raised long sword. Puff! The speed of this group's end was second only to the sudden attack of the snake pet stone. As soon as the battle started, 4 of the green hat 6-man group that had the advantage at the beginning fell. The remaining 2 were destined to be doomed. After solving their respective targets, the puppet guards quickly dispersed and gathered towards these 2. These 2 villains were also the most difficult and persistent in the group. So what if it's difficult? Red Eye, Little 3, Little 4, Little 5, tightly surrounded one of them. When the stone snake tail was pulled down, he could only close his eyes in despair and let his head be smashed. The last one was the leader of the 6-man group. Among the group of people who fled separately, he ran the farthest, almost 20 meters away. If it weren't for the Crow King Shushua, who kept entangled in the air, he would have escaped long ago. Now, he has no chance. Puppet Black Hair, Spider, Earl and Blood which rushed over separately, blocking all the retreat routes. Even so, he was still struggling to hold on. Wang Hao took back the wooden bow and wooden arrows. Walked over here. His steps were steady and powerful. And the broken water dagger reappeared in his palm and turned between his 5 fingers. Not one was left alive. That was his order. Now, seeing that the evil boss temporarily blocked the siege of the 4 puppet guards, he had other ideas in his mind. The evil boss. His surname is Zhang Mingyong. His weapon is a round shield tied to his forearm, and with a sharp short knife. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive, because of the short knife and round shield. He can repeatedly resist the attacks of the 4 puppets. And even the soft black hair and spider silk cannot get close to him. But it's only temporary. Once all the puppets gather together, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't hold it. When he was struggling, he saw Wang Hao coming over here, and hope suddenly rose in his heart. Brother, let's talk. Boss, spare my life. Grandpa. In a short time, Zhang Yong resisted the close attack while shouting loudly. He said he was shouting, but in fact, he was begging for mercy. To beg for mercy. Of course, he had to lower his posture. Wang Hao seemed not to hear him, and slowly walked to a position 2 meters away. The water-breaking dagger he was playing with in his palms suddenly stopped. I told him to stop. But you have to stop too. The words were very casual. However, there was no doubt in them. Okay. Zhang Yong hurriedly agreed. However, his eyes flickered. The dagger was clenched tighter, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were eager to try. Seeing that the other party agreed, Wang Hao did not give the order immediately, but slowly touched the ring and took out the revolver. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Chen Yong. Pistol? Chen Yong was stunned. As a man, there is no one who doesn't like pistols, whether it's his own or someone else's. Although he has never touched this kind of revolver, he has seen it in model exhibitions and TV dramas. It should be a real thing. Zhang Yong secretly guessed that there was no place to make simulation models in the cave world. So, he put away his previous little thoughts. Moreover, he put away his short knife and round shield very prudently, and dodged left and right under the attacks of 4 puppets and a soul crow. Sir, I'm going to stop first. You? Wang Hao was very trustworthy, but he was just half a beat slower on purpose, waiting for the puppet earl's long sword to cut Zhang Yong's back. And then he gave the order. Okay. Stop. Zhang Yong endured the pain and blood spurting out, but dared not speak. You saw what happened just now. It's easy to kill you. I'm a kind person, so I decided to give you a chance to live. What chance? Zhang Yong didn't believe the nonsense of kindness, thinking that the other party probably had a fancy to something and wanted to discuss it with him. Wang Hao smiled calmly. It's just 2 small questions. Not a difficult task. First, tell me about your attributes. You can block my pet siege. You are a good hand. Oh, this is the first question. Zhang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Constitution 12. Strength 11. Agility 10. Wisdom 7. Before I came here, I was a bricklayer at a construction site. My initial strength and physique were both 10, and I had taken some blood essence to increase my attributes. Wang Hao nodded. This data is probably not false. Even if the other party is talking nonsense, it is roughly the same. I saw his performance just now. Well, there is a second question. Chapter 294. Okay. You say. Zhang Yong performed very honestly under the surrounds of puppet guards, pythons and soul crows. Where did the ecstasy smoke just now come from? That? It is a small one who has made a manufacturing map. According to the introduction given by the system, it was used by the 9 doors in ancient times to turn or disaster the good family woman. Later, it was transformed by evil practitioners. Live. Zhang Yong, you said, whispered. However, when he found that the fat sheep on the opposite side did not disgust it, he suddenly moved his heart. Then, with the expression of everyone is a man and you know, take the 3 small porcelain bottles from the identity ring and spread it to the other party. Brother, I worked hard to collect materials and made a total of 4 small bottles. As long as you put me, how much will be in the future? By the way, my younger brother is Zhang Yong and discussed life in the dog area. When he also sent a hay wave laughter. Really? Disgusting. Getting the answer he wanted. Wang Hao didn't want to face the scum at all. Some things. What you want is your love. If you really rely on the means of 9 streams, what are the fun? What's more, the other party also wants to use this crooked door to use it on itself, which is broken through the tolerance bottom line. Things. Still want. Wang Hao asked his black hair forward, took 3 small porcelain bottles, and stayed away from herself. Such a sinister prop. It is better to wait until it is safe before checking it. I didn't get hit just now. On the one hand because I took the detoxification pill in advance, and on the other hand because I kept pinching my nose and holding my breath. Very good. Since you answered 2 questions, I will keep my promise and give you a chance to live. Wang Hao swung the pistol, opened the revolver, and shook it in front of Zhang Yong. Look, there is only one bullet in the gun. You have seen roulette. As long as you can survive one shot, you will be my brother in life from now on. After that, he slowly closed the revolver and flicked it on it very bandit-like. The revolver spun several times at a rapid speed and stopped steadily. How about this little test? Isn't it too much? Hearing this, Zhang Yong felt like cursing his mother in his heart. He had been pretending to be a grandson for a long time, and whether he could survive depended on that 1/6. If I had known this earlier, well, even if I had known it earlier, he would have no other choice. Thinking of this, Zhang Yong was a little discouraged again. Who made me unable to beat him? There is an old saying that goes, people are the chopping board. I am the beef and mutton. I have to bow my head. 1/6. This probability is very small. He, Zhang Yong, is lucky and has a good life. There is no reason why he can't escape. Zhang Yong kept smiling and gritted his teeth to agree. Brother Jia, please take care of me in the future. As a gambler, he is mysteriously confident about his luck. In order to be more proactive, he stretched his neck, moved closer to the muzzle of the revolver, and closed his eyes. Wang Hao admired this active attitude of cooperation very much. He straightened his right arm, pressed his finger on the trigger, and gently pulled it back. Snap! There was no bullet in this shot. It must be said that someone was lucky. Zhang Yong, who closed his eyes and waited nervously, suddenly showed joy when he heard the crisp sound. Ha ha ha. My luck is really not bad. Just when he was about to open his eyes, another snap came from his ear. What is this for? Wasn't it a shot as agreed? Did Jia Hua make a mistake? Unfortunately, he was wrong. Because the third crisp sound followed closely. Click! This is not a mistake. Brother Jia. You? Zhang Yong opened his eyes in panic, and immediately mobilized his mind to take out the round shield and short knife. At the same time, he was still shouting loudly, trying to fight for it again. Click! The fourth crisp sound sounded in front. 4 shots? What's the point of fighting for it? This is clearly a life-threatening move. At this moment, Zhang Yong realized that it was useless to fight for it, and he still had to rely on himself. Swish! The short knife and round shield appeared in his left and right hands. In front of him was the black muzzle of the gun. In order to show off in front of Jia Hua, he got very close. Being close has its advantages. As long as he is fast enough, he can dodge into the blind spot of the gunman, and the sharp pistol will become useless. And then it will be a close fight. He is confident in a close fight. The more time is urgent, the faster and clearer the thoughts in Zhang Yong's mind turn. When the trigger is pulled for 1 or 2 seconds, he thinks a lot. You don't tell. Zhang Yong yelled angrily. Just after yelling 3 words, the sound of gunfire rang in his ears. Bang! This time, Zhang Yong's good luck finally ran out. A dazzling fire burst out from the black muzzle in front of him. In about 0.01 seconds, he saw a bullet drill out of the muzzle, with a scorching high temperature, spinning rapidly, and getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision. Puff! The bullet pierced Zhang Yong's forehead and came out from behind his head. Finally, it shot into the mud. Zhang Yong, dead. The thin and tall body fell backwards. The round shield and short knife that were hastily taken out fell straight to the ground, and he didn't have time to hold them tightly. In his wide-open eyes, there was still disbelief and frustration. Perhaps there was also regret. If you do too much evil, you will eventually be punished. Opposite, Wang Hao felt incredible, looking at Zhang Yong's body lying on the ground. He glanced at the revolver again, but he still didn't recover. There was only 1 bullet in the pistol, and he shot 4 times. But all of them were empty. This was in stark contrast to the previous no bullet hits the target. Men, the most fearful thing is to fire blanks. And it happened 4 times in a row. Wang Hao didn't know whether he should envy Zhang Yong's good luck or despise his own stinky hands. That's right. He didn't intend to let him go. A scumbag, if he is kept alive, is also a scourge to society. No, a scourge to the cave world. The roulette method was just to see the despair of the evil before his death. What could be more memorable than making the evil fear? Wang Hao took out the loader, loaded 6 bullets, rotated the revolver once, and then closed the pistol. Then, he put the revolver back into the ring. Everyone likes to search for spoils. Wang Hao ordered the puppet guards around him to pick up the rings and useful items of the 5 soy sauce villains, and asked the snake pet stone to move Zhang Yang's body away, and found the bullet that was shot into the ground. He did not wipe the bullet. There were still some red and white things on its surface. Wang Hao shoveled up the bullet and soil with an engineer shovel, stood up, walked to the cross wooden frame, and poured them next to the tragically dead survivor. Then, he released 4 units of lust from his identity ring and piled them into a grave, so that this strange dead person could rest in peace. Brother, although we don't know each other, I will take care of the group of villains who harmed you. No need to thank me. This is not hypocrisy. It is seeking peace of mind. In the unknown world without order, Wang Hao always feels that he should do something, so that he will not become a cold-blooded and numb monster. And he also hopes that these small acts of kindness can bring him some good luck and justice. Chapter 295, The Second Light Curtain. After piling up the new grave, Wang Hao returned to the original place and picked up 2 pieces of equipment on the ground. Ding, repaired dagger +1. Ding, strengthened backer arm shield +1. Obviously, both pieces of equipment have enchantment properties. Now, the portable system is in a semi-strike state. In addition to displaying the pickup information and physical status, Wang Hao can't see the detailed introduction of the equipment. He feels a little regretful. Fortunately, he still remembers the introduction of the backer arm shield. He saw it once in the mall. It seems, this shield has good defense, and can also resist a fatal piercing for the holder. It doesn't matter much if the enchantment properties are not known for the time being. Wang Hao decided to use it as a backup equipment. Apart from these 2 pieces of equipment, there were not many surprises in the rings of the 6-man team. There were basically no building resources. Equipment, clean water and compressed biscuits. These scarce hard currencies were quite a lot. It can be seen that these 6 people were typical locusts, who made a living by killing and robbing, and never thought about building a castle base or other production activities. The few building resources mainly came from the 3 unlucky victims. There was little meat, but Wang Hao didn't mind. In terms of resources, the collection was as follows: 2,500 milliliters of clean water, including 6 bottles of pure water, 12 bags of compressed biscuits, 4 units of animal meat, 9 engineer shovels, 6 wooden barrels, 23 units of wood, 15 units of stone, 4 units of kerosene, and 2 units of iron ingots. As for the equipment, the 6-man team carried it with them. 6 short knives of the same style, 2 ordinary wooden bows, 9 wooden arrows, 3 stone axes, and 3 long sharpened wooden sticks. In addition, there were 6 dark green camouflage uniforms, and 6 green painted worn-out shoes. Wang Hao decided to take the scattered resources in the ring as his own, as labor fees for handling the aftermath. As for those messy equipment, none of them caught his eye, so he simply threw them into the garbage dump in the castle, and waited for unified disposal tomorrow. After dealing with these spoils, Wang Hao glanced at the 6 naked corpses lined up in a row, and symbolically released a unit of yellow soil to cover the surface of the corpses with a thin layer, which was considered to fulfill his principle of death is the greatest, and helping them with their aftermath. The labor fee can't be taken for nothing. There's not much less in the ring, but it can't be wasted on such a scum. Wang Hao muttered softly. There's another reason. If we delay here for 5 or 6 minutes, it will be too late if we don't hurry. 101. If nothing goes wrong, the reminder of the coming storm will appear immediately. As soon as the thought fell, a mechanical sound rang in my ears. Survivors, please note that the poisonous storm will appear in 3 minutes, shrinking from the outer edge to the center, and shrinking 500 meters inward each time. Survivors, please note that the first layer of light curtain will be weakened synchronously when the storm opens, until it disappears. Hearing this cold voice, Wang Hao's performance was not as irritable as last time, and he did not swear again. His current location was very close to the new light wall, so he didn't need to fight for life and death. Well, according to the mechanical voice, the light wall representing the boundary and end of the area should be called the light curtain. The Green Hat 6 set the trap in this position to take advantage of the survivors' urgency to get on the road and take into account the need for their own group to escape. This also made it convenient for Wang Hao invisibly. Let's go! Wang Hao took back all the puppets, took out the pure water and compressed biscuits, jumped on the top of the snake pet stone, and ran slowly inside. The light curtain in the distance was vaguely visible in the gaps of the dense forest. Half a minute after he left, Two survivors with dirty clothes, one man and one woman, emerged from the bushes and ran quickly towards the bodies of the Green Hat Six. 6 bodies. Nothing was left, except the shorts that symbolized dignity. The 2 men did not despise them, and they took off the 6 shorts with their hands and feet. Then, they took out 2 sharp axes very skillfully, chopped off their arms, and then hurriedly ran towards the light curtain. Another minute later, a group of 2-headed hyenas passed by here. The leading hyena looked behind him, raised his head, and let out a low roar. The hyenas immediately gathered and surrounded the bloody corpses. Another minute later, the hyenas hurried on again at the urging of the leader, leaving a mess of blood and flesh. Afterwards, another group of vultures passed by. No matter which group it was, they didn't even look at the new grave next to them. Inside the second light curtain, Wang Hao stood there calmly, waiting for a new poisonous storm to appear. Of course, he didn't know the tragic fate of the 6 cuckolds. Even if he knew, he would only sigh that evil will be punished. He didn't stand here for long. Only 2 or 3 minutes. During this time, survivors and mutants continued to pass through the light curtain and enter the safe area, whether it was people or animals. Seeing Wang Hao and the snake pet occupying an open area, they tacitly dodged to both sides and bypassed here to enter the light curtain. It was not because of fear. It was because no one wanted to cause trouble and fight near the light curtain. If they accidentally got infected with the poison in the storm, it would be more trouble than gain. Even if there are mutant beasts with low intelligence, they will be afraid of the mutant rock pythons coiled in a ball. Change your position. Wang Hao is not interested in provoking the fleeing mutant beasts. The situation at the border is too complicated, and it is really difficult to control. There are many survivors like Wang Hao who stop at the edge. However, most of them are scavengers waiting to take advantage from the tools and clothes they hold in their hands. It can be seen that this group of people is also the latest to arrive. Before that, Wang Hao looked at the first light curtain from a high place, and the clothes of several people were somewhat familiar. He was impressed by those wearing gas masks, plastic bags, and plastic raincoats. Scavenging in the wasteland after the storm itself would also be a huge risk. Just like the survivor wearing a plastic bag, his exposed neck and arms were obviously ulcerated, looking hideous and terrifying. But then again, scavenging is easier than fighting with mutant beasts. Wang Hao didn't find it strange that they made this choice. These people, feeling Wang Hao's scrutiny, immediately glared back fiercely and raised the engineer's shovel or homemade hook rake in their hands, as if threatening. But when they saw the rock python on the side, they quickly retracted their gaze, looking like a coward who didn't want to get involved. Wang Hao smiled indifferently at this. 30 seconds passed. The poisonous storm arrived as expected. Since they had seen it once half an hour ago, everyone was not very surprised this time, just guarding against branches and stones that might be blown. Some familiar scavengers were even whispering to each other, preparing to do a big job after the storm stopped. After confirming the time, Wang Hao jumped lightly and jumped onto the head of the snake pet. The stone immediately understood, and the snake body stood up straight, sending the owner to a height of 5 or 6 meters. The view in front was immediately widened a lot. The starting point of this storm was not at the edge of the giant space, but at the light curtain of the first area. Suddenly, Chapter 296 Recruiting Scavengers. In the distance, at the moment the wind started, the first circle of light curtain suddenly dimmed. The mirror-like surface was covered with fine ripples, as if caused by the storm. Then, a conspicuous black spot appeared in the center of each ripple, like a little ugly scar. The black spot was gradually spreading. As the black spot spread, the storm became stronger and rushed towards the second light curtain. The towering trees and rugged rocks along the way became obstacles that blocked its progress, arousing its endless anger. Whoosh! The increasingly strong storm spun, frantically pulling up trees and rocks, throwing them into the air, and then smashing them hard on the ground. What's worse, some were thrown to the top of the cave, smashing a piece of broken yellow soil. Without obstacles blocking the way, the poisonous storm became more rampant, increasing its power again and again. At the same time, the first light curtain was shaky and could dissipate at any time. Looking at the drastic changes in the world in the distance, Wang Hao seemed to have grasped something, and his expression was thoughtful. When I compared the 2 Seeking Immortality books before, the content seemed to have described this aspect. I felt it was obscure and difficult to understand at the time, but now I have tasted a little taste. The most important thing in cultivation is perception. Doesn't the raging storm in front of me reflect the characteristics of wind without fixed phase? The wind rises. The curtain falls. The prompt given by the system is not nonsense. Synchronize and weaken until it disappears. Does this mean that a large part of the energy formed by the poisonous storm comes from the protective light curtain itself? If this is true, then there is reason to believe that the level of the survival challenge is a formation or mechanism created by the people behind the scenes? Because the energy of the formation mechanism is limited. It has to destroy the previous light curtain and then form a new storm? Wang Hao really wants to stop. Take out the two fake seeking immortality secrets and study them carefully. Perhaps he can find a breakthrough point. Hiss! The pet snake under his feet let out a rapid roar. Wang Hao came back to his senses from his thoughts, lowered his head, and looked in the direction of the sound. In the 10 seconds or so when he was distracted, the poisonous storm had already come close. Broken tree trunks, broken sand and gravel, dead birds and beasts kept circling and flying in the air. Among them, a large part of them shot towards the light curtain. The transparent light curtain can block the invasion of the storm and the poison in the storm, but it has no effect on these debris. If you are in the woods below, you can still have a lot of shelter and don't have to worry about being hit, but if you are in a high place, you will be a conspicuous live target. The stone's sharp hissing was a reminder to its owner. I have seen everything I should see. Go down. Wang Hao raised his right hand and pressed his palm downward. The stone immediately fell down and retreated quickly, all the way to the bottom of two sturdy ancient locust trees. The snake body lay down, its head pressed against the soil, and sent its owner to the safe ground. Outside the light curtain, the storm was raging and the poison was spreading. The green leaves were withering. The tree trunks were breaking. The birds and beasts were wailing. The poisonous storm would never stop willingly without grabbing the last bit of life. Wang Hao glanced at the nearby. Behind the thick tree trunks were boulders and other shelters. The scavengers popped up from time to time, observing the movement of the storm on the other side of the light curtain, and were ready to rush out of the light curtain to scavenge. At the same time, they were vigilant and observed their surroundings to prevent other survivors from attacking them. Even the 3 scavenging teams closest to here have been secretly looking at them with some unfriendly eyes. Heh. You treat me as a competitor. How ridiculous. Wang Hao shook his head speechlessly. Just now, the stone carried him back, and he might have accidentally entered someone else's designated territory, which led to their hostility. It's time to evacuate. There's no point in staying here. To put it bluntly, he doesn't even look down on the rags outside the light curtain. Just as Wang Hao was about to turn around and leave, a thin girl next to a huge rock 7 or 8 meters away came out timidly under the push of 2 companions. Brother, can I talk to you? No. Discuss something? Who? Me? Wang Hao pointed at himself, somewhat surprised. Yes. Yes. The thin girl nodded timidly, lingering over here, while looking back at her companions. Her companions were a man and a woman. The man had a fierce look on his face, while the woman had regular features. The 2 people were dressed relatively cleanly, wearing a brand new light blue raincoat, and their feet were tightly wrapped in plastic bags. In contrast to the 2, the thin girl who walked out had a tattered hospital gown on her outer body, and there were several obvious bruises and dark spots on her exposed skin that were eroded by toxins. If I guessed correctly, she was a tool person who specialized in carrying thunder and doing rough work. Wang Hao's eyes followed the thin girl, but his reply was indifferent. What's up? Brother Qian and Sister Minmin would like to invite you to join our new energy team. The thin girl was very tactful. She stopped 3 meters away and whispered the purpose of her coming. In the distance, the man and woman looked expectant and nodded towards this side. Obviously, this was to recruit him. Unfortunately, Wang Hao replied coldly, not interested. Brother Qian said that you can take the biggest share. The thin girl tried to persuade her. I said, I'm not interested. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold. Are you kidding? What else can I do now? I'm following you to pick up garbage. Unless I'm crazy. The name of the scavenging team is called New Energy. Isn't this obviously a scam? Before the end of the world, weren't new energy vehicles a big scam? At this point, further persuasion may lead to enmity. The thin girl blushed and turned to look at her companions, waiting for their next instructions. Next to the boulder, Qian Kaisen and Wei Minmin looked as red as the bottom of a pot. and their eyes were filled with anger. They didn't expect that the other party would reject them without hesitation, and didn't even show that they would listen to the conditions. This was somewhat embarrassing. At this time, someone was fanning the flames. Under a cypress tree 7 meters away, 2 scavengers, one tall and one thin, laughed and teased. Qian Kaisen, you've hit a snag. Right? With your stingy attitude, how can you let the boss condescend to join? You are blind. The boss has a pet snake and props to resist toxins, so he won't bring you guys as a burden. If you ask me, that's just being a slut. That's right. You dragged Tian Xiaotsui to work for you, but you didn't even give her a raincoat and hood to prevent poisonous dust. Who would dare to cooperate with you? Beautiful Xiaotsui, why don't you follow us? Although you can't eat and drink well, at least we won't use you as a tool. Yes, Laoli and I are the most iron-willed and tender-hearted. We are tough when we should be tough and soft when we should be soft. The two of them talked back and forth, and a lot of things were revealed in just a few words. Wang Hao, who was about to turn around and leave, paused and suddenly became interested. Chapter 297. Go ahead. Huahuaya. Wang Hao turned around. He faced the 2 scavengers who interrupted him, especially the tall and thin one on the left. Brother, you have to have evidence when you speak. How did you know that I have anti-poison props? Wang Hao once sold anti-poison pills, but they were sold in small quantities and concentrated on the last day. There shouldn't be many people who know that the anti-poison pills have a continuous anti-poison effect. To put it another way, he has never revealed his identity, and the other party only mentioned the anti-poison props and did not call out the name of anti-poison pills, which proves that his identity was not exposed. Excluding the above reasons, he really couldn't guess. Hee. I guessed. You have a pet snake, and the mouth of the snake usually contains toxins. You are not afraid to contact it, so you probably have similar props or pills. Also, your clothes and headband are relatively clean and of good quality. You don't pay much attention to the resources of the wasteland outside the light curtain. You are a rich man. It's not easy to get some antitoxin props. The thin tall man spitted and analyzed it very well. While narrating, he also stared at the changes in Wang Hao's expression, hoping to verify his guess. Wang Hao did not express anything, but turned to look at Wang Xiaotsui, who was about to go back. That is, the thin girl who came out to lobby him just now. Wang Xiaotsui, are you interested in changing your way of life? I can take you away. As soon as these words came out, the survivor scavengers who had been paying attention to the movements here were stunned and looked over in unison. This behavior was clearly an open attempt to steal someone's lover. Rarely seen. The thin and tall scavenger was still observing the expressions of others, but Wang Hao's actions immediately diverted his attention. Tsk. Qian Kaisen. Wei Minmin. Someone is stealing someone's lover from your family. Hearing this, Qian Kaisen immediately came to his senses. His face became even darker, and he glared at Wang Hao. Little white face. We kindly invited you to join us because we think highly of you. Don't be so arrogant. Don't think that you are the only one with a powerful battle pet. After saying this, he swung his right arm. Swish. A round black shadow fell to the ground and quickly grew larger, reaching the level of an adult's chest in a blink of an eye. It was a fat, big rat. Yes, it was a rat. It was just a little bigger, with fur all over its body like a piece of black satin, a straight and thick long tail lying behind it, and fist-sized eyes glowing with blood. Perhaps it was a different species. After being called out by its owner, the fat rat turned its head with a sly look and looked around, with a pair of front paws holding a white bone with meat filaments, gnawing on it non-stop. The noise in the field suddenly became quiet, except for the howling of the storm outside the light curtain. No other movement could be heard. Qian Kaisen was very satisfied with everyone's surprised expression. He patted his pet's back lovingly and pointed his finger forward. Go. Huahuaya. Show them what you can do. Hearing the master's order, the fat mouse immediately lowered the white bones, looked at everyone present with fierce eyes. When it turned to Wang Hao's side, just as it was about to roar to strengthen its momentum, a huge snake head stretched out, hissing and spitting out scarlet snake tongue, and a pair of protruding snake eyes burst into a creepy cold light. At the corner of the mouth of the ferocious snake head, there was a shiny saliva hanging. Snakes and mice. They are natural enemies. Squeak. I saw a gray shadow flash in the field. and it jumped behind Chiang Kai-sen in an instant. Poof! Then, the big white bone held by the fat mouse fell to the ground and rolled into the bushes beside. You coward! You heard me! Chiang Kai-sen's angry voice sounded. At this time, everyone realized. The fat mouse Wahoya had hidden behind his master. His eyes full of fear. His hind legs shaking like sieves. And his front paws tightly hugging his master's thin waist. Not only hugging the waist, it also kept pointing at Chiang Kai-sen's identity ring, as if begging the owner to take it back. The crowd was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Lao Qian. A good pet. Ha ha. Huahuaya. Good job. 666. Love love. Brother Qian. Do you want to transfer your cowardly mouse? I'll give you a bite of compressed biscuits. The lively movement here attracted more scavengers. People were seen flashing in the nearby woods, as if they were moving closer to this side. Wang Hao was also happy. He patted the back of the stone happily and secretly praised its cooperation. Then, his eyes swept over Chiang Kai-sen and Wei Minmin, and then looked at Wang Xiaotsui, who was at a loss in front of him. How about it? Have you thought about it? I never force others. Wang Xiaotsui bit her lip and hesitated for a moment, but finally shook her head. Thank you. I will follow Sister Minmin. It's good. The voice was very small, but it was resolute. Well, the poisonous storm outside is about to stop. You guys continue. Wang Hao's expression did not show disappointment, and he turned and walked towards the direction of the next light curtain. He had spent a lot of time here, and it was time to move forward. He did not persuade Wang Xiaotsui bitterly, nor did he expose Chiang Kai-sen and the others for using her. The road under his feet was chosen by himself. Outsiders can help as much as they can, but they will not rush to help. Otherwise their kindness will be regarded as a donkey's liver and lungs. Take out a detoxification pill to give? Come on! The pill may not fall into someone's hands. If things go wrong, the survivor scavengers around may snatch it, and at the same time expose their own identity. Revealing one's identity is not scary. What is scary is that these scavengers who pick up resources in the wasteland will go crazy for a detoxification pill. Then, he will become the target of public criticism. Not afraid, but annoyed. Wang Hao walked without hesitation. Shirtu and Xiuxua quickly followed. One person and two pets disappeared in the depths of the dense forest in a blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, Wang Hao appeared here in a strange way and left in a chic way. In the field, as Wang Hao's back disappeared, the scavengers returned to their respective territories after a brief discussion, quietly waiting for the moment when the wind stopped. Chiang Kai-sen kicked his pet rat Huahuaya with a frustrated look on his face, and then looked at Wang Xiaotsui, who had returned to his side. At this moment, she was talking and laughing with Wei Minmin. Seeing this scene, he felt a little complicated. On the one hand, he couldn't understand why the boy who just raised a snake pet would like this thin girl. On the other hand, he felt a little guilty about Wang Xiaotsui's final choice. At this time, someone shouted in the distance, "Look! The storm has stopped." Then, the scavengers hiding nearby took action and ran to the other side of the light curtain. While running, they quickly wrapped their protective equipment and took out the scavenging tools. Chiang Kai-sen's complicated thoughts were instantly dispelled by the shouting of the storm stopping. He waved his hand to take back his pet, walked to his temporary girlfriend Wei Minmin, and winked at her. Wei Minmin immediately understood. She took Wang Xiaotsui's right hand, whispered a few words in her ear affectionately, and the three of them ran towards the light curtain together. Chiang Kai-sen and Wei Minmin were still fully armed, and Wang Xiaotsui was still in tattered clothes. Chapter 298: The Disappeared Birds and Beasts. In front of the third light curtain, Wang Hao was wandering around the nearby area, ready to get in at any time. 1:20. The time now was enough for him to conduct a small-scale search along the light curtain. The reason why he wandered here was to verify it for the last time. It was a bit hasty to draw conclusions based on two storms. On the way here, Wang Hao found another wooden treasure chest, but its box was damaged, and there was only a pack of compressed biscuits inside. This also indirectly proved that the trophies in the outer area were not of high quality. He had a sharp perspective ability to find this, so the other survivors could imagine it. So, after this stop, he will not wander around the periphery, but go straight to the relatively central area, at least to the 10th area. As long as he finds a copper and iron level treasure chest there, he can confirm his guess. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, there was no new harvest. Wang Hao completely gave up and walked into the light curtain in advance. The number of scavengers nearby gradually increased. After experiencing a toxic storm, a new profession can be formed, and the number of people is growing. I have to admire the subjective creativity of the survivors. If nothing unexpected happens, this trend will continue. Because he changed direction in the middle of the journey, he did not see the more familiar faces such as the tall and thin man and Shinkai-sen. And he did not know whether Wang Xiaotsui was alive. Perhaps she is still being deceived. This guess flashed through his mind. Wang Hao shook his head, extinguished the sympathy that had just arisen, stood up, stepped on the top of the snake pet stone, and looked far away outside the light curtain. The third poisonous storm is coming soon. Chat channel. Due to time constraints, there are very few people chatting here, unless it is necessary to exchange information or ask for help. No one will waste time here. Wouldn't it be nice to close your eyes and rest for a while? However, in this tense survival challenge, it has become a luxury to close your eyes and rest. Generally, there are few people chatting in the channel. However, after each storm, it will be lively for 1 or 2 minutes, as if to prove to everyone that it is still alive and well. 137. The third storm is finally over. The blood red number in the upper right corner has become 56013. The number of people in the last 2 rounds of poisonous storms has dropped by more than 800. Although it is much better than the first time, it is still quite terrifying if it is considered in terms of unit time. Nearly 1,000 people were killed in an hour. If all 24 hours in a day are used up, the number of people who died, at least 20,000. Oh my friends, I have survived another round, and my body can't stand it anymore. Me too. I can tell you're just a bunch of idiots. Just now, our scavenging team snatched 3 identity rings. The resources inside are definitely beyond your imagination. Enough of that. You guys are showing off over such a small thing. The 3 identity rings you mentioned represent the death of 3 living people. That's right. Maybe you killed them. Stop pretending to be a saint. We live by our own ability. And we don't care about you too. Don't make a fuss. I'm Chung Hui Bin from the Nyochi Chongtian Alliance. I'm here to pass on a message from Alliance Leader Qin. Everyone should try not to kill each other. If someone insists on doing it their own way, you can complain on the public screen at any time. And then the Chongtian Alliance will do justice for everyone. Perhaps these words had an effect. The survivors who had been cursing just now immediately fell silent. And there were many words of praise. Chongtian League, I support you. You are worthy of being a clear stream in the cave world. I love Chongtian League. Brother Chung, is it too late for me to join Chongtian League now? Which area are everyone in now? Have you noticed that the storm in the outer area is getting stronger and stronger? As if it is getting stronger again and again. You are so stubborn. You all run to the inner area. You have to stay there and suffer. You deserve to be chased by the storm. Upstairs, it seems that you don't know that the inner area is much more dangerous than the outside. More and more mutant beasts are rushing to the center. And many small-scale beast tides have appeared. It's better to advance little by little from the periphery. As long as we calculate the time when the storm will come, it's still quite safe. Really? Seeing everyone's heated discussion, Wang Hao, who was hurrying on his way, stopped and asked, Brother, in addition to the small-scale beast tide, are there any other changes in the middle area? For example, how many traps, mechanisms, monsters and aliens are there? Of course there are many, but the beast tide is more deadly. Thank you. Wang Hao replied and continued to move forward. Compared to the past, he still likes this anonymous way of chatting. At least, everyone doesn't know the identity of the speaker. So there is no need to be startled. Just like now, he can speak freely. The situation in the middle area is similar to what he expected, except that there are more beast tides at irregular intervals. Many beasts have a mysterious prediction of natural disasters. The shrinking storm circle on the periphery prompts the beasts to migrate to safe areas. And the escape of some beasts will inevitably affect other birds and beasts along the way. One person tells 10. 10 people tell 100. This is how beast tides are formed. Beast tides can be large or small. Small-scale beast tides will also bypass powerful birds and beasts or survivors encountered in front of them to avoid delaying their own escape. When the scale is large enough, the beast tide will become a new disaster. No matter what is blocking them in front, they will trample over them fearlessly. Stopping means death, because there are more beasts running behind them. Once they stop, they will be trampled to death by the beasts. Wang Hao knows this very well. But the strange thing is, as he went deeper, he did not encounter a small beast hide. Half an hour passed. Wang Hao has passed through 10 light curtains in succession. In order to pass through each area as quickly as possible, he chose to move forward in a vertical direction. And the snake pet led the way in front. 10 light curtains. That is, a distance of 5 kilometers. The path in the dense forest is rugged and difficult to walk. And you have to dodge traps and mud pits from time to time. Being able to walk 5 kilometers in half an hour is already the limit for a normal person to walk. After barely passing through the 11th light curtain, Wang Hao stopped and chose to rest. This is the 15th area. Due to the long distance, the movement of the 4th poisonous storm was almost unnoticed. And even the slightest wind was not heard. It's really weird. It's too smooth. Isn't it? Wang Hao leaned against the thick trunk of a dead tree, eating and drinking to replenish his energy, while muttering in a low voice. Along the way, except for meeting 2 injured little skunks, he didn't see any living creatures, let alone dangerous mutant birds and beasts. This abnormality has nothing to do with the snake pet leading the way. If it was really scared by the stone, there would be at least some signs of fleeing. But the reality is, the dense forest is silent. It's like all the birds and beasts migrated collectively to another place. Could it be that the beast tide swept them away? It's not that bad. Chapter 299 Visitors from the Shadow Clan. After replenishing his water and compressed biscuits, Wang Hao was about to stand up by holding onto the tree trunk when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from his right hand. The sound was very light, just like stepping on fallen leaves. Was it a human or an animal? Wang Hao concentrated and looked in the direction of the sound. He could detect abnormalities in the dense forest because he was always alert. 10 consecutive areas were silent, which was unusual in itself. Xiuxua and Shirtu were also alerted and were about to make warning cries and roars. Wang Hao raised his hand to stop them. He also gestured to order them not to make any sound. In order not to alert the enemy, he did not send his sole pet to investigate, but waited passively. As he concentrated his mind, the scene in front of him changed. The dense forest that was blocked by layers of obstacles suddenly became clear and transparent, especially in the middle, where a relatively clear ripple picture appeared. The ripples were light yellow. In the picture, a tall and thin figure wearing a black tights was approaching this side on foot, and a pair of light blue eyes were particularly obvious in the slightly dark dense forest. Light blue eyes? Foreigner? Immediately, Wang Hao rejected this guess. So far, he has seen many names of survivors in the region and world channels. Although some names are weird, they generally conform to the naming rules of the eastern region of Blue Star. In other words, the Jiuwu domain may be full of Chinese. If it's not foreigners, then it must be an alien race. Wang Hao stared at the figure's every move, trying to find some clues from the other party's behavior. Not to mention, it's really a little unusual. This blue eyes who sneaked over quietly. His movements were unusually light and graceful, and the 2 lines of footprints left on the ground were only half of the soul. The first impression given to people was like a dance trainee who often trains, walking on tiptoes. What kind of alien race can have such characteristics? It's really inconvenient that there is no system message. I was confused when I encountered a monster. Wang Hao secretly complained again. Wait! The various behaviors of this alien race are similar to those of Seagull, the leader of the Shadow Guards of Dark City, whom he had met before. Tall, thin face, light movements. Apart from the difference in age and appearance, they are really very similar. Especially the strange light blue eyes. Shadow Clan? If it is really the Shadow Clan, then everything makes sense. If it is really the Shadow Clan, then wouldn't it be? After searching everywhere for something, it is easy to get it. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He has the blood of the Shadow Clan and exclusive skills. But he only has one skill, which seems too thin. After obtaining the talent of the Shadow Clan, he has been looking for related skills or enhancement methods. Every time he browses the sales market, he pays special attention to this aspect. However, after such a long time, there is no relevant news. Actually, it is understandable. Even if a survivor gets a similar item, who would trade it unless it is really redundant? Now, the heavens finally have eyes. In order not to scare away this sneaky visitor from the Shadow Clan, Wang Hao continued to sit back and ordered his pet snake to go underground and wait. The Soul Pet Crow King landed between the branches, but it was not very eye-catching, so he kept it as it was. Surveillance is still necessary. Here, he does not have to worry about the sudden arrival of the poisonous storm. He just needs to be patient and wait. 30 meters. 25 meters. 20 meters. The distance between them was shortening little by little. The visitor from the Shadow Clan moved cautiously, dodging behind the tree trunk from time to time, sticking his head out to observe quietly for a while, and then continued to move forward, unaware that his every move was under Wang Hao's surveillance. The distance continued to shorten. 15 meters. 10 meters. The visitor from the Shadow Clan became more and more cautious, pausing almost every 2 steps, and his light blue eyes slightly closed, as if he was worried that the different color of his eyes would expose him. At such a short distance, there was no need to continuously activate the perspective ability. As long as he paid a little attention, he could see every move of the visitor clearly. Wang Hao held his chin with his left hand, and his head sank and raised from time to time, looking extremely sleepy and dozing. However, the slit of his left eye was always staring at the movement here. At the same time, he clenched the broken water dagger in his palm. The Shadow Clan is known for its speed. In order to ensure a successful attack, the opponent should be as close as possible. 9 meters. 7 meters. When the distance was shortened to 5 meters, the Shadow Clan visitor, who was half hidden behind the bushes, slightly arched his body, tightened the muscles of his arms and calves, and suddenly jumped out like a nimble cheetah. The target was the sleeping Wang Hao. The toes kept tapping on the ground, making a very slight rustling sound. While running, the Shadow Clan visitor pulled out a small dagger from the leather sheath at his waist. The short sword is 1 foot and 3 inches long, dark throughout, with a dark red blood groove on each side of the sword spine. When the sword was drawn, there was no sound, as if the short sword was already in the palm of the hand. The dull color and short size make the short distance attack more certain. Wang Hao is very familiar with the vigorous movements of the visitors from the Shadow Clan. When fighting with the leader of the Shadow Guard, Seagull also had similar body movements. Between the dead tree branches, the Soul Crow discovered the sudden attacking enemy, and immediately spread its wings and flapped vigorously, and also made an extremely harsh noise to remind its owner. In terms of acting, the intelligent Soul Pet Xiaoxua has a very strong learning ability and BUG, influenced by Wang Hao's daily style of doing things. His acting at this time is very good. Its owner woke up in panic. Then, he looked at the approaching shadow helplessly, with a look of despair. This scene made the cautious Shadow Clan visitor no longer hesitate. When he was still 3 meters away, his figure suddenly became blurred, and his speed became faster, and more fierce. Ghost Dance. He also knows this Shadow Clan exclusive skill. In a blink of an eye, the dark short sword approached him. At this moment, Wang Hao could feel the coldness of the blade, and even the hair on his neck stood up. The time is up. At this point, the opponent has no possibility of retreating and escaping. Besides, if he doesn't take action to resist, he will really be killed. The panic expression still remained on his face. However, Wang Hao's mouth corners curled up, revealing a triumphant smile. You want to compete faster, right? Then, compete faster. Phantom Dance. It's not easy to encounter a big fish. It must be a special fate, and I must not let it run away. Since you know the Phantom Dance, I will also respond with the Phantom Dance. Wang Hao silently recited in his heart, and the skill was activated immediately. The left hand holding the chin suddenly hit the tree trunk behind him, and the whole body moved directly outward. The bit right arm straightened in an instant. The water-breaking dagger that had been clenched in the palm of his hand for a long time was facing the dark dagger that had just flashed. Ding! The dagger and the dagger connected together, making a pleasant buzzing sound. Seeing this scene, the visitor from the Shadow Clan couldn't help but jump in his heart and exclaimed, "So fast!" Chapter 300 Human Boy. I don't accept it. A narrow clearing in the dense forest. 2 figures were fighting quickly, sometimes separated and sometimes joined, like 2 black streaks running fast in the forest. A short sword and a dagger kept fighting, and the crisp sound of ding-dong-dong was endless. Look more carefully. The 2 black shadows were chasing and fleeing, but they were confined to the small clearing and did not step out of the boundary of the clearing. It's not that they don't want to cross, but they can't do it. Human brat. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. That's right. I'm fighting one-on-one. Bullshit. What's wrong with him? The black shadow fleeing in front was furious, and took a short time to point his left hand angrily at the surroundings and shouted, "I just don't want to be disturbed by others." The latter chuckled. The black shadow chasing behind was, of course, Wang Hao. The development of the matter was slightly different from what was expected. After the Shadow Clan visitor missed the attack, he actually wanted to turn around and run away. This was unacceptable in any case. So, Wang Hao was forced to summon all the puppet guards, each holding a weapon, and tightly surrounded every gap in the open space. Only in this way can we have a fair fight. Only in this way can the guests stay at ease. It is not difficult for Wang Hao to end the battle quickly. The purpose of this kind of entanglement now is to hone his fighting skills. It is really hard to find an agile opponent with intelligence. Easy. Not challenging. Difficult. Wang Hao doesn't like to be abused. Humph. Mean. Shameless. Rogue. No wonder my people were killed by you. You must have used dirty means. Seeing the angry look of the Shadow Clan visitor, Wang Hao's hands did not slow down, and he continued to oppress the other party with the high-frequency attack of the broken water dagger, not giving him a chance to breathe. And his mind was turning rapidly. The other party's words just now revealed an important information. The Shadow Clan visitor locked his position through some kind of blood breath, and then sneaked over to avenge the dead tribe members. Perhaps many alien creatures have this method of blood exploration, which is a bit similar to the Blood Clan and werewolves. Hee. But he didn't know that the Shadow Guard leader Seagull was not a member of their tribe at all, but just a half-blood with Shadow Clan blood. It's almost time. Wang Hao glanced at the remaining time of the skill and sighed regretfully. What do you mean almost? It's almost time to send you off. In nearly 30 seconds, he had figured out the Shadow Clan's fighting style and the true strength of this visitor. If he didn't have a trump card, he should end the battle here to avoid unnecessary trouble. What did you say? The Shadow Clan visitor, with a goatee, had a warning in his heart and moved immediately to counterattack faster. Could it be that the other party still has some strength left? It doesn't seem like it. Through the fight just now, although this human boy is stronger than himself, his strength is limited. If the puppets hadn't surrounded him, he would have broken through long ago. What exactly could it be? The answer soon appeared before his eyes, and he was completely convinced. Wang Hao waved his right arm and gave a cold command. Everyone, come together. Everyone, come together. Come together. Come! It's so full of momentum. It turns out that they are going to rely on group fighting. Before the Shadow Clan visitor could show his contempt, the 10 puppets around him raised their weapons and surrounded him. They walked in unison, slowly but quickly narrowing the encirclement, leaving no gaps to escape. What does it matter if he is fast? With this clumsy move of advancing step by step, he still can't break through the layers of siege. Human boy. I don't accept it. Ah! The visitor from the Shadow Clan roared wildly, tapped his feet on the ground, and rushed into the sky with a dark short sword in his hand. The sky is the only gap, but he knows that it is not a weakness. The treacherous human boy must have a backup in the sky. Perhaps it is the sole crow that can act. Facts have proved that he guessed half right. There is a backup, but it has nothing to do with the crow King Shushua. When the black shadow just rose into the sky, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared, and a fishy smell came towards him. What kind of monster is that? Unfortunately, he had no time to see clearly, and he just subconsciously swung the dagger, trying to poke a hole in the bloody mouth and get some interest before dying. Swish! The dagger was swung halfway and could no longer move. The Shadow Clan visitor turned his neck with difficulty and looked down at his body. A cold dagger had pierced through his chest and pierced his heart. It was chilling. The one holding the dagger was the stern-faced and extremely treacherous human boy. On the verge of death, he was unable to curse and could only close his eyes in despair. Wang Hao stood up and took away all the spoils with satisfaction. On the ground, the bodies of the Shadow Clan visitors could no longer be seen. Only a bunch of blood beads with residual warmth were left. Let's retreat. Wang Hao quickly withdrew his puppet guards, leaving only stone and little blood by his side. There was a lot of commotion here, and someone or an alien might come at any time, so it was better to leave first. Avoid unnecessary fights if you can. Wang Hao had already thought of the direction to avoid, and continued to move towards the central area. There was such a rich harvest in the 15th area. If you go further in, you might see groups of Shadow Clan. In that case, you will pick up a lot of blood essence. I feel excited just thinking about it. Soon, the master and 2 pets disappeared in the forest. 7 or 8 minutes later, 5 survivors arrived here together. As soon as they arrived, the group dispersed very tacitly and searched in the open space in the forest. Brother Chen. Look! There are bloodstains left by the fight. Brother Chen. There are many footprints here, 5 of which look like skeletons. Old Zheng. Do you think these look like human footprints? Definitely not. The lines on the soles are too dry. It may be some kind of human-like monster. Boss. He walked in this direction. And it seems that he left alone. Okay. That proves that the person who left was seriously injured. Brothers, follow me. The 5 people who had scattered gathered together and chased in the direction Wang Hao left. 4 minutes later, the messy open space welcomed another 3-person team. The team members were 2 men and 1 woman. They searched carefully for a while, combined with the traces left at the scene for analysis, and finally came to a conclusion similar to the previous wave of people. It seems that a survivor had fought hard with a group of monsters before, and finally he killed all the monsters. But he was also seriously injured. Brother Dongfang, are you chasing? There is another group of people chasing in front of us. Chase? Why not? No one can resist the temptation. The 3 of them whispered a few words, quickly reached an agreement, and also plunged into the grass path with obvious footprints. Chapter 301 Bloodline Advancement. Half an hour later. It was already 2:07 in the morning. This time, the speed of the journey was obviously slower. The weeds that were higher than the knees, the bumpy ground, the fallen branches and vines, and the occasional injured venomous snakes, all slowed down the speed of progress. After such a long time, it was only enough for him to cross to the 22nd area, which was much slower than the last time. Tired, but not tired. However, Wang Hao still felt bloated and unbearable after drinking water and chewing biscuits all the way. To maintain sufficient physical strength, you need to keep eating. However, not all of the water you drink and the food you eat are converted into energy, and a small part of waste remains in the body. Under the close protection of the pet snake, Wang Hao pinched his nose and squatted behind a tilted bluestone, completing a difficult release task. 5 minutes later, someone walked out with his pants held up. After such a long journey, it was time to take a break and solve the blood essence. Without the considerate system prompts to provide reference, you can only follow your feelings. Wang Hao walked nearly 100 meters, and made sure that he could not smell any strange smell. He then told Shi Tu and Xiaoxue to be on guard outside, and chose a slightly dry bluestone to sit down. A touch of the ring took out the essence. On the surface of the fist-sized black sphere, there were 2 dark gold thin lines connected end to end, forming a strange and mysterious, not unfamiliar mark. It was not the first time that he had seen Shadow Clan Bloodline Essence, and he still remembered the introduction of the item. Shadow Clan Bloodline Essence, a one-time consumable item. After taking it, the survivors can possess the bloodline ability of the Shadow Clan, enhance the clarity of night vision, learn certain exclusive skills, and permanently increase their agility by 2. First of all, it is certain that the bloodline essence has no side effects. So, Wang Hao dared to try it boldly. He pinched the essence ball and slowly brought it to his mouth, while paying attention to the possible system messages. There really was a prompt message. Ding, swallowing the same type of bloodline essence will advance the original bloodline, and there is a small chance of obtaining exclusive skills. Please confirm whether to swallow it. With this news, I feel much better. Bloodline advancement? There is also a small chance to obtain exclusive skills? I want it. Wang Hao took action instead of answering. The essence ball pinched by 2 fingers was thrown directly into his mouth without any hesitation. Then, his eyebrows frowned. It seems wrong. Swallowing bloodline essence usually melts in the mouth, and there is a warm and cozy breath that wanders through the limbs and bones of the body, thereby completing the strengthening of the body. This time, it melts in the mouth, but what rushes into the throat is no longer a warm breath, but a boiling liquid as if it has substance. Not only was the liquid scalding hot, but it was also moving very fast, very violently, and very violently. That feeling was like taking a big gulp of hot water that burned my mouth, and the water was running wild in my esophagus and stomach. It was so hot that it burned my heart and lungs. Wang Hao endured the strong discomfort, took out a healing pill from his identity ring, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. He summoned the puppet's black hair and red eyes again, and asked them to assist in the alert. Sure too. The four of you keep an eye on the surroundings. If there is an emergency, take me away immediately. The farther the better. Then, close your eyes and bear it hard. Hearing this, Sure Tu and Xiao Shui discovered the abnormality of their master, and roared anxiously and made a noise. After realizing that they really couldn't help, they could only obey the instructions honestly. While on alert outside, he looked back from time to time. Wang Hao sighed. After swallowing a healing pill, the burning sensation was much less severe, no longer as uncomfortable as before. An expensive healing pill, just to relieve the discomfort caused by swallowing the essence. This kind of arrogant behavior is rare among many survivors. The slightly scalding liquid continued to run wild in the body, gradually soaking every meridian. At the same time, on the surface of Wang Hao's skin, there were faint black rays. The black rays did not dissipate, but slowly accumulated, and finally covered the whole body. With every passing second, the black rays became thicker. Time dragged a little longer. In the past, swallowing the essence had an immediate effect. This time, it lasted for a full minute. When the burning breath was completely absorbed into the body and the discomfort completely disappeared, Wang Hao opened his eyes. At this time, his cheeks and forehead were covered with sweat, and his body also had a warm sweating feeling. But there was no discomfort. The black light that had just seeped out of the body's surface had disappeared. Now, his breath was restrained and subtle, giving people the illusion that he would hide at any time. Hiss! Wow! Sure Tu and Shushu had called out beside him, full of concern. Wang Hao nodded in response. Let's see the effect. Call up the system panel and switch to the properties interface. There are two biggest changes in the interface. First, the agility attribute line has become weird. +1 and -1. What the hell is this? 7 plus 8 plus 1. Isn't it 16 points? And then add a -1. Oh, I see. It's really stingy. The purpose of doing this is to limit the agility attribute value to within 15 points, so as to ensure everyone's fair competition. Whispering. +1 is the bonus effect brought by the soul pet. -1 is the forced deduction by the system. Ignoring this point, the 2 points of agility attribute added by the blood essence still surprised him. Second, the skill list has also changed. The incomplete camouflage that I learned before has been replaced by the exclusive skill Shadow Escape. The introduction of the skill is inexplicably familiar, very similar to the Night Elves in a certain game. Having said that, in terms of the skill itself, Shadow Escape is indeed much stronger than Camouflage. Escape into the shadows, which obviously expands the scope of application and is no longer limited to grasslands and snow. Shadows are everywhere, even if the sun is shining brightly. As long as there are people or things standing in it, they will leave one or more shadows, no matter how big or small. Try to activate it. Wang Hao's mind moved, and he meditated on the word Shadow Escape in his heart. Chapter 302 Cave. Shrine. Beside the bluestone, Wang Hao, who was standing, suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared here. The stone and Xiaoxue on the side were stunned and immediately looked around. Obviously, they did not expect the disappearance of their master, although the person disappeared. The soul ties in the dark were still there, so they were not panicked. The scene just now was from the perspective of others. In Wang Hao's eyes, he still maintained a normal appearance, no different from usual. Seeing the two pets looking around, Wang Hao slowly turned his toes to face them. Xiaoxue, fly to the bluestone. In the woods, the master's command suddenly sounded, and the soul pet Raven King Blood's eyes flashed, flapped a pair of wings, flew 2 meters in the direction of the sound, and came to the bluestone. Wang Hao stretched out his arm and hooked the soul pet Xiaoxue's neck feather. Xiaoxue did not resist, and stopped flapping its wings obediently. And then it was surprised to find the figure of its master. Sure Tu, can you still see us? Hiss. The snake pet shook its head. Quite good. Wang Hao put the soul pet on his left shoulder, took a step forward, and his figure appeared directly in the dense forest. Hiss. The snake pet nodded to Wang Hao again. The skill verification was completed. Shida's snake eyes were bright, and Xiaoxue was good at reconnaissance. Even they couldn't find him, which showed that the effect of Shadow Escape was extraordinary. You know, the place where he is standing now is a pile of gravel, and the shadow is almost non-existent. In this case, The possibility of other survivors discovering him, by using skills to hide from the two pets, is very small. With the shadow escape skill in the future, his own survival will be more secure. Now, it is the 22nd area. It's time to walk along the light curtain and see what can be gained. Wang Hao raised his hand to the two puppets and the snake pet, turned around, and walked to the right where the weeds were shorter. Area 21. In front of a stream adjacent to the inner light curtain, 3 injured survivors gathered together and argued over the distribution of clean water. Boss, why not? This stream water looks clean. Yeah. Boss, how about I scoop a bowl to taste? Or take out a bottle of purified water for us to share? We are so thirsty that our throats are smoking. Another person echoed. No. Don't forget how the second and third brothers died. Also, we must save the clean water in stock. This is not possible. That is not possible. Zhou, why don't we just break up and give me my share of clean water and biscuits? The survivor with the pointed chin had a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes and stretched out his hand to ask for it. Zhou is the name of the leader. The fact that the pointed chin chose to call him by his name and was not very polite proved that he had other thoughts. Another survivor standing nearby, named Zhang Lini, showed an expression of reluctance when he heard his companions propose to disband. But he was still trying to persuade them. Yang Makuan, don't say angry words. We can go so far. All thanks to the good command of the boss. Come on. I think we should stay in the outer area. At least we can go outside the light curtain to scavenge. And we can always get clean water and food. The pointed chin seemed to have made up his mind to leave. And he interrupted Zhang Lini with a wave of his hand. Zhang Laosi, if we disband, you come with me. We still have time. He saw the other party's hesitation, turned around, and persuaded Zhang Lini to leave with him. The area near the inner part is so dangerous. We have encountered beast tides 3 times. It was okay when there were beast tides. At least we could pick up some beast meat and blood to replenish our physical strength. Now the beast tides are gone. If we go any further, our physical strength will really be exhausted. And just now, those 3 sneaky guys attacked us. The second and third brothers were short of physical strength during the fight, because they were in a hurry to replenish clean water. They scooped water from the tree hole and drank it. In the end, they were poisoned and died. If the clean water was stored in our own hands, this would not happen. Fourth brother, learn from the past. Yes, learn from the past. Hearing these 4 words, Zhang Lini's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and looked up at the leader Zhou. Boss, you want to break up? Too, right? Zhou Chen's face was grim. Zhang Lini felt a little ashamed, and lowered his head unconsciously, uttering a word in his throat. Yes. Zhou Chen, it's 2-1 now. Take out your stuff, Zhang Lini said proudly. Zhou Chen's face was as gloomy as dripping water, but he still bent down and squatted on the ground, took out a piece of leather and spread it flat on the ground, and poured out all the resources he had saved in the ring. You two can divide it. We are all brothers. I trust you. After saying that, he stood up with a gloomy face. The resources placed on the leather were mainly a shallow bucket bottom 750 milliliters of clean water, 2 bottles of purified water, 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 7 units of beast meat, and 600 milliliters of beast blood. As for other building resources or sundry props, the group always took what they got. Even for these, Zhang Lini and Yang Maokuan's eyes were wide open, with greed flashing in their eyes. There are so many things, but they are still stingy and don't share them with everyone. It's simply unscrupulous. Such thoughts popped up in the minds of both of them. But it doesn't matter. Now, 1/3 of these good things will be theirs. Thinking of this, the two licked their dry lips excitedly, looked at each other, and squatted down in a hurry. Zhou, boss, you are really righteous. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Lini reached out and grabbed a bottle of purified water. Boss, I'll still follow you after this challenge is over. Yang Maokuan took out an empty bottle of purified water from his ring and was about to pour the water from the wooden barrel. Because he felt a little ashamed, he decided to leave the other unopened bottle of purified water to the former boss. Just then, a whistling wind came from above his head, as if something was smashing down on the two of them. Bang! A dull crash sounded in the forest. Blood splattered. Hearing the strange sound, Yang Maokuan looked up in astonishment and happened to see a claw hammer pulled out from the back of Zhang Lini's head, bringing out a small piece of bloody brain matter. The one holding the hammer was the boss he felt guilty about. Zhou Chen pulled out the claw hammer with a cruel look on his face, raised it without hesitation, and smashed it at Yang Maokun again. "Boss! You!" Bang! The shrill cry and dull knocking echoed through the forest. Zhou Chen bent his knees and picked up the resources on the ground, and took off the rings and clothes from the two corpses. He stood up with a cold face, spit on the ground with disgust, and turned away. The direction he was heading did not change because of the death of his companions, but still towards the central area. Not long after, Zhou Chen's back disappeared in the light curtain. Area 22. 237. Wang Hao searched for half an hour and finally stopped in front of a dark cave entrance. The cave is very ordinary. In the forest, where there are caves, most of them are inhabited by ferocious beasts. The one in front of him is also occupied by wild beasts. If there is no red sandalwood shrine in the right corner, he would not care about this smelly beast cave. Shrine. As the name suggests, the purpose of its existence is to offer sacrifices to the gods. Chapter 303 Friend. Can I copy a copy? The most common shrines are carved with wood and stone. Wood symbolizes infinite vitality. Stone implies piety and faith. Moreover, the rarer the material used to carve the shrine, the more it represents the intention of the worshipper. On Blue Star, with the rapid development of industrialization, the number of virgin forests that can be preserved is decreasing, and some tree species with special meanings are close to extinction, such as Wangwali, sandalwood, and agarwood. Among sandalwood, red sandalwood is the most scarce. Now, a red sandalwood shrine has appeared here, and it is still in the weird underground world. Wang Hao certainly cannot ignore it. In the shrine, the statue enshrined is not the common Buddha or Bodhisattva, nor the three pure ones, nor the demon realm Rakshasa, but a strange face in a black Taoist robe, 3 long beards, face like warm jade. At first glance, he is indeed an immortal. On the left and right of the shrine, there are 2 lines of ancient seal script, like a couplet for the new year. On the left, seeking immortality Go Chen. On the right, entering the demonic Wanchuan. Wang Hao concentrated and looked through it. The shrine has no mechanism, nor can it be considered a treasure. But the 2 rows of seal characters are strange. Take the last word of each couplet. Put them together. It is Chen Chuan. This name is not the first time Wang Hao has seen it. The nameless grave, the strange poison drunk Xiaoyao, and the secret of seeking immortality are all related to this great Qin Chen Chuan. There are multiple versions of the cultivation secret book Seeking Immortality. He has 2 copies in his ring, and there is a survivor selling one on the World Channel. Regardless of whether the secret book is real or fake, the frequent appearance of Chen Chuan is interesting. In front of the cave, surrounded by a pine and cypress forest, lush and green, the dark ink-like darkness permeated most of the space in the cave, making it difficult to see the bottom at a glance. Only near the entrance of the cave, there was a pile of dry grass and a small pile of pale animal bones. It was like a wild beast guarding the door. Wang Hao thought for a moment and decided to be safe. Xiaoxue. Go in and take a look. Soul pets can share vision with themselves and adapt to dark environments, making them more suitable for searching. Wow! On the left shoulder, Xiaoxue flapped his wings lightly, and a pair of blood eyes rarely hesitated. It tilted its head, thinking like its master for a second or 2, and suddenly opened its sharp beak and cried silently. Then, a small ball of black smoke came out, twisted and changed in the air, and turned into a mini soul crow, slowly flying towards the cave entrance. Summoning ordinary soul crows. Wang Hao suddenly understood. Xiaoxue was so cautious and unwilling to search in the cave by himself, which proved that there was something in the cave that it feared. This was the first time it took the initiative to use the skill of summoning soul crows. In the past, it was fearless and not afraid of any living creatures at all. Is the ordinary soul crow in its mouth? Thinking of this detail, Wang Hao glanced at it and found that Xiaoxue had closed his sharp beak and was staring at the front with empty eyes. At this time, the mini soul crow had flown to the entrance of the cave, flapped its illusory black smoke wings, and plunged into it. At the same time, in front of Wang Hao's eyes, a very blurry picture appeared, as if he had also followed the mini soul crow into the cave. Vision sharing. This is the vision sharing that comes with the Crow King's skill. What the Soul Crow sees is the same as what Xiuxue sees with his own eyes. Wang Hao glanced left and right. The puppet black hair and red eyes were alert to the movements nearby. And the snake pet stone was not distracted. With security guaranteed, Wang Hao continued to look at the blurry picture. The picture was not completely dark. Indistinctly, the stone walls and the pitted ground on both sides of the cave could be seen. In the deepest part of the cave, there seemed to be an altar with a strange shape. The altar was in a regular octagonal shape, with dozens of birch railings on the outer edge. The cave was really not deep. With the light from the outside, such a shallow cave should not be so dark. The shared vision continued to move forward slowly. And just as it was about to approach the outermost wooden railing of the altar, a light suddenly flashed in front of it, and a transparent light curtain emerged, engraved with complex gold and silver patterns, like some kind of talisman array pattern. Not only that, the gold and silver patterns engraved on the light curtain quickly connected and entangled, turning into a giant net, covering the vision in front ordinary Soul Crow. Swish! The vision disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of thin black smoke escaped from the cave and returned to the front of the soul pet Xiuxue. Xiuxue opened his sharp mouth and quickly swallowed the black smoke. Then, he tilted his head to look at his owner. You mean? The soul-catching formation inside is specifically for creatures like souls? Feeling the fluctuations in Xiuxue's consciousness, Wang Hao frowned and spoke. Xiuxue nodded and raised his wings to block his eyes. This action means that it is very scared, since it is aimed at soul creatures. Wang Hao quickly came up with an idea. He wiped the ring with his thumb and took out the night vision goggles that had not been used for a long time. Not only the night vision goggles, but also a wooden bow and a wooden arrow. If the soul can't get through, dead things can always be used. Wang Hao is good at thinking about problems from different angles, and unconventional ways are also considered. Put on the night vision goggles. The scene in the cave ahead came into view again, clearer than before. Draw the bow and put the arrow. Whoosh! The wooden arrow shot out quickly and sank into the dark cave. This arrow was not intended to attack the target, but was just a simple test. The flying wooden arrow came to the light curtain that had been broken before in a blink of an eye and passed through it very easily. There was no obstruction. Thump! The wooden arrow pierced into the top of a wooden fence, and the tail of the arrow was shaking continuously. No reaction? As soon as this thought came to mind, the transparent light curtain deep in the cave flashed rapidly, and was covered with fine cracks. Then, it collapsed. Swish! Wang Hao was wearing night vision goggles, but he still felt a dazzling white spot jump into his field of vision, expanding rapidly and approaching him at a rapid speed. Following that, his field of vision turned completely white. It was as if he had leaped into the light with all his strength. Wang Hao subconsciously closed his eyes. At the moment he closed his eyes, a light orange stream of light shot out from the cave, as big as a baby's fist, and went straight to where he was standing. Silently, hiss! The joyful hiss of stones came from his ears. Wang Hao immediately opened his eyes and took off his night vision goggles. The snake pet was putting its head close to his eyes, opening its mouth unusually ostentatiously, revealing an ancient book wrapped in a scarlet snake letter. The cover of the ancient book is a soft light orange. Where did it come from? Could it be? Wang Hao took a step to the left, bypassing the obstruction of the snake pet's body and looking at the cave in front. Inside the cave, the darkness had disappeared. The light from the outside world finally broke through the dark defense line and rushed straight into this cave hidden behind the shrine. Straight to the deepest part. There is no protective light curtain, no mysterious altar. There is nothing else except the pitted rock wall. It seems that what I saw before was just a dreamlike mirage. What happened just now? Did I trigger some kind of mechanism or formation? Wang Hao frowned and slowly walked towards the cave, intending to go in and see what was going on. At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded. Friend, everyone who sees it will get a copy. Can I copy a copy of your orange ancient book? Who is it? Wang Hao turned around suddenly. Chapter 304 The Real Ancient Book of Cultivation. I was careless. Someone actually got close to me and avoided the 3 ears and eyes of the puppet, Stone and Xiuxue. If this person has bad intentions, I will be in a mess. Don't be so nervous. I have no bad intentions. In the direction where the voice came from, there was a twisted pine tree. The man came out leisurely, with a warm smile on his face. And he was unarmed. Unarmed? Only temporarily. As long as the identity ring is there, the survivor can conjure up a bunch of weapons at any time. Wang Hao did not relax his vigilance because of this. He watched the other party's every move with his eyes, and pointed at the snake pet's closed mouth. Do you want to copy this ancient book? That's right. It's okay to pay a little. How about 3 pieces of leather? 3 pieces of leather. What's your name? Zhou Chen. From the Songgo district. The man seemed not to notice the other party's vigilance, and slowly took 2 steps forward and introduced himself frankly. Perhaps because he disliked the name of Dog District, he deliberately called it Songgo District. Wang Hao lowered his eyelids and glanced at Zhou Chen's drooping right hand. The identity ring he was wearing was really shaped like a blue-black vicious dog. It's not an exaggeration to say Songgo with such a forced explanation. It's impossible to copy ancient books. Wang Hao rejected it flatly. The cover is light orange, and no matter what the content is, it proves that its quality is not low. It is a joke to want to copy a copy of 3 pieces of rotten leather, even if the price is enough. I don't have time to stay here and wait. The time required for copying is several hours, which is equivalent to wasting precious opportunities for survival. Zhou Chen seemed to have expected the rejection, and a trace of frustration appeared on his face. Is that so? Brother in the Dragon District. Then I won't mention the unspoken rule of half the share after meeting once. Or you can give me a bottle of purified water. As he said, he took another step forward. Wow! Shirtu and Shushu immediately blocked in front of their master. One above and one below. The former. The snake eyes flashed fiercely. A pair of fangs stretched out of the mouth. The latter. The blood pupils flashed fiercely, and a pair of wings were lightly flapped. Obviously, they were warning the newcomers. Behind Wang Hao, the puppets with black hair and red eyes pressed their palms on the hilts of the swords, ready to draw out to defend against the enemy at any time. Give you a bottle of water? Humph. Why? Just because I saw it. Oh, I am a person who advocates peaceful coexistence, and will definitely not do boring things like killing each other. It's just that I will follow you all the time. And you don't want to have more tails. Right? Zhou Chen acted very kindly, and spoke slowly. But anyone could hear that he was playing rogue. In this survival challenge, if there is an unknown tail around you, it may become a bomb and explode at any time. I'll give you 30 seconds. Get out. Wang Hao was too lazy to bother with the other party, so he directly ordered him to leave, in order to completely cut off the other party's thoughts. He stretched out his right hand towards the snake pet. Shirtu. Give me the ancient book. Since it is an ancient book, and the cover is light orange, there is a high probability that it can be learned. Aren't you coveting it? I will learn it in front of you. Shirtu lowered his head, rolled up the snake's tongue in his mouth, and handed him the ancient book he had kept. Wang Hao took the ancient book. Huh? Seeking Immortality Secret? Wang Hao's eyes condensed, and he frowned and stared at the 3 ancient seal characters on the cover. That's right. Another Seeking Immortality Secret. What the hell is this? So far, at least 4 copies of the Seeking Immortality Secret have appeared in the cave world, regardless of whether it is true or not. This is very abnormal in itself. Especially, it is related to Qin Chuan. Opposite, Zhou Chen has good eyesight. He can see the 3 words on the cover from 5 or 6 meters away. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. It's Seeking Immortality Secret again. Hey, they are addicted to it. Brother from the Dragon District. I'm sorry for what I did just now. There are a lot of such tricks. I don't want them for free. Sorry for disturbing you. Zhou Chen clasped his fists and turned to the right. Looking at this action, he clearly intended to leave. However, at the moment of turning his back, his thick eyebrows raised, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was brewing something in his heart. Wang Hao sighed. Originally, he was planning to study the ancient books directly to cut off someone's thoughts. But when he saw the 3 words Seeking Immortality, he still had doubts in his heart. It wouldn't be a high-quality imitation. How to learn this? Perhaps to refute this idea. A bloody system message popped up in front of him. Ding! Found the low-level cultivation secret book Seeking Immortality. After learning, you can gradually communicate with the vitality of heaven and earth and continuously strengthen yourself. You can study after 30 minutes, and you can discard it during this period. Not only that, in this huge space, The annoying mechanical sound echoed again. Survivors, challenge the cave. The first low-level cultivation secret book appears in the 20-second area. The learning countdown is 30 minutes. And you can snatch it. The words were repeated 3 times. Each time they were louder and more powerful than the last. Damn it! Wang Hao couldn't help but swear, and threw the troublesome thing to the ground. Don't be so deceiving. I just picked up a low-level skill book, and the whole world knows about it. This is clearly putting him on the fire. Challenge? Survival challenge. Now, he finally figured it out. The most dangerous thing about this survival challenge is not the poisonous storm that shrinks every half an hour in the outer area, nor the beast tide that needs to be guarded against in the inner area, nor the physical consumption that needs to be paid attention to every minute. Rather, it was the malicious setting of a person behind the scenes. They threw out bait after bait, driving the survivors crazy, and then fighting and killing each other for a certain item. Every move they made was full of malice. The cultivation secret book thrown on the ground was one of the fragrant baits. But this bait, it was too fragrant. Wang Hao felt his heart beating fast. His eyelids drooped as if possessed by a ghost. And he looked at the ancient book seeking immortality that he had just thrown on the ground. His right foot turned half a circle and was about to take action. At this time, Zhou Chen, who was about to leave, paused, turned around suddenly, and flew over here. The target was the seeking immortality secret. Haha. This thing belongs to me. Zhou Chen's flying action was not slow, and the previous turning away was just a retreat. His real intention was to make the opponent careless and then find an opportunity to attack. He was very experienced in sneak attacks and knew how to succeed at the lowest cost. The sudden mechanical sound disrupted his plan. A real ancient cultivation book appeared right in front of him. If he didn't want to be tempted, he would be a big fool. Go! Even if it's risky, it's worth it. How could Wang Hao let him succeed? Why should he let a passerby take away his great opportunity? Get out of here! Wang Hao stretched out his right foot like lightning and stepped on the light orange ancient book. And at the same time, the water-breaking dagger was unsheathed. Chapter 305 Zhou Chen Must Die. Inside the mysterious hall, the suited woman was lying on a red leather sofa, holding a tall red wine glass, shaking it gently and comfortably. The blood-red grape wine swirls on the inner wall of the wine glass, and the mouth of the glass exudes an intoxicating and mellow fragrance. The blond man sat next to him, continuing to poke at his smartphone, cursing non-stop. Obviously, the human-computer game was not fun. The black-robed Taoist was far away, still sitting in meditation, disdaining to be with the two. When the mechanical sound sounded, the black-robed Taoist raised his eyebrows, opened his eyes slightly, and listened quietly. The suited woman stopped shaking the wine glass in her hand, glanced at the black-robed Taoist with her frivolous peach blossom eyes, and uttered in a thunderous voice, "Old Taoist, the cultivation method you set up was found first. I won the previous bet. After that," she stretched out her jade hand and asked for the bet she deserved. "Humph. Yours won't be hidden for long." The black-robed Taoist snorted coldly and casually threw a crystal-clear white jade wine cup, making it fly to the palm of the suit woman. "Don't be so stingy. This set of wine utensils has 3 pieces, 1 pot and 2 cups. Just give them to me. The vampire family is quite reasonable and pays the most attention to the word credit. Jining, am I right?" "Yeah. Ah Chun, you are right." The blond man didn't even raise his head and responded coquettishly perfunctorily. He no longer cared about the worry that the cave formation would be opened 5 minutes late. The most important thing at the moment was, of course, to win a man-machine battle. Vampire family. Su Chongchun. Don't forget that the so-called ancestor of vampires in the West is just a slave who defected from the general seat. You come from the Su family of Dezhou, and your family background is prominent, so you don't need to. The black-robed Taoist coldly refuted. But unfortunately the second half of the sentence was interrupted by the suit-wearing woman. "Enough. Chen Chuan. You are not qualified to point fingers. Take care of yourself first." Chen Chuan? This black-robed Taoist turned out to be Chen Chuan. If Wang Hao was here, he would be stunned, because this person's appearance is exactly the same as the wooden statue enshrined in the shrine, except that he has a little more immortal charm. The real owner of seeking immortality is actually in this mysterious hall, and he is one of the so-called behind the scenes. How shocking. The Taoist in black robe Chen Chuan seemed to be used to the anger of the woman in suit. He slowly closed his eyelids, turned his right hand on his knees, and began to count with his fingers. At the same time, he muttered to himself. It's earlier than expected. There won't be any problem. Maybe I think too much. The illusion of true and false. 9 false and 1 true is not so easy to break. It looks real on the surface, but there are actually big hidden dangers. It must be. The old Taoist calculated and muttered to himself. The woman in suit and the blond man expressed their disdain in their own ways. One of them, holding a tall wine glass, raised his jade-white neck, drank the red wine in the glass, and stretched out his scarlet tongue to lick the bloody wine residue at the corner of his mouth. One, concentrating, without distraction, continued to tap the screen of his mobile phone. But a word of extreme disapproval squeezed out of the corner of his mouth. TSK, you're jumping sideways. You idiot. District 22. During the pounce, Zhou Chen took out a rough leather shield covered with poisonous thorns and blocked it in front of him, hoping to use it to forcefully knock away Wang Hao's right leg that was stepping on the ancient book. If possible, it would be best to kill this insider. In this way, he can hide in another place, and no one will know that seeking immortality has fallen into his hands. Only the dead can keep secrets, even if he can't kill him. If the poisonous thorns pierce the opponent's skin and flesh, he can lose the ability to chase, and he may not even be able to survive until other survivors arrive. In short, he took all aspects into consideration. Just like before, Zhou Chen decided to kill the 2 companions who had been with him through thick and thin, without any hesitation. A man of small mind is not a gentleman, and a man without venom is not a man. Opposite, Wang Hao stretched out his right arm, swung the sharp water-breaking dagger, and slashed at the neck of the flying figure. Passerby Zhou Chen was quite fast, but in Wang Hao's eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. Such a guy, he could easily get rid of. Just now, he gave the other party face just because he didn't want to look like a bloodthirsty murderer. Zhou Chen had bad intentions, and Wang Hao could see it, but he couldn't kill 1 person if he met 1, and kill 2 if he met 2. What's the difference between that and a brutal thug? Now, Zhou Chen must die. This guy knows the existence of seeking immortality very well. If he is allowed to leave alive, it will definitely bring endless troubles to me. 30 minutes. Such a long time. Plus an insider who knows me. I might become a public enemy. Zhou Chen, accept your fate. The broken water dagger quickly reached in front of Zhou Chen, and the swinging right arm left a white afterimage in the air. As the wrist sank, it easily pierced the opponent's throat. Puff! A ball of blood splashed. Zhou Chen didn't see the trajectory of the dagger at all. He only felt a chill in his throat, and his excited consciousness immediately dispersed, and his eyes became dull. Then, the cold dagger was pulled out. Ah! Zhou Chen made a remnant sound, and his body fell on the gravel ground with a bang. And there was no movement immediately. This is exactly. The scheme was too clever, but it cost Qingqing her life. It's time to leave, otherwise something will happen. Wang Hao shook the broken water dagger, bent down to pick up the ancient book seeking immortality on the ground, and was about to put it into the ring. Unexpectedly, a faint yellow light bloomed on the ancient book, and a strange repulsive force was generated, preventing it from entering the ring space. Ding! The cultivation secret book seeking immortality cannot be put into the ring for the time being. It can only be carried with you. It can be put in. Learning countdown, 29 minutes and 23 seconds. What a rip-off. I'm not allowed to put it in the ring. Not only is it forbidden to put it in the ring, the yellow light has no sign of disappearing, as if it will continue to exist. This is clearly to make more people realize the existence of the ancient book and join in the scramble. You are so cruel. Wang Hao quickly rolled the ancient book into a long tube, stuffed it into his left trouser pocket, and wrapped it in a long breath-hiding cloak. This time, the yellow light was finally blocked for the most part, leaving only a very faint trace, which would be fine if you don't stare at it carefully. It's time to go. Wang Hao turned around immediately, took only 2 or 3 steps, and then hurriedly retreated and squatted down. I was so busy that I even forgot to pick up my bag. While he was whispering to himself, he quickly searched Zhou Chen's body. First, the identity ring on his hand, then the body's trouser pockets, shirt pockets, and under the insoles. Don't mention it. There are really extra discoveries. There are 5 Songo identity rings. And in addition, there is a wrinkled yellow talisman hidden under the insole. This guy, at first glance, is not an honest man. Who would hide things under the insoles of an honest person? It smells stinky, and has a strong smell of foot sweat. A truly honest person usually hands it in on time. Put it in the wallet, or where it should be. Chapter 306, There are words on the ground. While complaining, Wang Hao picked up the last piece of loot thrown on the ground. Ding, poison thorn leather shield +1. After making sure that he had not missed anything, he stood up again. Halfway through standing up, Wang Hao squatted for the third time. In a while, maybe there will be survivors searching here. I have to leave a little mark to prevent everyone from bumping around like headless flies. When doing anything, you have to consider others, and not just care about your own happiness. If you are happy, you have to give others some hope. Wang Hao picked up the right arm of Zhou Qin's body, dipped his index finger in a little blood still flowing from his neck, and wrote 2 intermittent blood words on the ground. Book in order to make the image more realistic. The bloody words were written crookedly and very weakly, and the last stroke of the word in was missing, which made the dying person look exhausted. After doing this, he threw his arm down suddenly and pointed it in the direction of the outside. It gave people the feeling that he was exhausted because of dying. This thoughtful arrangement should buy him some time. There is no need to take away the shrine at the entrance of the cave. Just think of it as more guidance for everyone. The more confusing options there are, the more likely they are to make wrong judgments. Sure to. Take me away. Wang Hao called out to the snake pet, jumped onto its head, grabbed the horn, put away the soul pet Xiaoxue, the puppet black hair and red eyes, and left. The direction of departure was, of course, District 23. More than 10 minutes later, 2 scantily clad female survivors really appeared, poking their heads over to search, and saw the body lying on the ground at a glance. They searched Zhou Qin's body carefully first. As a result, of course, nothing was found. Sister, look, there are words on the ground. Let me take a look. This word is so ugly. It looks like a book. And I don't know the next one. Shaoling, this should be in. Maybe this person had no strength when he was dying, and didn't have time to write it completely. This female survivor was quite like a big sister. She glanced at the shrine placed at the entrance of the cave, and saw the couplets on both sides at a glance, especially pausing at the 2 words seeking immortality. Shaoling, that's right. This is where the cultivation secrets were found. Let's go! Oh, what about this corpse? Keep it. The big sister's eyes flashed with wisdom, and she gently moved her arm to the adjacent left side. This way, it can mislead those who come later, so that they don't have to compete with us. In a while, you could erase our footprints. She waved to her companions, and took the lead to chase to the outer area. Oh, sister is smart. The follower flattered him inconspicuously, took out a worn-out broom from her ring, and walked backwards while sweeping the footprints of the 2. After clearing 7 or 8 meters, she immediately turned around and chased her companion, who was going far away. The 2 gradually went away. 5 minutes later, 7 survivors came over. 3 in a group, 2 in a group, and the last 2 alone. Obviously, they met on the way, and were very wary of each other. The mechanical sound was equivalent to a notice for the whole server. As time went by, more survivors would definitely flock to Area 22, and it was normal for several groups of people to meet each other. Now the 4 groups approached the cave, and saw the corpses and shrines on the ground at a glance. The 7 people were stunned for a moment, and rushed forward at the same time, making a lot of noise. Who the hell are you? You stepped on my foot. Stop pushing. Be careful of the bloody words on the ground. Who of you knows more words in school? Please help us look for them. I'll do it. Move aside. Shoo. Zwa. This guy must be illiterate. The word Zwa is written so ugly, and there is 1 stroke missing. What are you looking at? Squint-eyed brother? The last word should be Zai. An ordinary-looking girl corrected him. I understand. The book is the secret book. That's right. There is a wooden statue in the cave with the words Qiuxian on it. Xiao Wang. Let's go! One of the bald young men pointed at the shrine. After expressing his own views, he couldn't wait to pull his companion and ran in front of the corpse's finger. The others were unwilling to fall behind, and they all stood up and chased after him. They had no scruples, or they were deliberately doing something bad, and they didn't care about the bloody words on the ground at all, and stepped on them directly. The bloody words written on the gravel ground suddenly fell apart and could no longer be recognized. The ordinary girl who ran at the end was a little more careful. Before leaving, she moved the arm of Zhou Chen's body to point it in the direction of District 23, and then chased after him at the urging of her companions. 5 or 6 minutes later, more than 10 black shadows appeared in front of the cave. This time, they were not survivors who met by chance, but a group of strange-looking aliens. Some tall, some short, some fat, and some thin. The tall one is a minotaur, the short one is a dog-headed man, the fat one is a pig-bodied monster, the thin one is a vampire. Come and see. There is a statue at the entrance of the cave, and the old Taoist inside looks familiar. The vampires are the most sharp-eyed, and one of them shouted immediately. And it really is. A bit like the bull nose that knocked us out one by one. And when we woke up, we were in this damn place. Another vampire echoed, and took up the red sandalwood shrine and tucked it under his armpit. It was obvious that he was going to take the shrine away. Ahem. At this time, you two are still worrying about the past. The important thing now is to grab the secret book of seeking immortality together. A dog-headed man with a long beard coughed and reminded. Yes. 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 Well, Lin is right. Hey, why is this human corpse pointing at you? Is the one who stole the secret book among you? A stupid pig monster pulled out a mace, his bloodshot eyes full of murderous light. Brother, don't be impulsive. Maybe he is showing you the way. This human was probably killed by his companions, and he wanted to trick the murderer before he died. Another pig monster had some brains and quickly stopped the brother who was about to swing the mace. At the last moment, a one-eyed minotaur stood up and gave the correct opinion. A bunch of idiots. You can't see so many footprints on the ground. Niu Biao. Niu Kui. You two follow me. After saying that, he took a long-handled axe, took a big step, and chased in the direction where the previous group of people disappeared. The other aliens in the field followed him in a swarm. A group of aliens were not good at calculations. They did not change the direction of the corpse's arms, but chose to trample them directly. One step in the east, one step in the west. When the aliens were far away, the whole body on the ground turned into a dirty, bloody mud, and there was no trace of human shape. After an unknown period of time, groups of survivors or aliens passed by the cave. They could not get any valuable information, so they could only follow a little clue and continue searching. Very strange. Less than 1/10 of them chased in the direction Wang Hao left. Chapter 307. Come if you want the secret book. Damn. Brothers. Am I seeing things? Low-level cultivation secret book. There is such a thing in the cave world. Same question. Which big guy got it? Send me a link so that I can open my eyes. Upstairs. Are you still asleep? During the survival challenge, all item links and item descriptions are invalid. Even if they are placed in front of you, you can't view them. Hey, why did I forget about this? What's the point of grabbing it? Look, there is a digital countdown behind the blue-green status bar. And above the countdown, there is an orange book logo. Hey, I see. Move your mind to it, and you can see the 3 orange words seeking immortality. This is the hint from the world boss, which proves that you can grab it during this period. No, borrow it. Grass a kind of plant. I won't pick up trash anymore. I'm going to the 22nd district now. If I get lucky and pick up a secret book, I'll have a chance to live forever. The Nyochi Chontian Alliance is buying Seeking Immortality at a high price, and some will be traded at midnight tonight. You can set the price yourself, and Alliance leader Qin will never bargain. I really have a copy of Seeking Immortality, but I picked it up 2 days ago. Is there any difference between the two? The channel was very lively. All the topics revolved around Seeking Immortality, and it felt like the news was trending on the search engine. Topics were just topics. In reality, the outer area had experienced 5 poisonous storms. Inside the 5th light curtain, many scavengers were actively running, entering and exiting the light curtain again and again, looking for resources to be looted. When the mechanical sound sounded, the growing group of scavengers had its first major split. Some people sneered at the cultivation secrets and continued their previous rush. The other part did not hesitate, turned around and headed for the inner area. Huang Kai, where are you going? What else can you do? Didn't you see the notice from the whole server? Now the cultivation secrets have been released in District 22, which should be the kind of thing that can help you cultivate immortality and live forever. TSK. It's such a long way. It will take you half a day to get there. And you won't even have a sip of soup. Listen to Brother Qian's advice. Let's continue to cooperate in scavenging. I don't expect to grab this wave of seeking immortality secrets. Since the first copy can be released in the inner area, it is possible that the second copy will be released. What if the next good luck comes to me? TSK. 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 Just thinking about it makes me feel cool. That's just a joke. Just like winning the lottery in the past. It must be a scam. It's better to stay here. There are no mutant beasts to mess up. As long as you are careful, it will be very easy to hold on until the end of the challenge. Brother Qian, don't persuade me. By the way, Wang Xiaozui's condition is getting worse and worse. You should buy her some antitoxic jackets. If this continues, goodbye. I won't say goodbye. Qian Kaisen quickly interrupted Huang Kai's words, and stopped trying to persuade him, and hurried to the edge of the light curtain. Over there, a woman who looked like a ghost went back into the light curtain and was talking to Wei Minmin, who was in charge of the reception. Compared to Qian Kaisen, the other scavengers did not try to persuade him to stay again and again. If they left, they left. Here, everyone has the right to choose. The survivors who decided to stay were silent, walked out of the light curtain quickly, and started another scavenging journey. Those who decided to leave hurried forward all the way, not wanting to delay for a moment, because they firmly believed, as long as they rushed over, they might get the secret book, or items of equal value to the secret book. I thought it was cost-effective to stay in the outer area. But who would have thought that the inner area is the real paradise? Time. 3:05. Behind the blue-green status bar, the countdown number that kept changing had turned blood red and kept flashing. 09 minutes and 44 seconds. Unknowingly, Wang Hao had survived for 20 minutes. Never underestimate a person's wisdom. And never underestimate others. This is the 26th district. Along the way, the number of survivors chasing him was increasing. And there was almost no peace. Less than 10% of those chasing from the outer area. However, there were still quite a few people from the inner sub-districts. And it was inevitable to meet them halfway. The cloak of invisibility can block most of the yellow light. But he didn't expect that when someone approached within 3 meters of him, the secret book of seeking immortality hidden in his left trouser pocket would shine brightly and flicker continuously, as if giving other contenders a hint. What happened next can be imagined. The small group of people who met by chance launched the attack without hesitation, not caring about the deterrence of the snake pet at all. There were also some smart people who hid far away in the dense forest nearby, and they formed alliances with each other and then rushed forward. There have been 4 fights. Wang Hao felt exhausted and annoyed, and even summoned 2 zombie puppets. Summoning all of them is definitely not feasible. Once this is done, the number of people in the next alliance attack will be more. And by then, it may be possible to lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Prolonging the battle line and delaying time is undoubtedly the best solution for now. Okay. Come out. Don't gather together secretly and whisper. If you want to practice the secret book, come. You don't have much time left. Wang Hao glanced at the weeds that were up to his waist 7 or 8 meters away. And there were several figures swaying in the weeds. This group of people has gathered 6 people. 5 men and 1 woman. And they are planning a new round of attacks. Strategy? Nothing new. It's nothing more than snatching the seeking immortality from him first, and then competing fairly internally. The leader, Sang Biao, is a young man with a sinister face, short yellow hair on his head, and a ferocious black dragon tattoo on his right arm. This Sang Biao is quite capable. He participated in the last raid. At the last moment when the net was about to be closed, he threw out a mutant black bee as big as a volleyball, broke through the siege of the puppet black hair and red eyes, and escaped. Hearing Wang Hao's sarcastic words, Sang Biao smiled sinisterly and stuck his head out, not caring about being discovered at all. Little white face. We are not in a hurry. There are still 9 minutes. Wait a little longer. A little more manpower. So it's safe. The remaining 5 people followed and showed up. Next to Sang Biao was a charming female survivor, Qin Jing. I don't know where she collected a bright red, hollowed-out cool summer dress, which was particularly hot when she wore it. Brother Sang, can't we beat the 6 of us? He only has 3 pets. When she spoke, the other 4 looked over. Obviously, they had the same doubts in their hearts. Humph. Little hoof. Stop talking nonsense here. The last time we 4 attacked him together, The pretty boy summoned another red-eyed zombie, and almost got all of them. I guess he must have more pets. Wait a few more minutes. Don't be tricked into taking action, or you will be defeated one by one. Sang Biao continued to smile sinisterly, and did not forget to touch her but, taking advantage of her. Oh! Damn! Qin Jing said coquettishly. Her body softened, and she leaned on Sang Biao's arms. The other 4 people's throats moved together, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and tilted their heads to look elsewhere. Who can bear this enchanting and hot scene? With a powerful enemy at hand. If you get distracted at this moment, you will die without knowing how. Wang Hao was too lazy to waste time with him, so he stood up with his hands on his knees, took back the beach chair, and planned to move towards District 27. At this time, on the forest path ahead, a man and a woman walked over together. Sang Biao showed a happy expression. Chapter 308 The Powerful Stone. To show his sincerity, Sang Biao commanded his black bee pet to fly to the back and wave to the front. Brother, the cultivation secret book is here. Let's work together. When greeting, the others kept staring at Wang Hao, preventing him from taking the opportunity to escape. In this regard, Wang Hao did not mind at all, but took the initiative to lift up the cloak that was covering it, revealing the trouser pockets that were emitting yellow light, as if deliberately showing it to the visitor, since it cannot be hidden. Be generous. In this way, he watched a man and a woman approach, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a weird scene made Qin Jing frown, and she always felt something was wrong. The man and woman approached and stopped 10 meters away, just in time to meet Sang Biao, who was coming over. You mean, the secret book is in this person? The one who spoke was the young man. He was wearing a decent white shirt, a brand new pair of cropped trousers, and a baseball cap worn askew. He had bright eyebrows, clear eyes, and a smile on his lips, looking very sunny and handsome. The key point is, behind the young man, there was a fierce wild bobcat pet. While talking to Sang Biao, he also winked at his companions, and did not shy away from instructing others. Chu Wanru, listen to their conditions first. The words of instruction, at first glance, were nothing, but they just seemed weird. What exactly was strange about it? I couldn't tell for a moment. On the side, Wang Hao was waiting with a smile, especially after hearing the name of the female survivor. The smile on his lips became even stronger. It's really interesting. I met an acquaintance, and there were 2 of them, among the group of people opposite. Qin Jing felt more and more that something was wrong, and at the same time, an inexplicable uneasiness surged in her heart. In order to overcome the panic, she raised her hand to summon her battle pet. It was a short-tailed crocodile. She could get along in the cave world and dared to form an alliance with 5 big men, relying on this crocodile pet. With a powerful pet by her side, the uneasiness in her heart finally faded a lot. Sang Biao's attention was all on the new powerful foreign aid, and he didn't see Wang Hao's smile. Hearing the young man instructing his female companion, he immediately took over the conversation. The conditions are very simple. Let's snatch the secret book together, and then we can rely on our own abilities after we get it. The idea is a bit tricky, and the time is almost up. Okay, I agree. The young man agreed immediately. Sang Biao didn't expect it to be so easy. He originally planned to spend some time to explain the pros and cons, but now, he was holding back his words, and felt a little choked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Okay, it's settled. Let's do it together. Sang Biao immediately turned around and looked at Wang Hao with a sinister smile on his face. It was only then that he noticed the other party's smile. What are you laughing at? You will cry someday. Everyone together. The latter sentence was obviously said to others. After the delay just now, there were more than 7 minutes left. If they didn't take action now, it might be too late. After all, after grabbing the secret book, there was still a fierce competition among the 8 temporary allies present. Sang Biao waved his hand proudly, and the black bee war pet flew up first, and the bee-tail stinger bloomed a little black light. The other 5 people were also not vague, and they all raised their weapons. At the same time, 2 spotted hyena war pets appeared. Among the 6 people in the alliance, 4 of them had pets. It seems that this group of people is really powerful. Sang Biao looked around his own formation proudly, and shouted 2 words with a big laugh. Let's do it. Counting the 4 battle pets, it's a total of 13 against 4. Even if the pretty boy has some hidden cards, he is not afraid of the absolute strength. on the other side. Finally, when the other party made a move, Wang Hao laughed out loud. And he glanced at the new man and woman in the distance and exchanged glances with them. Uh-huh. Let's do it. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Hao waved his hand fiercely, and two more puppets appeared in front of him. This time, the puppet Earl and the spider were summoned. The four puppets and the snake pet, together with their master, rushed towards Chen Jing and the other five. Without even looking at Sang Biao, there was naturally someone to deal with that side. Capture the king first. Rush to the middle. Wang Hao fingers ahead of the snake pet, Stone. You stop those three pets. Hearing the owner's instructions, the stone dumped the black rock snake tail, such as the steel whip, and the first two spotted dogs were killed, and a short-tailed crocodile swept it over. At the same time, Shiko opened. Spray a large shark-crushed rock block and screw the target. This is its talent-moving mountain, the most suitable for the group battle in front of you. Previously, the stone had never made this trick for 4 consecutive games, because the owner told it to hide it. Now, you can finally show great power. Alas, the tail of the snake, the short-tailed crocodile that hit the low place first, hit it directly, and scratched a deep trace of soil on the ground. The two spotted hyenas were more flexible, and they jumped up together to avoid the clumsy sweep, but they were in midair, and were immediately covered and surrounded by a pile of rubble. Aoao. The rubble hit the limbs of the spotted hyenas, and they fell down with a howl. The power of the rubble was not small, but it was still a little short of the fire to kill the target. The spotted hyena that fell to the ground immediately bounced up, limped a distance, and joined the rolling short-tailed crocodile. The short-tailed crocodile had thick skin and flesh, and the snake tail attack just now could not kill it. After being hit at the beginning, the 3 battle pets learned a lot and joined forces to fight around the stone. Anyone could see that they were completely at a disadvantage with 3 against 1. The few counterattacks were more like tickling a stone. Wang Hao was not worried about the battle situation on the snake pet side. The remaining 4 men and 1 woman were just one-on-one. You 4. Each pick one and kill, Wang Hao ordered coldly. The puppets following on the left and right immediately dispersed, raised their crescent swords or relied on long swords, and each chose a target to rush towards. They were not fast, but they were steady and could always entangle the opponent for a while. Wang Hao chose the most eye-catching Chen Jing. Facing the enemy, Wang Hao would not have the thought of sympathizing with women, not to mention that he hated women who flirted. Chen Jing's weapon was a long wooden spear. The wooden spear was 8 feet long, and the silver-bright spear head, with a blue glow, was obviously poisoned. Seeing that Wang Hao had chosen her, she did not feel honored at all, and retreated without hesitation, moving closer to the nearest companion. At the same time, she stabbed and thrust with the wooden spear. There was no pattern to each move, but it was steady, accurate and ruthless. Obviously, she had learned a lot of attacking methods after surviving in the cave for 10 days. Wang Hao had no intention of sparring with her, nor did he want to fight with her. When he was about 2 meters away, he turned his wrist, and a black revolver appeared. Pistol! Chen Jing's face changed, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, because of the horror. Her retreating feet paused, and her lower abdomen and urethra also felt a twitch and tighten. Chapter 309, Damn! You are in the same group. That's right. It's a pistol. Although Chen Jing didn't study firearms much, she recognized the revolver in the other person's hand. Even a good man is afraid of a kitchen knife, and a kitchen knife is more afraid of a pistol. Even if a person is weak, as long as he has a gun in his hand, he will become majestic. In the era of cold weapons, whether you join the army to fight or become a bandit, those who are strong and have martial arts skills are often more favored. But in the era of hot weapons, as long as you can lift a gun and pull the trigger, you can become a soldier. Chen Jing didn't expect that the pretty boy opposite had such a thing. If he showed it early, she wouldn't even look at it even if he had a stack of secret books in his pocket. Now, what should I do? Close my eyes and wait for death? Beg for mercy? Or try my best to escape? 3 options popped up in her mind, but the only one that didn't include fighting to the end was not it. Immediately, she made a choice. Mercy. Pa! Wang Hao didn't give her a chance to finish her words. He shot her right in the middle of her eyebrows. The rapidly spinning bullet immediately penetrated her head and shot out from the back of her head. Behind Chen Jing was her temporary ally, who had small eyes and was waving an engineer shovel in his hand, ready to fight his red-eyed zombie opponent. The spinning bullet didn't stop, and continued to penetrate the right shoulder of the small-eyed survivor. Bang! The bullet that penetrated twice finally shot into the trunk of a pine tree. Plop! Qin Jing's body fell backwards, and her charming eyes, which were full of allure and charm, were filled with horror and despair. Ah! The one who screamed was Xiaoyan, who was injured on the shoulder. The puppet red eyes did not miss this opportunity, and stabbed forward with the sword, which immediately penetrated the chest. The blade turned and swept horizontally. Half of the body was cut open, and blood was spilled on the spot. It was impossible to survive. Xiaoyan's eyes bulged, and her mouth, which was open due to screaming, spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and her body fell to the ground along with the loosened engineer shovel. Things didn't end so simply. When Qin Jing and Little Eyes died, the 3 battle pets that were being played by the snake pet stone in front of them changed. The short-tailed crocodile and a spotted hyena suddenly twitched 3 times, fell to the ground with a plop, and were silent. The master died, and the servant died. To be honest, it was really unfair. No matter how vicious the mutant beast was, once it chose to recognize the survivor as its master, it would be responsible for protecting its master all the time, and could not slack off for a moment, even if it cost its life. When the battle pet died, the owner was basically fine, at most a stinging pain. But once the master died, the battle pet had to be buried with him. This is also the reason why both sides constantly try to attack their owners during pet battles. Without 2 heavyweight opponents, the remaining spotted hyena, which had not even advanced once, was no match for Stone. Stone's snake neck turned sharply, and its tail swept quickly at the same time. With the cooperation of the front and rear attack, it easily killed the last opponent. Then, it quickly jumped to the next target, the male survivor closest to the owner. Heh. It's still 1 shot and 2 lives. Wang Hao sighed softly at his good luck, twisted his wrist, and aimed it at the nearest target. Don't shoot. I surrender. The survivor who was pointed at turned pale, and immediately raised his hands, dodging the puppet red eyes that swung the long sword at him. Just kidding. The other party has a gun. Why fight? If he begged for mercy earlier, he might be able to save his life. Unfortunately, he was too optimistic. Some things, once started, will never end, and you can only bite the bullet and go all the way. Just when he saw Wang Hao move the muzzle of the gun and turn to the next target, a snake tail was getting closer and closer in his sight. Bang! The survivor who begged for mercy was smashed into a pool of blood and mud, and died refreshingly without pain. The battle has just begun. The unprecedented lineup of 5 people and 3 pets here. In a blink of an eye, only 2 bachelors are left, and the 2 weakest ones. And the cause of everything was just a gun, not a gorgeous shot. The remaining 2 survivors had no courage to hold on, so they turned around and headed into the dense forest. The secret book was definitely hopeless, and the most important thing now was to save their lives. At this time, a bunch of wet black hair and a silver spider silk suddenly appeared behind them, and quickly wrapped around and strangled the ankles of the 2. Ah, don't! Brother! Brother! Spare my life! The 2 men fell down and were dragged back. They were desperate and helpless, and could only scream, looking at the 4 puppets and snake pets surrounding them. Wang Hao no longer worried about any mistakes, and turned sideways to face Sang Biao. The battle over there was also coming to an end. Time went back a little. With the help of the strong reinforcements, Sang Biao was excited to drive his black bee pet to surround and kill the isolated little white face. The black bee had just flown 3 or 5 meters when the dull roar of a wild cat came from behind him. The strange thing was, this roar appeared behind him and was getting closer and closer. Not only the roar of the wild cat, Sang Biao also heard a very harsh strange sound, as if some insect vibrated its wings. The strange sound was also approaching him. What was going on? The position where he was standing was not at all on the route of the 2 strong reinforcements attacking the little white face. Logically speaking, the sound of the pet would not approach him, unless Sang Biao thought of a possibility and felt frightened. Wait! Just now! When he turned around, the pretty boy was smiling. Sang Biao thought it was not good, and immediately raised his left leg to leave here first. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sang Biao's raised left foot suddenly felt a sharp pain. At the same time, his right calf, which was supporting the ground, also felt a slight numbness and itchiness, as if it was bitten by a mosquito. He looked down. The wild cat of the Sunny Man was biting his left ankle tightly, growling and pulling back. The slender fangs had penetrated the Achilles tendon, and blood dripped to the ground. Compared with the tragic left ankle, the right calf was a better scene. A red monster insect the size of a ball was clinging to the surface of his trousers, piercing his trouser legs with a long needle-shaped mouthpart, sucking something. Every time it sucked, a spherical protrusion would wriggle in the needle, approaching the monster insect's hideous head, and finally being sucked into its belly. If nothing unexpected happened, the monster insect would suck the blood under the skin of his calf. But why didn't he feel any pain at all? Now was not the time to think about these things. The two strong reinforcements he had brought in actually allowed their pets to attack him. And combined with the inexplicable smile of the pretty boy just now, the answer was already obvious. Fuck. You are in the same group. Big Black Bee. Come and save me. After Sangbiao sent out a cry for help, he swung his legs violently, trying to shake off the strange insect and the wild mountain cat. Just as he swung his legs to dodge, he felt two cold stings in his back, as if two sharp weapons had pierced his chest. Sangbiao lowered his head and saw clearly. What pierced his chest were two slender round spikes, with a few drops of blood still hanging on the tips of the spikes. Chapter 310. It's better not to enter the 37th area. Swish. Two round spikes were pulled out at the same time. Sangbiao had already felt the loss of vitality, and he knew that he was really doomed this time. The good luck of escaping last time did not continue. This will be his burial place. I am not willing to accept it. I really don't want to accept it. The secret book should be mine. Bang! Sangbiao fell to the ground in despair. In his gradually blurred vision, he saw the last scene of his life. It was the scene of the reunion of old friends. The little white face with the secret book was walking over with a smile and greeted the two men in Yangwang. Xiao Yu. Long time no see. Miss Chu. Hello. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. It turned out that they were all his acquaintances. In the dense forest, a fight ended with one side winning. The black bee pet that was rushing back to support died along with its owner. The last two enemies were also surrounded and killed by 4 puppets and snake pets. The smell of blood was wafting in the field. There were still 3.5 minutes left in the countdown. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. On the one hand, he wanted to collect the spoils, and on the other hand, he wanted to deter others. Even if 1 or 2 more came, they would not dare to cause trouble for him after seeing the tragic end of these robbers. Besides, when old friends meet, they always have to say hello. Wang Hao, Lu Xiaoyu, and Chu Wanru stood together, and they didn't care about the blood here. The pets of the 3 were scattered around. In addition to looting their own spoils, they were also responsible for the vigilance nearby. Brother Hao. It's not a long time. It's only been a few days. Lu Xiaoyu took back the spiked weapon in his hand, looking happy. It was indeed beyond his expectation to meet in the survival challenge. Chu Wanru's performance was a little restrained, even a little shy. Perhaps she was not used to the other party's praise. Brother Wang, thank you for giving us the musket. What are you talking about? I bought the pattern of the iron fire gun from you. I got a bargain. Wang Hao laughed. Then, he patted his left trouser pocket, which was shining yellow, and changed the subject. You two came from the inner area, right? Also for this cultivation secret book? Yes. Ah. No. Lu Xiaoyu answered casually, but he immediately realized that it was inappropriate and changed his words in a panic. Chu Wanru rolled her eyes at him, but did not interrupt. Wang Hao saw the performance of the two people. He smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Everyone wants good things. As long as you don't steal mine. It's fine. This sentence is both a joke and a statement of his principles. There are many cases where friends have fallen out due to conflicts of interest. It is better to speak openly than to be on guard in secret. Lu Xiaoyu flapped his head repeatedly. His cheeks flushed, and he no longer looked like the sunny and handsome guy just now. Brother Hao. No. No. We are just here to see each other. And we have no other thoughts in our minds now. And we will not rob you. It feels like the more you explain, the worse it gets. Chu Wanru kicked him with her toes, and her pretty face was full of anger. Brother Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. By the way, you didn't use the iron fire gun just now, did you? This woman must have something with Lu Xiaoyu. Ordinary companions would not make such intimate actions. Wang Hao's mind was as clear as a mirror. He was more than happy that the other party was willing to change the subject. It was not a wise thing to dwell on the topic of cultivation secrets. After all, everyone has selfish motives. Of course not. I picked up one on the road. It's a little lighter than the iron fire gun. He made up a random excuse to get away with it. What are your plans? We plan to return to the inner area. Yes. Yes. Although it's a little more dangerous inside. But there are more rewards. Definitely better than picking up garbage outside. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't ask about the secrets, Lu Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his own views. After speaking, he secretly glanced at the female companion beside him, and then quickly retracted his gaze. Seeing this, Wang Hao felt that his previous judgment was correct. Thinking back to the past, whenever his father was about to make an important decision, he would unconsciously glance at his mother, and only after confirming that there was nothing out of line overstepping authority would he suddenly feel heroic. Brother Hao, why don't you join us and share the harvest equally? Cough. Chu Wanru coughed lightly and immediately took over the conversation. What are you talking about? Brother Wang doesn't think much of your stuff. Besides, if so many of us get together, the harvest will definitely not be as good as if we were to brush it separately. Yes, it makes sense. Wang Hao agrees with this point. Even if Chu Wanru didn't say it, he would find a reason to separate from them. The efficiency of brushing alone is definitely faster than that of brushing with more people. When there are many people and eyes, some hidden means are not easy to expose, but will slow down the progress. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu stopped talking, he was 100% sure of one thing, that the relationship between the couple in front of him was unusual and had exceeded the boundaries of companionship friendship. Before falling in love, men like to show off their masculinity and be the first to do everything, but when they are really in a relationship, especially after getting married, they will be quite henpecked and ask for instructions from their superiors in everything. Miss Chu is right, and I plan to go straight into the innermost area, not step by step, exploring one area after another. Brother Hao, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it is. 2 people we know went into the 37th area together, and then we lost news of them. Lu Xiaoyu looked a little anxious. Brother Wang, I know you have many tricks and strong strength, but it's best not to enter the light curtain of Area 37. Chu Wanru also persuaded him. The 2 guys persuaded him in unison, and Wang Hao became interested. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Did you 2 add them as friends? The status display is abnormal? Or is the name grayed out? It's not grayed out, but no message can be sent out. It always prompts the survivor is out of contact, and the message sent cannot be delivered, which is probably what it means. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a few seconds and explained the situation as clearly as possible. Chu Wanru, who was standing aside, also nodded. The 2 had already discussed this. Disconnected, Wang Hao muttered, then looked up at the 2. The 2 looked serious, obviously describing a serious matter, with a little worry between their brows. Okay, I got it. At this time, the countdown at the top of the field of vision was about to come to an end, and it was flashing rapidly. 00 minutes and 10 seconds. 00 minutes and 8 seconds. 00 minutes and 6 seconds. Lu Xiaoyu and Chu Wanru both noticed the countdown. They only glanced at it and stopped paying attention to it. Instead, they looked at Wang Hao opposite them with some expectation. Once the countdown is over, he will definitely take out the cultivation secret book to study. Right? I just don't know what's so strange about it. Since it's destined not to be obtained, it's good to broaden my horizons here and gain some experience. Both of them had the same thought. So, they had some expectations in their hearts. 00 minutes and 3 seconds. 00 minutes and 2 seconds. 00 minutes and 01 seconds. The rapidly flashing blood-red countdown disappeared from the 3 people's vision. At the same time, the yellow light seeping out of Wang Hao's left trouser pocket suddenly disappeared. Chapter 311 Skills Unlocked. 325. As soon as the yellow light disappeared, Wang Hao immediately reached his left hand into his left trouser pocket and touched the secret book rolled into a tube. With a thought, the secret book seeking immortality was immediately put into the ring. Now, he finally felt at ease. As long as it can be put into the ring, others will not be able to see that he is carrying a treasure. Without greed, most survivors will not provoke a fully armed master for no reason. Brother Hao, have you learned the secret book? Is there any difference? Lu Xiaoyu asked expectantly when he saw the bulging trouser pocket deflated. Xu Wanru, who was standing aside, quickly bumped Lu Xiaoyu with her right elbow. Xiaoyu, what are you asking? Some things are personal privacy. And you don't know any manners. She said it nicely, but her beautiful eyes were shining and full of expectation. This is the first secret book of cultivation to come out. Which survivor dares to say that he is not curious at all? Oh, I won't ask any more. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed his hands, looking a little embarrassed. Wang Hao saw the expressions of the two people. He really couldn't answer this question, because he didn't plan to learn the secret book. There was no special reason, but he felt that the time was not right. In addition, in his ring space, there were two seeking immortality secrets that were not fakes. So many true and false cultivation secret books appeared one after another, and he always felt that it was not so simple. If this one is real, then what about the other fakes? It can't be that Qin Chuan is bored and deliberately made up a trick to amuse everyone. Wang Hao was the first to disbelieve it. Wait a minute. There is no rush. After a moment of silence, he decided not to answer. Xiaoyu, let's talk about this later. Let's leave here first. They have almost finished collecting the spoils. They refer to the 3 war pets. The division of the spoils follows the principle of whoever kills picks up, which is fairer. Wang Hao put away the 4 puppets that went out to fight, leaving only the stone to follow him, and walked towards the light curtain of the 27th area first. The puppets did not move fast, so it was more convenient to put them away when they were in a hurry. When passing by Lu Xiaoyu, Wang Hao gently patted his shoulder and reminded him to follow him. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu thought he had said the wrong thing and was feeling extremely embarrassed. With this step, he hurriedly agreed. He turned around and walked side by side with Wang Hao. Xu Wanru, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality, made a follow gesture to the strange insect pet hovering in the air, and followed behind Wang Hao and the others. The 3 of them passed through the light curtain. When they passed the light curtain, Wang Hao called up the chat interface of the panel and glanced at the number of survivors in the upper right corner. 54,859. The number of survivors is still decreasing. Among these reduced numbers, there were 15 people who died while trying to steal the secret book. Wang Hao called up the interface. Not the number of people, but the number 27 foot that followed. This number represented the area he was in. 27. If the giant cave really had 48 zones, he would have been halfway through his journey. The 3 of them discussed briefly and decided to split up. However, they roughly defined the search area and agreed to provide mutual support as much as possible if they encountered an irresistible danger. Xiaoyu, Miss Chu, I'll go first. According to the nature of the survival challenge rules, the areas after Zone 37 must be faced. All we can do now is not to miss any opportunity to improve ourselves. Wang Hao waved his hand and continued to move forward in the direction of the vertical light curtain. No matter whether the giant light curtain is square or round, the vertical direction is definitely the shortest shortcut. Brother Hao, be careful. Brother Wang, come on. Behind him, the blessings of Lu Xiaoyu and his wife came, and Wang Hao felt that his steps were much lighter than usual. Area 28. A birch forest in the middle. Wang Hao hid in the half-human high grass and solemnly called up the system panel. There are not many available operations in the several sub-items of the panel. This time, he didn't check the chat channel, but stared at the grayed out skill item. The countdown on it was about to return to 0. 32 seconds. 30 seconds left. The intention behind the scenes was very straightforward, which was to increase the difficulty infinitely, opening it every 4 hours. Indeed, many survivors were caught off guard, due to over-reliance on the skill granted by the panel. Not many people paid attention to the fire-making skills necessary for survival in the wild. The skill item was locked, so the campfire could not be made, and there was no way to talk about grilling and cooking food. Along the way, Wang Hao met many survivors. In order to replenish Kuei's lost physical strength, they had to choose to eat raw meat and drink blood, like wild beasts. Not to mention them. Even if Wang Hao is quite wealthy, he has already eaten 16 bags of compressed biscuits. If this continues, the inventory will not last a whole day. Speaking of compressed biscuits, it is really uncomfortable to eat too much. It is too scratchy. Now, just waiting for skill to unlock and make some other food to change the taste. The last 30 seconds passed quickly. Time: 4:35. The button that was grayed out before suddenly returned to normal. Ding! The skill function is temporarily unblocked and will be locked again in 5 minutes. The next unlocking time is 8 hours. Which is also the last time. It really deserves a beating. Glancing at the flashing system message, Wang Hao cursed in his heart. It's not enough to passively participate in the survival challenge, but also to set various harsh conditions. This is simply not treating the survivors as human beings. Perhaps in the eyes of some big men, the survivors are just a group of ants that can be easily manipulated. There is no way. The situation is stronger than people. Wang Hao shook his head, threw away these thoughts that hindered his concentration, and began to operate quickly. Food is a must. Wang Hao immediately lit 2 bonfires nearby, took out frying pans and casseroles, and began to fry and cook animal meat. Under the bonfire, for sweet potatoes were buried. These are not enough. Wang Hao clicked on the steamed buns in the list and made finished products with all the flour in stock. Nearly 400 snow-white buns were enough to ensure his food for the day. In addition to these, bullets also needed to be replenished. Moreover, the more the better. In the next 8 hours, no one knew what accidents would happen. Bullets. 5 bullets left in the gun. It was okay in the less dangerous outer areas, but once encountered a chaotic scene of siege, it would not meet the needs. Fire attribute spirit. I still have a stock. There is no need to be stingy at this time. After a series of operations, there were 4 more groups of bullets in the ring. That is, 24 bullets. To do this, 10 units of wood, 2 units of iron ingots, 2 units of kerosene, 2 fire attribute spirits, and 2 earth attribute spirits were consumed. Among them, 12 bullets still have the effect of spiral, which increases a little penetration. The other 12 bullets have the enchantment effect of shatter that has never been seen before. Chapter 3:12 Noisy benches and door bars. Shatter after the improvement of cave technology. The bullet will immediately shatter into dozens of pieces after hitting the target, destroying the target's body functions. And the additional damage value is +1. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the effect of this wave. Shatter. This effect obviously lacks penetration, and is definitely not enough to attack solid targets. But it is quite powerful when dealing with particularly difficult big guys or survivors. The injuries caused by shrapnel to the body are not so easy to treat. Wang Hao looked through all the newly made bullets, and put them back into the Qinglong ring. 24 bullets. Plus the 5 in the pistol. A total of 29 bullets. As long as he doesn't encounter a big battle, he will definitely be able to hold on until the next skill unlock 8 hours later. Revolver. No need to make it for now. A revolver can be loaded with ammunition 6 times. And the bullets currently made are just enough. An empty gun without bullets is no different from a fire stick. For minutes passed. The remaining time, Wang Hao quickly browsed the manufacturing list, and his eyes finally stopped on a useless item. What was previously considered useless can now be used. The bonfire skill given by the system is semi-disabled, so it is a good idea to make a slight change and use candles to preserve the fire. Candle 5, Kerosene 1361/1, Matuan 582 of 1. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of candles have been met. Please enter the production quantity. It shouldn't be a problem for common lighting candles to burn for 2 or 3 hours. But I don't know how thick or thin the candles made by this system can be. The thicker this kind of thing is, the better. Wang Hao was too lazy to calculate, and time was tight, so he directly entered 10. Ding! Kerosene -10. Glutinous rice balls -10. Ding! Candles +50. 50 candles, no matter how bad it is, can last for 20 hours. Wang Hao immediately took out one. The white candle that appeared in front of him was very similar to the one he had lit when the power went out in the village when he was a child. It was white all over, 20 centimeters long, and about the same thickness as a newborn baby's arm. Well, this should be considered a reinforced candle, and it must be more durable than expected. Wang Hao fiddled with the rope twister that was tilted to one side, and brought it close to a bonfire beside him to light it. In this not-so-dark cave environment, the flickering candle flame looked pale and dim. It should be fine. With a thought, the burning candle was put into the ring space. And with another thought, the candle was taken out again. The candle flame was completely unaffected. That's good. It's very important to keep the fire. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. First inserted the candle into the wet soil, and then threw out a large item from the ring space. To be precise, there were two. A long door bar, and a narrow four-legged bench. Door bar spirit, bench monster. At this moment, the two spirits were still performing a love story of inseparable. Their bodies tightly pressed together, and the parts that pressed together were wrapped with circles of ropes, tied like a weird long zongzi. Even if the body is tied up, even if the eyes are crooked and drooping, even if they have become prisoners, even if they have experienced a lot of hardships, they can't stop the two monsters from quarreling and making fun of each other. Stinky bench. Dead bench. Stay away from me. Don't rub my bottom with your stinky mouth. Shut up. Rotten door bar. Do you think I want to? Your rotten with smell is nothing compared to the soft buttocks of a young lady. Who cares? Who cares? I care. Huh? Silly bench. Why do I feel a little bit of daylight? Grass. Grass? Who are you scolding? Don't blame me for getting angry with you. It's real grass. Green grass. Move your eyes to the back of the bench. Don't lie to me. I'm really... Seeing the two monsters startled, Wang Hao had to interrupt them. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll burn you. In order to see the effect faster, he kicked down the door bar and bench tied together, rolled on the ground and stopped. Only 20 to 30 centimeters away from the nearest bonfire. The two monsters were startled and moved their bodies, or bench legs, together to keep themselves a little away from the bonfire. Then, they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. When they saw that it was Wang Hao staring at them, they immediately shut their mouths wisely. They were silent, with fear in their eyes. Obviously, the two monsters remembered something bad. Door bar. Bench. I'll assign you a small task. Look after this candle, and don't let it go out. Replace it with a new candle when it's almost burned out. Wang Hao paused and decided to give them a little more favor to show that he was not mean. If you perform well this time, I won't tie you up with ropes in the future, and you won't be beaten intermittently. Do you understand? The door bar monster and bench monster, who were tied tightly together, nodded repeatedly, making a crisp sound. The two pairs of eyes with bruises still on their faces burst out with a strong desire to perform. They followed the instruction of shut up very well, and no one spoke. Overall, it was quite sensible. Wang Hao pulled out the water-breaking dagger, cut the knots in the ropes with a stroke, and then put the dagger back into the sheath. The rope fell off immediately. The two monsters who regained their freedom immediately crawled on the ground and carefully protected the white candle standing on the ground. Two pairs of eyes stared at the flickering candlelight, not daring to breathe. He felt more at ease with someone on duty. Don't resist. I will take you and this candle back to the castle. The door-barring monster and the bench monster nodded together. After nodding, the two monsters immediately approached the candle, with their bodies close together. In this way, they are one body, which saves Wang Hao the trouble of contacting them one by one. Still has some good eyesight. After getting confirmation, Wang Hao took out the water-breaking dagger and poked one end of the doorbar spirit with the dagger's outer sheath. Swish! The two spirits and the white candle disappeared at the same time. 4:10. Time is up. On the panel, skill turned gray again, and a digital timer appeared on it again. 7 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It will take 8 hours to unlock the next skill, which can be said to be quite long. The food and resource consumption generated during this period will be very amazing. I have enough preparations, so I don't have to worry about it. In front, two bonfires are burning vigorously, and the crackling sound of dry wood continues. In the pan, the thin slices of animal meat that had been cut long ago were sizzling and exuding a strong aroma of meat. What a nice smell. Wang Hao used the materials on the spot, broke off two long branches, and cut them lightly with a dagger a few times. And a pair of simple long wooden chopsticks appeared in front of him. This time, he had to have a good meal. Barbecue is still delicious when eaten right now. It will taste much worse when it is cold. And I don't know when the next meal will be. He picked up the long wooden chopsticks, patiently turned the animal meat at the bottom of the pot, and sprinkled some fine salt and seasonings on it from time to time. And the aroma of barbecue was even stronger. In the challenge space, the smoke rising from the cooking stove is not only from Wang Hao. No survivor who participated in the survival challenge would give up a good opportunity to replenish supplies. And they all wanted to make some food reserves, especially those who were hungry and ran out of food. Chapter 3:13 Aliens attracted by the scent. None of the survivors expected that the skills option that everyone relied on for survival would become ineffective in the survival challenge. So, a considerable number of people only prepared emergency medicines, equipment, and special resources for healing and saving lives, and did not think about the storage of cooked food. The survivors did not expect that the clean water and food used to maintain the necessary physical strength would be consumed so seriously. It's just a short day. 3 bottles of pure water, 3 liters of clean water should be enough. And the extra ones might as well be replaced with life-saving things. How much can you eat and drink in a day? Just prepare a little bit for your sake. And there is still time to cook the food now. I have 10 bottles of pure water and 3 portions of roasted beast meat. I can eat and drink enough. There are many people who hold similar ideas. However, God and the survivors played a joke. Those with sufficient inventory will not be affected. Those with insufficient or just enough inventory will be in big trouble. In 1 hour, at least 4 bags of compressed biscuits, 2 units of beast meat, or 7 or 8 packs of wafer biscuits will be consumed. Who can afford such a speed? If the amount of exercise is greater, the consumption will be faster. For a while, clean water and food were extremely scarce, with sales and transactions locked. Scrambling, killing, and hunting became the few ways to obtain them. District 11. Most of the scavengers on the periphery tacitly retreated a distance and no longer ran out of the light curtain to scavenge, but waited for the time to unlock the skill. The benefits of unlocking skills are definitely several times stronger than scavenging. As soon as the unlocking time came, these survivors immediately got busy, making 1 piece of protective equipment, 1 piece of food, and 1 tool weapon after another. They had already made a plan for what to make. They were just doing their best to use every minute and every second. Raincoats, protective masks, bamboo skewers, batter, iron rakes, stone hammers. They are not only making things, but also exchanging them quickly. What a lively scene! District 24. A relatively spacious open space surrounded by burnt thorn bushes. 2 survivors gathered around a bonfire, constantly turning the long wooden sticks in their hands, trying to make each piece of meat on the skewer evenly roasted. Their faces were black and red, all with traces of smoke and fire. Brother, hey, if we run around like this, will we encounter a beast tide? I heard them say that there have been several small-scale beast tides in the inner area, and many people died. That's better than scavenging outside. The survivors on the periphery are all cowards, and there is nothing good in their rings. The more poisonous storms there are, the fewer resources can be left. Didn't you notice that there is basically no clean water and food in the identity rings you get later? That's right. Brother, hey, we won't attract wild animals or other people if we grill meat like this. Right? How could it be so coincidental? Even if 1 or 2 of them come, would they dare to attack us? I burned the thorn bushes around us to prevent some people from sneaking up on us. The survivor, known as Brother Hay, laughed and raised the long wooden stick on which the meat was skewered. He sniffed it close to his nose. It smells so good. Wang Chong. Let's hold on tight and try to grill more. Before he finished speaking, a rough and wild laugh sounded. Then, there was the sound of trampling on dead branches and stomping on the ground. These human races are really arrogant. That's right. This time it's our turn to take action. You don't mind? Do you? Hey, go ahead. The 2 guys are skinny and Sunbarker is not interested in them. The 2 people who were roasting the beast meat were startled and stood up immediately, with their backs pressed against each other, and looked over when they heard the voice. The one who just spoke was a short, grinning dog-headed man. Sunbarker is the self-proclaimed name of the dog-headed man. In addition to this dog-headed man, there are also pig-bodied monsters, blood clans and minotaurs. There are 6 monsters in total, and all of them are covered with wounds, as if they have just experienced a fight. Even if there are 6, they are not something they can resist. Immediately, Hage and Wang Chong looked panicked, and the wooden sticks of meat skewers in their hands fell to the ground with a snap. Next, the 2 reacted in the same way. Oh my god! Run! Monster! Run! The 2 turned and ran. When they passed the bonfire, they stretched out their feet and kicked the burning fire 3 or 4 times. The burning firewood splashed into the air and flew towards the 2 tall blood clans who were chasing them. They had done this kind of cooperation before, and it worked well. Only this time, it was not so smooth. The 2 tall blood clans were extremely fast. At the moment when the firewood flew over, They swept their arms and easily cleared the road. Then, their figures flashed. The next time they appeared, they were behind the two fleeing people, only 1 meter away. Speed has always been the strong point of the vampires. When Brother Hayes saw this scene from the corner of his eye, he was terrified. This ghostly speed was simply incomparable to normal humans. He might be caught up and entangled in the next second, and be besieged by 6 aliens. No, I can't be caught up. Brother Hayes' mind flashed, and he immediately thought of a way to escape. Wang Chong. Let's fight them. Brother Hay roared, took out a serrated long sword, and swept it fiercely to his side. Swish. The sharp serrated blade immediately left a deep wound on Wang Chong's calf, and even the bones could be seen. After wounding his companion, H sneered, turned his wrist to retract the sawtooth long sword, and ran forward without looking back, without slowing down at all. When you encounter tigers, wolves, bears and leopards in the mountains and forests, no matter how fast you run, you can't outrun those ferocious beasts. But as long as you outrun others, you can have a glimmer of hope. My dear grandson, this is why Grandpa has never failed in hunting for 30 years. In the future, once you have to live in a dangerous situation, you must find a reliable companion. Companion? Companion? Companion when alive, food when dead. In Hayes' mind, the words that his grandfather always said flashed through his mind. And at this moment, he felt that it was extremely correct. With his companions guarding the rear, he would definitely be able to escape. Thinking of this, Hayes' speed became faster. Without the thorns blocking the way, Hayes ran into the lush forest in almost a blink of an eye. Ah! Wang Chong, who had just taken out the short axe, did not expect this to happen, and immediately fell to the ground in pain. He really did not expect that Hayes, who had the best relationship with him, would suddenly plot against him and make him a live bait. Wang Chong barely got up from the ground, picked up the short axe in grief and anger, and waved it vigorously at the approaching tall vampire, uttering desperate curses. Zhou Wuhei, you son of a bitch! Ah! What can I do with curses? The 6 aliens in the field were just slightly stunned by this sudden scene, and then surrounded them with wild laughter. If the two human races were united, they would really be a little confused. Before coming here, in order to snatch the Seeking Immortality secret, they had fought several battles with the human survivors, and half of their manpower was lost. It is easy to deal with too, but these teammates have their own selfishness. Who dares to guarantee that they will not be used as guns? Now, the other side kills each other. Which is the best? A group of aliens surrounded them tacitly, and no one chased the black brother who fled far away, ready to pick the soft persimmon. Not long after, beside the ashes of the campfire, a shrill and desperate scream sounded. Chapter 314. The rope lost its way. Area 31. Here, it is very close to the core area, and exhausted beasts and birds can be seen everywhere. Beasts are often more sensitive to the foreseeing of danger. Before the poisonous storm shrinks inward, the beast sensed the danger coming and migrated to the safe area. The beast tide came from this. This vast jungle twists and turns, and most beasts have reached the limit of their movement after running for several kilometers. Dozens of kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers in a panic. They collapse to the ground panting and struggling helplessly. Of course, some mutant beasts that are good at running must be eliminated. At the beginning, Lin Xiaoxiao was still happily picking up corpses, feeling her unparalleled good luck. But as more and more small animals fell in front of her, showing desperate and begging eyes, she felt that her fun was fading little by little. 4:05. Unlocking time is up. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the system panel, kicked a pitiful and exhausted hellhound on the ground with her toes, and jumped onto a giant pine tree. Compared with other survivors, she did not light a campfire to cook food, but made round wooden barrels and poured a milky white powder into them. When the powder was half poured, she poured 1/3 of clean water into it and stirred it with a wooden stick. 1 barrel, 2 barrels, 3 barrels. When she finished the 6th bucket, she stopped similar actions and began to make metal nails, iron bolts, then wooden sticks and wooden gears and other parts. 5 minutes, and she quickly reached the end. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked down at the ground. Her war pet, Che Dishu, had chased a group of rodents under the tree, and stood up, arrogantly lecturing, having a lot of fun. Shifan, pay attention to the surroundings. You have to wait for me for another 5 minutes. Squeak! Che Dishu raised the corner of his mouth, waved his front paws a little annoyed, as if responding perfunctorily, and never stopped lecturing his disciples. He looked like an honest boyfriend who was waiting downstairs for his girlfriend to finish her makeup before going shopping with him. 5 minutes. 5 minutes for a girl may be 5 hours. Don't worry about it. Just do what you need to do. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to feel guilty. She shook her fist symbolically to protest, and then began to assemble some equipment. Her expression was very focused. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Gradually, a small device similar to an arrow tower took shape between the solid branches. Compared with the arrow tower made by the pattern, it is more compact and delicate, and has a black metallic luster everywhere. When Lin Xiaoxiao was concentrating on assembling the equipment, she didn't notice that a familiar figure flashed by on the nearby dense forest path, missing the opportunity to meet by chance. Area 37. This place is shrouded in extremely thick white fog, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Everything is quiet. Wang Daolong hid under an ancient elm tree. Stones and wood were piled up around it, about 1.78 meters high, and 2 iron sheets were placed on the top, forming a simple, not solid shelter. This small shelter was barely enough to deal with some small beasts, and slightly larger beasts could knock it down. If you meet other survivors, they can easily take away the stacked wood and stones and strip it clean. If only this shelter could be upgraded infinitely. Wang Daolong thought of the online novels he had read before, and thought about it with extravagant hope. Even in his contemplation, he kept sending messages for help, hoping that someone would come to rescue him. There were many people to whom he sent messages. As long as he had a little friendship with someone, he would send out messages for help with expectation. Then, he was disappointed. Brother Wang, I'm in District 8 now, and I can't get there at all. If the transaction wasn't locked, I could still support you with some food. The most loyal Wei in the underworld said this very sincerely. If it wasn't for the District 8 who betrayed him, Wang Daolong would definitely be grateful. Brother Wang, according to what you said, the illusion array is very powerful. I'm not trapped if I go in. I'm sorry. His best friend Wang Biao replied to him. Daolong, I'm trapped in the fallen leaf swamp in District 39 and can't escape. Sun Xiaojun is a hapless guy, and this is probably true. Brother Long, I'm in District 12 with a scavenging group. We're in District 25, so I really can't make it. Zhong Xiaoshan, his former younger brother, responded helplessly. Wang Daolong didn't dare to guess whether the rest of the replies were true or false. In addition to the above, Wang Daolong sent the last message for help to Wang Hao. The reason was that he still felt that he owed the other party too much, and he would not cause trouble if he could solve it himself. That was his last stubbornness dignity. Brother Hao, where are you? Can you come and save me? I'm trapped in the 37th area. This is a strange misty illusion array, like a giant maze. Brother Hao, my food is almost gone. I will die if I go down. I don't want to die here. Brother Hao, do you have any reliable friends nearby? I asked a lot of people, but they are all busy. He was trapped here for almost 2 hours, and before the skill was unlocked. At first, relying on the support of the iron fire gun, Wang Daolong did not take the white mist illusion array seriously, and wanted to find a way out by his own strength. The vertical distance between the 2 light curtains is only 500 meters in total. Even if you walk straight with your eyes closed, it won't take long. This was the original idea. Unfortunately, an hour later, he was still wandering around in the illusion, as if he had encountered a ghost wall and could not find a way out. Along the way, he did not meet anyone. Gradually, Wang Daolong, who was gradually feeling desperate, could only choose to stay in one place to reduce the unnecessary consumption of physical strength. After building the shelter, he still had the fantasy that the survivors or beasts in the periphery would always flock to the 37th area to avoid the storm. As long as he met 1 or 2 by chance, he could follow them out of the white fog illusion. However, another hour passed. Still could not hear any animal sounds, let alone the survivors passing by. Within 5 minutes of unlocking skills, Wang Daolong quickly processed all the beast meat and lit 2 bonfires outside the shelter. Then, he began to ask for help, because he found that the food in stock could only last for 2 hours, and there was not much time left for him to squander. After experiencing repeated rejection, Wang Daolong was infinitely desperate. Just then, in the lower right corner, there was a flashing avatar. Wang Daolong clicked it without expectation and glanced at it casually. Then, his eyes widened. Daolong, hold on for a while. I will try to get to District 37 within 2 hours. Try to maintain your physical strength. If possible, collect more elm seeds, which can also fill your stomach. 2 messages came one after another. The one who sent the message was Wang Hao. Oh, thank you, Brother Hao. I'll wait for you. Wang Daolong was overjoyed. And with trembling fingers, he responded with gratitude. Some things can be ignored. Some things must be taken care of. And some things can be done at will. For example, Wang Daolong's request for help. When the message came, Wang Hao was finishing up the barbecue and preparing to set off. His purpose of going forward was to cross to the core area and find higher treasures or rare resources there. District 37 is bound to pass by. In this case, it is better to agree to it first. Whether Wang Daolong can be found and rescued depends on God's will. This time, the journey is still carried out by the snake pet Stone. And the soul pet Xiaoxue is responsible for reconnaissance at a high altitude to minimize the delay on the road. Whenever Xiaoxue gives a hint that there are survivors or scattered fleeing beasts ahead, Wang Hao chooses to change the route to avoid all unnecessary contact. The terrain is becoming more and more complex. It is also becoming more and more dangerous. On the surface, it looks like a flat fallen leaf ground. But in fact, there are collapsed pits or underground rivers hidden under the ground. As long as you step on it, you will be lucky if you sprain your ankle and fall. Therefore, it is not uncommon to fail in life or fall into an underground river. Fortunately, there is Stone. With its huge and thick body and its keen sense of danger, Wang Hao, with his special ability of perspective, saw through one natural trap after another and avoided them. The journey was very smooth, except for the 3-minute delay caused by a chameleon that was good at hiding in the 30-second area. The rest of the road was unobstructed, crossing one area every 3 to 5 minutes. The speed was already amazing. It took only 50 minutes to reach the inner light curtain of the 36th area. 4:58. There were still 2 minutes until 5 in the morning. In front of him was a milky white light curtain. On the surface of the light curtain, circular ripples continued to appear, spreading and rippling around. At first glance, it looked like a flowing wall of milk standing in front of him, connecting the sky and the earth. Wang Hao did not rush in rashly, but took out dozens of bundles of hemp ropes prepared in advance, carefully connected and lengthened them, and stretched them hard every time he tied a section to ensure that the connection was firm. At the same time, he was still observing the surrounding environment. As long as you cross the milky white light curtain, you will reach the dangerous core area, and you cannot be careless at all. The total length of the rope, added together, is at most a little over 100 meters, which is definitely far from enough compared to the 500 meters in the vertical direction. If Wang Daolong had sent a distress message earlier, he could have made a large number of supplements. Now, I can only make do with it. In order to ensure the length, he even borrowed the ropes used to tie up the bench monster and the door bar monster, which made the 2 monsters in the castle jump with fear, thinking that they were not doing well enough and someone was going to punish them temporarily. This is a digression. After the long ropes were connected, it was time to explore the 37th area. Wang Hao first took out a wooden spear, held it horizontally at his waist, and inserted it into the light curtain, trying to make it vertical. He then picked up the end of the long rope and handed it to the snake pet beside him. Sure to hold it tightly and go into this light curtain for me. When I shake the other end of the rope, you let it go back. Remember, always keep it parallel to the wooden spear. Stone tilted his head and blinked his eyes, not quite understanding the meaning of vertical. Well, it means that the rope and the javelin are neither close nor far away, and they always stay like this. Wang Hao demonstrated it on the spot, making sure it was easy to understand, until the stone's gray pupils lit up. It seemed that it understood. The stone shook its head happily, opened its big mouth, bit the long rope handed over, twisted its body, and plunged into the giant milky white light curtain. The winding and swinging snake tail was gradually getting shorter, until it disappeared completely. The long rope on the ground was stretched straight like a ruler, and it was sent out in circles. Wang Hao carefully controlled the rope with his left hand to keep it parallel to the javelin. The long rope was moving at a steady speed. This meant that there was no abnormality on the side of the stone. 2 minutes later, the rope was almost all sent out, with only 1 meter left. It was time to send a signal. Wang Hao threw away the wooden spear in his right hand, pulled the long rope tightly with both hands, and shook it up and down violently. Soon, the long rope drooped down softly. After a minute, the light curtain in front shook violently. Then, the snake pet stone poked out its huge head and hissed happily at its master. While hissing, it crawled out. Finally, the whole snake body of the stone was exposed, lying on the ground beside it. Looking at this posture, there is probably no danger inside. Sure too. I'll give you credit for this. Wang Hao patted the head of the snake pet to show his praise, and then looked at the soul pet crow king that was resting on his right shoulder. Xiaoshu, you go up next. Follow the direction of the rope. I want to see the shared vision. Wow. The soul pet Xiaoshu flapped its wings and flew up, quickly diving into the light curtain. Wang Hao looked around, raised his hand to release the puppet black hair and red eyes. Let them be on guard. And he focused on the front. A milky white, extremely blurred vision picture suddenly appeared in front of him. The picture was very low and kept shaking. Obviously, the soul pet Xiaoshu was flying at a low altitude. In the picture, thick white fog enveloped the entire area, so thick that it could not be dissolved. What ancient locust tree? What elm tree? What weeds? Could not be identified clearly. Even the long rope hanging on the ground became intermittent, half hidden in the low grass. No wild animals were seen hiding. No birds were seen building nests. It seemed that District 37 was a dead place. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly condensed. No, it's not a dead place. In front of Shishua's low flight, a beast's skeleton was lying on the ground, leaning against the trunk of an ancient tree, and the brown flesh on the surface of the skeleton was still oozing with spots of dirty blood. The skeleton was obviously not human-shaped. Instead, it seemed to be some large beast, such as a tiger, a black panther, or a bear. If he guessed correctly, the original owner of this skeleton had not been dead for a long time, and it might have been alive and well in the jungle 3 or 4 hours ago. The vision continued to move forward. After advancing about 20 to 30 meters, the long rope on the ground used as a marker became strange. The linear trajectory that should have remained roughly straight was strangely twisted in the middle, as if it had been interfered with by humans. Afterwards, the twisted long rope turned left and right, and occasionally went backwards, without any regularity. It felt like the rope got lost here. Is this the mist illusion array that Wang Daong mentioned? Wang Hao's mind trembled. He bent down to pick up one end of the long rope on the ground, and began to pull it back slowly. While withdrawing the rope, he observed the subtle changes in the shared vision. At the same time, he waved to the snake pet beside him. Sure too. Were you moving forward in the white fog just now? Chapter 315, The Illusion Formation. First break. Sure too. Were you moving forward in the white fog just now? Hearing this, the snake pet lying next to him was stunned. Its gray pupil shrank, and it looked at its owner in confusion. A little confused. At the same time, it was a little unhappy. What's the matter? Does this mean that you don't trust snakes? Where is the most basic trust between people and pets? After being stunned for 3 or 5 seconds, Shirtu nodded and gave a very affirmative answer. Hiss. That's really strange. Wang Hao stared at the shared vision screen and muttered softly. In the picture, as the rope was dragged backwards, the strangely curved long rope gradually changed its trajectory and moved backwards inch by inch. What is strange is that the bend in the rope did not disappear, and it did not even change. It continued to shorten along the curved trajectory. If there were no knots jumping, and if the pile of ropes at his feet was not getting bigger and bigger, Wang Hao would have thought that he was dazzled. What a powerful mist illusion array! It even did not let go of the rope. No wonder Wang Daolong was trapped in it. In the field of vision, the soul pet Xiuxua found that the rope was moving backwards, and it immediately turned around and looked behind it, and the picture changed faster. After more than 50 seconds, wow! Xiuxua flapped its wings and passed through the light curtain, flying back to the master, and his blood eyes flashed several times, as if waiting for an explanation. After all, it had only flown 30 or 40 meters, less than halfway. Xiaoshu, there is a very powerful fog array in Area 37. If you continue to fly in, even if you have good eyesight, You may get lost in it. Rope exploration doesn't work. So try another method. Wang Hao put away the long ropes and wooden spears piled on the ground. Took out a unit of beast meat and threw it to the stone. Took out a steamed bun. Broke it open. Stuffed a piece of barbecue into it. And ate and drank with a bottle of pure water. The physical strength blue-green bar quickly recovered to 100. Let's go. Let's go straight in. Wang Hao took back the bottle of pure water, led the 2 pets and 2 puppets, and stepped directly into the milky white light curtain in front. The maze is not worth fearing. Moreover, sooner or later, you have to face it. So you might as well go in early and actively explore and try. If it really comes to 6 or 7 in the afternoon, with the toxic storm behind and the white fog maze blocking the way in front, you may really die. After entering the light curtain, Wang Hao did not rush to find a way. With continuous waving of his hands, the other 8 puppet guards were summoned by him. Then, 12 white candles as thick as children's arms were taken out and handed to each puppet guard. And even the snake pet Stone could get one. Hiss? Stone hissed in confusion. Don't worry. You will know in a while. Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it should be patient for the time being. The candles have been distributed, so the second step is to light them one by one. Wang Hao moved his mind, and a white candle with a burning wick appeared. He aimed at the new candle in his hand, gently touched the wick 3 or 5 times, and lit it. Then, he sent the fire back. In the ring castle space, seeing that the mission target they were responsible for guarding disappeared without a trace, the 2 monsters were immediately anxious and screamed, sounding anxious and miserable. Before they could cry and howl, the disappeared white candle suddenly stood in the middle and returned to its original position. However, the candle resources piled up not far away disappeared for no reason. Now, they all understood. The white candle was taken away by Wang Hao for borrowing, and it did not disappear inexplicably. After taking the reassurance pill, the door bar monster and the bench monster immediately protected the candle, and took a new candle and placed it next to it, so that it could be replaced at any time. Not to mention the 2 monsters in the castle. Near the light curtain outside, Wang Hao had already circled around and ignited every candle in the field, and also distributed 2 additional Molotov cocktails. His idea was very simple, and very rough. You bring candles about 4 or 5 meters apart. Look, it's about this long. Wang Hao pointed to the distance between himself and the puppet Black Hair and gave a detailed demonstration. Then, learn from me and set fire to the forest. Wang Hao lit the Molotov cocktail in his hand and smashed it hard at the nearest pine tree. Ping pong. The Molotov cocktail smashed to pieces on the tree trunk. Boom! A long tongue of fire suddenly sprang up and spread along the flowing kerosene. Pinewood is a very flammable tree species. The pine resin it contains can play a strong combustion-promoting effect, and high temperature can accelerate the using of pine resin. Only 4 or 5 seconds later, the slender tongue of fire had turned into a raging flame, engulfing the entire pine tree. I don't care what kind of profound illusion array this is, and I don't care where the white fog comes from, as long as this place is burned clean. An illusion array without a foundation is not even worth a fart. This is what Wang Hao thought. Go! Try to smash it in the dense forest. Wang Hao stared at the raging fire and waved his hands to his subordinates. If he were in another place, he would not dare to do this. Who is afraid here? There is really no need to be afraid. The rising black smoke soared up, and it was extremely eye-catching even in the thick white fog. After a while, it jumped to the top of the highest cave. The next scene did not exceed Wang Hao's expectations. The black smoke that touched the top of the cave strangely penetrated into the luss and quickly disappeared. As a balance or exchange, the flat cave top seemed to blow out some fresh air to offset the disappearing black smoke. Wang Hao had seen this kind of scene several times before. In the dark city scene, the burning city was much larger than the one in front of him. But even in that relatively small cave, there was not much black smoke. Another time, he burned leeches in the swamp, and the fire was also quite big. Another time, in this separated cave world, there seemed to be a mysterious power trying to maintain a balance. An environment where survivors and cave creatures could survive. In this case, it must be used. The 10 puppet guards left, dispersed according to the master's instructions, and began to set fire to the forest everywhere. Shirtu was even more passionate. It swept its tail across, hitting one pine and cypress after another. When these trees were connected together, it raised its tail, took out a Molotov cocktail from its mouth, stretched it towards the burning fire, and then threw it with its tail. A distance of 4 or 5 meters was nothing to it. A slight burn was even less to it. Wang Hao laughed at such a willful performance and gave it a thumbs up. It's redundant to give it a candle. It's good this way. Such a spark will eventually become a prairie fire. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. The thick white fog could not withstand the blazing flames and began to retreat to the distance in fear. The sight became clearer and more transparent. Without the white fog blocking the view, it was much easier to move forward in the direction of the vertical light curtain. Under Wang Hao's remote command, the strategic depth advanced nearly 100 meters. Taking advantage of a little free time, he called up the system panel and opened the chat box with Wang Daolong. Daolong? I'm here to save you. And I'll use the fire as a signal. Chapter 316, another ancient book. So far, none of the survivors who participated in the survival challenge knew how big this place was. And they didn't even know whether the cave was round or square. However, everyone knew one common sense. Going inward, the area of each area is decreasing. And the reduction is 500 meters. If you are lucky enough to walk to the core area, it must be the smallest area. Wang Hao didn't know the exact location of Wang Daolong. Now all he could do was to search every place in the 37 areas in the most stupid way. The time was limited to 10 a.m. By then, if he still couldn't find it, he could only choose to give up. Don't talk about the selfishness of human nature. He couldn't be so great as to sacrifice himself for others. Moreover, according to Wang Daolong's description, the food he had stored was only enough for 2 or 3 hours. If he still couldn't find it by 10 o'clock, he would have died of exhaustion. Search and rescue also requires methods. Wang Hao chose to penetrate the 500-meter depth first, and then set fire in a single direction and parallel to the middle 200 to 300 meters. The target of the blazing flames was obvious. As long as Wang Daolong's eyes were not blind, he could see more or less flames. Now, the only uncertainty was that he didn't know how long it would take to circle around, and whether 4 hours would be enough. Half an hour passed. Wang Hao and his group finally completed the penetration, and the light curtain of the 38th area appeared in front of them. The fire was still spreading to both sides. Occasionally, one could hear the screams of the survivors, the roars and cries of some wild animals, some of which were panic, anger, grief, but more of them were joy and excitement. The illusion array trapped not only people, but also a large number of wild animals. Hearing these sounds from afar, Wang Hao was more confident that he would find Wang Daolong. The survivors were not stupid. With his own personal demonstration, other trapped people would definitely understand the meaning of setting fire to the forest, and then follow suit. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately typed in the chat box, Daolong, can you make a fire? Try to burn a clearing as much as possible, so that you can expand your field of vision. Remember, I'm at the location with the most fire in the distance. Not only did he inform Wang Daolong, he also announced his discovery in the chat channel. Friends trapped in District 37. Setting fire to the forest may help you deal with the white fog illusion, but you must protect yourself. Click to send. This announcement did not cause much response, with only 7 or 8 people responding. I learned it. Thank you, buddy. Ah. Setting fire to the forest will burn yourself. No. Let's just mark it slowly. Huh? This method is not bad. But unfortunately people are already in District 39. Haha. Thank you for the Big Brother's exploration and notification. Our team is in District 30, and we will do the same in the future. If you think about it, you feel normal. Those who can break into the 30-7 districts are probably nothing. After all, most survivors will not make a joke with a small life. They will not make danger personally before they have no absolute grasp or strength. There are a considerable part of the trapped people now. Kiki. Chat news came. Wang Hao opened, and it really was Wang Daolong's reply. Brother Hao, I listened to you. It's just that my fire oil is not much. Then keep it first. When you see the biggest fire, try to make some movements, so that it is convenient for me to find you. Wang Hao replied quickly. Okay. Wang Hao closed the chat box and kept the system panel in the corner so that he could get the news at any time. Looking from afar, in the hazy white fog, 2 or 3 sparse firelights can be vaguely seen, which further verifies the previous speculation. The trapped survivors are really only a few. It doesn't matter. As the old saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Wang Hao clenched his fist and waved to the puppets, "Go. Follow me back." After giving the order, he jumped onto the head of the snake pet and urged it to turn around and return. The distance of more than 200 meters is an ash road without white fog blocking it. So the speed is of course fast. The body can still bear a little bit of high temperature. Sizzle! The hard snake body passed through the ash road, and the fallen and broken gray charcoal was crushed one after another, stirring up sparks. The way here was also like this. Wang Hao would not show off his ability blindly. It would be uncomfortable to step on the hot charcoal fire that had not been extinguished with his flesh and blood. The snake pet, which is not afraid of water and fire, and has thick skin and flesh, is the most suitable vehicle for walking and trekking. 3 minutes later, Wang Hao tapped the horn of the snake pet. "Let's stop here." He hesitated for a moment and pointed to the burned forest on the right. "Just make a gap at this position. Black hair, red eyes, spider, Earl, blood witch. The 5 of you come first." In order to quickly open up the situation, all 10 puppets were summoned. Now, to make a single direction advance. Naturally, so many people are not needed. Young fire objects have a restraining effect on zombie puppets, so it is better to put them away. The undead puppets have less impact. Xiao San, the 5 of you are responsible for setting fires on the left and right. And Sher too is responsible for knocking down the flammable pines and cypresses. The 5 undead puppets bowed and received orders, each receiving 2 Molotov cocktails from Wang Hao, and hurried to the front. The role that Molotov cocktails can play is not very obvious at this moment. Once a forest fire starts, it is difficult to extinguish, unless you encounter some special tree species or terrain that is difficult to burn. For example, ironwood, which is as hard as iron, and some small ponds with rich water content. At this time, a Molotov cocktail is needed. There is a small pond where Wang Hao chose to stop. From time to time, pairs of bubbles emerge from the pond, proving that there are animals hiding under the water. The 5 puppets and snake pets were sent out. He stood in front of the pond and took out roasted sweet potatoes and pure water from the ring. While eating and drinking to replenish his energy, he read ancient books. This blue-covered thread-bound book is not the previous Seeking Immortality secret, but was turned out from a black pig ring. Interestingly, its name is also called Seeking Immortality Secret. For books, it's getting more and more interesting. I'm curious how many versions of the cave world there are. Wang Hao flipped through 4 or 5 pages and lost interest in this thread-bound book. Compared to the previous orange-covered book, it has no system prompts to learn, so its value can be imagined. To distinguish the true from the false, we have to wait until tomorrow. Wang Hao took back the things in his hand, took out the broken water dagger, turned it over and played with it, looking calmly ahead. The snake pets and puppets were running in an orderly manner, and the burning forest became more and more skilled. Every 10 minutes, the stone would return once, carrying its owner to the next place. Time passed silently. Another 40 minutes passed, in front of a cave abandoned by wild beasts. Wang Hao luckily found an iron treasure chest. Just as he was about to put it away, he heard a crisp message prompt. Ahem. Click it. Brother Hao. There is a long strip of fire behind me. Is it you? Chapter 317 Save a Life. Long strips of fire? Wang Hao subconsciously glanced behind him. The trees on both sides were still burning, making crackling noises, black smoke rising to the sky, and strips of fire, which were particularly conspicuous in the thick white fog. It's really possible. Oh! Is your iron fire gun still there? Yes. Yes. Well, you shoot a shot into the sky. Okay. Just as the chat stopped here, a slightly low roar sounded in the distance on the left. That's right. It's the sound of the iron fire gun. He is very familiar with this sound. Wang Daolong is in that direction. According to the size of the sound, the location of the gunshot should be 100 or 200 meters away. Wang Hao showed a happy expression on his face, and immediately ordered the puppet guards to adjust the direction and burn in this direction. With the direction guidance, you have to burn the forest to open the road, the thick white fog, the winding forest path, and the guidance of the illusion array. If you are not careful, you will deviate from the direction and trap yourself. Daolong, I'm nearby. Use all the food and drink to ensure that you have enough physical strength at the end. Okay. Okay. Brother Hao. I will listen to you. On the other side, Wang Daolong was overjoyed and answered hurriedly. Now, more than 2 hours have passed since the distress message was sent, and the food in stock has been consumed. Wang Daolong can only rely on a handful of elm seeds and elm bark to fill his stomach. Compared with meat and high-calorie biscuits, these things can play a negligible role. Now his physical strength is hovering around 25%, and he may die on the spot at any time. Wang Hao also knows this. When the food ran out, Wang Daolong had sent a message. In order to grasp the opponent's physical condition, Wang Hao also asked him to report the physical strength percentage every 15 minutes, so that he could have a clear idea. Finally, he asked the opponent to use the iron fire gun to mark the position instead of shouting loudly. And this was also considered. How loud can you expect a person who is so hungry that his hands and feet are weak to make a sound? Moreover, in the dense fog and dense forest, there are beasts roaring, birds crying and survivors shouting from time to time, which will cause interference. Hurrying all the way, more than 100 meters away, there was another raging fire that opened up the way, and the speed of travel was getting faster and faster. In order to make the speed faster, Wang Hao also asked the puppets to use the last Molotov cocktail and appropriately expand the distance between each other to a longer distance of 7 or 8 meters. 10 minutes later, a simple pigsty building was vaguely visible. Wang Hao felt sorry for describing a building like this, but it was too similar. The wooden boards and stone slabs relied on a huge cliff rock to form an angular square, with only 1/3 of the top blocked, and some broken branches and green leaves spread on it. If it weren't for the 2 weak bonfires on the front and a gap that was only enough for a person to squeeze in sideways, it really looked like a pigsty in the countryside before. Get closer. Wang Hao is more certain that this is where Wang Daolong hides. Inside the pigsty building, a humanoid black shadow can be vaguely seen curled up inside, with an iron fire gun half hidden in the gap, as if aiming at a target outside. Wang Hao understands his choice. Being trapped here in the illusion array, running around is not the right choice, especially when someone comes to rescue. In fact, he was wrong. Wang Daolong built this shelter before the distress message was sent. Hearing the rustling sound coming from outside, the curled-up figure squirmed and spoke weakly. Who? Wang Hao raised his arms, palms facing outward. Sure to. Xiao San. Both of you stop. The puppet guards who were leading the way stopped immediately, with their right hands on their weapons. Sure Tu was more considerate, and his snake tail swept across the ground several times, pushing the burning trees, the charcoal with unextinguished fire, and the fluffy grass ash aside, leaving a path for people to step on. Wang Daolong. Are you in there? Wang Hao casually took out a shield to block in front of him, and asked loudly. Pa! In the narrow gap, there was a sound of a heavy object rolling on the ground, followed by an extremely weak voice. How? Brother. I am. This voice was so weak that it could die at any time. It was indeed him. Wang Hao took a few quick steps forward and saw at a glance that the heavy object that had just rolled down was the extremely heavy iron musket. The reason why the musket rolled down could be that it ran out of energy, or it could be a natural reaction after being surprised. Let's ignore that for now. Wang Hao handed the shield to his left hand, bent down, and touched the outermost simple building with his right hand. Collect. Suddenly, the simple building disappeared in front of him. Without the support of the wall, the curled-up black shadow leaned to one side, revealing a skinny body. Even though he was emaciated and looked like a skeleton, he could still see some of his old fierce and domineering appearance between his eyebrows and eyes. He was Wang Daolong. Due to his extremely low physical strength, he didn't even have the strength to lift his eyelids, and only a thin slit was left. Is he so hungry? If it were in the real world, he would have to starve for 7 or 8 days to look so miserable. But now it was only an hour or two. After confirming that the other party had no chance of resistance, Wang Hao put away the shield in his left hand, took out a wooden bowl, and poured half a bowl of warm water into it. He took out another steamed bun, broke off a small half, crushed it into foam, and threw it in. He put his right index finger into the bowl and roughly stirred it. After doing this, Wang Hao put his right arm around Wang Daolong's neck, lifted him up a little, and slowly fed the batter into his slightly open mouth. According to common sense, a person who is in a state of excessive hunger should not be allowed to overeat. Otherwise he will be unable to receive the nourishment and die directly. Wang Hao was not sure whether there were similar requirements in the rules set by the people behind the scenes, but he could not take risks. He took the trouble to save a person. But he did not want all his efforts to go to waste. As the batter was fed into his mouth bit by bit, Wang Daolong's complexion slowly changed, and his previously gray and withered face slowly stretched and became shiny. 10 more seconds passed. His thin eyelids widened a little, and his soft neck tightened. Obviously, he had gradually recovered his strength. Wang Daolong opened his eyes wide, and suddenly grabbed the wooden bowl from his mouth, pouring it into his throat desperately, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated. Daolong, slow down. Aren't you afraid that your stomach can't stand it? Wang Hao reached out to grab the wooden bowl back, and at the same time, he pressed his right hand on the struggling shoulder and continued to feed slowly. Wang Daolong stopped struggling, but just moved his lips helplessly and swallowed the liquid food in his mouth. While swallowing, he looked up in a daze. His eyes gradually became bright, revealing sincere gratitude, and tears flashed in the corners of his eyes. How could he not be moved? It was this familiar stranger in front of him who saved his life. Chapter 318. What's sitting under your butt? Life. This word is easy to say. The gangsters hanging around in the streets are mostly reckless and fearless. They often fight over a disagreement. They just pick up whatever they have. Marrow knife, beer bottle, brick, shovel. No matter what, they dare to pick it up and smash it on the other's head, not caring whether to kill or not, but being starved to death. The great fear of being on the verge of death can make them completely lose their souls. Wang Daolong is a living example. After entering the cave world, although he did some rogue things for a while, when he felt that there was no hope, he would use his strengths to obtain resources. In this survival challenge, he was first teleported to the 36th area, and luckily escaped the initial poisonous storm. However, there are always pros and cons. The price he paid was to fight with the difficult cave creatures. That was fine. Later, Wang Daolong actually broke into the misty illusion array of the 37th area during his ignorant exploration. Death. Infinitely close to death. Because he was on the verge of death, he realized the preciousness of life. After drinking the simple batter, Wang Daolong finally climbed back from the edge of death and recovered a little strength. Then, he propped up the ground with his elbow, sat up, and stared at the half of the steamed bun in Wang Hao's right hand. Brother Hao, can you? The words were still weak and embarrassed. Wang Hao didn't understand what he meant. He looked him up and down, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him, and then stretched out his right arm and stuffed the bun into his mouth. Here you go. Thank you, Brother Hao. Wang Daolong immediately took the half bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It smells so good. It's so delicious. Perhaps he was really hungry. Most of the bun was stuffed into his mouth in 2 bites, and he held his neck and tried hard to swallow it, choking him and rolling his eyes. Eat slowly. Do you want water? Wang Hao took out a bottle of purified water and handed it over directly. Wang Daolong rolled his eyes, hit his chest with his fist, and finally swallowed the dry bun in his mouth, and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands to Wang Hao. Brother Hao. No. I still have clean water. While saying polite words, he took out a round wooden barrel, turned on the faucet, and took a big sip. After the bun in his mouth was completely swallowed, Wang Daolong rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Brother, do you still have buns? Lend me some more. My blue bar has just recovered to 17%, and it is still in the 3rd level of weakness. After eating a bun, it was less than 25%, which shows how critical the situation was before. To say anything else, Wang Hao may not have too much inventory, but this bun is enough. Nearly 400 steamed buns. Enough to eat until tomorrow. Wang Hao laughed, waved his hand and took out 5 more, and handed them over. At the same time, 2 packs of compressed biscuits were handed over. Daolong, don't just eat steamed buns. Steamed buns don't contain much calories. If you want to recover your strength quickly, you have to rely on this unpalatable stuff. Okay. Wang Daolong put his arms forward, hugged all the food in his arms, and began to eat. Wang Hao didn't bother him, stood up, and waited on the side. The fire burning nearby was still crackling, but without deliberate guidance, the spread of the fire was not as rapid as before, and even had a tendency to weaken in some parts, especially the area where the two stayed. Wang Daolong's original shelter was built against a high stone wall, and the nearby trees were relatively sparse, and they were all species with little resin, such as elm and locust trees. It is reasonable that the fire weakened here. Wang Hao looked around and waited for Wang Daolong to eat 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 3 steamed buns before walking to the opposite side and sitting down next to a rock. Daolong, are you almost recovered? Oh! Wang Daolong burped, put the remaining 2 steamed buns into the ring, and patted his belly with satisfaction. Brother Hao, the physical value is recovered to 91%, and there is no problem walking. As he said that, he was about to stand up. Before, he was trapped by the illusion array. But now that he had a guide, he wanted to leave this hellhole immediately. 91%? What was your blue bar before I came? Below 10%? It seems to be 9%. I don't remember clearly. At that time, I felt that my consciousness was erratic, as if I would fall asleep at any time. Otherwise, Brother Hao asked me to pick elm seeds. I would have. Wang Daolong said with lingering fear. A steamed bun restores 8% of physical strength, which is indeed weaker than compressed biscuits and meat. When the physical strength value drops below 25%, it is a third-level weak state. Just like you just now. Wang Hao wanted to learn more common sense, and it was difficult for him to encounter such an experience. Wang Daolong shook his head. My strength dropped to 25%, and I felt weak in my hands and feet, but I could still move. But when it dropped below 10%, I fell into a semi-coma. At that time, Brother Hao, you had just arrived nearby. Very good. I have mastered some postures. Wang Hao took out a roasted sweet potato, broke it in half from the middle, and handed half to Wang Daolong. Then, he glanced at the distance, released another 20 sweet potatoes from the ring, and waved behind him. It's a pity to burn so many bonfires dry. Sure to. Bury these sweet potatoes in shallow soil. Cover them with a layer of charcoal. And call me when they are cooked. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. So he took a break. Hiss. The pet snake sure too happily crawled over, circled the sweet potatoes with its tail, and took them all away. It also likes roasted sweet potatoes. When skills were unlocked, it also followed its master and had a treat. Now that there are so many, it must have a share. Watching the pet snake go away, Wang Hao took a bite of the sweet potato and continued to talk about the previous topic. Daolong, then tell me more about what it feels like to be in the second level of weakness. Also, in the second and third level of weakness, is there any obstacle to taking items out of the ring? Also, and 25 minutes later, it was the roar of the stone in the distance that interrupted the conversation between the two. Originally, Wang Hao only planned to have a simple chat. But who would have thought that Wang Daolong gradually opened up and told many interesting anecdotes that he had never heard of. For example, when he was exploring the cave on the 6th day, he once encountered a wounded Shadow Clan monster. After finishing the knife, he got a book of basic swordsmanship, which was then bought by Qin Jing from the same district at a high price. For another example, he helped to broker a business deal, and Wei bought an ancient book seeking immortality with a light blue cover. At that time, Wei gave the reason that he wanted to keep it as a collection. For another example, Sang Biao, a survivor from the same district, found a castle number 0 and took it for himself. There are many more like this. Wang Hao listened with great interest, especially the above 3 pieces of news, because they are more or less related to him. Okay, the sweet potatoes over there are almost baked. Let's eat while we travel. Hee hee. How can I be so embarrassed? Wang Daolong rubbed his hands expectantly and stood up from the ground. He had already collected the iron fire gun that rolled to the ground. He did not ask about the disappeared resources. Some things have to be played dumb. Besides, he was eating and taking, and the little resources were nothing. Just as he stood up and was about to walk in the direction of the sweet potato fragrance, Wang Hao's surprised words rang in his ears. Huh? Daolong, what are you sitting on your butt? Chapter 319. Daolong, loyal and righteous. What's sitting under your butt? Wang Daolong was stunned when he heard it, and subconsciously looked down. It's just a big stone. I think it's flat, and it's built around it. But the next scene shocked him completely. Wang Hao came over, pushed him aside, and called the 5 undead puppets who were on guard nearby, asking them to grab the corners of the boulder and lift it up together. The flat boulder in front of him, with a total weight estimated to be 700 to 800 kilograms, was lifted up like this, and then moved 2 or 3 meters away, revealing a regular circular shallow hole. The shallow hole was formed later, and the traces of artificial carving were very obvious. Moreover, in the shallow cave, there is a silver treasure chest. Yes, it is a silver treasure chest. This, Wang Daolong could not finish the rest of the words, but just stared blankly at the exposed shallow cave. It turned out that he had been sitting on the silver treasure chest. No, he had been guarding a silver treasure chest for 3 or 4 extremely difficult hours, and was finally rescued. What a thing! Wang Hao didn't care about Wang Daolong's silence, but just glanced at it inconspicuously, and ordered the puppets Xiao San and Xiao Si to stand behind him. A silver treasure chest that was deliberately hidden by someone. The things inside it can't be too bad. The reason why he was able to find the silver treasure chest just now was entirely because he was sitting opposite and happened to see that the edge of the boulder was relatively neat, unlike other rocks that were weathered and had no edges and corners. So, I used my perspective ability to take a peek. Unexpectedly, this ordinary rock could not be seen through, as if some kind of mechanism was set up. The same situation had happened before, and Wang Hao remembered the fearless eye mask. Before opening it, I had to take a look at the danger. Wang Hao concentrated again and glanced at the boulder that had just been moved. The boulder had become ordinary and could be seen through at a glance. Then he looked at the silver treasure chest in the shallow cave. In the light yellow ripples, the treasure chest was neatly stacked with resources, food, props and patterns, but it was not clear. It seemed that this silver treasure chest was not very safe. After making a judgment in his mind, Wang Hao retracted his perspective and gently rubbed his temples on both sides, thinking. He always felt slightly sleepy after using his perspective ability continuously, and this action has become a daily habit. Brother Hao, are you worried about the treasure chest monster? How about I help you open it? Wang Daolong saw him thinking silently and volunteered to step forward. In previous excavations, Wang Daolong had seen many wooden and iron treasure chests, and had also encountered treasure chest monsters. So he subconsciously thought that Brother Hao was worried about the sudden attack of the treasure chest monster. Although he had the action of stepping forward, he still kept his side posture and waited. In the end, this was not his discovery, and he still couldn't do things on his own initiative. Sure enough, Wang Hao raised his hand to stop him. Daolong, this kind of thing should be left to safe people. After saying that, he waved to the puppet Xiaolu. Xiaolu, go open it. What Wang Hao was worried about was not the sudden attack of the treasure chest monster. The image produced by the perspective was not chaotic, which also proved that it was not a treasure chest monster in disguise. However, the ripples were light yellow. Either the box was coated with a deadly poison, or there was some kind of mechanism hidden in it. Xiaolu strode forward, jumped down the nearly 1 meter deep circular shallow hole, and directly put his hands on the box cover and lifted it up. Bang! A ball of red powder sprayed out, instantly covering Xiaolu's burly body, and even some of the powder was blown out of the shallow hole. Xiaolu was an undead puppet, and these powders had no effect on him. But a small part of it that was blown outside the hole had a special reaction. Some tender grass growing at the entrance of the cave, after being stained by the red powder, withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took 3 seconds for it to turn from emerald green to completely withered and yellow. Hiss. Wang Daolong, who was originally going to open the treasure chest for others, couldn't help but take a breath. If he jumped down the shallow hole to open the treasure chest, the ending would be the same as these tender grasses. Brother Hao's blocking was equivalent to saving his life again. 1 life plus 1 life. That's 2 lives. No. It was Brother Hao who lent a hand at the beginning. Otherwise, I would have died 9 out of 10 times. So, I owe him 3 lives. And the iron fire gun? Ah, I can't count it. Anyway, I can't pay it back in this lifetime. Whatever Brother Hao says in the future is what I owe. Wang Daolong's eyes were firm, and he clenched his fists. Wang Hao didn't know what someone had decided. After the red poison powder dispersed, he raised his legs and stepped forward, while commanding the puppet Xiaolu to carry out the silver treasure chest, away from the edge of the cave entrance stained by the poison powder. The silver treasure chest that appeared in the survival challenge. The things inside are worth looking forward to. I encountered a silver treasure chest in the 37th area. If I reach the core area, will a higher level gold treasure chest appear? Wang Hao walked to the silver treasure chest, took out the water-breaking dagger, and prepared to move the items in the box. If you touch the items directly, you may also get the red poison powder. Using the dagger as a medium to collect it can effectively remove the toxins. He still has this common sense. As soon as he stretched out his arm, he realized that he was not the only one here. So he turned sideways and waved to Wang Dalong. Brother Hao. You called me? Wang Dalong ran over. Dalong? I'm about to collect the items in the treasure chest. You don't plan to watch? Aren't you afraid that I will steal them all? Wang Hao joked. Ah? Brother Hao. Are you saying that I also have a share? Wang Dalong pointed at his nose, looking extremely surprised. This time, he was able to find the silver treasure chest, but it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't think about it at all. But now? Nonsense. We found the treasure chest together. Of course you have a share. I am a very polite person to my friends. Wang Hao glanced at Wang Dalong strangely, and then reacted. It turned out that this guy had no awareness of whoever sees it gets a share, and mistakenly thought that the treasure chest belonged to him. It is normal to have this idea. Friends. He. Wang Dalong scratched his head and couldn't help but grin. His heart was even hotter. Street thugs have no shortage of bad friends, or even friends all over the world. But when it comes to true friends who are open-hearted, there may be only a few. Brother Hao actually treats me as a friend. That's right. If it wasn't a life and death friend, there would be no need for him to come to save me with all the hardships. And there would be no need to give up the silver treasure chest that should belong to him alone. Since Brother Hao thinks highly of me, I can't just pretend to be so. I have to be sincere and get along with him. From now on, my life belongs to Brother Hao. Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm almost drooling. If you really don't want it, I'll take it all. Wang Hao couldn't understand the senior gangster a little bit. He was always standing there in a daze. Yes. Wang Dalong woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly took over the conversation. After he took over the conversation, he felt that he was not very righteous. So he hurriedly added a sentence to make his position clear. Brother Hao, I just want food and drink. Now my pocket is cleaner than my face. I will consider those steamed buns and biscuits as temporary loans. I will definitely pay them back double in the future. Brother Hao, if you really regard me as a brother, don't refuse this sincerity. Otherwise, it will be awkward and uncomfortable in the future. Wang Dalong slapped his chest with his right palm, making a sound. With a heroic spirit. Chapter 320 A Different Harvest. Under Wang Dalong's strong request, Wang Hao could only agree to the distribution plan proposed by the other party. It's comfortable to get along with people who are loyal. In the silver treasure chest, the outermost layer is purified water and compressed biscuits, and the quantity is not small. Wang Dalong took out his engineer's shovel, walked forward briskly, and touched them one by one, in order to appear open and happy. He deliberately did not look at the bottom of the treasure chest, and even raised his chin and rolled his eyes up. In a blink of an eye, the purified water and biscuits were taken away. Brother Hao. A total of 3 bottles of purified water and 4 packs of compressed biscuits. Enough for me to survive for an hour. You count here first. I'll help you collect sweet potatoes. Wang Dalong ran away in a flash. His mouth stretched to his earlobes. He was so happy. He didn't even look at the remaining treasures. After all, they belonged to his own brother, not an outsider. Watching Wang Dalong jump away, Wang Hao shook his head in silence. And in his heart, he recognized this cheap brother a little more. It was a little. Not completely. A journey tells a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. If you want him to trust someone 100%, it will take the test of time. Don't trust people blindly. Keep a little more careful in your heart. And only then can the relationship be stable, harmonious and long-lasting. At least, Wang Dalong is doing well now. Wang Hao retracted his thoughts and turned his attention back to the silver treasure chest, collecting the remaining items with the dagger sheath. Compared with pure water and compressed biscuits, the things left in the treasure chest are the real dry goods. Among them, silver ingots and glutinous rice balls are basic resources, and their uses need not be elaborated. The upgrade charm is also very effective. Once today's challenge is over, it will be of great use. Chicken farm construction plan? From the name, you know that it is exclusive to the castle base. And it feels a bit like playing Happy Farm. The most important thing is a book. Seeking Immortality? Wang Hao took a deep breath and took out an ancient book with a green cover. It was the Seeking Immortality that he had just collected. This secret book cannot be learned directly, just like the other 4 fakes. After a quick glance, the contents were obscure and difficult to understand, and the reading difficulty seemed even higher. What tricks was this immortal Chinchuan playing? This was already the 4th book. Right? If it was considered a genuine book that could be studied, he had already obtained 5. It was impossible that if he collected 7 books, he could summon the Eastern Dragon. Right? Wang Hao complained in his heart. Perhaps he had not yet realized that he had touched upon some really critical details unintentionally. But that was a story for another time. Wang Hao patted the cover of the ancient book and put it into his ring together with the empty treasure chest. The decomposition ability was currently prohibited, and the poisoned silver treasure chest had to be dealt with tomorrow. There was still one to be dealt with. He turned around and looked at the boulder that the puppet guard had moved away, and his heart seemed to be touched. Then he put it away as well. There should be nothing left. Right? Wang Hao checked around and confirmed that nothing was left out. He led the 5 puppet guards to the location of Shi and Wang Daolong. Half an hour later. Time 7:25. Wang Hao and Wang Daolong rode on a snake and followed the ash road opened up by the previous forest fire to the side of the giant light curtain adjacent to the 36th district. The 20 baked sweet potatoes were divided into 3. Wang Hao kept 6 for himself, and the remaining 14 were divided equally between Wang Daolong and the snake pet Shi. The reason for this allocation is that it is more difficult for Wang Daolong to obtain food, and appropriate resources are tilted. Brother Hao, do you really want to go in? How about I go with you? Daolong, District 37 is a watershed. It is safer for you to stay here and wait for the poisonous storm to blow here, and then you can go in with the main force. Gather the strength of everyone. Even if you encounter danger, you can take care of each other. I suggest you find more reliable survivors to go with you. But you must also be careful. Wang Hao solemnly instructed. He has been delayed for 3 hours in District 37, and it is time to move on. The two talked about Wang Daolong's current strength halfway, except for the strength attribute reaching 11 points. The other 3 items are between 7 and 9, which belongs to a fairly ordinary part of the people. If he travels with me, once he encounters danger, he can't help me, and he has to take care of me. This way, both sides will suffer. In addition, this is also a backup plan I have left for myself. I will go straight in this direction later. I am not sure what the 38th district looks like. In special circumstances, I have to rely on you to find a way from outside. Maybe you will come to save me next time. Wang Hao told the truth. At the same time, it also shows that he did not make choices based on the other party's strength, but made every decision in an orderly and targeted manner. Wang Daolong believed it, patted his chest with heroic spirit, and agreed. I'll listen to Brother Hao. I'll be nearby to pick you up. Mark this place. Okay. Let's meet up later. After arranging Wang Daolong, Wang Hao didn't stay here, but turned around and plunged into the milky white light curtain of District 37. The road? Still the same road. Riding on his pet snake, Wang Hao felt like he was revisiting an old place. Even though he was quite familiar with it, he was still very careful. Only after walking again did he realize that District 37, as a core area, was much more dangerous than the previous sub-districts. The raging forest fire that had burned the forest before had already been extinguished for the most part, and the remaining ones were all dying, no longer as fierce as they were at the beginning. Not only that, the white mist that was dispersed by the black smoke and flames that rushed to the sky was slowly gathering inwards, encroaching on the territory of the ash road bit by bit, as if to restore the glory of the old illusion array. In short, the illusion array is being repaired. On the ash road, people and beasts trapped in the mist illusion array continued to appear. They all followed the firelight and wanted to find a way out here. The survivors were okay, seeing Wang Hao riding a snake to hurry on the road. They tacitly stepped aside and gave up a relatively middle position for him to pass by. The mutated cave creatures were not so easy to deal with. After being tortured by the illusion array for so long, they had long been full of anger. When they saw humans rushing to occupy the safest area Ash's Road, they immediately roared angrily and pounced on him. To the untamed beasts, the gray rock snake was a mutant like himself, and there was no reason to fear them. Even though he was starving. Roar. Woo. Chirp. Various roars kept ringing in his ears. Wang Hao didn't care about the fierce blocking of these mutant beasts, but just urged the stone to speed up and rush over. He couldn't dodge. So he jumped high and delivered a deadly and sharp blow with a sharp water-breaking dagger in his hand.